Bad news. This Naruto seems to be a bit of a recluse. Good news. This Naruto is a technology enthusiast. Absurd news. This Naruto aspires to pilot a mech. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto, how could these gadgets possibly be more useful than ninjutsu? You should study ninjutsu. Sasuke cool. Kurama, awesome. Chapter 1. The emergence of the LCD television. The autumn breeze rustled through Konoha, carrying a hint of chill. Amidst their bustling activities, the townsfolk tightened their garments, pondering the certainty that this winter would be particularly frigid. Fox Demon, kill him. You monster, why don't you just leave the village? A monster, I've been one since childhood. Duh. On the streets of Konoha, a group of over a dozen individuals hurled various insults at a mere 4-year-old child, comprising both adults and children in abundance. It was perplexing why they would target a toddler, and upon reflection, it seemed utterly ludicrous. Naruto stared numbly at the crowd before him, bewildered by the treatment he received. From the moment his memories began, it had always been this way. He yearned to understand the reasons behind it all, yet no one ever enlightened him. Gazing at the scattered vegetable scraps around him, Naruto found a few decent leaves, picked them up, and clutched them tightly in his hand as he trudged home with a forlorn expression. The cacophony of insults ceased only after he departed, or rather, it dwindled swiftly. Upon entering his home, Naruto opened the door to find the interior shrouded in silence. Turning to glance at the neighboring households, he observed the harmonious scenes of familial love, leaving him with nothing but envy. At least I got some free vegetables today, he mused, feeling momentarily uplifted, for in his eyes, there was at least a modicum of positivity in the outcome. He was not inherently a melancholic individual. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to solitude countless times over the years. He prided himself on being a sunny, cheerful boy. With renewed determination, Naruto began preparing his meal, which was rather simple: boiled cabbage and a bit of expired instant noodles, constituting a lavish dinner by his standards. As night fell, silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the occasional sound of barking dogs. Naruto, feeling restless, approached the window to gaze at the moonlit sky. He recalled his grandfather's tales of a great wolf on the moon that snatched away disobedient children. How boring. If only I had something to alleviate my boredom. Naruto casually uttered those words, fully aware that they were mere flights of fancy. Yet at that moment, he felt an inexplicable sensation and instinctively turned to see an object gently descending to the ground. Startled by the object, Naruto stumbled backward. After a brief moment of shock, he approached to inspect what lay before him. An LCD television. He stared at the unfamiliar device, utterly perplexed. He couldn't read a single character on it, yet somehow, he understood its significance. After all, Naruto possessed a profound awareness of his own academic abilities, which left him intrigued. Television, I know about that. I've seen one in my grandfather's house that played various shows, but it required a videotape to function. How does this LCD television operate without a slot or electricity? After fumbling about for a while, Naruto remained utterly bewildered by this peculiar LCD television. However, after a bit more exploration, he discovered that he could turn it on. Soon, a television program appeared before his eyes. Hello, I want to watch this, but how do I do it? Watching the program on the television, Naruto felt a surge of excitement. He never expected to be able to watch a videotape. Although he had no idea where to insert the tape, it hardly mattered to him. Just then, a remote control fell directly into his hand from the air. Naruto glanced at the remote in his hand, and then at the familiar ceiling above. He rubbed his head and said, "Thank you," to the ceiling before plopping down on the floor, ready to watch Halua. After fiddling with the remote, he found the user-friendly interface to be no trouble at all. Halua, one vine. The television began to slowly play Halua, and Naruto obediently sat in front of it, becoming so engrossed that he fell asleep on the floor by midnight. At this moment, several figures appeared, discreetly observing their surroundings and taking meticulous notes, especially on the LCD television, which they documented in great detail. Once their records were completed, these individuals meticulously cleaned up any traces of their presence and departed, leaving no sign that anything had transpired. The following day, Naruto gradually awoke from the floor, his bleary eyes scanning the surroundings. Did I really fall asleep on the floor last night? Achoo! He sneezed, rubbing his nose, wondering if he had caught a cold. Gurgle! His stomach grumbled, leaving Naruto somewhat disheartened. He had no choice but to scurry to the counter to retrieve an expired cup noodle, which would serve as his breakfast. Just as he was about to dig in, after waiting for the noodles to soften, the doorbell rang. Coming. At that moment, Naruto felt as giddy as a child, for this was the smile he was meant to wear. Grandpa Third. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto knew who was at the door. After all, in all of Konoha, the only person who didn't despise him was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Little Naruto, Hiruzen said with a kind smile, holding a few buns in his hands. You haven't had breakfast, have you? This is for you. Wow, buns. Thank you, Grandpa Third, Naruto exclaimed, accepting the buns and devouring them without concern for their temperature, savoring the delightful flavors, especially the savory meat filling he had long missed since his last meal of grilled meat with his grandfather. Try to eat less instant noodles in the future. No problem. All 5 buns disappeared into Naruto's stomach. After finishing, he drank a cup of tap water to ease the near-choking sensation he had experienced. Glancing at the cup in his hand, then at Hiruzen, who was scanning the surroundings, Naruto decisively poured another cup of water for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Grandpa Third, have some water. Hiruzen looked at the cup of tap water before him, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Should he drink it? He glanced at Naruto, who gazed at him with eager anticipation. That expression was undeniably cute. Ahem, young Naruto, pray tell, how did this object come into existence? Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily diverted the conversation, gesturing toward the nearby LCD television, which was, after all, the very reason for his visit. This contraption is a television, known as an LCD television. I cannot quite fathom it myself. I merely pondered, and it materialized before me. Furthermore, I am able to comprehend the characters displayed within and grasp their meanings. Naruto tilted his head, squinting slightly, deep in thought, feeling quite perplexed about the origins of this peculiar device. Oh, may I join you in watching television? Upon hearing this, Naruto nearly burst with excitement, promptly switching on the television and seeking out a cushion for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Grandfather Third, please sit down. Let's watch together. Very well. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Naruto settled before the television, engrossed in the show, Halloa, the scene radiating a harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 2. Early rising Naruto goes grocery shopping. Grandpa. Fairy, return my grandpa. Not long after, as Halloa concluded, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. The plot was nothing more than a series of narratives designed to amuse children, lacking any remarkable substance. The troubling aspect, however, was that he had comprehended not a single word, relying solely on the animated characters' gestures to surmise the storyline. Yet, this mattered little. The pressing concern lay with young Naruto. Naruto, could you help translate for the third Hokage? Of course, Grandpa, Naruto eagerly replied. With Naruto's translations, Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to ascertain that his assumptions were largely correct. It appeared that young Naruto indeed grasped the content. Can you summon this LCD television again? I'll give it a try, Naruto exclaimed, attempting to conjure the television. However, despite trying various postures and incantations, he was unable to bring forth the device. I can't summon it, Grandpa. That's all right. Lunchtime is approaching, and I have official duties to attend to. Here is your allowance for the month. Spend it wisely. The third Hokage affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair before departing, leaving Naruto with a lingering gaze. Now I'm all alone. Naruto looked at the money in his hand, a bitter expression crossing his face. Even with funds, he needed to spend them judiciously. Those vendors, even if they accepted his coins, seldom provided quality goods. In fact, many would overcharge him, forcing him to subsist on instant noodles. I'll watch television and venture out later this evening. With resolve, Naruto resumed watching television. Dismissing the thought of meals for the moment, he had placed his last cup of noodles in the refrigerator and could manage a meager supper later on. Just as he prepared to rewatch Halloa, a new film graced the screen, igniting a wave of joy within him. Hong Mao and Lan Tu, the 7 heroes? He exclaimed. Wow, how cool and impressive. Initially thinking it was a tale about animals, he soon found it unfolding into a grand saga of the martial world, which moved him deeply. The following day, having stayed up late to finish watching Hong Mao and Lan Tu, Naruto dashed out the door, heading to a place he had long envisioned. It was a stretch of land resembling a reed marsh, where Naruto brandished a long stick, enthusiastically mimicking the various moves from the film, wreaking havoc amidst the reeds. I shall become a great hero, the hero Hong Mao, he declared. Evil black-hearted tiger, meet your doom. Uncertain whether fatigue from his escapades or the all-nighter had taken its toll, Naruto eventually returned home. In the entirety of Konohagakure, the only constant for Naruto was the disdainful gazes and slanderous remarks directed at him. However, he paid them no mind and quietly made his way home. Once again, he resorted to instant noodles for his meal, though this time he enhanced it with an egg, a kind gift tossed to him by a benevolent elderly woman. His fortunate prize. After eating, he collapsed into bed, oblivious to whether it was sheer exhaustion or the rare joy of the past 2 days that lulled him into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Naruto's every move through his crystal ball. Everything seemed acceptable, save for his worry about Naruto's poor habit of staying up late to watch television. At such a young age, he was already burning the midnight oil. What would become of him as he grew older? A new day dawned, and Naruto awoke from his dreams. Glancing at the clock, it was 5:30 in the morning. The sky was just beginning to brighten, while the village of Konohagakure remained shrouded in darkness, with a few exceptions. As the realization struck him, Naruto, without washing his face, donned a hoodie and sprinted towards a certain location in the village. The Konohagakure vegetable market was already bustling with early risers, eager to procure the freshest produce. Sleepy elderly men and women began to arrive, ready to shop for their morning meals. At the market entrance, Naruto lowered his head and ventured inside, his heart racing as he surveyed the rows of vegetables. An atmosphere thick with tension enveloped him, akin to a battle without smoke. I want this one. And that one too. All right, that will be 10 Rio. And this one, I want this too. Sure, 10 Rio. Give me a piece of that meat. How many pounds do you need? Just this whole piece. All right, that will be 666 Rio. Here you go. After perusing the market, Naruto successfully purchased vegetables and meat, laboriously carrying a chunk of meat nearly as large as himself, along with an assortment of vegetables, as he wobbled back home. Little one, do you need help carrying that? An elderly man asked. No, I can manage it myself. After all, I need to bring it home, Naruto replied, determined. As he passed by an elderly gentleman struggling to move forward, he felt this moment was precious and must not be squandered. Yet, an unexpected incident occurred. Just as Naruto exited the market, a figure collided with him, knocking him to the ground. Hey, isn't this the fox demon? Everyone come look. The fox demon is here buying groceries. A man who had knocked Naruto down began shouting, drawing the attention of many onlookers. How dare you knock down a child and still shout? Apologize at once. Exactly. You, an adult, have knocked over a child and continue to act brazenly. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Surrounding elderly men and women converged on the man, demanding he apologize, particularly one irate elder who wielded a cane vigorously. Faced with the mounting pressure, the man could only flee. On the ground, the tears that had been welling up in Naruto's eyes were forcefully repressed. Are you all right, dear? An elderly woman helped him up, gathering his fallen vegetables. Upon seeing the piece of meat, she smiled. Did you carry this by yourself? Thank you, Grandma. I can manage it, Naruto replied, bowing deeply to express his gratitude, just as he did for the other kind elderly people who had assisted him. Be careful on your way home. What a good child. At such a young age, going out to buy groceries, yet he has to endure bullying. I wonder how the security in Konohagakure has deteriorated to this extent. Among the crowd, only the elderly woman with white eyes gazed after Naruto as he departed, lost in thought. Upon returning home, Naruto hurriedly processed the vegetables and meat, storing them in the refrigerator. As he looked at the bounty in front of him, a smile spread across his face. Time for television. Time for television. Chapter 3. Over 2,000 episodes of films Lawn Mao's Mischief. 3,000 questions. Yay, a new film. I've decided I will watch this film to completion before sleeping. Upon discovering the new film, Naruto felt an overwhelming joy, even adding an extra large leaf of fresh vegetable to his breakfast. So this is the taste of fresh greens. As he savored his instant noodles while immersing himself in the new film, he experienced pure bliss. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, tensions ran high. Tobirama, your actions this time have gone too far. Hiruzen, everything I do is for the sake of Konohagakure. Just look at what has become of the Jinchuriki. Leave Naruto's matters to me, don't overreach. Remember, I am the Hokage. You will regret this. With a furious expression, Tobirama slammed the door behind him, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen with a grim countenance, contemplating ways to rein Tobirama in. However, when he retrieved the crystal ball to observe Naruto's actions, he found him once again engrossed in watching television, this time with a brand new program. Upon analysis, it appears that Naruto's ability resembles a unique summoning technique. According to the insights of his advisors, the seals on Naruto's body encompass various types, including the most enigmatic of them all, the Shiki Fuin. This situation is not entirely unexpected. However, this is not the time to dwell on such matters. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Naruto's state with a sense of exasperation, deciding to wait until Naruto had finished watching the film to provide some instructive guidance through example. Yet, the reality was that Blue Cat's Mischief, 3,000 questions spanned over 2,000 episodes. Naruto had stayed up for 3 consecutive days and nights, his eyes nearly unable to remain open, yet he persisted, proclaiming, I can't endure. I always keep my word. It's my ninja way. Boom. At last, Naruto could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the floor, drifting into slumber, while a wave of red chakra enveloped him, beginning to replenish his stamina. This scene startled the group of Umbu outside, prompting them to swiftly enter Naruto's residence alongside the sealing team, each assuming their respective roles. Whoosh! Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared. Lord Hokage, focus on your tasks. There's no need to concern yourselves with me. Understood. Once the sealing team resolved Naruto's issues, they reported back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, the Jinchuriki is unharmed. The recent leakage of tailed beast chakra has even restored his body, which had suffered from his prolonged wakefulness. One could say that chakra was specifically meant to heal the Jinchuriki. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. So, the Ninetales was aiding Naruto after all? Very well, you may all leave. Yes. The Umbu and sealing team withdrew, and Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples, feeling the need to compose himself. He hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. However, as he glanced at the television displaying a new episode, he discovered it had over 2,000 installments, leaving him momentarily speechless. It seemed he would have to monitor Naruto more frequently in the future. After confirming that Naruto was fine, he vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, within the sealing space, the Ninetales wore an expression of incredulity. Just moments ago, he sensed Naruto's precarious state, nearly leading to a fatal collapse. Can you believe that a Jinchuriki almost succumbed to such a fate? If this were to spread, it would surely be a source of mockery. At the same time, he had to admit that the episodes were quite entertaining. Without Naruto, he wouldn't have the opportunity to watch them. I'm doing this for myself. Oh. As for the orchestrator of all this chaos, he slept soundly, indulging in a slumber that lasted a full day and night. Upon finally rousing, Naruto felt his stomach protest. He rose from bed to retrieve a bottle of milk and a bowl of instant noodles from the refrigerator. This milk is delightful, unlike the previous one. I must buy this again next time. After finishing his meal, Naruto resumed watching television, as there were still over 2,000 episodes awaiting him. This viewing session extended for an entire month. Through Naruto's relentless dedication and Sarutobi Hiruzen's punctual supervision each evening, the series was finally completed. The moment Naruto finished, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a sigh of relief. He had never endured such torment. Daily, he dealt with various affairs in Konoha and ensured his timely presence at Naruto's home to enforce his bedtime. It seems I am getting old. With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, inexplicably yearning for a moment of genuine rest. On the other hand, Naruto's curiosity about the world around him had burgeoned, as Blue Cat's mischief. 3,000 questions had ignited a unique thirst for knowledge within him. What is this world like? The ninja world, ninjutsu, and technology. A multitude of thoughts flooded Naruto's mind, and one could say that a restless heart was beginning to awaken. Clap, clap, clap. Several books landed before Naruto, who gazed at them with wonder. Elementary mathematics. This is physics, humans, and nature. As he opened This is Physics, it felt as though a new door had swung wide open before him. In that moment, a radiant smile adorned Naruto's face, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing him through the crystal ball, also found himself smiling. The sight of Naruto beginning to learn nearly brought tears to his eyes. A month later, Naruto had absorbed the contents of the aforementioned books, yet his thirst for knowledge remained unquenched. Just as he pondered his next steps, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared, presenting Naruto with several scrolls and a book. Grandfather Third, if I finish these, may I come to you for more books? Of course, little Naruto. But you must read that book with utmost seriousness. Understood, Grandfather Third. After Sarutobi Hiruzen departed, Naruto eagerly unrolled the scrolls, which, as expected, contained the body flicker technique and chakra refinement method, while the book was titled Will of Fire. Naruto examined the ninjutsu and chakra refinement techniques, and in that moment, it felt as though another new world was unfolding before him. Time flew by, and soon it was New Year's. Upon hearing the sounds of fireworks outside his window, Naruto suddenly realized how swiftly time had passed. Is it New Year's already? Stepping outside, he marveled at the fireworks and the harmonious scenes of celebration surrounding him. Filled with envy, in the new year, I shall strive harder. With that, Naruto returned home, determined to treat himself to a splendid meal. Just as he prepared to cook, something fell from the sky, and to his astonishment, a new episode appeared on the previously silent television. Chapter 4, Chinese Cuisine. Chinese Little Chef? Naruto exclaimed with delight at the new show, feeling as though he had received a New Year's gift. Excitedly, he retrieved some ingredients from the refrigerator and set about preparing a lavish meal, a hearty stew, rich with meat and vegetables. a dish that required no special skill, yet was among the most delicious he could whip up. This time, he didn't merely set the table for one. He laid out 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Once the stew was ready, Naruto offered a bow to the empty space above him. Expressing gratitude for the care he had received during this time, "I invite you to partake in my stew. I shall begin." Instead of serving himself first, he filled the empty bowl, exclaiming how delicious the vegetables were and how tender the meat was. After he filled the empty bowl with an assortment of dishes, he finally began to savor his own meal. So fragrant, utterly exquisite. Though this dish is a bit pricey and hard to come by, Naruto feasted with abandon, his mouth watering and tears of joy welling up in his eyes. It had been far too long since he had enjoyed such delectable food, a luxury he had long desired. After finishing his meal and tidying up, he gazed at the remaining portion of food with a frown, realizing he would need to be more frugal in the future. Just as he was about to watch his film, several books tumbled from the sky. Picking one up, he discovered it was a cookbook titled Comprehensive Chinese Recipes. Flipping through its pages, Naruto felt as though he was once again introduced to a brand new world. As the book detailed the journey from novice to national banquet chef, featuring an array of dishes, including some that he found utterly fascinating. Incredible. I want to learn. However, feeling quite full, he decided to save it for tomorrow. Patting his belly, he reluctantly placed the book on a nearby shelf and resumed watching the episode. Wow, it glows. Wow, so delicious. Wow, a master chef. Wow, legendary kitchenware. Upon reaching the end, Naruto found himself perplexed, unsure of how he had managed to finish the entire narrative. What he did know, however, was that he was ravenously hungry, to the point where he felt he could devour an entire cow. Glancing out the window, he noticed it was already midnight. After a moment of hesitation, he performed several backflips and landed in the kitchen, ready to raid the refrigerator for various ingredients. Holding a piece of pork rib in one hand and some vegetables in the other, Naruto decided to follow the instructions from the Comprehensive Chinese Cookbook to the letter. The first step, pour in some oil. But alas, he had none. During his recent cooking endeavors, he had never needed oil. Had it not been for the cookbook, he would have remained oblivious to its necessity. Just as he scratched his head in confusion, several containers of peanut oil landed softly on the ground. Elated at this stroke of luck, Naruto immediately knelt and bowed to the ceiling in gratitude. However, he realized he still needed lard. How could he procure that? Once again, he found himself scratching his head, only to see a large lump of pig lard fall from above. Turning around, he exclaimed, "Wow, lard. The cookbook has instructions on how to render lard." Without further ado, young Naruto set to work, washing and slowly rendering the fat until it was completely dry of moisture. After what felt like an eternity of simmering, just as dawn was breaking, Naruto finally achieved a pot full of glistening lard. His heart swelled with joy as he gazed at the bounty before him. Taking a bite of the crispy residue, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness wash over him. It was simply divine. Remembering that the cookbook featured several dishes that utilized this residue, he quickly located the simplest recipe for crispy cauliflower. Yet, to his dismay, he realized he had no cauliflower at hand and had not even seen it at the market. Just as his spirits began to sink, a cauliflower suddenly plummeted onto his head. "I know I was wrong. I apologize," he shouted skyward, feeling as though the vegetable was reminding him of its existence. In that moment, as if responding to his apology, bottles of seasonings began to descend from above, landing gracefully on the kitchen counter. "Wow, thank you," Naruto exclaimed, not hesitating to get to work. Before long, he had produced a slightly overcooked stir-fry of crispy residue with greens, which he paired with the freshly cooked rice. Devouring 3 large bowls in one sitting. "Ribs, I've indulged in crispy residue today. You'll have to wait for next time." Patting his round belly, he returned the ingredients intended for braised ribs to the refrigerator and tidied up before slowly crawling into bed. As he gazed at the dawn breaking outside, he silently uttered, "Happy New Year." Meanwhile, 2 hours later in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was finally enjoying a rare moment of rest due to the New Year's festivities. However, upon receiving a report from the Umbu, he was struck by a toothache. This little Naruto, is he really so reclusive now? He used to at least venture out for groceries. Now he can summon food and even his recipes. He is going to become a hermit at this rate. Hiruzen sighed deeply, contemplating how to coax Naruto out of his home, for if this continued, the village would lose his presence entirely, a scenario that would be detrimental for everyone involved. As time flew by, evening approached. Naruto rose languidly from his bed, marveling at the evening glow. After rubbing his eyes and stretching, he washed up, opened the door, and declared, "Today is another vibrant day." With that, he closed the door, leaving passers-by astonished. Having already ventured out, Naruto planned to continue his film watching at home, but knew he needed to eat first. He recalled Hiruzen's advice to get out more. After all, he had just taken 5 steps outside before returning. Dismissing these thoughts, he prepared rice and then sautéed some crispy residue with meat, attempting to make braised ribs. "Let us dig in," he proclaimed, still embodying the spirit of a hearty eater. With his hunger satisfied, he resumed watching films, not encountering any new releases. Yet he remained engrossed in the ones available. Days passed, and on one particular day, while Naruto was experimenting with a new recipe, Hiruzen arrived. "Are you here to celebrate the new year, third Hokage?" Naruto asked as he opened the door, his heart swelling with joy to see the very person he longed to meet. "Celebrate the new year? Little Naruto, is this how one celebrates?" Hiruzen replied, glancing at the items he was carrying and then at Naruto. "You have a point." However, Hiruzen quickly remembered that it was unusual for elders to wish younger ones a happy new year, which only added to his toothache. At that moment, Naruto had already pulled him inside, eager to show off his culinary skills. "Today, you're in for a treat. I've prepared something delicious for you." Without giving Hiruzen a chance to speak, Naruto began bustling around the kitchen. "Well, I suppose I'll wait until he has finished to comment. But will I even want to eat whatever he makes?" Hiruzen pondered, recalling the shadows of past culinary disasters he had endured at Naruto's hands. Particularly the time he had unwittingly consumed a dish that contained a worm. "What aroma is that?" Hiruzen sniffed the air, astonished by the delightful scent wafting from the kitchen. Could it be that Naruto had finally found his culinary prowess? Quickly shaking off the thought, he dismissed the notion. If it were anyone else, perhaps, but not Naruto. Delicious," Hiruzen exclaimed, savoring the dishes Naruto had prepared, amazed by the flavors, none of which he had ever tasted before. "Delicious, right? You see, I'm really good at this." Naruto beamed, a crescent-shaped smile lighting up his face, basking in the praise of the Hokage. After finishing their meal, Hiruzen regarded Naruto thoughtfully. He was at a loss for words. If Naruto weren't the Jinchuriki, he could have a promising future under these circumstances. "What are you mumbling about, third Hokage?" Naruto inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity, having caught snippets of Hiruzen's musings. "Nothing much, just marveling at how you've already mastered cooking at such a young age." Hiruzen responded, ruffling Naruto's hair, feeling as though Naruto had grown taller since their last meeting. "Of course, this is just my experience talking." Observing Naruto's upright posture, Hiruzen felt a pang of discomfort, especially as he recalled Naruto's previous statement. How could he have any experience when he spent his days cooped up at home, eating, sleeping, and watching television? "Little Naruto, you should venture outside more and make friends, understand?" "Got it, third Hokage. Don't worry, I will go out." Seeing Naruto's earnest expression, Hiruzen sighed, having to leave after discussing a few matters, realizing he had many responsibilities awaiting him. "Going out now?" Naruto reminisced about the words spoken by Sarutobi Hiruzen just moments earlier. After a brief contemplation, he stepped outside, observing a group of children led by their families as they prepared to embark on their own adventures. A wave of melancholy washed over him at the sight, prompting him to glance back at his home, where the emptiness was palpable, revealing a sense of solitude in his eyes. "Perhaps a stroll would do me good," he mused, casually pulling the door shut behind him, donning the hood of his cloak, and stepping out into the world. The streets were bustling with life, brimming with people celebrating the new year, creating an atmosphere so vibrant that it felt as though the crowd might burst at the seams. Most were accompanied by loved ones, their faces alight with joy. Naruto found himself at a dango shop, timidly extending a small hand to offer the vendor a bill. "Young lad, you've given me too much," the vendor remarked. Even as Naruto savored his dango, having already wandered far from the shop, the vendor hurried after him, returning some change. "Remember to ask for the price before you purchase next time," he added, playfully pinching Naruto's chubby cheek before retreating to his stall. Feeling the warmth of the vendor's kindness, Naruto continued to devour his dango, tears of joy mingling with the sweetness of the treat. That evening, he traversed numerous places, acquiring various items and experiencing facets of life he had never encountered before. As night deepened, the bustling crowd began to disperse, each person heading homeward, while Naruto, after purchasing some takoyaki, also prepared to return. At that moment, an inexplicable sensation stirred within him, prompting his gaze to drift in a particular direction. His eyes met another pair, and for a fleeting moment, they exchanged a glance before both turned away in shyness. "Sasuke, what's wrong?" Itachi queried, observing his younger brother with a puzzled expression. Sasuke, caught off guard by his own bashfulness, replied, "It's nothing, I just want to eat that." "All right." Seeing his brother procure the desired food, he turned back, searching for the figure that had caught his attention. He was unsure why. But that brief exchange had sparked an unusual feeling within him. Could this be love? In that instant, none could fathom how Sasuke arrived at such a conclusion. If Itachi were to discover this train of thought, he would undoubtedly retort, "What a ridiculous notion." Meanwhile, Naruto was startled by his own interest in a young boy, a peculiar sensation he couldn't quite comprehend. He rubbed his head, perplexed as to why he felt a connection with someone so much younger than him. It seemed utterly illogical. Upon returning home, he faced a pressing dilemma. He was out of money. Gazing at his wallet, a frown creased his face, and then he turned to the bags of snacks beside him, a bitter expression settling in. Just today, his grandfather had gifted him his New Year's allowance, and it had already vanished. It seemed he needed to devise a way to earn some cash. Contemplating his options, he realized he possessed little in terms of skills, aside from his culinary abilities, which were not particularly suited for making money. For now, he could manage to cook for himself, but the prospect of earning was still far off. However, it dawned on him that perhaps he wouldn't need money right away. I can endure until next month, when my living expenses will be replenished, he reasoned. For now, I shall read and study. Learning brings me joy. Chapter 6. He is still a child. Time swiftly passed, and 2 weeks had elapsed. Naruto immersed himself in various studies, rarely stepping outside. During this period, the village had seen a decline in rumors regarding the fox spirit as life continued, and the villagers could not afford to dwell on such matters constantly. How fascinating, he exclaimed, perusing books such as middle school physics, middle school chemistry, and middle school biology. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming curiosity about the world around him. After finishing one book, he quietly began to work through 3-year mock exams, 5-year simulations, his earnest demeanor drawing glances from others. Yet, in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was as if he were irretrievably lost, akin to a heart that could not be revived even by the most potent of remedies. Studying is commendable, but might he not learn some ninjutsu? Hiruzen pondered, observing Naruto through the crystal ball. He was torn between amusement and concern, for under normal circumstances, Naruto should be mastering ninja techniques, yet here he was, engrossed in physics and chemistry, subjects of little relevance to a ninja's life. Is he perhaps aspiring to a career in research? This thought led him to reminisce about his once favored disciple, Orochimaru, but even Orochimaru had not exhibited such behavior in his youth. Should I find a teacher for Naruto? Hiruzen mused, frowning as he considered potential candidates. Kakashi? No, he had only recently emerged from his own shadows. Might Guy? Upon recalling that name, Hiruzen shook his head vigorously. The image of Naruto under Guy's tutelage was one he dared not imagine. Yet, he acknowledged that Might Guy possessed certain advantages. Perhaps he could even help to reform the Nine Tails. What madness! Such thoughts should not even cross my mind. Taking a few puffs from his pipe, Hiruzen sank into contemplation. Just as he was lost in thought, a knock came at the door. Enter. Grandfather Third. Naruto exclaimed upon entering. Little Naruto, what brings you here? Hiruzen asked, perplexed that Naruto had come to him while he was deep in thought about the boy. Grandfather Third, I wish to see some new books. Do you have any? Of course, how could there be none? Hiruzen replied, a smile spreading across his face. It was as if fate had delivered a pillow to a man in need of sleep. If Naruto was in his care, he could guide the boy to any book he wished. In the blink of an eye, Hiruzen appeared beside Naruto, and before the boy could react, they vanished from the Hokage's office. Here, feel free to browse. At that moment, they found themselves in a unique library. Not an ordinary one, but rather the Sarutobi clan's ancestral repository. The collection housed volumes that spanned the history of Konoha, representing years of accumulated knowledge. Wow, so many books! Naruto exclaimed, momentarily overwhelmed, his eyes sparkling with wonder. To him, this was a treasure trove. Take your time, little Naruto. I have matters to attend to. If you need assistance, ask someone. All right, Grandfather Third. Seeing Naruto lost in the sea of books, Hiruzen exited the library to attend to family affairs and reorganize matters concerning the Umbu. Once everything was set in order, he returned to his office. Under normal circumstances, this peaceful existence would continue uninterrupted, but a month later, on a curious afternoon, Hiruzen's curiosity about Naruto's activities prompted him to peer through the crystal ball. To his astonishment, he witnessed Naruto attempting to repair a television set at home. No, rather, he was dismantling it. Where does this screw belong? Naruto pondered, scratching his head as he stared at the extra screw in his hand, utterly bewildered. He had clearly assembled it correctly, so how could there be an extra piece? Could I have made a mistake? No, I must take it apart to investigate. Contemplating for a moment, Naruto disassembled the newly installed television to investigate the source of the malfunction. Behind him stood 2 members of the Sarutobi family, their expressions devoid of hope. The television had been purchased just a few days prior by the couple, yet it fell victim to Naruto's meddling. Most troubling was their awareness of Naruto's identity and the directives given by Hiruzen's Sarutobi, rendering them unable to express their frustrations. They could only endure Naruto's reckless antics. Initially, Naruto had merely intended to check on the television's somewhat poor signal, never anticipating that he would dismantle it entirely, leaving the couple in stunned silence. Even as novices, they believed that signal issues should be linked to the antenna, not the television itself. After much searching, Naruto finally located the errant screw and reattached it, restoring the television to a seemingly new condition. "Ah, there's an extra speaker," Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, holding out a speaker to Naruto, his gaze filled with resignation. Upon seeing the speaker in Hiruzen's hand and glancing back at the television, Naruto was suddenly startled. "Oh dear, I'll fix this right away." More than 10 minutes later, Naruto found himself pondering over a stray wire in his hand. As night fell, he departed, leaving the Sarutobi couple seated before Hiruzen's Sarutobi. "Hiruzen, I apologize for the trouble Naruto has caused you, but he is merely a child. Please bear with him." "Lord Hiruzen, it's no trouble at all. It's just that all our appliances have been thoroughly wrecked." At that moment, the atmosphere grew eerily quiet, and the refrigerator, seemingly responding to Hiruzen's lament, had its door fall off, fortunately held in place by a remaining screw, preventing it from crashing to the floor. "By the way, Lord Hiruzen, it seems Naruto has also visited your residence." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's Sarutobi vanished in an instant, his demeanor suggesting a sense of urgency. Meanwhile, at his home, Hiruzen's Sarutobi gazed at the television, particularly the note affixed to it. A sense of foreboding washed over him. This television was his wife's most cherished possession, a token of her memory. "Grandfather, I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean to. Rest assured, in 2.5 years, or perhaps just 6 months, I will fix it." Upon reading the note, Hiruzen glanced around, noting no apparent discrepancies. However, as he tore the note from the television, he inadvertently pulled the screen off as well. Had he not reacted quickly, the display would have plummeted to the ground. Observing the internal state of the television, Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. Goodness. Chapter 7. Repairing the television and refrigerator at Naruto's home. It seemed as though all the appliances trembled in fear, particularly as they beheld the large wrench and multifunctional screwdriver in his hands. If these devices had consciousness, they would surely be quaking in terror. Naruto gestured dramatically, then picked up a book titled The Journey of Repairing Appliances to a Starship, from which he had learned all his repair skills. This book was more alluring to him than anything else. After all, which man wouldn't dream of crafting a starship with his own hands? Although Naruto didn't entirely comprehend what a starship entailed, the illustrations within the book were undeniably captivating, exuding a futuristic allure that was simply irresistible. "Oh, I can't go to grandfather's home now. How frustrating." Naruto sighed, reclining in despair. Just moments ago, he was capable of repairing televisions and refrigerators. Yet now he felt utterly incapable. After a brief contemplation, he stood and approached the refrigerator, intending to grab a box of milk. However, upon opening it, he discovered a mere smattering of ingredients, a few scallions and some chilies, hardly enough to sustain him. At this sight, Naruto's eyes lit up as if he had stumbled upon a new toy. Without a second thought, he eagerly began to dismantle his own refrigerator. Before long, he had completely disassembled it, engrossed in fervent research. After several days of investigation, he successfully reassembled the refrigerator without any errors. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Naruto rejoiced. "I've done it. This is but a small step for me, Uzumaki Naruto, yet a monumental leap for the ninja world." Elated by his success, Naruto treated himself to a delightful meal. With the refrigerator repaired, his attention then shifted to the LCD television, his gaze brimming with desire. Just then, as if sensing Naruto's mischievous intentions, the LCD television powered on automatically, showcasing 2 new films, Doraemon and Mobile Suit Gundam. Naruto's excitement surged. Moments ago, he had dismissed the thought of dismantling the LCD television, recognizing that its technological sophistication far surpassed that of the old bulky models. He knew that if he disassembled it, he would never manage to reassemble it correctly. However, the prospect of viewing new films was a delightful surprise. At that moment, Naruto found a new objective, a small one, to watch both Doraemon and Mobile Suit Gundam. Yet, recalling his earlier experiences, he decided to assess the situation first. If the episodes were few, it might still be feasible. Upon checking the episode count, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't committed to a target, as Doraemon had an overwhelming number of episodes, while Mobile Suit Gundam was comparatively manageable. After a moment's deliberation, he resolved to start with Doraemon. given its extensive episode list. Thus began a binge-watching marathon that lasted nearly half a month, though this was aided by the relatively shorter episode count of Doraemon. Upon finishing the series, Naruto gained a newfound understanding of technology, marveling at the seemingly fantastical gadgets within Doraemon, which defied conventional explanation. Oh, how I wish I could possess those gadgets. Naruto mused, acutely aware of their impossibility, yet who wouldn't he desire such wonders? Particularly a robotic cat like Doraemon, which would provide him companionship. This thought plunged him into a moment of solitude. Oh well, perhaps it's not so bad. At least I can learn something. I still have Mobile Suit Gundam to watch. Encouraging himself, he began the next film, becoming increasingly captivated by the mechs displayed on screen, his eyes widening in awe. So impressive, so massive, so powerful. Is this what a mech looks like? I want one. From that moment on, Naruto became infatuated, neglecting food and drink, fixated solely on acquiring a mech of his own. As the obsession lingered, it took 3 viewings of Mobile Suit Gundam before he began to regain his composure. Standing before the mirror, he gazed at his reflection. Uzumaki Naruto, you can achieve your mech dream. He had sought a mech from the mysterious entity above, but all that responded was a mere 20-centimeter toy, prompting him to abandon such unrealistic aspirations. It was reminiscent of the time he longed for food but only received raw ingredients, forcing him to prepare everything himself. With his dreams dashed, night fell, and Naruto began drafting a detailed plan for constructing a mech, meticulously outlining each step of the process. The following morning, Naruto donned a fresh outfit, gripping a toolbox in his left hand while holding a horn that had just fallen from the sky in his right. He was ready to repair televisions, refrigerators, and various household appliances. Offering affordable prices and a guarantee of no charge if the repairs were unsuccessful, he emerged as a small figure on the street, with the horn hanging from his person. Many who initially regarded Naruto with skepticism, doubting the capabilities of such a young child, were soon swayed by his assurance of no payment if the repairs were not satisfactory. They began to realize that even children could possess remarkable skills in the art of repair. As some individuals approached Naruto for assistance, he showcased his ability to mend refrigerators. Though televisions required a bit of improvisation, and other devices often remained as they were after his attempts. While some began to voice their dissatisfaction with Naruto's repair skills, they were ultimately moved by his unwavering spirit. After all, it was rare for a tradesman to work tirelessly, braving the elements without a single day off, to repair appliances. Most importantly, Naruto consistently succeeded in restoring these devices, often enhancing them in the process, albeit at the cost of some unconventional appearances. However, with Naruto's policy of no charge for his services, such concerns seemed trivial. Over the course of 6 months, Naruto's repair skills garnered recognition from numerous households in Konoha, as he built his reputation on the promise of no payment for failed repairs, coupled with diligent follow-ups until success was achieved. His unique upgrades, though sometimes eccentric in design, proved to be quite functional. This state of affairs continued until a root ninja, masquerading as an ordinary citizen, approached him. "Are you the owner of the small Naruto repair shop?" "Yes, that would be me," Naruto replied, curiously munching on a skewer of candied fruit while eyeing the root ninja, who seemed vaguely familiar. "I have an appliance that requires repair. Please follow me." "Certainly. Just give me a moment to gather my tools." Naruto responded eagerly as he prepared his toolbox. Once ready, he slung the bag over his shoulder and followed the root ninja. Chapter 8, Laboratory 0. Danzo, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Yamato, you are far too lenient. Just look at how the Jinchuriki has deteriorated. Danzo, mind your language. Yamato, I am deeply disappointed. I never imagined you would become so timid. Remember, I am the Hokage. You will come to regret this. This classic scene unfolded once more, but this time within the confines of the root base. Danzo, glaring at Kakashi and Guy, who followed Sarutobi Yamato, was consumed by fury. Had he not dispatched most of his key members, he would not have found himself in such a predicament, especially with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki already in his grasp, only to have it slip away again. Danzo, hand over Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki? No. Danzo turned to survey the area, realizing with incredulity that Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Sir, it seems the Jinchuriki has headed towards Laboratory 0. Really? Both Danzo and Sarutobi Yamato exclaimed in unison. Taken aback, how had Naruto made his way to Laboratory 0? This location, once Orochimaru's laboratory, had fallen into disrepair after the events surrounding him, eventually transforming into a storage facility for scientific equipment. It can't be. Danzo felt an ominous premonition and hastened toward Laboratory 0, moving with the swiftness of youth. Following closely behind were Sarutobi Yamato and the others, a smirk playing at the corners of Yamato's lips. Well done, little Naruto. Ah, I will kill you. Before Laboratory Zero. Upon hearing Danzo's furious shout, Sarutobi Yamato exchanged glances with Kakashi and Guy, and in an instant, they vanished. Bandaged uncle, I didn't mean to, Naruto exclaimed, glancing nervously at the furious man before him. He had merely disassembled the equipment to examine it, and he had put everything back together, after all. His skills were quite advanced now. Previously, he had been brought to this place, where he encountered the bandaged man and others. And just as he feared he was being kidnapped, his grandfather, the third Hokage, arrived. During their conversation, Naruto learned of the unique relationship between the two men, but it bore no significance to him. All he wanted was to leave as quickly as possible. Yet, as the two engaged in a standoff and discussion that stretched on for nearly half an hour, Naruto found himself nearly dozing off in a corner. But was Naruto the type to remain complacent? Clearly not. Seizing an opportunity, he made his escape and began wandering the route base, exploring the intriguing surroundings. Meanwhile, with most ninjas dispatched to assist Danzo, Naruto strolled leisurely to Laboratory Zero. Before even entering, he caught a whiff of the equipment, and upon opening the password-protected door, he discovered a plethora of dusty instruments. Unable to resist, he began cleaning the dust away. Ugh! Danzo, upon spotting Kakashi and Guy, had to swallow his frustration. At least the equipment was unharmed. Danzo, why are you so agitated? You summoned Naruto to repair these devices, did you not? What? Are you having second thoughts about compensating him? Danzo, puzzled by Sarutobi Yamato's words, wondered what he was implying, especially in front of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Surely, he had ulterior motives. Before Danzo could respond, Yamato continued, Naruto, this gentleman's payment to you is to choose a few items from this collection. Really, Grandpa Third? Indeed, Yamato confirmed. Naruto's face lit up at the prospect, and he eagerly began rummaging through the assortment of unfamiliar instruments, which seemed like treasure to him. He hoped to return multiple times. After a while, he selected a particularly sophisticated device and exclaimed, I want this one. Seeing the heart rate monitor in Naruto's hands, Yamato couldn't help but commend his keen eye, recognizing the device's value, especially as it was among the few that Naruto could easily carry. Humph. Just take your pick and be on your way. Danzo grumbled, not because he was reluctant to part with the instrument, but because he couldn't tolerate Yamato's smug demeanor. To him, ever since Orochimaru's departure, these instruments had become nothing more than scrap metal. By the way, Danzo, I haven't yet settled the score from our last encounter. Since these instruments are merely gathering dust here, I'll have them taken away. Yamato waved his hand, and the surrounding umbu began to move, hastily collecting various instruments. Their intentions as clear as day. Yamato, this is excessive. Danzo, remember your place. Our previous account has yet to be settled, not to mention Naruto's situation. Yamato's eyes glinted dangerously. Danzo had indeed overstepped his bounds, and had he not kept a tight rein on matters, who knew what might have befallen Danzo? Humph. Danzo understood the implications of Yamato's words. With no other option, he chose to distance himself from the situation, exiting Laboratory Zero without further ado. As Yamato watched him go, a slight smile graced his lips, and he couldn't help but reflect, old man, it seems this time victory is mine. In a warehouse within the Hidden Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed as various instruments were being stored. After reviewing the equipment list, he dispatched it for other departments to request any necessary instruments. Yes, he affirmed. However, he soon pondered, where is Uzumaki Naruto? It suddenly struck him that Naruto was meant to be the focus of the day. Yet he found no trace of the boy around him. Lord Hokage, the Jinchuriki has already returned home, an umbu member reported. Hiruzen shook his head in dismay. That young Naruto had not even bothered to say a word of farewell. Keep a close watch on the Jinchuriki's whereabouts. I do not wish to see him appearing elsewhere. He commanded. Yes. Returning to the Hokage's office, Hiruzen contemplated a more pressing concern. Would Naruto be at home for the next 10 days or so? Alas, his suspicions were confirmed. Naruto remained at home for a whole month, hardly stepping outside as he tinkered with the newly acquired heart rate monitor, a piece of high-tech equipment he had never before disassembled. Each component held an irresistible allure for him. It was a day filled with joy. The sun shone brightly as Naruto finally ventured outside, this time dragging a cart behind him, accompanied by a loudspeaker. We collect broken refrigerators, broken televisions, we repair. We fix refrigerators and televisions. This time, Naruto was not merely engaged in repairs. He aimed primarily to collect broken electrical appliances. This endeavor surprised many, as they had never encountered someone collecting such items before. Young man, how much do you pay for these? One elderly woman inquired. Grandma, I don't have much money to offer, And it will depend on the value of the items, Naruto replied. That's all right, as long as there is some money involved. For these elderly individuals, the useless appliances cluttering their homes were worth selling, as they would eventually need to be discarded anyway. Thus, Naruto's presence felt like a blessing, bringing them a financial boon. In truth, Naruto had done his homework. These discarded appliances could be recycled, but the logistics were too cumbersome, and the pricing was unfavorable. With Naruto's initiative, it was a fortuitous arrangement for them. Not long after, Naruto's cart was brimming with items. Even as he depleted his funds to purchase them, gazing at the cart full of appliances, Naruto felt a surge of excitement. This was his first step toward operating a mech. As onlookers watched Naruto pull away with his cart, they found themselves lost in contemplation. What had the Jinchuriki experienced over the years? Chapter 9, 24-Hour Comprehensive Learning. Autumn had passed, and winter had arrived, enveloping the Hidden Leaf Village in a crisp chill. In a corner of the village, a shop was filled with patrons. Little Naruto, 1 order of egg fried rice. Little Naruto, 1 serving of shredded pork with green peppers. Little Naruto, bring me boiled beef. The surrounding diners began placing their orders, and Naruto entered a flurry of activity, his deftness at flipping the wok displaying a professional flair. Here you go, uncle, your shredded pork with green peppers. Here you go, sister, this is the egg fried rice. The boiled beef will be ready shortly, just a moment. Grandpa. Nearby, the Umbu members taking notes were nearly overwhelmed, struggling to keep pace with the booming business of the restaurant run by the Jinchuriki. Most remarkably, under Naruto's selfless sharing of recipes, the street had transformed into a bustling food market. Moreover, it was incredibly lucrative. They calculated that last month, Naruto had earned nearly 1.5 million ryo, making him the youngest taxpayer in the village's history, and he did so through his own merit. They also learned that Naruto possessed a unique summoning technique with minimal costs, yielding nearly pure profit. In that moment, many began to reconsider their aspirations to become ninjas, sensing that this was a far more lucrative profession. Of course, they felt no envy. After all, Naruto earned his success through hard work. Given his stamina, even at age 5, few could match his vigor. He would toil tirelessly one day and awaken the next, full of energy, an almost unnatural phenomenon. In the shinobi world, one must be open-minded. If others could become elite jounin at a young age, why could Naruto not rise as a distinguished merchant at 5? As night descended, after a day of labor, Naruto finally found respite. Yet, as he settled down, the night market commenced. This was a rule he had set for himself, to close the shop at night and return home to work on his mech. To his surprise, business had flourished beyond his expectations. Come and try the egg fried rice, just like little Naruto makes. Only 20 ryo for a full meal. Little Naruto's shredded pork with green peppers is absolutely delicious. On the roadside, many began to shout, all related to Naruto, who had earned the title of the Hidden Leaf's little culinary deity. Still, Naruto preferred to be called a master chef. Upon returning home, Naruto quickly washed up and entered a special room filled with various wires and gadgets, a chaotic yet intriguing space. On the table lay an iron gauntlet connected to an array of wires. Naruto approached the desk, organized his materials, and began recording in a notebook. Iron Gauntlet Experiment No. 13. Assessing Adaptability, commencing. After donning the gauntlet and configuring it, he swung his right hand towards a specialized instrument nearby. Boom. 200 kilograms. An increase of 50 kg from last time, with a 3 reduction in energy usage, quite satisfactory. Naruto felt pleased with the data, sensing he was one step closer to operating his mech. Outside, an Umbu member, armed with binoculars, frantically documented the scene, silently exclaiming how impressive it was. With a sigh of relief, Naruto did not return to his bedroom, but rather laid back in his chair and fell asleep, accustomed to such slumber. Hours passed, and Naruto awoke, disoriented. Where am I? He wondered, surveying his surroundings, realizing he was in a damp, cave-like space with water pooling on the ground. With no other choice, he attempted to call out, "Flashlight." As if by magic, a flashlight fell from above, which he caught deftly, then began to explore the area ahead. Not far along, he stumbled upon an enormous iron door. Why is there an iron door here? Just as he was contemplating this, a massive fox head emerged before him, baring its teeth. The Ninetales, upon seeing Naruto, felt a surge of irritation. This boy had tormented him daily since their last close encounter, particularly in recent times, when Naruto seemed to neglect his own well-being entirely. The Ninetales distinctly remembered how Naruto would start his day at the restaurant at 8 in the morning, return home at 5 in the afternoon, and think that was the end of it. After a brief hour for meals, he would then work relentlessly from 6 in the evening until 5 the next morning. The Ninetales had never seen anyone work as tirelessly as Naruto. Were it not for his chakra continuously mending Naruto's body, he shuddered to think how many times Naruto would have perished. Yet, Naruto persisted in this grueling routine. Hey, come here. The Nine-Tails voice snapped Naruto from his daze, and he began to understand why some referred to it as a fox demon. It was indeed related to the imposing creature before him. What do you want, big fox? Naruto stood beneath the ceiling gate, gazing upward at the Nine-Tails within, inexplicably struck by an urge to pet the creature. You little brat, abandon that despicable thought, roared the Nine-Tails, having sensed an ill intent emanating from Naruto. The force of the roar swept back Naruto's hair, yet it was of no concern to him. What do you want from me, big fox? You brat, open this cage. Upon hearing the Nine-Tails' menacing words, Naruto fell into contemplation, then regarded the beast with an expression akin to pity. Big fox, do you take me for a fool? There's a reason you're confined here. Do I look like someone who would release you? Roar. One day, I will kill you. The Nine-Tails seethed with impotent rage, longing to annihilate Naruto. Yet reduced to a prisoner, all it could do was roar. However, Naruto was different. After surveying the Nine-Tails and his surroundings, he inquired, Big Fox, how do I get out? The Nine-Tails offered no response, merely glaring fiercely at Naruto, exuding a palpable aura of hostility that began to gnaw at Naruto's nerves. Feeling uncomfortable, Naruto diverted his attention, and, remarkably, the Nine-Tails' oppressive aura began to dissipate. But was this all Naruto sought? Certainly not. He, Uzumaki Naruto, aspired to pilot a mech. With a shift in thought, a desk appeared, accompanied by a lamp, a chair, and various study materials. Thus, Naruto commenced his studies. Having fallen behind due to his busy schedule, he silently opened a textbook on high school physics and entered a state of focused learning. Witnessing this, the Nine-Tails was engulfed in a flurry of expletives in its mind. You come to a ceiling space to study, do you? Even more infuriatingly, the Nine-Tails discovered it could not forcibly eject Naruto from the ceiling space, leaving it feeling as if it had swallowed something foul. The following day, Naruto awoke from his slumber, surveying the familiar surroundings and reflecting on the previous night's events with a puzzled expression. Forget it, there are more pressing matters at hand. Thus began Naruto's relentless 24-hour routine, where, after his daytime endeavors, he would continue studying within the ceiling space, becoming a paragon in the realm of academia. Unmatched by any. Initially, the Nine-Tails grumbled incessantly, but gradually, it became numb to the sight of Naruto, who seemed to live solely for his studies. This sentiment resonated deeply with Sarutobi Hiruzen, who found each check on Naruto's progress akin to battling his own heart. Just a little longer. Soon Naruto will be 6 and can enroll in the Ninja Academy. As Hiruzen contemplated, he faltered, wishing to bind Naruto with schoolwork to encourage him to invest effort in ninjutsu. Yet, recalling Naruto's current habits, he feared Naruto might perceive the homework as insufficient. What a predicament! As the new year approached, heavy snow blanketed Konoha in a pristine white. Naruto, having exhausted his electronic device, began collecting discarded appliances around the village. As he pulled his small cart, just after finishing with one household, he heard a peculiar sound not far off. Monster! Wide-eyed freak! You're just a weirdo. Chapter 10, Hinata's Encounter with Naruto. Following the direction of the voice, Naruto sprinted toward the source, and before long, he stumbled upon 3 boys bullying a little girl, who stood helplessly in the center. Just as Naruto was about to intervene, the girl turned, and the boys tugged at her scarf, revealing her face to Naruto. Her white eyes, was she related to that grandmother? The sight of those eyes brought back memories of the market incident, which he had yet to forget. Let go of that girl. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto charged at the 3 boys. They were taken aback by his sudden arrival, surprised to find a potential ally in this confrontation. A monster's ally? Isn't that still a monster? They laughed. I remember now, this guy was also called a monster. Something about being a fox spirit. Fox spirit, white-eyed freak. You two are a match made in heaven. The boys began to mock Naruto and the girl, particularly irritated by the sight of Naruto shielding her behind him, as if casting them in the role of the villains in a hero's tale. Get him! The 3 boys charged, eager to teach Naruto a lesson. However, as they shoved him, something clattered to the ground. Spotting a wrench, Naruto quickly picked it up and declared, I collect scrap electronics. Carrying a wrench is perfectly normal. The boys were startled. This was no ordinary person. Wait, we'll be back, they shouted, hastily retreating, realizing that provoking someone armed was unwise, leaving behind a few parting threats. Once the boys had fled, Naruto turned to the girl. It's all right, they're gone. Where do you live? I'll escort you home. Thus, Naruto led the way, pulling his cart alongside the girl. As they walked, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, their footprints trailing behind them in the softening snow. After a while, Naruto suddenly remembered an important detail. I forgot to ask where your house is. He had been so lost in thought, while pulling the girl along, that he didn't notice they had arrived at his own building. The girl, meanwhile, blushed deeply, allowing him to hold her hand, momentarily forgetting to mention her own home. "BRR, it's cold. Come inside. I'll whip up something delicious for you." Glancing at the increasingly heavy snowfall, Naruto realized it would be difficult to find anyone in this weather. "We can wait until the snow lightens before I take you home. By the way, I still don't know your name." "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, a man destined to become a mech pilot." "Hyuga Hinata." "Hinata? Why are you speaking so softly? Be bold. There's no need to be afraid. Just treat this place like your own home." Naruto patted Hinata's shoulder, then set about finding her a chair to sit on before bustling into the kitchen. Hinata gazed at the small delicacies on the table, unable to suppress her curiosity as her mouth watered, yet her upbringing kept her demeanor composed. "It smells wonderful." Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, causing Hinata's cheeks to flush with hunger. "This is my first time visiting Naruto-kun's home, and yet," she muttered, covering her face in embarrassment. As the delicious scent intensified, Hinata occasionally glanced toward the kitchen, but Naruto's figure remained elusive. "Just a small piece." She picked up a treat from the table and took dainty bites. So delicious. Hinata thought this was the best snack she had ever tasted, crispy, fragrant, beyond words to describe. Gradually, the treats on the table vanished, and when she realized it, her face turned crimson. "What if Naruto-kun wants some, and I've eaten it all?" Hinata felt flustered and anxious, believing herself responsible for the situation. At that moment, Naruto presented a copper hot pot. "Come on, Hinata, step aside. I'll set up the hot pot first. I must say, it's your first time enjoying hot pot, and in this winter chill, nothing quite compares to it." He placed the copper pot carefully and returned to the kitchen, emerging shortly with an array of ingredients. Before long, the table was laden with a bountiful assortment of dishes. Some were ready to eat, while others required a bit of cooking. Naruto prepared bowls and chopsticks for Hinata, even thoughtfully creating a dipping sauce, guiding her on how to savor certain dishes. "Is it delicious?" He couldn't help but inquire as he watched Hinata take a bite, feeling a budding anticipation as it was his first time cooking hot pot. "It's delightful." Hinata's words were heartfelt. The hot pot was truly exquisite, especially as it allowed her to taste a variety of ingredients, a sheer delight beyond measure. "Then eat more. Try this. It's fish balls that I made myself, utterly delicious. And this is shrimp paste." Naruto relished the moment, his heart swelling with joy as he shared the meal with someone, gradually alleviating the loneliness that had once enveloped him. As for Hinata, she was too engrossed in her meal to notice anything else. Gradually, Naruto observed a curious phenomenon. Hinata was still eating. He prided himself on his appetite. Yet he realized that Hinata was outpacing him. One of her portions seemed to equal 3 of his. From the beginning to now, she had not paused, except for a brief moment, to sip 2 bowls of soup due to the food still cooking. Noticing Naruto's gaze, Hinata quickly lowered her head. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I've eaten too much." "What's the matter? Being able to eat is a blessing. I may not have much, but I have plenty of food. Don't hold back. If you're still hungry, just wait." Naruto had no complaints. For a chef, the greatest acknowledgement of his culinary skills was the enjoyment of his food. Hinata, puzzled at Naruto's return to the kitchen, wondered if he intended to prepare more dishes. "Naruto-kun, I've had enough. No need for more," she protested, standing up to head toward the kitchen, worried he hadn't heard her. As she reached the kitchen door, an enticing aroma wafted toward her. And the moment it reached her nostrils, it felt as if she were swimming in the ocean, her spirit soaring as if she were running on a beach, with Naruto's playful figure beside her. Imagining this scene made Hinata's cheeks flush, resembling a ripe peach ready for harvest. "Hinata, what's wrong?" "Oh, try my golden fried rice." Chapter 11, Golden Fried Rice. Golden fried rice. Hinata expressed her confusion upon hearing the name. She pondered why it needed a special title, as if it were something grand. Moreover, it had a lid. Was there a surprise waiting? Naruto, instead of removing the lid, carried the dish to the table. "Hinata, you unveil it. Today, I'll show you what the best fried rice looks like." With anticipation in her heart, Hinata slowly lifted the lid from the golden fried rice. Whoosh! The moment the lid was removed, a brilliant gleam erupted, accompanied by a gust of steam that tousled Hinata's hair, sending it swirling in the air. After a few seconds, the light subdued, but a fragrant mist enveloped her. "Wow, it smells amazing." Taking a deep breath, Hinata felt as if her entire being had transcended. The aroma surged through her mind. "Naruto-kun, can I eat this?" Hinata gazed at the golden fried rice with trepidation, her eyes filled with longing. "Of course. It's made for you, so go ahead." In this moment, Naruto looked at Hinata with eager anticipation, for this was his second attempt at golden fried rice. The first was merely for his own tasting in the ceiling space. He was uncertain how it would fare in the real world. With her cheeks flushed, Hinata was entranced by the aroma and instinctively picked up a spoon to taste the golden fried rice. The moment it touched her palate, she felt a mysterious energy coursing through her, washing over her body, each wave elevating her sensations. Her chakra beginning to resonate, as if it were cycling in harmony with the delectable flavor. Suddenly, Hinata realized she was still in Naruto's home and felt a surge of embarrassment. Naruto-kun, I apologize for my lack of decorum. Naruto chuckled, as long as you enjoy it. He too felt a surge of happiness, but upon noticing that Hinata had already finished the golden fried rice, an idea struck him. Wait a moment, I'll make you more. No need, Naruto-kun, I'm full. Yet despite Hinata's protests, Naruto continued to prepare another serving of golden fried rice, and to him, Hinata appeared adorably bashful. Before long, a fresh portion was ready, which Naruto served to Hinata. She said nothing, merely blushing as she slowly enjoyed her meal. This delightful scene persisted until nearly midnight. When Hinata finally felt satiated and leisurely sipped her tea. Is it already this late? Naruto quickly stepped outside, only to discover that a heavy snowfall had begun, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Hinata, why don't you stay the night? In an instant, Hinata turned into a blushing steam spirit, too shy to meet Naruto's gaze. Just as Naruto wore a puzzled expression, a voice emerged from beside him. No need. Miss Hinata will return home to rest. Thank you for your hospitality today. Naruto turned to see an adult with eyes similar to Hinata's. Instantly, he felt a surge of caution. Hinata, do you know this person? If not, I'll take you to find the third Hokage. Naruto-kun, I know him. Thank you for your hospitality. I must return home now. Hinata rose gracefully, bowing deeply to Naruto in gratitude. Since you know him, that's fine. Please come again next time. Naruto refrained from insisting she stay, realizing the implications of a girl remaining alone in his home would tarnish her reputation. I understand, Naruto-kun. As Hinata departed alongside the man, Naruto prepared to close the door once the snowstorm concealed their figures. On the streets of Konoha, Hinata glanced at her clan member. Dindo, what happened to your face? Lady Hinata, I merely fell. It's nothing. Upon hearing Dindo's response, Hinata wore a skeptical expression, recognizing that he didn't appear to have merely fallen. Rather, it seemed he had been in a scuffle. However, she chose not to pry, understanding that some matters are wiser left unexamined. Meanwhile, Dindo silently vowed, Umbu, just you wait. You promised not to strike my face. Ouch, that hurts. On the other hand, as Naruto was tidying up the dishes in preparation for bed, a knock echoed at the door. Coming. Upon opening the door, he found Sarutobi Hiruzen, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. What's wrong, little Naruto? Am I not welcome? Sarutobi Hiruzen noted Naruto's expression and felt a pang of concern. It had only been a short while, and already Naruto seemed smitten with that Hyuga girl. Truly, the hero struggles against the allure of beauty. Of course not. But, third Hokage, why are you here so late? Little Naruto, I've heard that your fried rice is exceptionally delicious. Grandfather is quite hungry and wishes to indulge in a bite. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated his intentions directly. Knowing Naruto as he did, he preferred to be straightforward rather than risk getting entangled in unnecessary complications. Golden egg fried rice. No problem, I shall prepare it right away. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto turned and entered the kitchen, bustling with activity. Before long, a bowl of freshly made golden egg fried rice emerged. Upon seeing the dish before him, Hiruzen wasted no time. He lifted the lid, and a radiant glow burst forth, almost blinding him. As the brilliance faded, the tantalizing aroma of the fried rice wafted through the air, leaving Hiruzen astounded. To him, it transcended the realm of ordinary meals in a more primitive village. Naruto would surely be revered as a deity for such culinary prowess. As a spoonful of fried rice entered his mouth, Hiruzen's eyes widened in surprise. And he turned to Naruto. Naruto, has anyone else tasted this fried rice? Apart from Hinata, just myself. Grandfather, you're the third to enjoy it. Isn't that quite an honor? At this moment, Naruto mistakenly believed that Hiruzen was merely complimenting his cooking, and he beamed with pride. Hiruzen said nothing further, taking another bite, his expression betraying awe, though he quickly composed himself to appear like an ordinary diner. Once he finished, Hiruzen wiped his mouth and, with utmost seriousness, addressed Naruto. Little Naruto, this golden egg fried rice cannot be sold or shared casually. Do you understand? Naruto scratched his head, perplexed. Oh, little Naruto. Not only does this golden egg fried rice enhance chakra, but it also regulates the flow of chakra pathways, allowing for smoother chakra usage. Is that so? Grandfather. Isn't that a good thing? Upon hearing this, Hiruzen paused, then rose to pat Naruto's head. Little Naruto, this ability is remarkable, but do you possess the means to protect it? Do you understand the potential consequences should others discover this ability of yours? Remembering a film he had once seen, Naruto understood. I see, grandfather. From now on, I will only prepare this for those who are important to me. Good. Chapter 12. Naruto's Hot Pot Restaurant Crackle. The sound of firecrackers erupted, accompanied by a ribbon-cutting ceremony to celebrate the opening of Naruto's Hot Pot Restaurant. Numerous vendors spontaneously gathered to offer their congratulations, primarily eager to learn culinary skills from him. With just a smattering of knowledge, they envisioned opening their own establishments to earn a living. In this regard, Naruto had no objections. He actively taught them various recipes, and the vendors regarded him as a master. Someone once asked Naruto if he feared teaching his apprentices would lead to his own downfall. He replied, as long as everyone can earn a living, it's a good thing. As for the rest, he showcased his knife skills and frying techniques, leaving everyone in awe. His knife skills were so precise that one could see moonlight through a slice of radish, achieving a thinness as delicate as a cicada's wing, a concept they had previously thought merely metaphorical, now manifested in reality. However, it was his frying technique that truly left them astonished. Typically, one would not notice much. But once Naruto explained the importance of even heat distribution for every strip of bell pepper and meat, they collectively exclaimed, "We can't match that." On the opening day, the Hot Pot restaurant offered an 80% discount, and the first 50 patrons received 3 free bottles of rice wine. Naruto's announcement snapped everyone back to reality, and they hurried inside to sample the fare. In stark contrast to Naruto's joy, Hiruzen in the Hokage office clutched his chest, lamenting how little Naruto was straying further from the path of the Jinchuriki. Despite his words, Hiruzen gazed at the financial report in his hand, his heart aching. Due to Naruto's direct or indirect influence, the tax revenue in Konoha had surged, with ample room for growth. Not only ordinary citizens, but even some of the Konoha clans were preparing to open their own shops. Particularly concerning Naruto's Hot Pot restaurant, many were already getting ready. If it thrived, they would enter the market as well. Sigh. Just as Hiruzen was contemplating this, the door to the Hokage office swung open, revealing Danzo. Hiruzen, look at what the Jinchuriki is up to. Much of the funding for your root organization comes from little Naruto's taxes, Hiruzen interjected. Hiruzen, you must be mistaken. What does that have to do with? Most of the salaries for root members are financed by the taxes generated from little Naruto's street, Hiruzen continued. Are you even listening to me? Your future funding and salaries for root will depend on the tax revenue from little Naruto's Hot Pot restaurant. Danzo fell silent for a few moments, itching to explode but unable to do so. He glanced at Hiruzen, especially at his confident demeanor, which only fueled his frustration. I am the Hokage. Upon hearing this, Danzo was taken aback. He had not even spoken yet, and Hiruzen had preemptively responded, leaving him feeling as if he were on the verge of losing his temper. Slap. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Watching his old friend leave once more. Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement as he pulled out his pipe and took a long drag. Meanwhile, Naruto's Hot Pot restaurant was bustling with activity, with a long queue forming outside as many sought to savor a taste of the hot pot. Those who had finished their meals praised the dish enthusiastically. The weather was simply perfect for hot pot. This phenomenon continued until 10 o'clock at night, only concluding as Naruto's staff grew weary. Otherwise, they might have operated through the night. Amidst Naruto's numerous apologies, many patrons departed, clutching bottles of Naruto's rice wine and tickets for the next day's queue. Phew. Once the crowd had thinned considerably, Naruto exhaled in relief. Typically at this hour, he would be at home, but today had been overwhelmingly busy. He had enlisted the help of many just to keep up with the demand. As he turned to look at his exhausted staff and Hinata, who was resting nearby, he felt a deep sense of gratitude. Today, in addition to their wages, he would also distribute bonuses. By the way, let us have dinner. We'll enjoy hot pot as well. There's plenty of food, but let us drink sparingly. We have work tomorrow. Upon hearing about the bonuses, the staff felt a surge of joy. They were accustomed to Naruto's generosity. However, when they learned they could eat to their heart's content, everyone cheered, "Long live the boss." Although Hinata did not join in the cheer, a smile of happiness involuntarily graced her face. Soon, 3 pots of hot pot were set up, and everyone took their seats to feast. An hour later, observing Hinata's relentless eating and Naruto continuously cooking for her, the others could only stare in astonishment. How many pots is that? The 5th pot. Stop talking nonsense. What is wrong with a little girl eating more? Look at those eyes. She's from the Hyuga clan. It's only natural that a ninja eats more. Exactly. Don't make her feel embarrassed. These comments reached Hinata's ears, but she was too preoccupied to feel shy. The hot pot was simply too delicious, and she thought she would deal with any embarrassment after finishing her meal. Hinata, you, a chubby boy, just about to give her a thumbs up, suddenly collapsed onto the nearby sofa, his face devoid of hope. He, Akimichi Choji, a member of the Akimichi clan, never anticipated that he would be bested today by a member of the Hyuga clan, and no less, a mere girl. It was a profound embarrassment to the dignity of the Akimichi family. Beside him, Shikamaru and Kiba concealed their faces, yet they could empathize with Choji's feelings, primarily due to the inexplicable nature of Hinata. As for why the three of them were present, it all began at Naruto's restaurant. After indulging in Naruto's culinary creations, Choji became utterly enamored, returning daily to assist with Naruto's business. However, despite Naruto's affordable prices, Choji's allowance could not sustain his appetite. Thus, he devised a clever solution to take up a part-time job at Naruto's establishment, wherein his meals would be compensated. Over time, influenced by Choji, Shikamaru and Kiba also savored Naruto's dishes, exclaiming their delightful flavors. Furthermore, given that Naruto was of a similar age and the knowledge that they would all be entering the Ninja Academy in a few months, they gradually formed a friendship. Now, with the hot pot restaurant opening, the trio had come to lend a hand, reveling in the fact that Naruto not only provided their meals, but also offered them a part-time salary, a truly gratifying arrangement. As the clock struck midnight, the group prepared to head home, with Choji, Shikamaru, and Kiba walking together, while Hinata trailed behind Naruto, appearing bashful. Just as they exited the restaurant, a voice rang out. "Lady Hinata, I have come to escort you." Upon seeing Hyuga Niji, Hinata bid farewell to the group, and they each made their way home. By the time Naruto returned to his solitary abode, he felt a wave of desolation wash over him. Rarely did he forego studying his mechanical arm, but this night, he succumbed to slumber instead. Soon after, he entered the ceiling space. Chapter 13, The Aromahun? Great Fox, where have you come from? The Nine-Tails regarded Naruto with a puzzled expression, bewildered by the unusual behavior of the boy who typically entered to study. Was he under some sort of influence today? The Nine-Tails found it perplexing, for even when he unleashed his pressure upon Naruto in the past, it had little effect. Unexpectedly, this time, the boy had approached him willingly. Naruto scratched his head, noting that the Nine-Tails seemed indifferent to him, leaving him momentarily at a loss. However, he soon recalled the wisdom imparted by the third Hokage. To treat friends sincerely, one must invest effort to receive rewards in return. With this thought, Naruto clapped his hands together. "I understand now." The Nine-Tails, bewildered, asked, "What do you comprehend?" "Great Fox, I shall prepare a delectable meal for you. Choji and the others adore my cooking. Surely, you will enjoy it as well." Upon hearing this, the Nine-Tails scoffed. "What? I, the Nine-Tails, the mightiest of beasts, would consume the food of a Jinchuriki? Is that even conceivable?" He pondered, bemused by the declining standards of Jinchuriki, realizing that mere academic pursuits could not elevate their intellect. But then boom, a massive pot descended from above, igniting the fire, cracking eggs, and stir-frying in one fluid motion. Considering the Nine-Tails' formidable stature, Naruto opted for a large pot. Using ingredients worthy of Hinata's status, he meticulously prepared a golden egg fried rice, with each stir releasing an aromatic fragrance that wafted upwards. The Nine-Tails, sensing the aroma, succumbed to temptation, yet quickly reminded himself to maintain composure. He could not allow the Jinchuriki to perceive him as lesser. "I am the Nine-Tails, the supreme beast." Drip, drip. Hearing the sound, Naruto turned to find the Nine-Tails drooling, though his demeanor remained proud, feigning disinterest. However, his twitching nostrils betrayed his true cravings. "Great Fox, here you go." Naruto presented a large platter at the iron gate, gingerly adding spoonfuls of fried rice. He had discovered that while he could not enter the sealed space, his cooking utensils could, thus devising this ingenious method. As he awaited the completion of the golden egg fried rice, Naruto called out, "Great Fox, hurry and taste it." Hinata and the others praised it highly. "By the way, I must mention, the third Hokage forbade me from serving it to anyone but friends." Listening to Naruto's conspiratorial tone, the Nine-Tails felt a chuckle rising within him. "How could I, the Nine-Tails, possibly eat such trivial fare? Go ahead, eat first. I shall read for a while." Naruto surmised that the Nine-Tails' reluctance stemmed from a bashful nature similar to Hinata's. Thus, he settled at his desk, discreetly positioning it to face away from the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails, observing this, scoffed, "Little brat, do not think that by turning your back, I will consume your offerings." "What am I doing?" He chastised himself, realizing that while his mind resisted, his body was unyielding. In an instant, he devoured half the platter of golden egg fried rice. I can't believe, boom. Just as the Nine-Tails contemplated further protest, an overwhelming sensation surged through his consciousness. In that moment, memories flooded back, images of the nine-tailed beasts racing beneath the sunset. A reminiscence of his lost youth. Unbeknownst to him, the Nine-Tails became entranced, a smile gracing his visage. When the Nine-Tails regained his senses, he found Naruto gazing at him expectantly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Humph! The Nine-Tails snorted, turning his head away, choosing not to acknowledge the triviality of half a plate of fried rice, though the drool escaping the corner of his mouth might have suggested otherwise. Seeing this, Naruto sprang to his feet. Great Fox, if you are still hungry, I will prepare more. As Naruto resumed his culinary endeavors, the Nine-Tails cast a sidelong glance, then delicately picked up a piece of the golden egg fried rice with his fingers, ingesting it with an air of elegance. Even as he consumed the Jinchuriki's fare, he maintained the dignity befitting a beast of his stature, refusing to partake in a manner akin to a dog. Before long, Naruto's golden egg fried rice was ready once more, this time covered with a lid, which piqued the Nine-Tails' curiosity. Without uttering a word, he reluctantly accepted the platter, discontented by the child's antics. Such a dull trick, the Nine-Tails mused, observing the covered dish, his tone surprisingly tempered compared to his usual threats. Clang! As he lifted the lid, a radiant glow erupted, causing the Nine-Tails to shield his eyes, overwhelmed by the sudden brilliance. After years in the dim ceiling space, the abrupt intensity was almost unbearable. Little brat, you are scheming against me. I shall, the Nine-Tails began, but was quickly captivated by the fragrant steam wafting from the golden egg fried rice, a scent exponentially more enticing than before. Without a second thought, the Nine-Tails devoured the rice, and in an instant, felt an exhilarating rush coursing through his body, akin to swimming in a tranquil sea of bliss. Ah, this is exquisite. Time seemed to dissolve as the Nine-Tails savored the unparalleled delight, finally returning to reality and catching sight of Naruto's curious expression. Clearing his throat, he inquired, is there more? Indeed. Upon hearing these words, Naruto's heart soared with joy. The demeanor of the Nine-Tails had notably softened, akin to that of an ordinary person conversing with him. Considering the considerable size of the Nine-Tails, Naruto realized that his previous cooking pot was far too small. Thus, he boldly called out to the sky, could you possibly conjure a larger pot for me, along with the necessary cooking utensils? I beg of you. The Nine-Tails, upon hearing Naruto's plea, wore a perplexed expression, questioning whether this little brat was indeed addressing him. While he was unable to summon any cooking tools, before he could contemplate further, a massive iron pot and an array of oversized cooking utensils appeared in the air, at least 10 times larger than the previous ones. Thank you, Naruto exclaimed. The Nine-Tails gasped in astonishment as he witnessed this spectacle. He began to reflect on the preceding events, growing increasingly uneasy. Had the summoning technique advanced to such an extent? Or was this a unique summoning ability of this Jinchuriki? The Nine-Tails furrowed his brow, contemplating the possibility. After all, the ninja world was filled with peculiarities, and the emergence of someone like Naruto with such strange abilities was not entirely surprising. As Naruto prepared the golden fried rice, it soon began to emit a radiant glow, and mist enveloped the entire ceiling space. Ah, that aroma! The Nine-Tails inhaled deeply, feeling an eagerness swell within him. Observing Naruto's blissful expression as he savored the delightful fragrance, he realized that the Nine-Tails could hardly contain his impatience. However, upon noticing that his previous plate was inadequate, he earnestly implored the sky once more. Could you provide a suitable vessel for this golden fried rice? As soon as Naruto's words fell silent, an unusual object descended from above within the ceiling space. The Nine-Tails turned to examine this new addition, his mind racing. Chapter 14. I am a fox, not a pig. The Nine-Tails gazed at the object before him, resembling a pig trough, and fell into deep contemplation, especially recalling Naruto's culinary antics, which had been reminiscent of preparing swine feed. What a farce! Do you take me for a pig? I am a tailed beast, the mightiest of tailed beasts, the esteemed Nine-Tails. Internally, the Nine-Tails was bursting with sarcasm. Just then, Naruto filled the trough-like vessel with golden fried rice, and the tantalizing aroma wafted about, stirring the Nine-Tails' restless heart. Oh, how delectable! The Nine-Tails began to devour the rice voraciously, reveling in the solitude shared only with Naruto. Well, one person and one fox. As long as he remained silent, and Naruto did not speak, who would ever know? It was merely a matter of pretending to be a pig. If the Nine-Tails declared it a fox trough, then it was indeed a fox trough. Anyone daring to dispute this would promptly receive a tailed beast bomb, a lesson in the perils of the ninja world. Midway through his feast, the Ninetales noticed something amiss. This golden fried rice seemed to enhance his chakra, even refining his chakra's essence. Furrowing his brow, he recalled Naruto mentioning that the third Hokage, Hiruzen's Sarutobi, forbade him from sharing his cooking with others. Now, the Ninetales grasped the reasoning behind this restriction. As a tailed beast, his perception of chakra was exponentially superior to that of ordinary ninjas. Initially, he had overlooked the effects of the golden fried rice due to its scant quantity and his own excess chakra. However, now that the volume of fried rice had increased, he could distinctly feel the changes. The augmentation of chakra was one thing, but the refining ability was paramount. The Ninetales could acutely sense that this extraordinary energy was enhancing the quality of his chakra. For an ordinary ninja, this would be akin to a miraculous phenomenon. Little brat, who else has had the fortune to taste your golden fried rice? He inquired. Oh, Hinata, along with Grandpa Third, and you, no one else. Upon hearing this, the Ninetales let out a sigh of relief, grateful that few were aware of this matter. Otherwise, he felt that his status as a tailed beast would be rendered trivial. And if other ninja villages learned of this, they would likely come to seize Naruto, relegating him to nothing more than a mere prize. From now on, do not showcase this ability before outsiders. Do you comprehend the magnitude of its terror? The Ninetales warned. Am I truly that formidable? Naruto scratched his head, recalling the third Hokage's previous words, though he still grasped little of the implications, being merely 5.5 years old. If individuals with ulterior motives were to discover this ability of yours, it could incite a war, a conflict involving all 5 great nations, and perhaps even more, merely because of this singular skill. Upon absorbing the Ninetales' words, Naruto suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation and the associated ramifications. Little brat, your ability is not inherently flawed. It could indeed enhance the lives of ninjas. However, you lack the power to safeguard such an ability. In the eyes of some, you are merely a tool, a means to dominate the ninja world. Therefore, you must conceal your talents until you become indifferent to such perceptions. Then, you may wield your power as you wish. Naruto pondered the Ninetales' advice and realized the truth in it. He was still far too weak. In this ninja world, many matters were dictated by strength, much like the issues depicted in Mobile Suit Gundam. I don't intend to fight you. I simply prefer not to engage at present. When others label you as wielding a weapon of mass destruction, you would do well to genuinely possess such a weapon. I understand. I will strive to learn and develop my own mecha. In that moment, Naruto's heart brimmed with ambition, his inner light seemingly poised to illuminate the entire world. Of course, only Naruto was aware of this revelation. Meanwhile, the Ninetales felt an urge to scold him. The Ninetales had envisioned that if Naruto humbled himself and offered various delectable bribes, tributes, he would divulge to Naruto some special training methods. Instead, he found himself bereft of any bribes and unable to coax Naruto into preparing another helping of golden fried rice. Alas, one reaps what one sows. With a resigned sigh, the Ninetales quietly continued nibbling at the remaining golden fried rice, now acutely aware of every morsel. As for Naruto, he had plunged into an all-consuming state of study. The following day, Naruto unusually refrained from visiting the hot pot restaurant or any eateries, even entrusting the management of the establishments to the staff. Instead, he embarked on an intense learning spree, immersing himself in his studies for an entire week, to the point of nearly losing his sanity. At last, the doorbell chimed, pulling Naruto from his scholarly reverie. Glancing around at the disarray, he felt a pang of urgency. But time was of the essence, and he hurried to answer the door. Ah, Hinata, Choji, Shikamaru, Kiba, and Akamaru, Naruto exclaimed, surprised to see them. What brings you all here? Naruto, you've been missing for an entire week. We were worried about you and came to check in, Hinata replied, her concern palpable. Indeed, Naruto. It's good to see you. You should have seen Hinata. She was nearly frantic with worry. Kiba chimed in, casting a sidelong glance at Hinata. At Kiba's remark, Hinata's cheeks flushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of a ripe apple, evoking an urge to take a bite. However, gathering her courage, she extended a box toward Naruto. Naruto-kun, I made these pastries. While they may not be as delicious as yours, I hope you will accept them. Thank you, Hinata. Please, come in. I apologize for the mess. Though, Naruto welcomed them. Don't worry about it. It's no big deal. We're all guys here, we understand. Choji and Kiba stepped inside, followed closely by Shikamaru and Hinata. Although Hinata was somewhat accustomed to visiting, it was the first time for Kiba and the others, their minds filled with curiosity. The elders of their family had spoken to them about Naruto, expressing a desire for him to become friends with them. However, Opportunities had been scarce, as Naruto had seldom ventured beyond his doorstep. Ultimately, it was through the shared experience of dining that they gradually forged a connection. This revelation surprised not only them, but even their elders, who had not anticipated such a development. Nevertheless, all was well in their eyes. Naruto's current situation was infinitely preferable to the previous state of affairs. What are you up to at home, Naruto? Ino entered Naruto's study. Her gaze swept across the scattered papers. Picking one up, she realized she could not decipher a single word or even a punctuation mark. I'm studying physics. I must tell you, it's truly fascinating. Allow me to show you my invention. Upon mentioning this, Naruto's interest piqued, and he promptly retrieved a mechanical arm he had crafted from a corner of his study. This is the precursor technology for my mecha design. I call it an exoskeletal mechanical arm. Though it may appear as just an arm now, in the future, it could envelop the entire body, enhancing the user's strength and more. Naruto enthusiastically presented a plethora of data and various concepts, but Choji and the others found themselves lost in confusion. Yet, their astonishment remained undiminished. Ahem, Naruto, many ninjutsu techniques can achieve the effects you describe, Shikamaru remarked thoughtfully, sensing that if Naruto could indeed develop such inventions, the ninja world would undergo a monumental transformation. Of course, this was merely a hypothesis, and whether it would succeed remained uncertain. After all, there were still individuals in the ninja world yearning for peace, yet conflicts had only intensified. Really? Naruto's interest was instantly piqued. His capacity to embrace new ideas was unparalleled, especially concerning ninjutsu, which was hardly a novel concept in this realm. Indeed, that's wonderful. Could you elaborate? Shikamaru was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's response. Recalling his father's remark about this generation of Jinchuriki being somewhat unique, disinterested in traditional ninjutsu, and instead fascinated by unconventional innovations. With this in mind, Shikamaru began explaining various aspects of ninjutsu to Naruto, who seemed to be stepping through a doorway into a newfound world. Perhaps it could be said that he was transitioning from one realm into another vast expanse, slowly merging the two worlds together. Chapter 15. Awaiting parental retrieval in the evening. Choji and the others were savoring the meal prepared by Naruto. As each lid was lifted, beams of light shot towards the ceiling, and in that moment, they finally glimpsed a different side of Naruto. Is this Mappo tofu? Shikamaru was the first to react, staring in astonishment at Naruto. This dish not only enhanced chakra, but also facilitated the flow of energy channels, a notion that felt more torturous than death itself. Shikamaru's initial reaction was that the situation had escalated beyond his control, far beyond what a mere child could manage. Naruto, who else has eaten this kind of food? Just you four, the third Hokage, and that's it. Naruto initially considered mentioning that the Nine Tails had also partaken, but recalling the beast's warning not to mention it in front of others, he refrained from disclosing that detail to Shikamaru and the others. Upon hearing that the third Hokage had also sampled the food, Shikamaru's expression soured. He instinctively knew this would lead to trouble upon returning home. Before long, Choji and Ino caught on, pausing their chopsticks, unsure whether to eat or abstain. The only one still enjoying the meal was Hinata, who savored each bite at a leisurely pace. Does Lord Heishi know about this? Hinata nodded in response to Shikamaru's inquiry. My father is aware. The third Hokage has spoken to him. You all should eat. It should be fine. Hinata was right. Given that it had already happened, it was better to indulge further. Choji disregarded any reservations and began to feast heartily, prompting Shikamaru and Ino to exchange glances, resigned to the fact that they too must consume the meal, even if it meant their demise. However, they all understood that nothing serious would come of it. At worst, it would simply mean no second helping. With that thought, they resolved to eat with abandon. Yet, they underestimated their own limits. Each had barely taken a few bites before their bodies signaled that they could not consume more, and continuing would pose a risk. Among them, Choji, belonging to the Akimichi clan, managed to eat slightly more than Shikamaru and Ino, while Akamaru, being younger, consumed even less. The only exception was Hinata, who had been eating from the start and continued to do so, resembling an insatiable bottomless pit. As Shikamaru and the others observed Hinata and the ever-attentive Naruto serving her, they recognized the perfect match between the two. As they neared the end of their meal, Shikamaru and his companions wore expressions of resignation, particularly Shikamaru, who could already foresee their fathers waiting just outside. True to his expectations, as soon as they stepped out, they encountered their fathers and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. You all should return home with your fathers, Hiruzen said, exhaling a puff of smoke with an exasperated expression. He had just warned Naruto not to serve such dishes indiscriminately, and now this had transpired in such a short time. Yes, Third Hokage. With that, Shikamaru and the others were ushered away under their father's puzzled gazes, leaving them to inquire about the situation upon their return. 3 hours earlier, they had been summoned to the Hokage's office, where they had been informed of certain implications and confidentiality matters. The reasons behind it were to be questioned at home. Now, only Hayashi Hyuga remained, the first to learn of Naruto's golden fried rice. Meanwhile, Hinata had just finished washing the dishes, carrying a special dessert made by Naruto. As she emerged, Hiruzen turned to Hayashi. Hayashi, your clan should not be lacking in wealth, should it? No child should suffer. Hayashi was bewildered by Hiruzen's words. Initially, he thought the Hokage was hinting at needing financial support, but the latter's subsequent comment left him puzzled. It seemed he would need to ask Hinata upon returning home. Hokage-sama. Father. Upon exiting, Hinata gracefully bowed to Hiruzen and Hayashi. Seeing this, Hiruzen smiled. Hinata, you and your father should head home. Understood, Hokage-sama. After Hinata and Hayashi departed, Hiruzen slowly made his way into Naruto's home. Little Naruto, I've told you before. Gazing at the spread on the table, still fresh and steaming, Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. Grandpa Third, I've prepared a delicious meal for you. Come eat while it's hot. Naruto's voice called from the kitchen, soon followed by him bringing out a clay pot. Little Naruto, forget it. Let's eat first. Hiruzen intended to say more, but the aroma wafting from the dishes was irresistible, compelling him to lift the lids, revealing a dazzling display of golden light as the delightful scent enveloped the room. Outside, a group of hidden Yanbyu shinobi, observing the radiant glow emanating from Naruto's home, exchanged puzzled glances. However, they were soon overcome by the mouth-watering fragrance that made their mouths water. Yet, they could only savor the aroma. As in the past, they could savor Naruto's culinary skills during shift changes, but he now rarely cooked, and the flavor had diminished significantly. Inside, Hiruzen relished the meal, but as he glanced at the clay pot, he opened it only to find no golden light, just an incredibly rich aroma. Rice, huh? Well, indeed, if the rice were golden, that would be absurd. Sarutobi Hiruzen served himself a generous bowl of rice, as it was evident that rice was essential to fully enjoy the meal. However, upon savoring the first bite, he was utterly astonished. The rice was simply extraordinary. In that moment, a radiant light began to emanate from within him, accompanied by the melodious strains of celestial music, and his heart raced with excitement as he felt transported back 2 decades to his vibrant youth. This was exquisite. Tears welled in the corners of Hiruzen's eyes as he envisioned his mentor and recalled the exhilarating scenes of his battles, that fervor seemingly alive just a heartbeat ago. The flavors were divine. With each mouthful, his joy multiplied, devouring every dish laid before him, particularly the pot of black chicken rice, which he wished he could savor down to the very bottom. Little Naruto, remember, next time, only serve the important people, he mused. But Grandpa, you're all important. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen sighed. Do as you wish. I shall take my leave now. Remember to sleep early. Goodbye, Third Hokage. At that moment, Hiruzen departed with a gait filled with vigor, his entire demeanor radiating vitality, especially his eyes, which sparkled with renewed brilliance, no longer reflecting the weariness of age. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, the Ninetales was practically drooling at the thought of the food Naruto had prepared, having been validated by Hiruzen's approval. While the Ninetales might dismiss many things, it held a deep appreciation for Hiruzen's culinary skills. Chapter 16. The stunning impact of the feast in the ceiling space. The Ninetales had been waiting for some time. As soon as Naruto stepped in, the Ninetales urged him to prepare a meal. Without hesitation, Naruto began to showcase his culinary prowess. I want mapo tofu, shredded pork with persimmons, golden smiles, and that black chicken rice, he instructed. The Ninetales, without reservation, transformed into a dining enthusiast, ordering dishes of considerable complexity. It is worth noting that while Naruto typically prepared small pot dishes in the real world, within this ceiling space, he was tasked with large pot cooking, a challenge far more demanding. Thus, Naruto worked slowly and meticulously, while the Ninetales patiently awaited the results. After some time, Naruto finished cooking and poured the dishes into the stone trough. The Ninetales gazed at the trough, increasingly reminded of feeding pigs. Albeit with a semblance of organization akin to a dining platter, nonetheless, it still felt like feeding swine. So be it, the Ninetales murmured, picking up a massive ladle to scoop a generous serving of black chicken rice, followed by another scoop of rice. Its aroma was simply irresistible. Seeing this, Naruto felt a swell of happiness. As long as the great fox enjoyed the food, he was content. Meanwhile, he began to study the scrolls Hiruzen had given him, shifting his focus from physics to the art of chakra refinement and the body flicker technique. Naruto immersed himself in the study, and by dawn, he had gained a basic understanding of certain ninjutsu principles. Days flew by, and Naruto's comprehension of chakra refinement deepened. He could now independently refine chakra, and had come to realize the extraordinary effects of his golden fried rice. Yet, he felt it was insufficient. I must continue to learn. The current ninjutsu lacks intersections with physics. No, I need more knowledge, he resolved, directing his gaze towards the Hokage office, determined to head there. Upon spotting Naruto, Hiruzen expressed surprise. Little Naruto, what brings you to see your grandfather? Grandpa, I wish to learn ninjutsu and related subjects. Before Naruto could finish, Hiruzen appeared beside him in an instant. No problem, let us go. I'll take you. Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's interest in ninjutsu. But once he confirmed Naruto's desire to learn, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Who could understand the pain he had endured over the years? And who could comprehend his elation at Naruto's newfound passion for ninjutsu? This revelation was more shocking than Danzo's sudden transformation into a benevolent figure. Without further ado, Hiruzen led Naruto to a mysterious location filled with a plethora of ninjutsu scrolls and insights, including his mentor's interpretations and manuscripts. Hiruzen was fully committed. For him, Naruto's desire to learn ninjutsu was paramount. As he presented the Book of Seals to Naruto, he stated, Little Naruto, this tome contains unique ninjutsu from across the ninja world. You may select a few to examine. For those you wish to learn, feel free to ask me what is currently feasible. Seeing the Book of Seals, Naruto was elated. However, upon flipping through, he found a myriad of peculiar ninjutsu, some requiring specific conditions or possessing unique side effects. After a brief perusal, his enthusiasm waned, not because he disliked these techniques, but rather due to his current understanding being insufficient for their application. Just as he was about to close the Book of Seals, one particular technique caught his eye, and he couldn't tear his gaze away. Multiple shadow clone technique. Each clone possesses its own consciousness and can share the main body's strength. Furthermore, if a clone is defeated, the main body experiences corresponding pain and insights. The description sparked a possibility in Naruto's mind, prompting him to gasp in astonishment. This is it. He turned to Hiruzen, his eyes sparkling as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Hiruzen glanced at the multiple shadow clone technique in the scroll, seemingly pondering something, but upon seeing Naruto's expression, he merely nodded in approval. With Hiruzen's consent, Naruto did not immediately practice the multiple shadow clone technique. Instead, he began to explore the various books within the attic. These tomes were a treasure trove for Konoha, housing nearly all the ninjutsu scrolls and insights. Among them were thousands of manuscripts detailing Hiruzen's understanding of ninjutsu. It is known that Hiruzen was regarded as a master of ninjutsu, and his insights were profound. Anyone fortunate enough to receive his guidance would undoubtedly experience rapid advancement in their skills. Months passed swiftly, and as the new year approached, Naruto had nearly exhausted the scrolls in the attic. From this moment onward, he possessed a deep understanding of ninjutsu, particularly in the realm of sealing techniques. On the first day of the new year, Naruto was busy preparing a feast at home, with Hinata, Choji, Shikamaru, Kiba, and their dog having finished their meals in the living room. In truth, Naruto had invited them over with the intent of preparing a lavish banquet for them. Although they were unaware of the specifics of the feast, the name alone sounded impressive. As dish after dish was presented, Hinata and the others experienced a realization that poverty had indeed limited their imaginations. The table boasted 107 distinct dishes. They swallowed hard, and even before unveiling the lids, the aromas wafting from the food were intoxicating. However, when they witnessed Naruto bringing out the 108th dish, the entire table began to shimmer with radiant light. What is this? Hinata exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief, mirroring the astonishment on Naruto's face. Seeing Naruto's perplexed expression, Shikamaru and the others refrained from commenting. Don't you know what you've cooked? Just as one was about to be astonished, suddenly, an unexpected event unfolded. The lids of the dishes on the table were all propelled into the air by a radiant beam of light, and immediately, a fragrant mist began to waft through the surroundings. Did you think that was the end? That was merely the beginning. Within that mist, one could discern specks of golden sand, shimmering like a celestial river of stars. At this moment, the mist gradually coalesced, and a golden dragon was slowly formed from the vapor of the 108-course banquet, soaring skyward. With a resounding roar, the dragon's cry echoed throughout Konoha, causing many to gaze in the direction of the sound. There, a phantom golden dragon circled around Naruto's home, as if surveying all living beings. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon witnessing this scene, required no further thought to realize that this was the handiwork of Naruto. Chapter 17. The Technique of Multiple Shadow Clones. Boom. The door to Naruto's house was kicked open by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who entered with a face full of displeasure, staring at the assembled individuals within. Shikamaru and the others had just picked up their chopsticks, and, upon seeing Hiruzen's fierce approach, felt a jolt of anxiety. Little Naruto, you, Grandpa Third, you've arrived. Quickly, take a seat. I'll fetch you some chopsticks. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto hurried back to the kitchen, retrieving a fresh set of chopsticks and yielding the main seat to Hiruzen. Hiruzen initially intended to say something, but the moment he stepped inside, the enticing aroma of the food momentarily stunned him. First, let's eat. It would be a shame if the food gets cold. Afterward, I can educate little Naruto, he thought, taking a seat and beginning the meal. Approximately 2 hours later, Hinata set down her chopsticks, and only then did Naruto and the others turn their gazes towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shikamaru and the others were aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his tea, glanced at Shikamaru and the others, and then at Naruto, sighing, Little Naruto, next time you cook, do let me know in advance. After saying this, Hiruzen departed, leaving Naruto and the others in a state of bewilderment. Phew. Thankfully, there was no trouble. Seeing that the third Hokage didn't come to reprimand them, Kiba exhaled in relief. Recalling how oppressive the previous encounter had been, he certainly did not wish to relive that experience. It's all good, everyone. Let us tidy up and head home. Upon hearing this from Shikamaru, Naruto, who wore a pensive expression, piqued Shikamaru's curiosity. Naruto, what's wrong? Does Grandpa Third think I didn't invite him this time? Clap. Oh, I see. Grandpa Third is just trying to mooch a meal. Shikamaru's words left everyone in a state of confusion, their minds filled with question marks. Indeed, no amount of intelligence could save one from being naturally oblivious. Shikamaru's remark garnered unanimous agreement. Even Hinata couldn't help but nod. I sense that you all are contemplating something unwholesome. It's nothing. I'll wash the dishes. I'll mop the floor. I'll take out the trash. Naruto-kun, I'll help you wash your clothes. Shikamaru, Ino, and Kiba looked at Hinata, all internally exclaiming, you have issues. As night fell, everyone returned home, while Naruto remained in the ceiling space, preparing a lavish banquet for the Nine Tails. Make that one more. And give me 3 more servings. At this moment, the Nine Tails resembled a glutton, rooting around the stone trough like a pig, almost indistinguishable from a swine in a pigsty. Observing the Nine Tails before him, Naruto held a book titled Postpartum Care for Sows, his expression filled with an odd mixture of curiosity and amusement. Hey, what's with that look in your eyes, little brat? The Nine Tails seemed to sense something, staring at Naruto, eager to decipher his peculiar expression. Soon, the Nine Tails noticed the book in Naruto's hands, and, although he could not comprehend its contents, he recognized the cover adorned with a pig illustration. Hey, you roar. The Nine Tails, with a flick of his toe, deduced the nature of the book Naruto was holding, coupled with the stone trough beside him and Naruto's strange gaze. It was as if he were observing a pig. Contemplating this, the Nine Tails considered overturning the trough, but upon seeing the food within, he restrained himself, deciding to wait until he finished eating before causing a ruckus. Realizing his mistake, Naruto felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could he possibly liken the great fox to a mere pig? That book should never have existed. With a huff, he cast aside Postpartum Care for Sows, and the Nine Tails felt a wave of relief wash over him. Humph, forgiven, little brat. Naruto, noticing the Nine Tails' reaction, sighed in relief and then entered a state of focus for his studies. After a while, he attempted to form seals, which piqued the Nine Tails' interest, prompting an internal reflection. Finally, this Jinchuriki was on the right path. Soon, Naruto completed the seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Boom, boom. Clouds of smoke erupted, revealing a dozen shadow clones, all appearing somewhat disheveled. Haha, little brat, are you trying to make me laugh to death and inherit my chakra? The Nine Tails thumped the ground, as all of Naruto's shadow clones looked malnourished, to the extent that the Nine Tails could make them dissipate with a mere breath. Naruto gazed at his shadow clones, feeling speechless. Although this was his first attempt at the jutsu, was it really supposed to be this pitiful? However, he was not one to concede easily, and given the significance of this technique, he began to practice fervently. After countless attempts, Naruto finally succeeded in manifesting a shadow clone that perfectly mirrored him. With curiosity, he began to explore the clone. Hey, what do you think you're doing, body? I don't recall you having that kind of inclination. Hearing the clone's words, Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Why was this clone's personality different from his? Body, don't look at me with those eyes, it frightens me. The clone, noticing Naruto's intrigued gaze, quickly realized his intentions, He intended to use the clone as a test subject. It's nothing. I'm just curious. Let us learn together. With that, Naruto produced 5 books and instructed the clone to begin studying while he supervised. Body, be reasonable. The clone, upon seeing the books, felt utterly bemused. Have you ever seen a child under 6 learning advanced mathematics? Trust yourself. You're a product of my being. Under normal circumstances, what I can learn, you surely can too. Naruto patted the clone on the shoulder, urging it to commence learning, eager to experiment with some ideas. The clone, having no choice, began its studies. The moment it delved into learning, it vanished, and Naruto felt an influx of advanced mathematics knowledge surging within him, a sensation of pure exhilaration. Success. Naruto laughed with his hands on his hips, feeling like a genius. He never expected to achieve this. With this, his mech project would be significantly expedited. Observing Naruto's demeanor, the Ninetales was taken aback. This little brat was studying even while learning the shadow clone technique? This little brat must be the most studious among all Jinchuriki. Before the Ninetales could contemplate further, Naruto's figure gradually faded away, leaving behind a desk lamp still aglow beside an unclosed desk. The Ninetales, upon noticing, expelled a breath toward the desk, exclaiming, "And you want to even turn off the lamp? How many times has this been? Children are such a hassle." In the real world, Naruto began his morning routine, followed by the multiple shadow clone technique. Boom. Chapter 18. The Ninetales Jinchuriki almost suffers a fatal collapse. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Hinata. Upon seeing Naruto open the door, Hinata and the others outside were taken aback. Was this truly Naruto? He appeared as if his very essence had been drained. It had only been a week since they last met. What on earth had he experienced? Naruto-kun, are you alright? Hinata gazed at Naruto, who was swaying unsteadily before her, her heart brimming with concern, fearful that something dire might befall him. I'm fine. It's just that my studies have been a bit overwhelming. Naruto reassured her with a smile, indicating that he was merely fatigued from a week of late nights. Is that truly nothing to worry about? Hinata questioned, incredulous. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and Choji chimed in, noting that even they had barely noticed Naruto's condition, which had evidently deteriorated. You guys are here too? My apologies, come in quickly. I'll prepare some food for you, Naruto said, blinking as he finally acknowledged his friends. Yet, as they observed him, particularly when he squinted his eyes, they sensed that if he continued in this state, he might truly collapse. Let us not rush into eating. How about you take a moment to rest first, Naruto? Shikamaru observed Naruto's troubling state and insisted that he should sleep before they discussed anything further. I'm fine, really. Come in. I'll cook for you, Naruto insisted. Though his friends exchanged worried glances, silently agreeing that should his condition worsen, they would forcibly ensure he took a rest. Upon entering Naruto's home, they were taken aback, not for any particular reason other than the sheer number of Naruto's shadow clones filling the space. Is this what you call a gathering? Choji marveled at the sight of clones busily scribbling notes or deeply engrossed in their studies. As members of prominent clans themselves, Hinata and the others were well acquainted with shadow clones, but they were astonished by the sheer volume of them. What truly alarmed them, however, was the apparent exhaustion etched on each clone's face. They bore dark circles under their eyes and moved as though on the verge of collapse. It struck them that it would not be surprising if they fainted at any moment. Truly, like master, like clones, Shikamaru mused, his lips twitching as he recognized the clones' perfect replication of Naruto's fatigue, their dedication to studying being unparalleled. Fear not, they are my shadow clones, all working diligently to prepare for our upcoming mech endeavors, Naruto declared. At his words, the clones managed to muster weak smiles for Hinata and the others, their expressions serious despite their exhaustion. Naruto, perhaps you should rest first. Even your clones appear to be on the brink of collapse, Shikamaru suggested, concern evident in his tone. Naruto, however, was reluctant to heed the advice. Don't worry about me, Shikamaru. I know my own body. These clones share my vitality. As long as I'm fine, they will be too. Before he could finish, one of the clones suddenly collapsed, convulsing before dissipating into smoke. What is happening? In disbelief, Hinata and the others turned to Naruto, confusion stark on their faces, for only he understood the gravity of the situation. It's nothing, just a little fainting spell. Oh, well, that's a relief, they exclaimed, incredulous. Before Naruto could respond, the remaining clones began to fall one by one, each succumbing to the same fate. Boom. Suddenly, Naruto too collapsed, though he did not convulse. Instead, he fell straight to the ground, a serene smile gracing his lips, as if he had departed this world in peace. Naruto, they cried out in unison, their alarms rising. 3 days later, at Konoha Hospital, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a grim expression as he observed Naruto, who was leisurely consuming porridge. The Hokage was inwardly distressed. He could hardly contain his frustration. Having recently reduced the responsibilities of the Umbu to merely ensuring Naruto's safety outside and eliminating real-time surveillance due to his own busy schedule. Little Naruto. I am at a loss for words, he lamented, recognizing the peculiar nature of the situation. Medical ninjas had informed him that, had it not been for the Nine-Tails chakra continuously restoring and protecting Naruto, he would have perished countless times over. Don't worry, Grandpa Third. I promise I won't stay up late anymore, Naruto declared earnestly. Forget it, little one. It's pointless to say anything now. Just focus on recuperating here for a month, Sarutobi instructed before departing, giving orders to the medical ninjas and Umbu on his way out. Once he left, Shikamaru and the others cautiously entered the ward. As for Hinata, she was busy feeding Naruto porridge. Naruto, it's quite remarkable that you managed to push your shadow clones to the brink of death. You're the first to accomplish such a feat, Shikamaru remarked, his tone laced with disbelief. You wouldn't understand. I did it all for science, for the mechs. We are all sacrificing for the greater good of science. It's a noble endeavor, Naruto exclaimed, his excitement palpable. After a week of intensive study, he had finally made significant progress, which to him felt like a small step, but was indeed a monumental leap towards piloting a mech. Shikamaru and the others exchanged glances, fully aware of Naruto's single-mindedness. He would not turn back until he had hit a wall. They silently agreed to check on him the following day. Naruto-kun, I support you, but please, no more late nights. You must sleep on time, Hinata urged. Of course, don't worry, Hinata. I will adhere to a proper sleep schedule, Naruto replied, leaving Shikamaru and the others bewildered, wondering how he could be so hypocritical. As Naruto's words left his lips, Hinata initially failed to comprehend, but once she did, she transformed into a flustered mess. Hinata, are you alright? A month flew by in the blink of an eye, and Naruto finally discharged from the hospital. Upon his release, Shikamaru and the others were there to greet him, not for a welcome celebration, but to assist him with the multitude of fruit baskets he had received from those who had learned from his culinary skills. The once gathering place had now officially transformed into a night market, aptly named Naruto's Night Market. Chapter 19, the movie. Come visit again soon. As night deepened, Naruto waved farewell to Hinata and the others, preparing to enter the ceiling space. However, just as he stepped inside, he was met with a furious roar from the Nine-Tails. You little brat. The Nine-Tails cursed vehemently, and had he possessed breath, he would have blown Naruto several meters away. After a moment of silence, the Nine-Tails glared down at Naruto, exasperated. If you wish to court death next time, do so without dragging me along. With that, the Nine-Tails sulked, unable to comprehend why he was stuck with such a host. During the week Naruto and his clones had been burning the midnight oil, the Nine-Tails had contemplated intervening. But he soon realized a severe issue. He seemed unable to influence Naruto's actions. Ever since Naruto had gained access to the ceiling space, even the timing of his entries and exits appeared strictly controlled, beyond the Nine-Tails' influence. Consequently, the Nine-Tails found himself shouting fruitlessly within the ceiling space, calling for Naruto without any success. The only time his chakra was of any use was when Naruto was on the verge of collapse. Had it not been for the Nine-Tails continuously repairing Naruto's body, he would have passed away countless times. I'm sorry, Great Fox. Naruto's apology was sincere, even as he bowed deeply, emphasizing his acknowledgement of wrongdoing. The Great Fox, I have prepared a sumptuous feast for you. Please do not be angry, will you? A lavish banquet, complemented by an endless supply of black-bone chicken soup and rice. In an instant, Naruto busied himself, fervently preparing dishes for the Nine-Tails. Observing Naruto's numerous shadow clones diligently at work, the Nine-Tails felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. At least his host still cared for him. However, this sentiment was soon interrupted by the cacophony of Naruto's clones. This dish should be prepared in Cantonese style. Of course, it would be far tastier as Sichuan cuisine. I believe northern dishes are superior. How about stewing a giant goose in an iron pot? Not a chance. I wish to cook Shandong cuisine. I prefer Hunan cuisine. I advocate for Anhui cuisine. As the scene unfolded before him, with clones and the original almost on the verge of an argument, the Nine-Tails found himself in exasperation. Can you truly quarrel over cooking? After a prolonged debate, Naruto and his clones could not reach a consensus and ultimately turned to the Nine-Tails for a decision. The Nine-Tails responded nonchalantly, expressing that as long as he could eat, he had no particular demands. After all, even if Naruto were to prepare slop, it would undoubtedly radiate a golden aura. Upon hearing this, Naruto glanced around and realized he had seemingly overlooked something significant. The environment of this ceiling space was excessively damp. Trust me, let us prepare Sichuan cuisine to help alleviate the humidity for the great fox. Upon hearing the original S words, several clones immediately cast their gaze toward the nine tails, then began to assess their surroundings, and internally marveled at the original S' insightful thinking. Without further ado, Naruto and his myriad shadow clones plunged into the culinary endeavor, setting their sights on a grand Sichuan feast. Gazing at the array of dishes within the stone trough, the nine tails felt an irresistible appetite. They were simply too delectable. Delicious. This is indeed a celestial banquet, especially in the Sichuan style. It is utterly delightful. With every bite, the nine tails could not help but express his admiration, even displaying a look of sheer enjoyment. At this moment, the nine tails had transformed into a veritable food critic, effortlessly critiquing Naruto's various dishes. Witnessing the nine tails' contentment, Naruto and his clones felt a surge of joy as they promptly removed their aprons and chef hats, directing their attention towards a row of desks in the corner. These desks were meticulously crafted by Naruto for the purpose of study, both for himself and his shadow clones. However, at this moment, Naruto did not commence studying. Instead, he exchanged glances with his numerous clones, then looked skyward and began to pray. Soon, floor tiles began to emerge, accompanied by various tools. The nine tails, recognizing Naruto's intentions, activated his chakra to absorb the excess moisture, and in an instant, the pooling water within the ceiling space vanished as if it had never existed. Naruto and his clones scratched their heads at this sight, glancing at the nine tails, as if they had realized something, but the nine tails remained silent, and thus they refrained from asking. Following this, Naruto and his clones embarked on a renovation journey. After a long night of toil, the ceiling space finally began to resemble a proper environment, shedding its previous disarray. Additionally, Naruto added several nuclear-powered desk lamps, transforming the ceiling space into a warm and cozy haven. Now let us study. Upon uttering this phrase, all the shadow clones responded enthusiastically. As long as they could learn, they would feel invigorated, as if they could study for a week without fatigue. However, the moment Naruto's words left his lips, an enormous support structure descended from above, followed by the appearance of a screen and a projector. This spectacle left both the nine tails and Naruto, along with the clones, momentarily speechless. Is that not a movie screen? They were all knowledgeable shadow clones, and with each knowledge fusion, they had been progressing, thus they were familiar with such concepts. What is this? Before they could react further, several plush sofas emerged, accompanied by two delightful novelties, popcorn and cola. At this juncture, the shadow clones and the nine tails turned their gazes toward Naruto, eager to discern his thoughts. After pondering for a few seconds, Naruto observed the eager expressions of his clones and the intrigued demeanor of the nine tails, nodding in agreement. Receiving Naruto's nod, the multitude of shadow clones erupted in cheers, promptly taking their seats. For them, this would be a rare experience. In truth, Naruto was also keen to watch the movie. He had always viewed films on television, but nothing could compare to the experience of a movie screen. Furthermore, the addition of two new snacks was simply irresistible for Naruto. A master chef. Before long, the projector whirred to life, and the surrounding lights dimmed as the film began to play. The positioning of the movie screen was perfectly aligned with the iron door, allowing the nine tails a clear view. However, since the screen was primarily designed with Naruto and his clones in mind, it was somewhat uncomfortable for the nine tails, who had to look down to watch the film, rendering the scene rather comical. As the nine tails pondered this predicament, he noticed a chair appearing in front of him, identical to those occupied by Naruto and the clones, flanked by the same delightful snacks. Observing this, the nine tails narrowed his eyes and then lay down, closing his eyes. Suddenly, the adorable little nine tails appeared, seated in the chair, legs crossed, holding popcorn in one hand, taking a bite and discovering it was sweet and quite tasty. As for the cola, the first sip nearly made the little nine tails gag, but after some contemplation, it became somewhat acceptable, and soon, with each sip, the little nine tails grew fond of the beverage. Thus, the movie officially commenced, titled Home Alone. Time passed swiftly, and the film concluded, leaving everyone in fits of laughter from beginning to end. Naruto stretched and prepared to signal his clones to commence studying, but upon turning around, he was met with the adorable visage of the little nine tails, causing a glint to sparkle in his eyes. Sensing Naruto's change in demeanor, the shadow clones turned to look as well, and collectively, they gazed at the little nine tails with expressions that hinted at a desire to squeeze him. The little nine tails, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down his spine. Sensing a profound malice, Not a chance. The little Ninetales declared, taking a deep breath of cola in his left hand before vanishing from the spot, returning to his original form. Humph. The Ninetales turned his head away in protest, feeling that his host had become increasingly audacious, treating him with utter disregard. Realizing their plan to squeeze the little Ninetales had failed, Naruto and his shadow clones trudged dejectedly toward the desks. However, just as they approached, a new film emerged. Capturing their attention, Naruto and his clones exchanged glances, their hearts torn between watching the movie or preparing to study. In the midst of their indecision, the little Ninetales reappeared, already seated in the chair. Seeing this, Naruto and his clones said nothing, their minds made up as they settled back into their seats to enjoy the new film, Mr. Bean's Holiday. As the new film played, fresh popcorn and cola appeared, providing Naruto and the others with a perfect movie-watching experience. Time flowed gently, with laughter echoing throughout the ceiling space, especially during the comedic moments, even eliciting laughter from the little Ninetales. Following this, the glimmering eyes of Naruto and his clones sent shivers down the spine of the little Ninetales. As the film approached its climax, Naruto and his companions were on the verge of vanishing into the ceiling space. Before Naruto could utter a word, he and his shadow clones gradually dissipated. In the real world, Naruto awoke leisurely, gazing at the emptiness surrounding him, instantly realizing he had returned to reality. However, in light of this revelation, he faced a new dilemma. He had not studied at all the previous night. Naruto could only seethe with impotent rage at this oversight. With determination, he clasped his hands together, preparing to enter a frenzied state of learning. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. As Naruto summoned his clones, he witnessed a projector and a movie screen descending from above. Both he and his shadow clones were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected spectacle. The clones glanced at Naruto, sensing that in this situation, the essence of the matter lay with the original. Humph. We must study. We cannot allow this film to disrupt our academic pursuits. Understand. Study. Study, study. Let's go, let's go, let's go. With renewed vigor, Naruto and his shadow clones plunged into the ocean of knowledge. They were acutely aware of the reason behind these interruptions, to hinder their scholarly endeavors. But could this deter them? Clearly not. In fact, Naruto even incorporated the film into his plan, designating one day of the week for relaxation, when he could indulge in a movie. With a rigorous schedule of rising at 7 and retiring at 7, he was determined to master the piloting of a mech suit. Gazing at the mechanical arm before him, he sensed himself drawing ever closer to that goal. Commence testing. Naruto commanded, and his multitude of shadow clones sprang into action, each wielding various instruments and notebooks to record their findings. Hydraulics are functioning normally. Gravity is stable. Energy supply is adequate. Testing commencing. Boom. Naruto landed a punch on a specialized device nearby, discovering its power to be a ton, which filled him with delight. It seemed the energy issue needed to be resolved sooner rather than later. Observing the arm's immediate failure after a single use, both he and his shadow clones nodded in agreement. We are currently unaware of the energy source, and our research environment is utterly inadequate. The quality of our materials is similarly poor. Indeed, when it came to materials, this was the primary concern at present. As the saying goes, in the realm of technology, materials reign supreme. We must first tackle the issue of materials. After all, we can substitute chakra for energy. Hearing the discourse among his shadow clones, Naruto recognized the truth in their words. They were lacking in numerous resources, to the extent that the mechanical arm before them was akin to a hastily assembled toy, barely worthy of being called a prototype. Let us address the problems one at a time. First, we need to improve our experimental environment. We can purchase the surrounding houses and renovate them. Upon hearing Naruto's proposal, the shadow clones nodded in agreement, their affection for the area evident in their decision to remain. Without delay, Naruto and his shadow clones set out to negotiate with the neighbors regarding the acquisition of their homes. The discussions proceeded smoothly, as Naruto's generous demeanor prompted the residents to agree to vacate within a week upon finding new accommodations. With the housing issue resolved, Naruto turned his thoughts to the next pressing matter, the procurement of research equipment and the production of various fundamental materials. His vision was to establish a small factory dedicated to manufacturing the materials he required, as many of the components for his future experiments would need to be produced in-house. Let us open a factory, with ourselves as the workforce. Upon hearing this, the surrounding shadow clones pondered the proposal and concluded that it was indeed the only viable solution, beginning to discuss the relevant details. However, one shadow clone, tasked with managing finances, interrupted the conversation. We are running low on funds. At this revelation, a hush fell over the group, their gazes shifting from one clone to another, ultimately resting on Naruto. Why are you all staring at me? I can't conjure money. Even if we all took up cooking, it wouldn't amount to much. The shadow clones were well aware of their financial situation, having absorbed knowledge with each disappearance. Despite their recent earnings in Konoha, the expenses incurred from their discussions about housing had already depleted a significant portion of their funds. Of course, it wasn't that the remaining money was insufficient to establish their materials factory. Rather, it was a matter of the future financial demands. Research was an expensive endeavor, and each experiment consumed resources, with costs escalating to alarming levels as their work progressed. Thus, they required a steady influx of capital. Perhaps we should sell that product. Which one? Curse that riddle. Are we not all on the same side? Just clarify. The shadow clones turned their ire on one of their own, incredulous at the lack of clarity. It's the special drink we had before. The mention of this drink immediately sparked recognition among the group. While the ninja world had beverages, most were tea-based, often herbal, emphasizing authenticity. Notably, those drinks had proven quite popular. Indeed, this is feasible. The beverage market in the ninja realm is substantial, especially since minors cannot consume alcohol. As Naruto spoke, it dawned on them that they had overlooked a crucial element: alcohol. Yes, alcohol. The moment the idea of alcohol was mentioned, the shadow clones recalled numerous recipes for various alcoholic beverages, having often utilized different types in their cooking endeavors. What should we do first? Let us begin with beverages. Alcohol is abundant in the ninja realm, making market penetration challenging, but beverages are a different story. Naruto's assertion received unanimous approval from his shadow clones. What they needed was a stable source of income, ideally one that yielded substantial profits. Thus, they proceeded to gather in the main hall of their home, setting up the movie screen and projector, ready to enjoy a film. As expected, when Naruto and his shadow clones began watching the movie, soda and popcorn cascaded from above. However, since they were viewing the film at home, the soda came in glass bottles, each adorned with a detailed ingredients list. Upon seeing this, smiles spread across their faces. It was as if fortune had smiled upon them at just the right moment. With knowledge of the core ingredients, they merely needed to conduct experiments to replicate the beverage. Coca-Cola, perhaps? They would name their drink Naruto Cola. Let us watch the movie first. Once it's over, we'll commence our experiments. Understood. Naruto and his shadow clones were now brimming with anticipation, their minds envisioning not merely a soda, but the design blueprint for their future mech suit. Raise your hands. Upon completing the film, their spirits soared with excitement. For now, the main event awaited. The development of Naruto Cola was about to begin. Let us go. Back in the laboratory, Naruto and his shadow clones busied themselves, each retrieving their unfinished bottles of soda and comparing the ingredient lists, slowly embarking on their concoction journey. This flavor is off. This one is incorrect. Where did we go wrong? The crowd attempted several times to craft their own cola, yet they all felt that the taste was somehow amiss, as if something were not quite right. I realized it was the carbon dioxide that was the issue. Previously, we generated carbon dioxide gas through chemical reactions within the soda bottles, but that approach had not met our expectations. It is not that the method was ineffective, but rather that it fell short of our aspirations. Instead, we could employ formidable pressure to directly dissolve carbon dioxide gas into the solution, thereby significantly enhancing its solubility. As for the subsequent matters, namely the appearance of this cola, sealing it would suffice. Upon hearing this, Naruto and his shadow clones were immediately invigorated and began their experiments. In no time, a bottle of cola emerged, remarkably similar to that of the original, and the taste was simply exhilarating. Gulp, gulp, gulp. They downed the cola in delight, their hearts brimming with a slow, sweet happiness. I declare, Naruto Cola is about to debut. With a grand gesture, Naruto signaled their success. But the most pressing issue remained, the factory. Regarding the cola, there exists an ingredients list, and with Naruto's multitude of shadow clones, they could produce a comparable product within a day. However, to venture into sales, a suitable factory was imperative. This led us back to the question of the mechanization of dozens of factories and the related issue of materials. We must now learn a new skill, ninjutsu. After some contemplation, Naruto recalled the significance of ninjutsu. This world is replete with various forms of it, some of which could assist in resolving numerous challenges. As for the mechanical concerns, we will craft it by hand. Does everyone have confidence? Yes. Under Naruto's leadership, his shadow clones readied themselves for action, albeit with the understanding that they must proceed gradually, without haste. I will learn about glass manufacturing. I will study chakra control. I will research various ninja materials. I will reach out to some material suppliers. In an instant, everyone had clearly defined their roles and began to immerse themselves in their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Naruto sought out Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Hiruzen was taken aback, pondering what new scheme Naruto had concocted. Third Hokage. I wish to purchase certain items and seek some policy support. Policy support? Hiruzen's face bore a look of skepticism. He could comprehend the purchasing aspect. But what was this policy support? Soon after, as Naruto articulated his needs and the specifics of the special factory support, Hiruzen fell into deep thought. Little Naruto, you are barely over 5 years old. How have you come to this? Hiruzen hesitated, at a loss for words. As he found Naruto's ambitions to be unfathomable, did this child only think of profit? Third Hokage, I am nearly 6 years old. I have heard that many at my age have become special jonin and are already making names for themselves in the ninja world. I cannot afford to lag behind. Furthermore, Third Hokage, I too wish to contribute to Konoha. By establishing that factory, I can generate revenue for Konoha and create job opportunities, a veritable win-win situation. Hiruzen, taken aback by Naruto's words, paused momentarily. Little Naruto, you have grown. Very well, I shall support you. Land will be provided, and if you lack funds, you may come to me. No need for that. However, there are some other matters I wish to address. When Naruto mentioned the issue of, or, a special smelting factory, and certain permits, Hiruzen frowned slightly. Yet, upon hearing that 10% of the profits would belong to Konoha, Hiruzen's furrowed brow instantly relaxed. Little Naruto, proceed with confidence. I will support you from behind. Thank you, Third Hokage. Chapter 22, Kola Agency. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Naruto gazed at the permits in his hand, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He then set about contacting relevant merchants. Iron ore? Observing the permits before him and glancing at Naruto, Kojiro Itada nodded and led Naruto to his commercial association to sign the contract. Kojiro was well aware of Naruto's situation. After all, he was the most talked about individual in Konoha recently. The emergence of a night market due to a 6-year-old child was nothing short of miraculous. Many merchants, having witnessed the success of Naruto's hot pot restaurant, eagerly prepared to open their own establishments, particularly those from the village hidden in the mist, who felt as though hot pots were crafted just for their village. Once the contract was signed, Naruto returned home to prepare for the next steps. A week later, all residents around Naruto's vicinity had vacated, and he commenced renovations on the property. In no time, the entire Konoha was abuzz with news of construction at Naruto's home. After all, Naruto was quite famous now, and many came to witness the developments. Initially, onlookers speculated that Naruto was about to open another dining establishment. But upon realizing it was not the case, they gradually dispersed. A month later, Naruto's factory, situated on the southern outskirts of Konoha, officially commenced operations, primarily for the production of Naruto Cola. Bang! The sound of firecrackers signaled the official launch of the Naruto Cola factory, and simultaneously, Naruto distributed a batch of cola to various restaurants in Konoha for them to sell. After another fortnight, the entire village became aware of Naruto Cola, with many gradually developing a fondness for this uniquely flavored beverage, particularly among the youth, where it became exceptionally popular. Consequently, numerous businesses, recognizing the opportunity presented by Naruto Cola, began to fix their eyes on him, eager to partake in the venture. Some even contemplated using force, viewing Naruto as merely a 6-year-old child, easily manipulated. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi regarded the group of merchants before him, smoke curling from his pipe, enveloping the room in a haze that instilled a profound sense of pressure among the merchants. I hear some of you have objections to our Naruto Cola? As soon as Hiruzen uttered these words, the surrounding merchants broke into a cold sweat, never having anticipated that Naruto Cola was linked to the Hokage, or rather, to the entirety of Konoha. Before they could articulate their concerns, an Umbu appeared. Hokage-sama, everything has been handled. You may leave. The merchants' hearts raced, their anxiety palpable, as they deduced the nature of the Umbu's message. After all, it was only too evident that it pertained to the abduction of Naruto. Previously, certain merchants had plotted against Naruto, but just as they had made arrangements, they were swiftly apprehended by the Umbu. As for their fate, the merchants had yet to see or hear from them, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Hokage-sama, we are willing to pay the price to become agents for Naruto Cola. Indeed, Hokage-sama, I concur. Me too. Hokage-sama, I am not only interested in Naruto Cola. I am also keen on hot pot, planning to establish hot pot restaurants in other regions. I have even chosen a name, Konoha Hot Pot, and each establishment will contribute a share to Konoha. The merchants began to curry favor, especially regarding certain matters, seemingly showering him with offers. However, Hiruzen remained non-committal regarding Naruto Cola, as it was ultimately Naruto's business. His role was merely to ensure fairness. Just as the merchants were on the verge of compromising their dignity, Naruto arrived. "Third Hokage, did you call for me?" As Naruto stepped into the Hokage's office, he was greeted by a room full of people, piquing his curiosity. "Ah, young Naruto, these individuals are eager to collaborate with you. Engage in conversation with them, rest assured. Should any uncertainties arise, you may confide in me, and I shall address them on your behalf." As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a broad smile while observing the merchants. In that moment, an involuntary chill ran down the spines of the merchants, as if they sensed a lurking beast observing them, should they dare utter a dissenting word. The consequences would surely be dire. "Oh, this matter is quite straightforward. What would you like to represent?" Upon learning that they wished to act as agents for Naruto Kola, a sigh of relief escaped Naruto. He had initially assumed Sarutobi sought him for other concerns. "I wish to represent Naruto Kola." "So do I, me too. I wish to represent Naruto Hot Pot." The surrounding merchants voiced their aspirations and eagerly produced envelopes containing their terms, which they presented to Naruto. Without hesitation, Naruto retrieved the pertinent documents and began to examine them. As long as he found them agreeable, he would proceed within his parameters. Once he had filtered through the proposals, he submitted the conditions from several merchants to Sarutobi for review, entrusting the subsequent steps entirely to him before heading home without a trace of hesitation. Sarutobi, observing Naruto's swift departure, felt a twinge of confusion. Why was this young Naruto in such a hurry? I have no intention of devouring him. Suddenly, he recalled that when Naruto had arrived earlier, he bore the demeanor of one who had erred and was now prepared to face the consequences, a visage he recognized all too well. An ominous premonition stirred within Sarutobi. "Lord Hokage, has something occurred with Uzumaki Naruto?" "Lord Hokage, I was just about to report to you. Approximately half an hour ago, an explosion was reported in the direction of Uzumaki Naruto's residence. Fortunately, there were no casualties. It seems he was conducting some sort of experiment." Upon hearing the report from the Umbu, Sarutobi's expression darkened considerably. He had suspected something was amiss with young Naruto, and it was indeed the cause of this incident. He would have to deal with him once this matter was resolved. Days later, the arrangements for Naruto Kola were finalized and production commenced. As for Naruto, he held no particular expectations regarding these developments. He only hoped to receive funds to support his research. At this moment, Naruto found himself in a specially modified facility, collaborating with his shadow clones to develop a mechanical arm. "The material strength is insufficient. Continue forging. We require an alloy and a specialized reducing agent. Who will procure them?" "I will handle the reducing agent. I will address the alloy reaction issue. I will assist with the forging." 80. Done. Chapter 23. Mechanical arm testing. As Naruto gazed upon the novel material before him, he and his numerous shadow clones shared satisfied smiles, and they commenced testing the material's strength. High temperature test. Normal. Meets expectations. Low temperature test. Normal. Meets expectations. Flexibility test. Normal. Meets expectations. Strength test. Normal. Meets expectations. After a series of tests, all data met the required standards, prompting Naruto and his shadow clones to leap in joy. Their efforts had not been in vain. If this material could be produced, it would resolve many of their challenges. Now, the focus shifted to design. Naruto's gaze fell upon the mechanical arm on the workbench, his eyes filled with determination, inspiring his shadow clones in turn. "Change materials. Let's begin various adjustments." Understood. 3 days later, a continually refined mechanical arm emerged. As Naruto and his shadow clones gathered around it, they regarded it as a piece of art. "Enough admiring. Let us commence testing." Suppressing his excitement, Naruto instructed his shadow clones to prepare for the tests. The mechanical arm could only be deemed a suitable product once it had undergone rigorous testing. The outcome remained uncertain. Understood. Soon, with the assistance of his shadow clones, Naruto donned the mechanical arm and approached a specialized testing apparatus. Boom. Naruto delivered a punch to the testing device. 1 ton. Data meets expectations. Boom. Still 1 ton. Energy levels normal. Chakra supply stable. Boom. 1 ton again. No surface abnormalities on the mechanical arm. Internal structure intact. Energy levels stable. Chakra supply normal. Boom. 900 kilograms. Data shows deviation. Energy supply normal. Chakra levels decreasing, but within controllable limits. Boom. 800 kilograms. Data continues to deviate. Energy remains within acceptable limits. Rest for 2 hours to recover chakra. A series of data was recorded and analyzed, leading to adjustments. Currently, their primary concern was energy supply. They had initially considered electrical power. However, battery storage remained a persistent challenge they could not resolve at this stage. Thus, chakra would serve as their energy source. Yet, Chakra posed its own dilemma. Naruto's current chakra reserve permitted only a few strikes, compounded by the low conversion rate of chakra to mechanical arm energy, which was merely 20%. Consequently, further improvements were essential. After a 2-hour rest, Naruto's chakra gradually replenished, and he donned the mechanical arm once more. Ready for the final test. Maximum energy test. Prepare. Bending forward, Naruto adopted a charging stance, channeling chakra into the mechanical arm. In an instant, the indicator lights on the arm began to flicker. Extreme chakra charging at 20%, 50%, 70%, 95%, charging complete. Prepare for testing. Upon hearing his shadow clones, Naruto aimed his fist at the testing apparatus. Boom. 3 tons. The energy transmission device has sustained wear, estimated at 10%, within acceptable limits. Residual chakra remains in the energy device. Improvements are needed. Various joints and structures of the mechanical arm have experienced wear. Specific inspections are required. A new set of data was recorded and analyzed, while Naruto's mechanical arm was disassembled by his shadow clones for thorough examination. Meanwhile, Naruto's original self took a moment to rest, preparing for the subsequent tests. Another week passed, and a brand new mechanical arm was presented before Naruto and his shadow clones, their hearts brimming with excitement. Let us commence testing. Eagerly, Naruto could hardly contain himself. After numerous adjustments and refinements, they had achieved the current final product before them. They had deduced, based on their data, that the mechanical arm should perform flawlessly. However, practical testing was paramount. Donning the mechanical arm, Naruto initiated the testing process. Test preparation. He infused chakra into the arm, and soon, blue energy coursed through the mechanical arm like veins, a necessary process during chakra conversion. Gradually, specks of blue starlight appeared at the arm's terminus, continuously dispersing into the air. This was the release of excess chakra, intended to mitigate wear on the arm's components and prolong its lifespan. Moreover, during the discharge of surplus chakra, a specialized cooling apparatus had been designed, ensuring that any excess chakra passing through would enable its operation. Boom. 1 ton. All test data stable. Boom. 1 ton. All test data stable. Boom. 3 tons. All test data stable, meeting expectations. Hooray. At this moment, Naruto and his myriad shadow clones were engulfed in an overwhelming sense of joy. They had triumphed, embracing one another. Their jubilant cheers echoed throughout the space, as their relentless efforts over the past days culminated in the successful creation of the mechanical arm. However, after the celebrations, they turned their attention to the crucial aspect of the mechanical arm, its offensive capabilities. I propose we go directly for firearms. One suggested, but with firearms, we must address fire control alongside the production of weapons and the requisite elixirs, which seems unwise to me. Instead, I advocate for the use of ninjutsu. I've encountered numerous techniques in my readings, and we simply need to what nonsense. A true man should wield a sword, embodying the spirit of a gallant hero. Another interjected, less time watching films. When I brandish a rifle, I wonder how you would respond. Just one close encounter, and I assure you, you won't even have the chance to draw your weapon. Huh. At 7 paces, the gun is swift. At 7 paces and closer, it is both fast and precise. No. We must heed my counsel. Let's employ blades. Insisted another. Listen to me. Let's go straight for the artillery. A spirited debate erupted among the shadow clones, while Naruto, the original, remained an observer. Ahem, everyone quiet down. Let us proceed with firearms. Upon hearing Naruto's declaration, several clones who shared his sentiment echoed their agreement. Yet others were not so easily swayed. Why should we? Just because you are the original? Does that make you exceptional? Let us see who is truly capable. Come on. What are you so anxious about? Watch your tone. Try me if you dare. In a heartbeat, the atmosphere within the laboratory grew tense, divided into 5 factions, each nearly equal in number. Suddenly, a wrench clattered to the floor, drawing all eyes to the clone responsible. It's perfectly normal for a researcher to carry a wrench. I assent it, the clone said defensively. The others narrowed their eyes. Normal? We brought our own too. With that, they brandished their respective wrenches and tools. For while the laboratory may have lacked in other areas, it was certainly well equipped with tools. Seeing this unfold, Naruto glanced at the clones and promptly tossed his wrench to the ground. Witnessing this act, the remaining clones followed suit, discarding their tools. In an instant, they all assumed a battle-ready stance. Whoever wins dictates the rules. Charge. Chaos erupted in the laboratory as they engaged in a wild skirmish. Who dares take my peach? Why strike my face, you shameless wretch? Ow, my rear. Chapter 24. The defeat in a hot pot restaurant. Naruto sat with an air of despondency, surrounded by a mountain of empty soda bottles. Naruto, what is the matter? Asked Choji, approaching him and casually grabbing a bottle of soda from the pile, swiftly opening it and downing it in a few gulps. It's nothing, just didn't he win? At this, Naruto appeared forlorn. Can you imagine the original losing to his own shadow clones? It was an unbearable feeling, compounded by the knowledge that he could not retaliate. All the pain was his to bear alone. That night, after the fight, although the clones vanished, the agony lingered, as if he had endured the battle in its entirety. Didn't he win? Who did you fight? Should we help you reclaim your honor? Choji asked, his expression serious. They understood Naruto's plight. It was likely some issue related to the root, but such matters would never be acknowledged by them. If they acted swiftly, they could undoubtedly assist Naruto in regaining his standing. Behind Choji, Shikamaru and Kiba were also preparing, particularly Shikamaru, who was already devising various alibis and plans to mitigate any fallout. Meanwhile, Hinata gazed at Naruto with concern, sensing that his struggle was largely psychological. In need of comfort during such a time, I lost to my own shadow clone. You have no idea how relentless it was, employing every trick and underhanded tactic imaginable. Naruto's frustration grew, painting the clones in a villainous light, as he described them with increasing animosity. In that moment, Shikamaru and the others were momentarily taken aback. This narrative diverged from what they had anticipated. They had meticulously prepared for various scenarios, yet this outcome was unexpected. Naruto, for matters like this, just tell us next time. With shadow clones, all we can do is offer moral support. Shikamaru sighed, bewildered. This felt like Naruto was merely fighting himself. Were they aiding the clone or the original? Ultimately, they all understood that any situation involving the shadow clones would ultimately affect the original, thus whoever they supported. The one to suffer in the end would still be Naruto. Naruto-kun. This Hinata pondered, struggling to find clarity, knowing well the implications of shadow clones. She found herself in a dilemma, to help or not to help. Naruto noticed the mixed expressions on Shikamaru and the others, understanding their discomfort. This was precisely what pained him the most. Who would have thought he would be bested by his own creations? It was a bitter irony he could scarcely articulate. I just want to be left alone for now. Naruto grabbed a soda and began drinking. Despite its lack of alcoholic solace, it was nonetheless filling. As night fell, he returned home, gazing at the mechanical arm in the laboratory, feeling a profound discomfort. He resolved to grant himself a respite, to rest for a few days. Barely lying down, Naruto found himself in the ceiling space. Upon entering, he spotted the Nine Tails, who was happily consuming soda, a look of satisfaction adorning its features. Observing Naruto's forlorn demeanor, the Nine Tails noted, "What's with you, brat? Is it such a big deal that you lost to your own shadow clone?" At this, Naruto turned to the Nine Tails, especially noting its barely contained laughter, causing his lips to twitch. "Oh, great fox, feel free to laugh." "I would never laugh, unless I couldn't help it." Naruto, now visibly annoyed, chose to ignore the Nine Tails. He was in no mood for jest. Instead, he sought a comedic film to lift his spirits, having accumulated over a dozen films during this period. Soon enough, he found a movie and promptly pressed play. Mr. Bean. Recognizing the familiar character, Naruto anticipated a good laugh, and indeed, the movie brought him joy, with the little Nine Tails beside him sharing in the amusement. At that moment, Naruto's form appeared beside the iron door, looking at the little Nine Tails with excitement. "Hey, can I give you a pat?" The little Nine Tails fluffed up, barking defiantly. Not a chance. With a furious roar, it retreated to its original form, while the Nine Tails itself merely huffed and closed its eyes to rest. Naruto, feeling a touch of disappointment, lamented that he could not pat the little Nine Tails. Just as his spirit sank, the Nine Tails spoke again. And Naruto initially thought it might show some compassion, only to realize he had misjudged. "Brat, I need you to gather some construction materials. I'm planning to renovate this place." The Nine Tails surveyed Naruto and the space beyond the iron door, contrasting the two realms, inside and out, as worlds apart. Having spent years within, it deemed the time ripe for a makeover, especially considering Naruto's ability to summon items, which could bypass the ceiling door. To the Nine Tails, this felt like a glimmer of hope. "Oh, great fox, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it." After Naruto spoke, he directly inquired about the materials, colors, and textures needed by the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails glanced around, assessing his situation, and felt the need for some warm-toned materials, preferably orange, as it would complement his fur beautifully. Not long after, the Nine Tails eagerly joined the renovation effort. Observing the pile of materials behind the iron gate, he felt a surge of artistic inspiration, confident that he could create a wonderfully cozy abode. Meanwhile, Naruto took on the role of supervisor, offering suggestions, and even managed to procure a projection device, a movie screen. and an LCD television from that indescribable entity for the Nine Tails. After a night of diligent work, aided by the Nine Tails and Chakra, the renovation project was finally complete. The world behind the Iron Gate now radiated a vibrant orange hue, with many unique furnishings reflecting this theme. For instance, the stone trough, which the Nine Tails had uniquely decorated, no longer resembled a pig's feeding trough, and the special ruler beside it was designed to hold soda. Earlier, the Nine Tails had asked Naruto to order a soda-making machine, which would ensure a continuous supply of soda, requiring only occasional material replenishment from Naruto. However, what excited him the most were the movie equipment and the LCD television before him. After spending so many years in this sealed space, entertainment had been scarce, making these new additions a source of immense happiness for the Nine Tails. "Thank you, little brat." As Naruto gradually faded away, the Nine Tails wore a sincere smile. "The upcoming moments belong solely to me." Haha. With that, the exuberant Nine Tails switched on the LCD television, eager to discover any new content. As he did, a passionate melody filled the air, signaling the start of Animal World. Chapter 25. Mushroom Hot Pot. The following day, Naruto awoke from a deep slumber, feeling exceptionally refreshed. Perhaps the most comfortable he had ever felt. "Now it's time to get to work," he declared, clasping his hands together and invoking the multi-shadow clone technique. In an instant, numerous shadow clones appeared, each diligently attending to their assigned tasks in the enhancement experiment of the mechanical arms. The weapon installation experiment commenced, followed by weapon assessment and additional problem evaluations. A series of tests unfolded gradually, and time flew by, swiftly approaching the beginning of the new school term. On this day, Naruto sought out Choji and others, preparing to venture outside the village in search of something. "Naruto, what are we going out of the village for?" Shikamaru inquired, puzzled by Naruto's intentions, especially since they were about to leave the village. "To find something extraordinarily delicious," Naruto replied mysteriously, glancing at the group. With school just around the corner, and having not relaxed in quite some time, he intended to treat himself to a delightful meal. "Let's go," Choji exclaimed, driven by the prospect of food, leaving the adults to worry about other matters. Shikamaru sighed, unable to help but cover his forehead, wondering if they truly understood the potential consequences of their actions. However, despite his words, Shikamaru's body betrayed him, for who could resist free food? Soon, Naruto led the group to a deep mountain surrounding Konoha, where they began searching for various mushrooms. "Naruto, did you bring us out just to hunt for mushrooms?" Choji questioned. "You don't understand. These mushrooms are nature's gift. Once we return, I'll whip up a mushroom hot pot for you. It's going to be so fresh that you'll remember it for a lifetime." Choji looked skeptical upon hearing this, yet he complied, beginning to search for mushrooms. Of course, their task was merely to gather and present them to Naruto for identification. After a morning of diligent searching, the group had gathered a substantial amount of mushrooms. With Naruto's careful selection, they retained only the edible varieties to bring back to Konoha. Just then, Hinata's voice rang out. "Naruto-kun, can this mushroom be eaten?" Naruto looked up, his eyes widening as he dashed toward Hinata. "That's a chicken of the woods." "Hinata, where did you find it?" "Over there." Hinata pointed to the spot where she had discovered the mushroom, realizing she had stumbled upon something remarkable. Upon reaching Hinata's indicated location, Naruto was indeed greeted by a cluster of chicken of the woods. "Haha, we've struck gold. Hinata, you're truly my lucky star." Hearing this, Hinata blushed, feeling flattered by Naruto's praise. "Everyone, come quickly to help. This is a rare delicacy. We're on our way." At Naruto's home, the group gathered around the table, staring at the bubbling pot of mushroom hot pot, which had only just begun to cook, yet they were already inhaling its enticing aroma. However, Naruto refused to provide them with spoons or chopsticks, leaving them to merely watch. "Naruto, is it time to eat yet?" Choji asked impatiently, wishing he could dive in if only he had some chopsticks. "Not yet. Remember, mushrooms must be fully cooked before consumption, otherwise, they could be toxic." "What?" They all gasped in unison, startled by the prospect of poison. "Just trust me on this. Mushrooms must be thoroughly cooked." As he spoke, Naruto brought several plates of sautéed chicken of the woods to the table. These were cooked and safe to eat. "This is chicken of the woods stir-fried with meat. And this is chicken of the woods soup." Naruto introduced the dishes, prompting Hinata and the others to dig in eagerly. As they took their first bites, they were met with an exquisite flavor that was undeniably delightful. "Delicious," they exclaimed in unison. Soon, those plates of cooked food were devoured, and just as they finished, the mushroom hot pot was ready. At that moment, Naruto lifted the lid, signaling that it was time to eat. As the lid came off, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, a distinctive fragrance unique to mushrooms. "Start with the soup. It's the freshest part." Naruto instructed, serving each a bowl of soup. As they tasted it, the umami flooded their senses. So fresh and incredibly fragrant. They marveled. At that moment, Choji and the others were utterly captivated by the mushroom hot pot, experiencing a flavor unlike anything they had encountered before. They savored the meal for quite some time, leaving not even a drop of broth behind. As they prepared to leave, Naruto gifted them some chicken of the woods and shared the methods for preparation. The reason for only chicken of the woods was its simple cooking process and superior flavor. In the days that followed, Naruto's hot pot restaurant launched a new product, mushroom hot pot. With August approaching and the summer heat upon them, the traditionally spicy hot pot was less suitable for the weather. Thus, the introduction of mushroom hot pot delighted the taste buds of Konoha's residents, revealing the myriad ways to enjoy mushrooms. Consequently, mushroom hot pot became a sensational hit in Konoha, spreading rapidly, especially in regions where the climate was conducive to mushroom growth, witnessing an explosive increase in popularity. However, the issues brought forth by this situation pertain to the alarming number of individuals suffering from mushroom poisoning, with Konoha being the epicenter of such incidents. What? Poisoned by mushrooms? Unthinkable, absolutely inconceivable. It must simply be due to insufficient cooking, or perhaps an inadequate amount of garlic was used. Return home, cook it once more, and then continue the cycle of hospital visits. In response to this, Sarutobi Hiruzen issued a direct decree. Mushroom consumption must adhere to the 3 familiarities. 1. Familiarity with the types of mushrooms. Refer to the revised edition of Comprehensive Mushroom Guide by Naruto. 2. Mushrooms must be thoroughly cooked. Refer to the revised edition of Comprehensive Mushroom Guide by Naruto. 3. The route to the hospital must be well known. Refer to the Konoha map to accurately locate the hospital. Although Konoha has mandated increased vigilance, it cannot quell the fervent enthusiasm of food lovers. For many, it certainly cannot be the mushroom's fault. It must be due to their own failure to cook them properly. Or perhaps some malevolent ninja had poisoned them. Chapter 26. Beer and Crawfish. It was August, with only 20 days remaining until the start of the new school year. Naruto's development of the mechanical arm had reached a temporary conclusion. Given the current state of technology, they could progress no further unless they broke through certain scientific barriers. For instance, the most pressing challenge lay in the area of sealing techniques. If they could resolve the sealing technique issue, they would no longer need to utilize a scaled-down version of the mechanical arm, but could instead create a new iteration of the sealing technique. If the new sealing technique proved successful, it would signify a remarkable breakthrough, just as they had observed in the recent film, by merely utilizing a summoning tool. They could have fixed the mechanical arm to their own, transforming it into a miraculous device for travel, home use, or even nefarious deeds. However, all of this hinged on their ability to conquer that particular technology, and as it stood, their understanding of sealing techniques was still rudimentary. It seemed necessary to consult the third Hokage. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto resolved to delve deeper into the intricacies of sealing techniques. His prior knowledge was insufficient, limited to the basic concepts that were far from adequate for his current needs. At that moment, a shadow clone approached, eliciting a pained expression from Naruto. Our current financial demands are escalating, the clone reported. While the restaurant and hot pot establishments manage to operate normally and even yield some profit, that is the extent of it. The cola factory, though capable of providing substantial funding, will only do so in a year. Presently, we remain in a developmental phase and require significant financial investment. Certainly, we still possess ample funds, but they cannot sustain the exorbitant costs of research and development, particularly since steel alone accounts for 73% of our expenses. If we continue to allocate funding in this manner, our financial chain will inevitably falter. Upon hearing this, Naruto could not help but clutch his forehead. He had underestimated the financial burden of their research endeavors. It was indeed a genuine money pit, where every step incurred substantial costs. Particularly in recent days, he had conferred with numerous shadow clones about acquiring a machine tool, as handcrafting was exceedingly inefficient. Why are we perpetually short on funds? Sigh. Naruto fell into deep thought, uncertain as to how to secure the necessary finances. What was paramount was a sustainable source of funding, not merely a one-time influx of money. If it were just a singular sum, the solution would be straightforward. They could sell some of their technologies to Konoha, which would surely be eager to purchase. Food, clothing, shelter, transportation, the essentials of life, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation are indispensable to everyone. While not all may apply, at least one aspect will invariably be involved, constituting a significant opportunity for profit. However, currently, Naruto could only engage in the realm of food. As for other avenues, he could explore them, but not at this time. What should he do? Naruto pondered incessantly about food-related matters. Unless he sold his luminescent vegetables, he could not achieve the desired effect. However, if those vegetables were sold, war would likely erupt, specifically because of him, thus rendering that path unfeasible. As for other options, alcohol? Unfortunately, the effects of alcohol are too slow to materialize. And good wine requires aging, which consumes considerable time. Beer. If only there were crawfish as well. With this thought, Naruto promptly instructed numerous shadow clones to begin searching for crawfish, particularly in rice paddies and ditches. It wasn't imperative that they find only crawfish, loaches, eels, or bullfrogs would suffice, as long as they could support the night market and pair well with beer. In an instant, everyone sprang into action, and Naruto's endeavor quickly caught the attention of Konoha's upper echelon. They could not fathom what Naruto was searching for, only that he seemed to be hunting for some wild delicacies in the fields. By evening, the dispatched shadow clones returned, bearing their respective spoils. No one wants these loaches. I borrowed some from local farmers to cook, but they have a strong muddy taste. To make them suitable for the table, they would require special cultivation to reduce the earthy flavor. As for the bullfrogs, they are similarly challenging to find. We need to cultivate them for a while. However, I have something different, red worms, akin to crawfish. After my cooking, they taste even better than what is described in the books about crawfish. The best part is, they are abundant everywhere, and many people catch them to grind and to feed for pigs. Hearing the words of the shadow clones, Naruto felt a sense of relief. For the time being, they would focus on the red worms, although further improvements in their cultivation were still necessary. Now, the issue of beer arose. How is the beer research progressing? Naruto turned his gaze toward the research team, who had been deliberating on the subject of beer for quite some time. Bad news. The yield of wheat in the ninja world is inadequate, to say the least, rendering the prospect of brewing beer from wheat unfeasible, at least until we cultivate high-yield wheat. However, there is good news. We have discovered a special plant called storm grass. After processing and brewing, while it may not replicate the effects of beer brewed from wheat, it will not fall too far behind. Moreover, we can make specific modifications to enhance its palatability. The best part is, this crop is akin to a weed and thrives effortlessly. After finishing, the shadow clone retrieved several cups containing a professional orange-yellow liquid from the table. This is our rudimentary brew. It is not the final version, but you may give it a try. Upon seeing this, Naruto eagerly picked up a cup and took a sip, followed suit by several shadow clones. The flavor is decent, though the aftertaste is rather bitter. As for whether it can match the quality of wheat beer, that remains uncertain. After tasting, Naruto arrived at his conclusion. The main issue was that they had yet to sample authentic wheat beer. They had no way of knowing its true flavor, relying instead on descriptions from books, particularly the comprehensive Chinese cookbook. We should procure some wheat for comparison to identify the discrepancies and then work on improvements. Understood. After a series of preliminary tests, the new beer was set to debut a few days later. This time, Naruto and his companions had crafted several varieties of beer through meticulous brewing. Let us give it a try. Chapter 27. The clash between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Naruto and the shadow clones began sampling various beers, taking small sips. Some found it acceptable, while others nearly retched. This beer number 1 is unpalatable. I just took a sip and felt like vomiting. Beer number 2 is equally poor. The third variant is acceptable, yet requires refinement. The fourth variant is commendable as well, though its potency is somewhat excessive, rendering it prone to inebriation. The 17 varieties of beer were gradually consumed by the gathering, and the attendees have now developed a certain familiarity with these types. The next step involves the selection and enhancement of the remaining beers. However, everyone's gaze shifted towards the side, drawn to the untouched 18th variety, the wheat beer described in the text. Naruto took a sip, then slightly furrowed his brow. This beer was only marginally superior to the one brewed from storm grass. Yet it did not reach a markedly different level. You all should give it a taste, he suggested. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the shadow clones eagerly sampled the wheat beer. Upon tasting it, it was indeed true that, aside from being more palatable than the storm grass variety, the other differences were rather negligible. Although there were undoubtedly issues stemming from some immature brewing techniques, these shortcomings did not elevate the wheat beer to a remarkable status. The 7th beer was chosen, with a commitment to refine its flavor and alcohol content, particularly ensuring that the potency does not become excessive. Understood. With the initial selection of the beer made, the next matter to address was that of the red worms. The red worms could be served on the table after a simple cultivation process, and in fact, could be presented immediately. However, in pursuit of the finest flavor, Naruto felt it best to delay this until a batch of beer was produced before gradually commencing sales. In this manner, everything was progressing steadily, and the current financial issue was resolved by Naruto employing a unique steel technology. This was also the first time Sarutobi Hiruzen witnessed the fruits of Naruto's scientific endeavors, causing him to reassess his perception of Naruto. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. As Hiruzen watched Naruto's departing figure, a look of concern washed over his face. Although this situation was advantageous, it did not meet the expectations for a Jinchuriki. Never mind, little Naruto is still young. There is ample time ahead for him to grow. Hiruzen gradually came to terms with this over the past few days. It was better to allow some things to unfold naturally rather than forcing them. It was preferable to grant autonomy and let them develop freely, as long as it did not veer off course. However, just then, Danzo made his entrance. Hiruzen, you have been far too lenient with the Jinchuriki lately. Danzo wasted no time in revealing his intentions as he stepped through the door. Oh, and what of it? Observing Hiruzen's calm demeanor, Danzo felt a jolt of unease. Hiruzen appeared to have undergone a sudden transformation. Hiruzen, allowing the Jinchuriki to run wild is untenable. It must be placed under our root's control. Danzo, spare me your absurd notions. I am fully aware of the situation regarding little Naruto. In just over 10 days, he will soon be entering school. As for other matters, you need not worry. I will manage them. Hiruzen, the Jinchuriki must be handed over to my root. And the recipe for that cola must also be surrendered. You should have said so earlier. Is that what this is really about, the cola recipe? Danzo, this isn't like you. Why resort to such roundabout tactics this time? Hiruzen, as long as the cola recipe is handed over, we can discuss anything else. This is our root's final demand and the wishes of the two advisors. No sooner had Danzo finished his statement than Mito came in and Toka Shiranui appeared at the door of the Hokage's office. Before they could utter a word, Hiruzen's expression darkened. This group had come to usurp his authority. Forget the cola recipe. As for anything else, don't even think about it. Some matters should not be pushed too far. Whether it be that recipe or Naruto, remember this. His name is Uzumaki Naruto, or you may also refer to him as Namikaze Naruto. We are all adults here. Let us not make a scene. The sudden surge of Hiruzen's chakra, coupled with his imposing presence, reminded Danzo and the others of past battlefields, rendering them momentarily speechless. Particularly Mito Kamen and Toka Shiranui, who had merely accompanied Danzo to lend support. If the situation escalated beyond negotiation, they would find themselves in a precarious position. Hiruzen, do you not realize that we are all striving for the sake of Konoha? Danzo, have you forgotten? I am the Hokage. Am I not privy to the affairs of Konoha? Since when did it become your prerogative to dictate my actions? With a resounding crash, Hiruzen's chakra erupted, causing the floor to fissure and the desk to splinter, teetering precariously. In response, several Umbu appeared nearby, including Might Guy and Kakashi, who stepped forward, surveying Danzo and his companions. I will treat today's events as if I did not hear them, but I do not wish for a repeat. Especially not under circumstances that even you cannot justify. Hiruzen directed this statement towards Danzo, as if it were meant solely for him. Danzo's complexion shifted between hues of green and white, akin to a performer in a stage play. Humph. With a scoff, Danzo recognized that remaining would only exacerbate matters, and thus, he stormed out in frustration. Once Danzo departed, Hiruzen turned his gaze towards Mito Kamen and Toka Shiranui, his eyes silently urging them to leave as well. Without uttering a word, they immediately turned and exited, having remained silent since their arrival, as if they were mere props. After their departure, Hiruzen waved his hand, instantly dispersing the Umbu, including Kakashi, who soon returned, looking exasperated as he escorted Might Guy out as well. Sigh. Hiruzen let out a breath, retrieving the document Naruto had previously sold him from a nearby drawer. As he examined the contents, his gaze flickered with contemplation, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Naruto's days unfolded in a linear fashion, wholly consumed by his research until the onset of school. I will be attending school soon, where I will surely make many friends. Naruto gazed at his reflection in the mirror, taking care to present himself well, even styling his hair in a trendy manner to leave a favorable impression on his classmates. He stepped outside, and as he opened the door, a beam of sunlight cascaded over him, symbolizing his growth and marking a definitive break from his past, as he ventured into a brand new world. However, just as Naruto stepped out, he encountered a dog. Chapter 28, The Confrontation. The sun shone brightly overhead. Flowers smiled at me, and the birds chirped their morning greetings. Why do you? Woof. Naruto's previously cheerful mood was abruptly interrupted by a wild dog nearby. He turned to face the creature, which seemed to bear a unique significance to him. The dog was small in stature, clearly not a match for anything imposing. Yet Naruto sensed an unmistakable air of danger emanating from it. Most strikingly, he felt an intense animosity towards this dog, as if they shared a deep-seated grudge. And a voice in his mind warned him to be cautious. At that moment, the wild dog's eyes narrowed as it regarded Naruto, seemingly aware of the threat in the air. In an instant, both man and dog began to engage in a standoff, maintaining a distance of 5 meters while circling one another, neither daring to cross the invisible boundary. As time passed, a single leaf fell from a great tree, landing between them. In that instant, both the man and the dog sprang into action, charging towards each other. In a flash, they were entangled in a fierce struggle, the dog biting and the man evading, while the man retaliated with kicks and punches and the dog dodged, resulting in a tumultuous clash where neither side was willing to relent. Suddenly, the dog seized the moment and lunged toward Naruto's right hand, its face adorned with a triumphant expression. In its eyes, Naruto perceived a mocking challenge, as if the creature were saying, "Look at you, just a mere child, caught in the jaws of my dog." Just as the dog reveled in its supposed victory, Naruto's arm flickered slightly, and then, crack, the wild dog fell to the ground, its mouth twitching before it expelled several bloodied teeth. "Humph, is that all?" Naruto scoffed, and subsequently, his mechanical arm emerged with grace. Clenching his fist, a faint azure chakra coursed through the metallic limb, bestowing upon it an exquisite beauty. The wild dog, witnessing this, barked a few times at Naruto before swiftly retreating. Observing this, Naruto placed his hands on his hips and erupted into hearty laughter. Although he could not quite fathom the reason for his elation, he had genuinely triumphed over an adversary. Despite being merely a wild dog, it was nonetheless a testament to the prowess of his mechanical arm. Just as Naruto prepared to depart for school, he heard the sound of barking, growing ever nearer. Naruto pondered, casting his gaze ahead, only to see the very same wild dog reappear, accompanied by a pack of over 20 others, each of varying breeds. In that moment, the previously arrogant wild dog bore a look of disdain, as if to say, "I've summoned my kin, what are you waiting for?" Sensing this, Naruto frowned slightly and clasped his hands together. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Boom. A cloud of smoke erupted as numerous clones manifested, each wielding an assortment of wrenches. Meanwhile, Naruto's true self executed a swift motion, causing an alloy short sword to spring forth from his mechanical arm, its gleaming blade and the luminous blood groove radiating lethal intent. At that instant, the cacophony of barking ceased, for these wild dogs, as denizens of the Hidden Leaf Village, possessed the innate ability to discern friend from foe. In a world teeming with ninjas, they had to rely on their keen instincts for survival. In that moment, the pack began to retreat, and after a few steps, a single bark echoed, triggering a stampede as the wild dogs scattered in all directions. The previously boastful wild dog, witnessing its companions flee, wore an expression of fear as it faced Naruto, exposing its blood-stained teeth in a gesture of submission. Naruto, observing this, chose not to comment, allowing his shadow clones to dissipate while he retracted his mechanical arm and turned toward the school. Today marked the commencement of the new school year at the Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy, bustling with parents escorting their children to the venue. Upon entering, Naruto noticed several parents gesturing and whispering among themselves. Look at them. At such a young age, they've already opened a shop, can cook, and earn money. Why can't you learn from them? You poor child, all you do is play. Just look at Naruto Uzumaki. He is already selling his special soda in other countries, while you waste your days fishing in the river. The parents, upon spotting Naruto, felt a surge of frustration as they compared him to their own children, whose achievements seemed woefully inadequate. How can we compete? Naruto has grown up without parents. Yet before a child could finish their lament, their father erupted in exasperation, prompting their mother to intervene, and soon a chaotic scene unfolded as they engaged in a heated argument. Witnessing this, Naruto couldn't help but twitch his lips. He hadn't anticipated that in such a short time, he would become the envy of other parents. Just then, he heard a familiar voice, Choji's. Turning to look, he saw Choji with his mother, accompanied by Shikamaru and Kiba, along with their own mothers. Upon seeing Naruto approach, Choji's mother beamed with admiration, having heard of Naruto's exploits over the years. The warmth emanating from her maternal instincts was palpable as she gazed at him with tender concern. Just as Naruto basked in this maternal glow, Hinata's voice broke through the fervent admiration. Naruto-kun. Turning around, Naruto's face lit up with joy at the sight of Hinata. But when he noticed who stood beside her, he froze in place. One of them was Hayashi Hyuga, which was unremarkable since he had encountered him before and found him amiable. However, standing next to him was a young man with similar pale eyes, who appeared slightly older than Hinata. This made Naruto recall Hinata mentioning she had an elder brother named Neji Hyuga. At that moment, Neji regarded Naruto, then glanced at Hinata, his expression devoid of any discernible emotion, as if the situation held no significance for him. After a fleeting glance at Neji, Naruto chose to disregard him and greeted Hinata instead. "Hinata, it's been a while." "Naruto-kun, it's been a while," Hinata replied. Her cheeks flushed as she mustered the courage to gaze up at him, only to find his attention directed elsewhere. Curiously, she followed his gaze to a small boy who, to her surprise, was from the Uchiha clan. Chapter 29, The Beginning of School. As Naruto's gaze shifted, everyone turned to see what had captured his attention. Discovering it was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. The sight of Mikoto Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha elicited expressions of astonishment from the onlookers. Why was Naruto interested in the Uchiha? Especially Hayashi, who furrowed his brow. The Uchiha had been embroiled in various controversies recently, causing discontent among Konoha's higher-ups. What could possibly pique Naruto's interest in them? However, it dawned on Hayashi that he might be overthinking. After all, Naruto was merely 6 years old. Thus, he chose to dismiss the thought, acknowledging the innocence of childhood. At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance, and within that fleeting moment, they both sensed an inexplicable familiarity, stirring emotions within them. Instantly, both boys became wary, internally declaring, "I am interested in women. How could I possibly be drawn to this boy?" Naruto and Sasuke promptly turned their heads away, avoiding further eye contact. This scene, seemingly innocuous, drew the attention of many around them. The moment bore an uncanny resemblance to that of two young individuals caught in the throes of youthful infatuation, sharing a bashful glance. Gasp! Choji's mother inhaled sharply, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Shikamaru and the others remained unfazed, as they knew Naruto well enough to dismiss it as mere camaraderie between two boys. Besides, with Hinata present, it was inconceivable that Naruto, who was infatuated with technology and mecha, would develop feelings for another boy, especially one he had just met. It was well known that Naruto's obsession with his inventions and robotic creations bordered on fanaticism, particularly regarding the mechas he spoke of with such fervor. Yet, they were undeniably impressive. As Shikamaru and the others reminisced about the films Naruto had shown them, they acknowledged the sheer destructive potential of those mechas. Realizing that had their abilities allowed, they too would have eagerly delved into the study of such technology. "Parents, please proceed inside." As the school's announcement echoed through the air, it jolted everyone back to reality. With that, the enrollment process commenced, and students began attending to various related matters. Before long, the registration concluded, and parents bid farewell to their children with a wave. Inside the classroom, students gazed around at the new faces with palpable excitement, though some were driven by ulterior motives. For instance, a few girls gazed dreamily at Sasuke's handsome visage. Sasuke, on the other hand, sat in a corner, embodying the archetype of a cool kid, indifferent to the girls before him. At that moment, the classroom morphed into three distinct realms. The first was the ordinary, where newly admitted students curiously observed their classmates. The second realm revolved around Sasuke, as numerous girls gravitated towards him, their intentions abundantly clear. The third realm consisted of Naruto and a few others seated in the corner, who remained silent, exuding a pure curiosity. Naturally, if they were to put down their snacks, they would appear even more normal. This scenario persisted until the teacher's arrival, particularly relieving for Sasuke, who felt as though he had escaped a torturous ordeal. He never anticipated such a situation on his first day. He recalled that his brother had never mentioned anything of the sort. Had his brother concealed this from him? He resolved to inquire upon his return home. "Hello everyone. I am Irika Yumino, your future homeroom teacher. I look forward to working with you all," Irika announced. "Now, let us proceed with self-introductions." As he surveyed the students below, a headache began to form. This class was not originally assigned to him, yet for reasons unknown, he had been summoned by the Hokage, who deemed this class exceptional and in need of his guidance. Initially, Irika was oblivious to the class's unique nature, but he soon realized it comprised mostly of scions from prominent families in Konoha. Even the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were represented, with Naruto Uzumaki standing out as Konoha's rising star. The composition of this class filled Irika with trepidation regarding the challenges that lay ahead in his teaching endeavors. "Hello everyone. I am Hama Hikari, my hobby is drawing manga, and I aspire to become a manga artist." "Hello everyone. I am Zwajawule. My passion lies in writing novels, and I aim to become a novelist." "Hello everyone. I am Uchiha Sasuke. I aspire to become an exceptional ninja like my brother, and even surpass him." Sasuke's introduction elicited a flurry of gasps from the girls in the class, who finally learned his name, nearly bursting with excitement. Silence, everyone. Next. Irika sighed internally at the sight. Sasuke was so young, yet already commanding such attention, a glimpse into the future that seemed daunting. However, surpassing his brother would likely prove challenging, given his brother's prowess. Soon, several more students completed their introductions, leading to Naruto's turn. Rising, he approached the podium. I am Naruto Uzumaki. My passion is research, and I aspire to be the first man to pilot a mech. As he spoke, a fiery enthusiasm lit up his eyes, giving him an almost radiant aura. This ignited admiration in Hinata, seated in the back. The other students, witnessing Naruto in the flesh, began to whisper amongst themselves. After all, Naruto was practically a celebrity, having been spoken of countless times by their parents. They were astonished to discover that the child their parents had often compared them to was now their classmate. In that moment, an invisible pressure enveloped them, as they could already envision their parents remarking, "Just look at Naruto Uzumaki from your class," upon returning home. Once the self-introductions concluded, Irika began discussing important school policies, followed by the first lesson. This initial class was rather straightforward, focusing on basic literacy and an overview of ninja history, akin to a storytelling session. Many students showed little interest, having already encountered similar material upon entering school. For them, this knowledge felt superfluous. Irika, however, remained unfazed, recognizing that such apathy was commonplace, especially given the class's unique mix of aristocratic offspring and ordinary students. However, as he observed Naruto diligently engaged in the lesson, Irika felt a surge of inspiration. Look at Naruto, who, despite having encountered this knowledge numerous times before, was now earnestly devoted to learning. Irika knew Naruto well. He was a fervent learner, often spotted in the Hokage's office, engrossed in study. In that moment, Irika felt invigorated. Chapter 30, I will support you. At noon, the students finally experienced a sense of liberation. The first day of classes had left them feeling somewhat disoriented and resistant. Yet the midday break was a different story. Many students who had previously played together sought their companions to share lunch. In Naruto's classroom, numerous girls began to gravitate towards Sasuke, eager to share their bento boxes. Sasuke-kun, here is my homemade bento, Sakura exclaimed, promptly offering her lunch to Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, this is mine, Ino chimed in, refusing to be outdone, presenting her own bento. Many other girls joined in, their eyes filled with competitive fervor as they vied for Sasuke's attention. Meanwhile, Naruto and his friends remained unfazed, casually exiting the classroom without any food in hand. Upon noticing this, Sasuke assumed they intended to eat elsewhere and quickly followed suit, primarily wishing to escape the incessant attention of the girls. Realizing this, some girls reluctantly withdrew, though a few, like Sakura and Ino, were undeterred and followed them. Thus, Naruto and his friends walked ahead, with Sasuke trailing behind like a shadow. However, they soon made their way to the rooftop rather than venturing elsewhere. Upon reaching the rooftop, Naruto glanced at Sasuke, then at the bento his mother had prepared for him, and without uttering a word, he adopted a hopeful expression. In an instant, a cooking station descended from above, accompanied by various utensils and ingredients. This spectacle startled Sasuke. What an extraordinary summoning technique. Sakura and Ino, having just arrived on the rooftop, exchanged glances between the squatting Sasuke and Naruto, who was preparing to cook. Before long, they witnessed Naruto skillfully cooking on site. At that moment, Sasuke and the others recalled Naruto's reputation as a distinguished chef, revered by numerous restaurants. In less than half an hour, Naruto's culinary creations were complete, followed by the appearance of a table and several chairs, along with an oversized sunshade. Would you like to join me for a meal? Naruto asked Sasuke and the others, aware that they were classmates who would frequently see one another. And since they were already on the rooftop, sharing a meal was a trivial matter. Sasuke swallowed hard, feeling a desire to join them, yet as a proud Uchiha, he felt compelled to maintain some composure. However, Ino was unreserved. Having already formed a bond with Shikamaru and Chuji, she strode forward, declaring, I won tea hold back then. Beside them, Sakura stepped forward, exclaiming, how could I possibly lose to Ino? At that moment, only Sasuke remained. When he noticed Naruto and the others gazing at him, he felt compelled to approach them. Humph, they invited me, and to decline would be to offend them. I'm merely considering their feelings. With that, lunchtime commenced. This time, Sasuke and the others finally comprehended why Naruto was so popular. It was simply because the food was utterly delectable. At that instant, Sasuke and his companions savored their meals with unrestrained delight, especially Ino and Sakura, who, driven by their appetite, disregarded Sasuke entirely. As everyone ate, Shikamaru and the others were contentedly sipping tea on the sidelines, while Sasuke, Sakura, and Ino watched Hinata, who was being served dishes by Naruto with a look of astonishment. What is going on here? Ino whispered to Shikamaru, sensing something unusual between the two. It's just as you see. What is so strange about it? Shikamaru shrugged, taking another sip of tea, as this was already a common sight for them. Upon hearing this, Ino and Sakura exchanged eager glances, their expressions brimming with curiosity about Hinata and Naruto, convinced there was some juicy gossip to be uncovered. Their imaginations began to weave tales of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, a prince, not of chivalry, but of culinary prowess, saving the princess with the Byakugan. At that moment, while Shikamaru and his companions leisurely sipped their tea, Naruto and Hinata were engaged in a delightful meal, while Ino and Sakura busily gossiped. The only one who appeared out of place was Sasuke. This peculiar situation persisted until the approach of afternoon classes, alleviated only by the fact that Hinata finally finished her meal. For Shikamaru and the others, the afternoon was a tedious affair. They had already mastered the content being taught and felt no inclination to engage. However, for Naruto, it was a treasure trove of knowledge, especially concerning ninjutsu. Previously, his understanding had been self-taught. Although he believed he was doing well, there was wisdom in the saying, "In a group of 3, one must be my teacher." With this mindset, Naruto approached every lesson with utmost seriousness. This dedication captured the attention of various teachers, particularly due to the fervor in Naruto's eyes, a thirst for knowledge that was strikingly rare among students. Additionally, during breaks, Naruto would approach them with questions. Albeit some were quite peculiar, but his earnestness was a rarity, especially on the very first day of school. The inaugural day of their school journey swiftly drew to a close, and everyone returned home, Naruto included. It had indeed been a day filled with bountiful experiences. Most importantly, he had made 3 new friends. Well, at least he hoped so. Stretching his limbs, Naruto reflected on how remarkably fulfilling the day had been. Not only had he forged new friendships, but he had also acquired foundational knowledge about ninjutsu, which was a tremendous boon for him. On his way home, the sky began to drizzle, yet it did nothing to dampen Naruto's exuberant spirit. As he rounded a corner, he noticed a familiar figure, the wild dog that had attempted to bite him that morning, now sheltering from the rain while licking its wounds. Observing its battered state, it appeared to have had a scuffle with some other creature. The wild dog seemed to sense something, lifting its head and spotting Naruto, its body trembling slightly before it turned away, limping off in a despondent manner. "Hey, do you want to come home with me?" The sight of the wild dog somehow reminded Naruto of his own past. What was the difference between them? Especially in its pitiful condition. It felt as though 2 shadows were converging. The wild dog glanced back at Naruto, its gaze lingering with hesitation. "It's all right, I'll take care of you." Upon hearing this, the wild dog seemed taken aback, then obediently followed Naruto toward his home. Chapter 31, The Technical Barrier. "From now on, you shall be named Gaara," Naruto declared, having carried the wild dog from the bathroom and bestowing upon it a name that reflected his aspirations for the future. It was simply perfect. Upon hearing its new name, Gaara barked in acknowledgement, as if accepting it. "You must be hungry. Let me prepare you something to eat." With that, Naruto headed to the kitchen, and soon a dish of golden fried rice emerged. As the shimmering rice glimmered, Gaara realized that such culinary delights existed in the human realm. Once the golden fried rice was devoured, Gaara felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, declaring it the best meal of its life, pure bliss. Naruto, observing Gaara's joy, smiled, pleased that his cooking was appreciated. "I'm glad you liked it, but I have to get back to work now." Shadow Clone Jutsu. With that, multiple clones sprang into existence, each engrossed in their respective tasks. Naruto then placed the mechanical arm on the workbench, initiating a series of tests to ascertain whether the day's earlier battle had impacted it. Gaara was startled by the sudden appearance of so many Narutos. Feeling a pang of fear, did they intend to boil him for dinner? This thought caused him to retreat to a corner, trembling in fright. In reality, Naruto was entirely focused on the development of the mechanical arm, disregarding Gaara completely. Some damage was noted, particularly at the joint where the weapon was ejected, though the exterior bore no visible marks. The energy supply had diminished within acceptable limits. After a thorough examination, the group began formulating improvement and repair plans. Another issue arose. The mechanical arm was excessively heavy. While it was manageable for short distances and brief skirmishes, it became a significant burden during prolonged engagements. As Naruto voiced this concern, everyone nodded in agreement, aware that the primary issue lay with the arm's weight, currently weighing 30 pounds without any additional weaponry. And the thought of adding more was daunting. Our current materials can continue to be developed. The structure can be optimized. However, Our present technology does not support this. One of the clones remarked, plunging the group into silence. Their predicament stemmed from the technological barriers they faced. Many advancements were simply unattainable. It wasn't merely a matter of research. They possessed the knowledge but lacked the means to implement it. After much deliberation, they concluded they were missing a crucial element, a machine tool. Naruto's expression hardened. The matter of acquiring a machine tool could no longer be postponed. It was essential. It represented the foundation for all their future technological advancements, and it had to be obtained. But how do we acquire a machine tool? It's not an easy task. Someone questioned. Moreover, how many generations of machine tools do we need? The surrounding clones began discussing prerequisites. We must take it step by step, starting with a first-generation machine tool. The second and third generations of intelligent machine tools are beyond our current capabilities, Naruto stated decisively, issuing orders for everyone to move to another work area. Let us handcraft the machine tool. Let's go. With Naruto's command, he and the clones began the arduous task of manually crafting the machine tool. This painstaking endeavor spanned 3 days, during which Iruka and the other instructors wore expressions of utter despair, as Naruto, having attended school for merely a day, had already taken a leave of absence. After 3 days, Naruto and his numerous shadow clones finally managed to handcraft the first machine tool in this world. Gazing at the machine tool before them, marred by welding scars, Naruto and his companions felt a surge of joy. With this machine, they could fabricate numerous items, subsequently reinvesting in the creation of new machinery. Thus, a cycle would ensue, leading to the birth of a machine tool of commendable functionality. Inspired by this prospect, Naruto and his team were filled with vigor and immediately set to work. A week passed, and the new machine was continuously refined, with some of the products they crafted yielding considerable satisfaction. The first-generation machine tool was gradually nearing completion, and the next challenge loomed, the second-generation machine tool. At this juncture, Naruto and his shadow clones fell into silence, having previously underestimated the technical challenges associated with machine tools, believing that the transition from the first generation to the second, and subsequently to the third, would be seamless. However, upon encountering a tome titled From Entry-Level Machine Tools to the Grave, they were collectively struck mute. The machine they had created was merely at the initial standard of the first generation, far from the pinnacle of its craftsmanship. As for the second generation, the layers and complexities involved in its technology were simply beyond what the first generation could compare to. As for the third generation, that was a consideration for another day. Come on, let us celebrate. At least we handcrafted a first-generation machine tool, exclaimed one of the shadow clones, attempting to uplift the spirits of the group. Yet, Naruto and the others remained ensnared in their contemplations regarding the technical hurdles they faced. The chasm of knowledge they needed to bridge was daunting, leaving them pondering how many years it would take to reach that next milestone. I haven't been to school in ages. I think I'll pay a visit, Naruto declared before departing, leaving behind a multitude of shadow clones still deep in thought. The following morning, when the teachers at the academy beheld Naruto's unexpected return, they couldn't help but rub their eyes and glance out the window, pondering silently. Has the sun risen in the west today? This time, Naruto listened attentively, and as the class concluded, he rushed to the front to inquire about topics that even the teacher had never encountered. I'll have to research that and get back to you tomorrow. Though Naruto's queries revolved around ninjutsu, they were exceedingly intricate. Concerning matters such as how chakra could be utilized for cutting steel, what level of chakra control was necessary to achieve penetrating cuts, and whether there were specific data references available. For these teachers, who were merely ordinary ninjas, such concepts were unfathomable, and the highbrow terminology made their heads spin. This state of affairs persisted until noon, when the teachers, realizing it was time for their break, hastily exited. On the rooftop, as Naruto prepared a meal, he became lost in contemplation. The sight left Sasuke and the others astonished. Could he really slice vegetables without even glancing at them? Even while cooking, Naruto was preoccupied with his thoughts, yet the dish he prepared emerged unchanged from before. Ah, Sasuke, Sakura, Ino have come to mooch again, he mused, initially reluctant. Sasuke was ultimately swayed by memories of the delightful flavors, and his body led him back, thinking, what is the harm in enjoying another meal after more than a week? Besides, I don't eat here daily. I can always treat them once I save up some pocket money. In Chapter 32, the focus turned to the machine tool issues. Naruto-kun, what troubles you? Hinata asked, her voice laced with concern, especially as she noticed Naruto's weary appearance reminiscent of a time when he nearly collapsed from exhaustion. It's nothing, just some minor setbacks in research. It's not a major issue, Naruto replied with a smile, though his eyes betrayed his ongoing contemplation. Naruto-kun, If something's bothering you, please share it. Perhaps we can help, Hinata urged, her worry evident as she lost her appetite. Shikamaru and the others paused their meal, eager to understand the nature of Naruto's difficulties. It's a technical issue with the machine tool. We developed one, but as we aim for the next generation, we encountered an overwhelming number of challenges. The thought of breaking through feels utterly daunting. It's despairing to have the technology within reach, yet feel utterly powerless. Naruto lamented. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru and the others exchanged glances of bemusement. Naruto, we can't fathom your despair, as we don't even know what a machine tool is. Shikamaru remarked, receiving nods of agreement from the others, realizing their inability to assist. I forgot to mention. A machine tool can be understood as something used for manufacturing machines, like parts for various devices. Suddenly enlightened, the group exclaimed, why didn't you say so earlier? Do you have a solution? None. Naruto sighed, feeling despondent. His mind was a chaotic tangle, unsure of what to do next. Naruto-kun, you don't need to feel this way. You're already exceptional. You can take your time. There's no need to rush. Didn't you say it would take years? Just take those years to progress gradually. Remember, we still have 6 years left in school, Hinata reassured him. Moreover, Naruto-kun, I sense you've been under immense pressure. You haven't confided in us, and I even heard you sought financial help from Hokage-sama. If you're short on funds, I can alleviate some of that burden. I have over 400,000 ryo that I can lend you, she offered. Startled, Naruto paused. Hinata, what did you just say? I can lend you money. No, the previous part. I have over 400,000 ryo. The part before that. I can alleviate some of that burden. That's it. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Naruto exclaimed, realizing the clarity that came from an outside perspective. Thank you, Hinata. You truly are my lucky star. Without further ado, Naruto set off towards the Hokage office, but having not rested in over 10 days while immersed in research, he was in a state of tension. As joy washed over him, he relaxed, only to find himself dizzy and tumbling down the stairs. Naruto-kun. Naruto. Hinata and the others gasped in horror. But one among them sprang into action, Sasuke. In an instant, he dashed forward like a blade, and soon the others witnessed Sasuke cradling Naruto in his arms, sprinting towards the Konoha hospital. This scene left Hinata and the others momentarily stunned. Upon arriving at the hospital, the same physician who had treated Naruto previously encountered him again, this time for the same ailment, marking a peculiar occurrence in his medical career. At just 6 years old, and already in this predicament. Should I commend your diligence or criticize your disregard for your health? Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi, upon receiving news of Naruto's latest mishap, rubbed his temples and retrieved a bottle of painkillers from a nearby drawer. Oh dear, having undergone his own trials, Hiruzen was less frantic this time. After taking a moment to compose himself, he lit a cigarette and made his way to the Konoha hospital. After receiving treatment from the doctor, whose skills were nothing short of remarkable, and with the protective and restorative power of the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto emerged from his slumber after merely a day's unconsciousness. As he surveyed the familiar surroundings, he realized he was once again in that same hospital room, which tightened his heart with a sense of unease. Sure enough, upon turning his head, he spotted Sarutobi Hiruzen standing by the window, a look of melancholy etched on his face as he gazed at the bustling crowd outside the hospital. Little Naruto, I'm here, third Hokage, he exclaimed, his voice echoing with a mix of affection and reprimand. Next time, if you do this again, I swear I'll spank you. If there's a next time, Sarutobi spun around, his frustration boiling over. The sight of Naruto irked him. Could the boy not heed a single word of advice? While he could manage various issues, matters concerning life itself were beyond his control. After venting his anger for a while, Sarutobi finally felt a sense of relief. Lately, he had felt as if he were constantly cleaning up Naruto's messes, only for Naruto to throw him yet another curveball. Third Grandpa, are you done being angry? Naruto asked tentatively, and Sarutobi felt a foreboding sensation arise within him. Surely, this little rascal wasn't he about to pull another stunt, was he? Particularly since Naruto had approached him this time with a seemingly cautious demeanor, indicating that the matter at hand was significant. It's like this. I've made a slight invention. A breakthrough in research, something I could sell to Konoha, to you, third Grandpa. However, speak, what do you need? Sarutobi was well aware that whenever Naruto spoke such words, it meant he had some conditions in mind, likely of considerable magnitude. After all, to Naruto, even the matter of soda was trivial, leaving Sarutobi apprehensive about what Naruto was about to propose. Well, I need to go home and fetch a few things before I can elaborate. Naruto scratched his head and, as he began to shift topics, suddenly felt himself jumping between floors. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself at his doorstep. We're here, Go ahead. Sarutobi set Naruto down. His curiosity piqued as to what scheme Naruto was concocting. Without hesitation, Naruto led Sarutobi into his laboratory, where he handed over a blueprint for a machine tool. He passionately explained its functions while showcasing a part he had crafted on the spot, emphasizing the importance of hands-on teaching. After reviewing the plans with trembling hands, Sarutobi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Little Naruto, who else knows about this? Well, I mentioned it to Hinata and the others, but they didn't quite understand. However, I did draw inspiration from Hinata, Naruto replied enthusiastically, but his words were promptly interrupted by Sarutobi. Little Naruto, do you realize what this machine tool represents for Konoha? This is monumental. Naruto looked at Sarutobi with a puzzled expression. Third grandpa, don't scare me. Listen, if this machine is implemented, think about the kunai, the shuriken, and the jounin vests. What do you think will happen? Third grandpa, don't frighten me. Those are all good things. As long as we improve efficiency and productivity, the prices of these items will naturally decrease. This should be beneficial. Little Naruto, those are weapons. Once they become widely available, the entire ninja world will be on high alert. Naruto pondered for a few moments before looking back at Sarutobi. Third grandpa, I don't see this as wrong. In fact, it's a good thing. Military strength is meant to protect our own. The weapons themselves are not the issue. It's the people who wield them. Besides, having advanced weaponry allows us to better safeguard those we wish to protect. The most crucial point is that we might not need to use them, but we must have them. Listening to Naruto's words, Sarutobi couldn't help but smile. Little Naruto, you've grown. Humph, third grandpa. I am destined to pilot a mech. This trivial matter is nothing. Very well, then, I shall go clean up after you, the future mech pilot. Sarutobi replied before vanishing in an instant. Is he leaving already? I still have so much to say. Well, I suppose I'll save it for next time. Naruto lamented, realizing he would have to postpone other discussions. For now, he had unfinished research to attend to. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, shadow clones appeared, and Naruto stood before them, addressing the assembled clones. Everyone, we have an important task at hand. Do you know what it is? Understood. Then let us get to work. Charge. The clones sprang into action, urgently in need of a specific item, functional energy drinks. During a previous movie outing, Naruto had spotted advertisements for energy drinks that displayed their ingredient lists, which he had memorized. Little did he know how desperately he would come to need such concoctions. But it made sense considering their current research endeavors. By evening, the initial experimental versions of various energy drinks had been concocted, and it was time to test their effects. Naruto and a few shadow clones raised glasses filled with a murky green liquid, grimacing at the sight. Are you sure we can drink this? Naruto queried, glancing at the clone responsible for this creation. Absolutely. This is a vegetable juice made from extracting various vegetables multiple times, the clone assured him. Does it have the approval of Prince of Tennis? Naruto and the clones fell silent, incredulous. How could this be? The vegetable juice in the movie was hardly appetizing, and they could hardly fathom how it would translate into reality. At that moment, the clones turned their hopeful gazes toward Naruto. After all, if things went awry, the real Naruto would bear the brunt of it, saving the clones from suffering the consequences. Seeing their eager expressions, Naruto could only close his eyes and shout, "This is all for the mechs." Gulp, gulp, gulp. After a few swigs, a look of surprise spread across Naruto's face. Not bad. You all should try it. As he spoke, the clones, holding their glasses of vegetable juice, breathed a collective sigh of relief and proceeded to gulp down their portions. But when they sensed the potency of the vegetable juice, it was too late. They turned to find Naruto retching violently nearby. Can you even call yourself a person if you trick your own clones? Ugh. Observing this scene, the others turned their gazes toward the clone who had concocted the vegetable juice, instinctively deciding to keep their distance. Who knew what bizarre concoctions he might create next? After retching for what felt like an eternity, Naruto and his clones began to experiment with a second energy drink. Wait, why does this have mushrooms in it? Are you trying to get us killed? Naruto and the shadow clones glared at the clone responsible for this creation, their expressions full of suspicion, as if to say, there are always schemers trying to harm me. Forget it. I'll just heat it up. Before long, the clone returned with the drink. Why does this feel like a pot of mushroom soup? Naruto exclaimed, and the other clones nodded in agreement. After all, who among them wasn't a master chef? The moment they caught a whiff, they knew something was amiss. After they took a sip, it indeed tasted like mushroom soup, without a hint of salt. At that moment, Naruto and the others felt 1,000 curses rise within them, as if a herd of wild horses was galloping through their minds, mocking them. While the previous vegetable juice was unpleasant, at least it had some utility. But this? It was simply a dish, and not even a particularly good one. Time swiftly passed, and Naruto and his companions finally sampled all the experimental products, subsequently identifying the one most suitable for an energy drink. The next step was improvement. Charge forth. Upon discovering the true experimental subjects, Naruto and his numerous shadow clones commenced their research, dedicating 5 days to this endeavor. Meanwhile, within the Hokage office, the upper echelons of Konohagakure and prominent clan leaders gathered. Hisashi, what did you summon us for? Danzo spoke first. If it were just him, Mito, and Kotetsu, it would have been manageable, but now, members from all the great clans of Konoha were present, including the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha. The assembly exchanged glances, perplexed. Yet only Kakashi seemed to suspect some underlying motive, though he remained uncertain about the specifics. I possess a blueprint for a machine that can manufacture other machines, thereby enhancing production efficiency, among other benefits. After stating this, Hiruzen Sarutobi distributed several copies of the blueprint to the attendees. Upon examination, they realized the diagrams were incomprehensible, though explanations accompanied them. In that instant, their expressions turned serious. This was no trivial matter, particularly for the great clans. If such technology were to be utilized in weaponry, the prowess of their ninjas would dramatically increase. Take the Jonin vest, for instance. Do you know why they are typically distributed by the village? Not only is it costly, but the materials are also exceptionally difficult to obtain, thus even they, as clans, cannot provide one for every member. Additionally, I have a special material technology that surpasses the previous one by over 5 times. Upon hearing this from Hiruzen, the room erupted in chaos, with Danzo and his allies particularly agitated. This was information Hiruzen had not previously shared with them. Furthermore, why did he not consult them beforehand? He simply presented this matter so openly. Lord Hokage, what do you require us to do? Kakashi stepped forward, succinctly narrowing the focus to actionable steps rather than potential consequences. Hiruzen, observing this, couldn't help but admire Kakashi's reliability. The others seemed rather inept by comparison. This machine tool can be applied across numerous fields. But I have one stipulation. This technology must solely belong to Konoha. Even when in your possession, it must remain secured. You all understand this, correct? Yes, Lord Hokage. Moreover, the technological fees for utilizing this technology will be 30 of your profits, with 20 allocated to Konoha and 10 to Naruto Uzumaki. I trust there are no objections. The assembly fell momentarily silent, not due to shock at the 30 fee. After all, they could have accepted even 50, but rather at the realization that Naruto was the mind behind this innovation. They exchanged glances, particularly towards Hinata Hyuga. Aware of her close association with Naruto, it seemed the Hyuga clan was about to ascend. I object, Hiruzen. Are you out of your mind? Giving 10 of the profits to a child? Danzo retorted. Danzo, why not attempt to develop a machine tool yourself? Hiruzen's words effectively silenced Danzo, who had been about to continue. They merely glanced at the blueprints and found them daunting, while they could attempt to study them. The timeline to achieve Naruto's level of success remained uncertain. I still disagree. Let us set this matter aside for now. You will return and deliberate on how your respective fields can utilize the machine tools and report back to me in 3 days. Understood, Lord Hokage. The gathering hastily dispersed, knowing they had much to accomplish, with some tasks requiring a complete overhaul. Those unwilling to adapt would inevitably be left behind. Kakashi, please remain. Yes, Lord Hokage. The clan leaders gazed at Kakashi with envy. It was evident he was privy to some advantageous information. What about you, Danzo and the other advisors? Aren't you going to consult with your clans? Hiruzen regarded Danzo and his companions with a calm demeanor, perceiving them as unreliable. After returning from Naruto, Hiruzen had contemplated many changes for the future, aware that certain individuals would emerge as leaders in this transformation. However, it became clear that his 3 old friends would not meet his expectations. He was already contemplating replacements, especially Danzo. Initially, he was inclined to entrust him with certain matters, but now it seemed unwise. Hiruzen, about that matter. What matter? Have I presented anything to you? Do you possess something of mine? Danzo, you better think carefully before you speak. Don't presume that your position as head of Root grants you the liberty to spout nonsense and bring up unfounded claims. Hiruzen's eyes flashed with a sharp intensity. His gaze and words conveyed much, signaling that if Danzo persisted, he would be excluded from the machine tool initiative. Seeing the situation, Danzo hesitated to voice his thoughts. Hiruzen, too many know about that technology. You will regret this. With that, Danzo stormed out, followed by Mito and Kotetsu. Kakashi, do you know why I kept you here? Presumably, Lord Hokage has further instructions. Nara Shikaku responded with a composed demeanor, unperturbed, knowing the Nara clan. along with the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans, had always been staunch supporters of the Hokage, greatly valued by him, often acting as the visible or covert agents to assist in special tasks. Kakashi, once this machine tool is operational, there are two crucial aspects to address. One is the weaponry issue, which requires oversight. I plan to assign Hayashi and Inoichi to that responsibility. As for you, you will handle the other matter. Having said this, Hiruzen handed Kakashi a set of special blueprints provided by Naruto, detailing various components, parameters, and manufacturing methods. This was among the highest secrets of Konoha at present. Earlier that morning, Naruto had personally delivered them, and after inscribing their functions, Hiruzen understood Naruto's intent. He wanted them to facilitate the production. Upon reviewing the blueprints, Kakashi's expression shifted to one of astonishment, especially upon observing the annotations, nearly dropping his jaw. Lord Hokage, these components are intended for the new machine tool, correct? Indeed. Naruto instructed me to pursue this, and I am assigning you to oversee it. These components can not only be utilized for the new machine tool, but can also enhance the performance of the previously discussed blueprint by 50 with minor modifications. Lord Hokage, I sense there are additional complexities involved here. Kakashi scrutinized the blueprints and annotations, realizing that while they appeared straightforward, engaging with the technology would likely present significant challenges. They were adept in combat or assassination, yet technology remained an enigma. Don't look at me. I am equally uncertain. I have only heard Naruto mention technical matters. I will bring him to guide you personally. That will suffice. Hearing this, Kakashi exhaled in relief, grateful he would not have to tackle the technicalities alone. Subsequently, Nara Shikahisa conferred with Sarutobi Hizashi to finalize various details. As time swiftly passed, after several days of contemplation, some individuals began to notice that Konoha seemed to have undergone a subtle transformation. However, a week later, numerous members of the prominent clans gazed upon the machinery before them, their expressions clouded with melancholy. The results fell short of what was inscribed in the blueprints. Where had the discrepancies arisen? Although the machinery had improved efficiency by at least 150%, it only achieved half of what was depicted in the plans. This half measure constituted a significant chasm. If left unresolved, the potential losses could be substantial. Thus, the assembly sought out Sarutobi Hizashi, hoping for a resolution. Chapter 35, Naruto Energy Drink. Very well, I understand. I shall have Uzumaki Naruto examine the situation shortly. Upon hearing this, the assembly's concerns diminished, as they eagerly anticipated Naruto's arrival, hoping to commence their profit-making endeavors without delay. By afternoon, Naruto visited the first establishment, a particularly noteworthy one that had previously represented Naruto's Kola. Without hesitation, armed with a toolbox, he began to inspect the machinery they had produced. Beside him stood several elderly craftsmen, the very artisans responsible for the machinery's creation. Initially skeptical upon learning that Naruto was the one who crafted the machinery, their disbelief waned as he elucidated the various issues plaguing their creation. Do it this way, then that, and finally this, understood? Understood. Here, you must do it like this. Then that, and ultimately this, clear? Clear. And regarding this problem, you must first do this, then that, and finally this, comprehend? Comprehend. Witnessing this exchange, the clan leaders present wore expressions of confusion. They understood each word spoken, yet the meaning eluded them. As Naruto departed, the craftsmen gathered to bid him farewell, their gazes filled with admiration, even reverence. In the following days, Naruto traversed over 10 locations, implementing various upgrades to the machinery. 3 days later, having completed the final upgrade, he wiped the sweat from his brow. At his side, a craftsman earnestly offered him a towel to dry his face. Thank you. However, just as Naruto expressed his gratitude, he appeared momentarily disoriented, as though about to collapse. This prompted concern among the onlookers, who recalled the legends surrounding Naruto, particularly the tale of his near-fatal collapse. Naruto, are you alright? Nara Shikahisa, who had accompanied the clan leaders to observe, rushed forward, fearing for Naruto's well-being, aware that if something were amiss, the Hokage would undoubtedly hold them accountable. Other clan leaders shared his alarm, particularly the owner of the factory, whose heart nearly failed from fright. I'm fine. It's merely fatigue from late nights. With that, Naruto produced a small, unfamiliar bottle from his pocket and took a drink. Naruto, are you consuming medicine? Seeing this, Nara Shikahisa wore a worried expression. Had Naruto come to assist them while still unwell? Oh, this? It's not medicine. I would categorize it as a beverage primarily designed to invigorate and combat fatigue. As I refine it further, I plan to market it. Its name will be Naruto. Upon hearing of the new beverage, the crowd eagerly approached Naruto to discuss representation, recalling how lucrative the previous cola had been for agents. Naruto directed them to consult Sarutobi Hiruzen, as he was the one managing that matter. After resolving the machinery issues, Naruto returned to his routine, which revolved around research, and more research. However, this time, his home was stocked with numerous bottles of Naruto, with everyone hardly letting go of them. 7 mornings later, Naruto convened a meeting, asking everyone to report on the progress of their various projects. The earnings from the cola were gradually materializing, anticipated to flow into their hands by spring of the following year. Naruto was beginning to be sold, although it would take time to see substantial profits. The beer and crayfish had commenced trials at the night market, yielding promising results thus far. The technical fees for the machinery had been received, along with various parts arriving in succession, allowing them to proceed with upcoming experiments. Upon hearing this final update, Naruto and his shadow clones exchanged expressions of joy. After their prolonged efforts, they could once again embark on their research endeavors. The discussion turned to their subsequent research pathways. Understood. After several hours of deliberation, they identified several pivotal technical issues. 1. Sealing techniques. This had always been their foremost concern. Mastery of sealing techniques was essential for conducting many of their envisioned experiments. 2. Development of combat weapons. Their current arsenal was insufficient. Past peculiar circumstances had hindered their research, but now it could be prioritized. 3. Development of portable mechanical arms. This technology was a subsequent development of sealing techniques, which must first be resolved before consideration. 4. Weight issues, whether now or in the future. Weight remained paramount, linking to material technology, which required further enhancement. 5. Development of second-generation machinery. The current machinery was inadequate for many of their needs. Thus, the development of a second generation must be prioritized. The group also discussed other minor details, but the first 5 points were critical issues that required resolution. After listening to the shadow clone's input, Naruto took a few sips of Naruto, feeling invigorated almost instantly. Now, we must first address a crucial matter: rest. Agreed. With that, the shadow clones vanished, and Naruto, feeling unsteady, climbed into bed and promptly fell asleep. He had not rested in nearly a month and now longed for a good slumber before making further plans. Meanwhile, within the ceiling space, as Naruto barely entered, he was greeted by the forlorn gaze of the Nine Tails. "Oh, if it isn't Uzumaki Naruto. A rare visitor, what brings you here?" Naruto, taken aback by the Nine Tails' almost resentful tone, suddenly recalled that he had not visited the ceiling space in quite some time, neglecting his promise to prepare delicious food for the creature. "My apologies, Great Fox. I've been exceedingly busy." "What does that matter? It's merely a dog outside." The Nine Tails sighed, feeling slighted. After all, it had been there first, yet Naruto remembered to feed the dog while forgetting about him. Great Fox. I'll make you something delicious to make amends." Without further ado, Naruto summoned his shadow clones and began preparing a feast, simultaneously gathering ingredients for the cola. Before long, a plethora of delectable dishes appeared. "Very well, I shall forgive you this time." The Nine Tails wasted no time diving into the food. Just as he was about to converse with Naruto, he noticed that both Naruto and his shadow clones had fallen into a deep slumber, sleeping soundly. "Humph, you little brat. Regardless of circumstances, you must take care of your health. And don't forget to express gratitude to me. Without my aid, you wouldn't have survived so many close calls." Chapter 36. Devotion to Film. The following day, Naruto comfortably stretched his limbs and let out a yawn, savoring a rare moment of restful sleep. As he opened his slightly dazed eyes and surveyed his surroundings, it dawned on him that he had slept at home last night, rather than in the hospital. What was on the agenda for today? For some inexplicable reason, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue, as if weariness had enveloped him entirely. After a few moments of silence, Naruto slowly stepped out of his home. Having not attended school in quite some time, he resolved to pay a visit today. Upon his arrival in the classroom, Hinata's face lit up with joy at the unexpected sight of Naruto. "Naruto-kun," she exclaimed. Hinata." He greeted her before taking a seat beside her and drifting into thought. At that moment, he sensed a melancholic aura nearby and turned to find Shikamaru and the others. "Naruto, is it just Hinata you're acknowledging?" Kiba remarked, casting a peculiar glance at him, as though he had entered without noticing their presence. Hinata blushed deeply at Kiba's words, her face nearly burying itself in her chest. "Oh, it's you guys, my apologies." Naruto finally realized his oversight, his mind having been elsewhere. The others were left speechless, as he had indeed failed to notice them. The school bell rang, and a teacher entered the classroom. Upon spotting Naruto in the corner, the teacher paused, taken aback for a moment, before proceeding with the lesson. This was unusual. Naruto was actually daydreaming, an unprecedented occurrence. When the class ended, Naruto was about to rise and ask some questions, but the teacher vanished like the wind, leaving him bewildered in the aftermath. Not all teachers were so elusive. However, Iruka was promptly cornered by Naruto, who proceeded to interrogate him for a full hour. The questions ranged from basic to profound. Iruka could easily handle the simpler ones, but the more complex inquiries posed a challenge. Watching Naruto depart, dejected and disheartened, Iruka felt a surge of responsibility, a calling to impart knowledge. It seemed he too had to step up his learning. As evening approached, Naruto invited Hinata and the others to his home, preparing to lay out a grand feast. In contrast, Ino and Sakura departed early, as their camaraderie with Naruto was merely cordial, while Sasuke was forcibly retained by Naruto. For this lavish banquet was intended especially for him. My parents will worry, Sasuke protested. No worries, I'll just swing by your place later and explain everything to them. I don't want that. Let us go, Naruto insisted, tugging Sasuke along, leaving everyone astonished. Is Naruto really that strong? Kiba mused, observing how Sasuke, after a brief struggle, acquiesced to Naruto's insistence. They recalled a previous instance when Sasuke had carried Naruto to the hospital, a feat that had hinted at his strength. Have you considered how Naruto earns his keep? Shikamaru's remark jolted everyone into realization, recalling the time they witnessed Naruto wielding a heavy iron pot with ease, confirming his considerable strength. They also learned of Naruto's scientific endeavors, often finding him covered in grime, diligently working with tools. Meanwhile, Sasuke, feeling utterly defeated, could not comprehend how Naruto possessed such strength and, after a moment of resistance, ceased to struggle. Thus, Naruto dragged Sasuke toward his home. Upon entering, they found themselves interrupted as Fugaku Uchiha was summoned to the Hokage's office. What is this? A flash of golden light struck Sasuke, as if he had been dealt a lethal blow, particularly alarming given his reliance on his eyes. If anything were to happen to them, who would he turn to for solace? Meanwhile, the aroma wafting from Naruto's kitchen was intoxicating. After a moment, Sasuke inhaled deeply, captivated by the delightful scent. Quickly eat. This feast is prepared especially for you, in gratitude for your help the other day, Naruto stated, immediately serving Sasuke. Without hesitation, Sasuke took a piece of Mappo tofu, his favorite dish, but this time it felt entirely different. As he savored the first bite, an exhilarating wave coursed through him, igniting a fervor within, while a surge of chakra spiraled through his mind, converging upon his eyes. In that instant, he felt as though his vision had sharpened, everything around him seemingly slowed down. This is divine, Sasuke exclaimed, devouring the food voraciously. It was both delectable and empowering, an unparalleled experience. However, even Sasuke could not consume much, and soon, alongside everyone else, they found themselves unable to eat anymore. The only one still indulging was Hinata, and it was then that Sasuke realized the depths of the ninja world. Observing Hinata, he marveled at her resilience, recognizing he could not underestimate anyone. The meals Naruto prepared, radiating golden light, were said to enhance chakra, and overindulgence was ill-advised. Yet, Hinata appeared to be an insatiable bottomless pit. After Hinata finished her meal, they all pitched in to clean up, washing dishes and tidying up. The familiarity of the scene infused with a newfound vibrancy within Naruto's home. Once everything was concluded, everyone departed, and as Sasuke stepped outside, he was met by his father, Fugaku Uchiha, waiting at the door. Father, let us discuss this at home, Fugaku replied. Understood, father. Suddenly, the door to the Hokage's office burst open as Danzo stormed in, catching Hiruzen off guard. Danzo, remember to compensate for the damages. Make sure to settle the payment with the finance department before you leave. Hearing this, Danzo's previously simmering emotions evaporated instantaneously, leaving him at a loss for words. Hiruzen, you must provide me with an explanation. What about that golden light surrounding Naruto, and that golden dragon spiraling around his home? As Danzo voiced his concerns, Hiruzen realized that the truth could no longer be hidden. However, having concealed it for so long, it seemed sufficient for now. The Naruto of today was not the same as the Naruto of yesteryears. Anyone who dared to cross him would find themselves facing dire consequences. Danzo, have you lost your mind? What is there to be astonished about? Do you understand technology? If you don't comprehend it, why speak on it? It's perfectly normal for Naruto to be engaged in scientific research. If something peculiar arises, is it really that surprising? And you know well that Naruto has had incidents with explosions during his experiments, so why should a golden light raise any eyebrows? You're just making excuses, Hiruzen. This is entirely different. Danzo, do you understand technology? No? Then your opinion is irrelevant. Don't think I haven't noticed your attempts to undermine Naruto's machinery. But do you have any results? If you can't even handle a machine, how can you expect to tackle anything else? One must remain grounded and possess self-awareness. Humph. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. When Danzo witnessed Sarutobi Hiruzen commence his sermon, he immediately stormed out. Feeling as though he had been enduring a series of humiliations lately, he longed to reclaim his dignity, yet not only did he fail to do so, but he also found himself subjected to a lecture from Hiruzen. Ah, Danzo, where do you think you're going? And remember, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen called out after him. At that moment, Hiruzen was in high spirits, thinking to himself, Danzo, it seems you must visit more often, otherwise I shall feel stifled. Seated in his chair, Hiruzen pondered the immense pressure that came with being Hokage, compounded by the antics of a certain young Naruto. The most frustrating part was that he couldn't even voice his grievances about Naruto, which left him feeling quite pent up. With Danzo's visit, however, his mood brightened considerably. Meanwhile, after Hinata and the others returned home, Naruto headed straight to the laboratory to commence the modification and upgrade of his mechanical arm. Concurrently, regarding the sealing techniques, Naruto had sought out Hiruzen, who graciously provided him with a special tome entitled Uzumaki Clan Sealing Techniques. Through diligent study, Naruto gleaned a wealth of knowledge, particularly noting that the sealing techniques seemed almost tailor-made for him. Even when employing various sealing methods, he found himself increasingly adept. The mechanical arm's upgrade reached an initial level of 1.5 generations. Some components could achieve a second-generation standard, yet finer details remained elusive. After selecting the necessary parts, they began the upgrade of the mechanical arm, although many elements were still missing. Following his report, Naruto and his shadow clones gathered around the mechanical arm, scrutinizing it intently. They all understood what was lacking, a more precise data interface. After all, with a mechanism like a mechanical arm, it was crucial to have real-time access to its various data, otherwise, any issues could arise unexpectedly. It appears we need a data panel, but we currently lack a ready-made solution, one clone remarked. Wait, there is something, exclaimed Naruto, and instantly, the clones comprehended his meaning. Let's go watch a movie. Sure. With that, Naruto and his shadow clones ventured to a lounge, where they soon found themselves engrossed in a film, Transformers. As they marveled at the dazzling Optimus Prime and other robots, their desire to construct mechanized suits ignited fervently, though they kept their enthusiasm subdued and increasingly earnest. The movie concluded swiftly, and Naruto along with his shadow clones departed, cradling various items, including a film projector, a movie screen, and a flat-screen television. The items they had brought were promptly disassembled for a series of experiments. Days later, a new mechanical arm emerged, showcasing the allure of technology. The technological essence was palpable. Surrounding the newly modified arm, they admired their creation, which finally embodied a genuine sense of advancement after their extensive improvements. Yet, the data display was somewhat inconvenient. If only it could be more user-friendly. Upon Naruto's remark, the others glanced at the display screen on the mechanical arm, feeling it detracted from the overall technological aesthetic. A clone suggested, if it serves merely as a display, could it not serve additional functions? Instantly, realization dawned upon them. Hearing this, Naruto dashed upstairs to retrieve the heart rate monitor he had acquired earlier. Now, let us proceed with another upgrade. Onward. Chapter 37, The Golden Smile. The screen displayed normally. Data readings were stable. The mechanical arm's metrics were all within normal parameters. The internal instruments of the arm functioned correctly. The newly crafted mechanical arm, designed by Naruto and his shadow clones, now possessed an even greater technological flair. Most importantly, they had fashioned an outer shell for the arm's protection. Excellent, truly excellent, they exclaimed, surrounding the new mechanical arm, their hearts swelling with excitement. With this success as a foundation, they felt confident that future advancements were merely a matter of time. These glasses are quite remarkable. One clone pointed to a unique pair of glasses beside the mechanical arm. This singular pair was designed to upload data, allowing the user to monitor the arm's various statistics at any moment. Most significantly, these glasses also had the capability to detect an enemy's heart rate. Although current detection range and accuracy were limited, it represented a promising starting point, and with further improvements, they could become one of the most essential technological innovations. Next, they divided into two teams. One focused on advancing technology, primarily in materials, energy conversion, and weaponry, while the other concentrated on sealing techniques, which were of utmost importance. As long as they could successfully develop sealing techniques, many complementary technologies would follow suit. Upon hearing Naruto's plans, the team sprang into action, conducting research, drafting blueprints. and especially dedicating significant resources to the study of sealing techniques. Naruto had sourced numerous items employing sealing techniques for reference, particularly an array of sealing scrolls. Having acquired every one he could find, the research on sealing techniques was a lengthy endeavor, yielding no immediate results, and for Naruto and his peers, it represented a completely new domain, akin to starting from scratch. Under these circumstances, Naruto found himself frequently visiting the academy to consult teachers about sealing techniques. Initially, some teachers could respond to his inquiries about simpler sealing techniques, but when it came to more advanced topics, they admitted their ignorance. Iruka, in particular, bore the brunt of Naruto's questions, as the latter seemed to regard him as an omniscient source of knowledge. Naruto, perhaps you should consult other teachers regarding sealing techniques. I've shared all that I know with you. My understanding of taijutsu and jinjutsu is limited as well. You might find Sasuke more insightful. His family specializes in it. Alright. By the way, Iruka-sensei, what are your thoughts on chakra refinement? Iruka's mouth twitched. What could he possibly say? He merely stood there, yet as a teacher, he endeavored to impart whatever knowledge he had to Naruto, hoping that even the most rudimentary insights would prove beneficial. Having listened to Iruka, Naruto nodded appreciatively. The information was indeed helpful, especially since it included Iruka's personal insights, which were invaluable. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. It's getting late, so I will return tomorrow with more questions. After saying this, he handed Iruka a gift he had brought along. Iruka-sensei, I don't have much else, but this is a local delicacy from my home. Please accept it. Without waiting for Iruka's response, he placed it into Iruka's hands and bounded off, leaping out of the academy. Now, having engaged in some learning, Naruto couldn't help but reflect on how useful ninjutsu could be at times. Ah, Naruto. Iruka sighed, watching the boy disappear into the distance. What else with these gifts? Where did he pick up such habits? Upon opening the bag, Iruka was greeted by a delightful aroma. Is this food? He mused. Recalling Naruto's culinary reputation throughout Konoha, golden smile, buns. Iruka took out a bun, eager to savor it, but as soon as he unveiled it, the bun burst into laughter. What in the world? Iruka was startled, questioning whether this could truly be a bun. He scrutinized it on the ground, confirming repeatedly that it indeed was a bun, speculating that it must possess some extraordinary secret. Perhaps this was its unique charm. A golden smile, perhaps? He thought it best not to waste food. So he wiped it clean and took a hearty bite. Ouch, it's hot. The moment he tasted it, a wave of bliss washed over him, reminiscent of being cradled in his mother's embrace. Meanwhile, upon returning, Naruto immersed himself in the development of sealing techniques. Currently, their accomplishments in this field were modest, yet they remained far from their aspirations. They could only contain an object of 30 cubic centimeters, with the spatial limitations proving a significant hurdle. Most critically, the techniques were designed for single use. They yearned for a method that could be utilized repeatedly, ideally indefinitely. At this moment, they found themselves at an impasse, unsure of how to proceed. Observing the despondence of his companions, Naruto felt compelled to uplift their spirits. Hey, we're merely 6 years old. This is just the beginning. We mustn't rush. We need to. Before he could finish, a shadow clone of his poked its ear, looking quizzically at Naruto. I say, is there something wrong with you, the main body? We're all in this together, and when we vanish, all your problems will return to you. Are you just talking to yourself? Realizing the truth in this, Naruto felt a twinge of embarrassment. Though these shadow clones possessed distinct personalities, once dismissed, he would bear the brunt of their accumulated knowledge and negative emotions. It seemed this toxic self-talk was ultimately his own to endure. To alleviate his awkwardness, he swiftly shifted the topic. By the way, how are we progressing with the weaponry? Regarding weapons, we have completed our initial research and made significant breakthroughs. This is an explosive tag. Upon delving into its creation, we discovered that the process employed in the ninja world could only be described as painfully simplistic. The explosive tag is crafted by fusing sealing techniques with fire techniques, sealing a fireball jutsu within a sealing paper. Upon hearing this, the group was astonished. Wait, is the explosive tag really that straightforward? What stage have you reached now? Naruto inquired, prompting a shadow clone to grin and produce an object resembling a bullet. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a 9mm bullet. Impressive. You've managed to create bullets. If we can produce 9mm, then 5, 56, 7, 62, and 12. 7mm will surely follow. Just imagine, with a rifle in hand and an AK at our side, we could achieve unprecedented glory. Their imaginations began to soar, and the prospect of firearms seemed effortless, as long as their material technology advanced. Of course, crafting them by hand or on an assembly line would require considerable effort. Where are you all going with this? This bullet is different. To be precise, it is an evolved version, its power rivaling that of a 12.7 mm. At this revelation, Naruto and the Shadow clones gasped, astonished by the potential. Despite its small size, the bullet had been inscribed with sealing techniques, a costly endeavor. The reasoning behind this was that they replaced the conventional gunpowder with a specially crafted explosive tag, significantly enhancing its power. Additionally, the bullet head had also been modified to include a unique explosive tag. As the Shadow clone detailed the specifications of this extraordinary bullet, the group was taken aback. Sensing its power exceeded that of a 12.7 mm round, perhaps even approaching the caliber of a sniper grenade launcher featured in previous Blue Star weapon compendiums. The greater the weapon's power, the more exhilarated they became. Have you tested it yet? Not yet. This is merely theoretical data. The group collectively scoffed. What good is that if it hasn't been tested? Don't go just yet. I'll demonstrate it for you right now. The Shadow clone, undeterred, immediately headed to a nearby internal testing facility. Naruto and the other Shadow clones stood by, eager to witness the bullet's true power. The clone brandished a special ignition device, loaded the bullet, and fired. Boom. Wait, you call that a 9 mm? At most a 12.7 mm? This is more akin to a thermobaric weapon. In an instant, an explosion erupted around them, the Shadow clone dissipating amidst the chaos, instruments flying wildly. Naruto enveloped himself in crimson chakra, mitigating the damage inflicted upon him. In the ceiling space, the Nine Tails, with a cold demeanor, took control of Naruto's unconscious body, surveying the tumult outside, bewildered. Has another ninja village attacked Konoha? Before the Nine Tails could ponder further, it sensed several presences approaching, one of which was alarmingly close, right at Naruto's doorstep. After assessing Naruto's condition, the Nine Tails allowed its chakra to gradually dissipate, muttering, "Serves you right for not taking care of yourself, diving headfirst into reckless endeavors. Perhaps a bit of pain will teach you." With that, the Nine Tails' voice faded, as Sasuke arrived on the scene. Sasuke stood bewildered, surveying the ruins of what was once a home, and then turned to the lifeless form of Naruto on the ground. Rushing over to assess Naruto's injuries, he was relieved to find there was still hope. "Hang in there," he exclaimed, scooping Naruto into his arms and sprinting toward the Konoha hospital with remarkable speed. The real tragedy lay with Naruto, who had inexplicably developed an interest in Genjutsu, prompting him to seek Sasuke, whose clan was renowned for their expertise in this area. Initially, Sasuke had been reluctant, as he lacked proficiency in Genjutsu, but Naruto's desperate pleas had worn him down. Of course, it wasn't he for the promise of a sumptuous feast. Rather, he was genuinely intrigued by the art of illusion. After some time of diligent study, under Sasuke's relentless persistence, he had finally gleaned a technique or two from his brother. On this day, as he approached Naruto's home, ready to knock, he was startled by the sound of an explosion emanating from the neighboring houses. Realizing the danger, Sasuke dashed towards the source of the commotion, understanding that it could only mean Naruto was in trouble. Sure enough, upon entering the wreckage, he found Naruto barely clinging to life. "Can't you ever refrain from causing trouble? Good thing you ran into me," he chided, his worry evident. "Thank you, Sasuke," Naruto managed to utter, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "With you in this state, it would be wise to refrain from speaking. You're just making it worse." Seeing Naruto's condition, Sasuke quickened his pace, channeling chakra throughout his body to enhance his strength. Before long, they arrived at the Konoha hospital, fortuitously encountering the very doctor who had treated Naruto previously. "Oh no, not you again. Hurry, bring a stretcher." In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a melancholic expression, took a drag from his cigarette. Just as he was preparing to return home, he received a message from the Umbu, informing him that Naruto had encountered an incident. After listening to the report, Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. This young Naruto, it seems that staying up late was not enough. He had to indulge in even more perilous activities. Previously, due to Naruto's machinations and various other concerns, he had ordered the Umbu to retreat 3 kilometers away, only to be called upon in special circumstances. Yet, only a few days after their withdrawal, such an incident arose. "Bring them in," Hiruzen commanded. "Hokage-sama," he continued. "Secure the vicinity around Uzumaki Naruto. No one is permitted to enter until he regains consciousness. Anyone who dares to trespass will be dealt with ruthlessly." Hiruzen was not particularly concerned about Naruto's injuries. After all, he bore within him the formidable Nine Tails. He had just received news from the sealing team that the Nine Tails chakra had leaked out, but it had quickly subsided. Given the circumstances, Hiruzen surmised that the Nine Tails had intervened to save the boy, as had occurred in the past. However, what weighed heavily on his mind were the advanced technologies within Naruto's home, some of which he was not even aware of. If such items were to fall into the wrong hands, It could spell significant trouble. Meanwhile, when Naruto finally awoke, 3 days had passed. Upon regaining consciousness, he found Hinata resting at his bedside. "Hinata," he murmured. "Ah, Naruto-kun. You're awake. This is wonderful. What do you need?" Hinata exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy upon seeing him awake. Naruto smiled slightly at the sight of her. "I'm fine, really. Naruto-kun, please don't scare me like that again. It was so dangerous. I'm perfectly fine, just a bit sore." Naruto finally noticed his condition. His entire body was wrapped in bandages, resembling a mummy. At that moment, the door swung open, and Sasuke, Shikamaru, and others entered. They paused, observing the scene before them, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. Fortunately, Hiruzen's arrival provided them a reprieve. "Little Naruto, can you not engage in normal activities? You were previously staying up late, and now you've resorted to even more dangerous pursuits. Could you spare us some concern?" Hiruzen launched into a tirade, leaving Sasuke and the others in disbelief. They had always perceived Hiruzen as a benign, grandfatherly figure. Now, they wondered if they might be silenced for witnessing this outburst. "Ah, I forgot you were here. I have some matters to discuss with Naruto. So could you step outside for a moment?" Hiruzen swiftly reverted to his amiable demeanor, addressing Sasuke and the others. Without hesitation, they dashed out, leaving not a trace behind. Hinata, reluctant to leave, turned back repeatedly, ensuring Naruto would be all right. Once they were gone, Hiruzen unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon Naruto. After what felt like an eternity, Hiruzen formed several hand seals, enveloping the area in a unique sealing technique. "Now, Naruto, speak honestly, what were you researching?" "I was developing a new form of offensive technique, but it's still in the preliminary stages. The explosion was merely a result of a failure. Our theoretical foundation is sound, though the details need refinement." "An offensive technique, you say? With that level of destruction, are you certain you are not dabbling in terrorism?" Hiruzen took a drag from his cigarette, incredulous at Naruto's casual dismissal of the explosion's severity. "It's just an attack method. I only used a small amount. Spare me your excuses. Just tell me. When you work on such things, prioritize safety. And once you complete your project, I expect to see it." "Yes, third grandpa, no problem." Hiruzen was uninterested in the intricate details of Naruto's research. He only cared about witnessing the final product and understanding its potential applications. As for financing or personnel, it seemed Naruto had plenty of both. After discussing some additional precautions, Hiruzen took his leave. Once he was gone, Hinata and the others dared to enter the hospital room to check on Naruto. "As long as you're alive, that's what matters. However, given your current state, it seems you won't be causing any trouble for a while. It's a perfect opportunity for you to rest," Shikamaru remarked, placing a basket of fruit beside Naruto. "How have I caused trouble, Shikamaru? Clarify that." "Ouch, it hurts." "Isn't this all trouble? That makes 4 times. Woof. Naruto-kun, you should take this time to recuperate. And as for those dangerous experiments, please refrain from continuing them." "Ah, I didn't expect you, Hinata, to say that too." Naruto attempted to jump up in protest, but quickly realized the pain coursing through his body, instantly becoming compliant. "Haha, serves you right." Sasuke observed Naruto's predicament with a sense of delight, playfully striking his thigh. "Ow!" Naruto cried out, his earlier bravado quickly dissipating. The others shared a laugh at his expense. Time passed swiftly, and after half a month, Naruto was finally discharged from the hospital. However, even during this period, he remained undeterred in his pursuits. Once he regained the ability to walk, he returned to school, determined to continue his studies. The teachers at the academy were astonished by his resolve. Such diligence was a rare sight. During breaks, Naruto relentlessly pursued them with questions. Seeing him hobbling towards them with a cane, the teachers were unable to resist such enthusiasm. Though some of his inquiries were rather perplexing, they were educators, and with Iruka and the other teachers pooling their knowledge, they began addressing Naruto's numerous questions. Although they could not resolve all his queries, the ability to answer even a few filled them with pride. In fact, Hiruzen even praised them and awarded them bonuses, leaving them utterly astonished. Who would have thought that one could gain such recognition while merely coasting through the ninja academy? It wasn't until Naruto's injuries had significantly healed that Iruka and the others finally managed to catch their breath from the barrage of questions he had thrown at them. They found themselves utterly depleted, their knowledge thoroughly drained by Naruto's insatiable curiosity. Some even felt as though they were being observed, as if they were lab rats. Yet, they were hesitant to teach Naruto too much. Given his close ties with the Hokage, they feared incurring the wrath of Hiruzen. After all, they had never encountered anyone who could peruse sealing scrolls and the second Hokage's notes at will within the Hokage's office. Naruto was indeed the first. One fateful noon, while enjoying lunch atop the school building, Naruto sighed as he basked in the winter sun after finishing his meal. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Hinata inquired, setting her bowl and chopsticks down to turn towards him. The others, noticing his demeanor, also directed their gaze at Naruto, curious about what was troubling him this time. It's nothing, just some academic concerns. I've realized that there are many things I can no longer learn through traditional means. I have to figure them out on my own. It's so challenging. During this period, Naruto has been delving into the intricacies of sealing techniques. Initially, he could consult his mentors, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, but as time progressed, even Hiruzen found himself unable to provide answers, leaving Naruto to navigate this complex realm alone. Are you studying? Perhaps we could offer you some insights, Shikamaru suggested. And he was not wrong. Apart from Sakura, the others hailed from esteemed clans, each possessing unique perspectives on shinobi arts and techniques. Indeed, I haven't discussed this with your sister yet. By the way, Sasuke, after school, accompany me home, Naruto proposed. What do you intend to do? Sasuke swiftly retreated upon hearing this, sensing something amiss. I wish to inquire about Jinjutsu. I am embarking on some research. You should have mentioned that sooner. Can you refrain from panting like that next time? Sasuke sighed in relief, realizing there was no cause for alarm. Hyuga Hinata, upon overhearing, also relaxed, grateful that Naruto was not of a dubious character. Meanwhile, Ino and Sakura shared the same sentiment, relieved that neither Naruto nor Sasuke harbored ill intentions. As for Naruto, he paid little heed to their reactions and proceeded to explain various concepts, seeking further inquiries. However, Shikamaru and the others soon found themselves overwhelmed. Stop. Naruto, your explanations are too esoteric. Could you perhaps articulate something more comprehensible? They initially grasped the basics of explosive tags and sealing techniques. But as Naruto ventured into more advanced topics, they were left bewildered, struggling to keep pace with his rapid-fire discourse. In mere seconds, they found themselves lost, unable to comprehend what Naruto was saying or the direction of his thoughts. The situation was exacerbated when Naruto began discussing mathematical concepts, calculus, and physical theories, subjects that felt more cryptic than ancient texts. Initially, they could follow along, but soon they were entirely adrift. Enough. We cannot fathom what you're saying. The topics you delve into are far removed from ninjutsu, and I doubt many would comprehend them. However, regarding ninjutsu and sealing techniques, I suggest you consult the third Hokage. Shikamaru advised, recognizing the practicality of this suggestion given Naruto's rapport with Hiruzen. The others nodded in agreement, while each clan possessed some knowledge of sealing techniques. Their understanding was superficial at best. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans, being among the foremost in Konoha, might offer more substantial insights. However, the Hyuga's sealing techniques were largely tied to their Byakugan, presenting inherent limitations in their teachings. As for the Uchiha, it would be best to avoid them altogether. The moment Naruto arrived at their doorstep, members of the Umbu and Root would likely follow suit, ready to engage at the slightest provocation. Thus, approaching the third Hokage emerged as the most prudent course of action, for Hiruzen's vast knowledge would surely suffice to enlighten Naruto on sealing techniques. Oh, I've already spoken to Grandpa Third. Initially, he was able to explain some concepts to me, but eventually, he advised me to seek inspiration on my own. Unfortunately, the material he provided was primarily focused on ninjutsu, with scant information on sealing techniques, far less than the previous book titled Sealing Techniques of the Uzumaki clan. As Naruto produced a notebook, the group paused, astonished that the third Hokage had instructed Naruto to study independently. What is this notebook, Naruto? Oh, this is the notebook of the second Hokage. My grandfather's teacher. He mentioned it could assist me. At this revelation, silence enveloped the group. The notebook of the second Hokage, what an extraordinary treasure. Shikamaru suddenly interjected. You mentioned you've also perused sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Indeed, Grandpa Third said that sealing techniques resonate with me, thus allowing me to study those techniques. However, some of the content is quite profound and even incomplete. I find myself at a loss for someone to consult. Would you like to see this notebook? Naruto inquired, eager to share his findings. No, we wouldn't. Shikamaru and the others exclaimed in unison, recognizing that the contents were far beyond their grasp. They were intrigued yet intimidated. The second Hokage's notebook was a double-edged sword, unsuitable for their current stage of development. Perhaps, when they became Jonin, they might revisit it, gleaning insights relevant to their growth. But at present, such knowledge would only hinder their progress. Ah, very well, Naruto conceded, tucking the notebook away. Are you merely going to keep it in your pocket? Sasuke queried, incredulous at Naruto's casual handling of such a valuable item. What is wrong with that? I need to return it once I finish reading. I've only perused half of it thus far. Also, I crafted a pocket using sealing techniques, he proudly announced, showcasing his latest invention, a pocket integrated into his clothing. A modified version of sealing techniques designed to store items effectively, albeit with limited capacity of 10 cubic centimeters. Shikamaru and the others suppressed their urge to lash out. Now understanding why Naruto's sealing techniques were beyond the reach of others, his demonstrated prowess was indeed exceptional. By the way, since you're all here, I'd like to consult you regarding ninjutsu. How can explosive tags be made more stable while maximizing their destructive capability? Upon hearing this, the group felt a sense of relief. Finally, Naruto had broached a topic on which they could offer input. The techniques surrounding explosive tags cannot truly be classified as ninjutsu. They are merely applications of the tags themselves. However, if one insists on categorizing them as ninjutsu, it is not without merit. Shikamaru began, sharing insights from the Nara clan, which had conducted some research on explosive tags due to their auxiliary nature in various tasks. Following Shikamaru, Sasuke added that the Uchiha clan boasted unique methods for crafting explosive tags, rooted in their extensive knowledge of fire techniques, making them adept in this field. Consequently, Sasuke possessed considerable experience in the production of explosive tags. Subsequently, the group exchanged various experiences and techniques regarding explosive tags, hoping to provide Naruto with valuable assistance. Yet, they pondered, could explosive tags also serve as a formidable offensive weapon? Recorded in the archives? Isn't it incredibly powerful, Naruto? Are you sure it isn't some kind of bloodline limit? Shikamaru inquired with a puzzled expression. Such a formidable explosive tag ninjutsu, under normal circumstances, would inevitably be imitated by others, for it is intended to be hurled at adversaries. Once someone witnesses its use, it is generally quite easy to replicate. However, they had never heard of such ninjutsu. At most, some bloodline limits exhibit explosive effects. Just wait and see. As Shikamaru and the others watched, Naruto stepped aside and began forming hand seals, which appeared to resemble the summoning technique. Has Naruto mastered the summoning technique? Could it possibly involve a summoning beast? They speculated. Before they could continue their discussion, a cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a scroll inscribed with sealing techniques. Chapter 41, Computer. Shikamaru and the others exchanged glances, then shifted their gaze to the sealing scroll in Naruto's hands. At that moment, they understood the crux of the explosive tag ninjutsu. It undoubtedly originated from the techniques contained within that scroll. They were aware that the sealing scroll encompassed an array of bizarre ninjutsu, most of which were forbidden techniques with stringent prerequisites. Just as Naruto had suggested, the requirements for such ninjutsu were likely daunting, which is why it remained undisclosed. As for its potency, no one doubted the immense power of the techniques within that sealing scroll. That's it. The mutual explosive tag ninjutsu. This is the one, Naruto exclaimed. Previously, my shadow clone was inspired by this technique, leading me to research it. I initially intended to surprise everyone, but who would have thought it would land me in the hospital? As he recounted this, his frustration grew. It felt like a self-inflicted wound. Naruto was about to voice more complaints when he realized that he was essentially scolding himself. Naruto, please don't show me that thing. It's likely that anyone who sees it will end up in trouble. Shikamaru quickly intervened, preventing Naruto from sharing it further. If they laid eyes on it, the Umbu would undoubtedly descend upon them, and they would find themselves on an unexpected tour of the Hokage's office, something that could have far-reaching consequences. Oh, never mind then. I believe the third Hokage mentioned this should not be shown lightly. After speaking, Naruto watched as the sealing scroll dissipated into smoke. Phew. After witnessing the scroll vanish, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If Naruto continued like this, they might consider turning themselves in to mitigate their punishment. However, before long, Choji and Kiba managed to corner Naruto. Naruto, why do I feel like you're showing off? Don't you agree? They chimed in unison. Many nodded in agreement, realizing that Naruto was practically flaunting his prowess. The sealing scroll and the second Hokage's notes, each could leave one astounded, yet Naruto presented them as though they were mere trifles. Such treatment was unprecedented, even for the third Hokage's son or his 3 prized disciples. This is unfair. Let us give him a beating. In an instant, a playful scuffle ensued. Meanwhile, Hinata and her companions busied themselves with tidying up the various dishes, observing Naruto being teased by Shikamaru and the others. At Naruto's home, Sasuke had visited several times, but each visit felt refreshingly new. Most importantly, the decor had evolved to exude a striking sense of modernity that captivated the eye. To express his gratitude for saving his life once again, Naruto prepared a sumptuous meal for Sasuke. During their time together, they delved into discussions about Jinjutsu. Sasuke generously shared everything he could, as he had learned Jinjutsu from his brother with this very day in mind. Had it not been for Naruto's predicament, he would have likely brought up the topic sooner. Their discussions stretched deep into the night, and by the time they realized how late it had grown, snow began to fall heavily outside. With no other option, Sasuke was compelled to spend the night at Naruto's. Naruto cleared a room, set up a new bed, and just as they were about to settle in for the night, something unexpected fell from the sky. "Naruto, what is that?" Sasuke asked, bewildered by the unfamiliar object. It resembled Naruto's earlier LCD television, but what was that hefty block of metal beneath it? "A computer," Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Much of their research had stagnated due to the lack of computers, as high-tech inventions necessitate various programs that hinge on computers. Never had he anticipated the arrival of one, which filled him with elation. "Haha, Sasuke, you are truly my lucky star." Naruto laughed heartily, already envisioning a future where he commanded a mech. "A computer? What is that?" Sasuke scratched his head, genuinely oblivious to its purpose. However, before he could inquire further, he watched as Naruto began fervently praying to the ceiling, displaying an unexpected level of devotion, even bowing his head. Just as Sasuke was about to voice his confusion, several more computers descended from above. At that moment, Sasuke felt tempted to kneel and pray alongside Naruto. "Sasuke, you can play with it first. I have some matters to attend to." After saying this, Naruto carried the first fallen computer into Sasuke's room, set it up, and provided a brief tutorial before departing. Sasuke watched Naruto's retreating figure, then turned his attention to the computer in the room. What could possibly be entertaining about this? He pondered, staring at the screen and awkwardly clicking the mouse. Just as he was about to dismiss its usefulness, a beginner's tutorial video appeared, kindly switching the operating system's language to Japanese. "Oh, so that's how it works. But it's not really that fun." After Sasuke expressed his thoughts, another tutorial video materialized, guiding him on how to access certain software and how to operate it. League of Legends? A game? Why would I enjoy playing games? Nonsense. Sasuke scoffed at the screen, yet his hands betrayed him as they clicked on the League icon. "Here we go. Choosing a server. I'll just pick one at random. You it is, Zon." The game loaded with a tutorial for new players, while Naruto entered the laboratory and immediately summoned shadow clones. In that moment, both Naruto and his numerous clones fell into deep contemplation, seemingly pondering something profound. Before them lay a shattered mechanical arm, so mangled that it was unrecognizable. To an untrained eye, it would appear nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. "Can you summon that shadow clone back?" "I'll give it a try," Naruto replied, while the shadow clones began searching for suitable weapons. After several attempts, one shadow clone appeared, looking bewildered. "Wait, shouldn't I have returned to the main body? Why am I here? This shouldn't be right." Suddenly, the shadow clone sensed a menacing aura approaching from behind. Swallowing hard, it turned slowly, only to find a group of sealing technique practitioners approaching with wrenches in hand. "Main body, save me." "Save you? Right now? I'm tempted to beat you. Just remember, in the end, it will be you who suffers. Even if it kills me today, I'll still take it out on you." "Ah, help. Someone's trying to murder me." Chapter 42, Little Sunday. Indeed, let us continue our discourse on the matter of the mechanical arm. Naruto, invigorated alongside his shadow clones, commenced a discussion regarding the new mechanical arm, while a lone shadow clone in the corner silently shed tears. "As for the new mechanical arm, I propose that we incorporate the latest technology within it. Undoubtedly, since we are embarking on a fresh start, let us embrace technological innovation, discarding all that is subpar and retaining only the finest, striving for excellence. I reiterate my proposal." Subsequently, Naruto and his companions began crafting the next generation of mechanical arms, utilizing the damaged one as their blueprint. Simultaneously, several shadow clones commenced upgrades on the machinery, while others delved into computer studies. All of this unfolded in an orderly manner, reminiscent of their previous steady progress. Except for Sasuke, who was still engaged in a fierce battle in his bedroom, he had become progressively absorbed in League of Legends. Although he was merely playing against bots, Sasuke found joy in the game, his innate ninja reflexes earning him respect among players. Gradually, he became lost in the adulation of his peers. It was not until dawn that Sasuke awoke to the sound of a heavy door being opened. Drawing back the curtains, he realized that morning had arrived, and upon glancing at the clock in the living room, he discovered it was already noon. Hastily, he sought out Naruto, greeted him, and dashed back home. Woof, woof, woof. As Sasuke departed, Naruto remained engrossed in his research, leaving only the sound of the dog barking in Naruto's home, pleading to be fed. Days passed, and at long last, Naruto emerged from the laboratory, shivering as the chill of winter began to assert itself. He opened the door and beheld a landscape blanketed in pristine snow. This winter was particularly frigid. Exhaling a breath of cool air, Naruto realized that to continue his research, he would require either heating or air conditioning. A centralized heating system was currently out of reach, so he resolved to use electric heaters. As for air conditioning, that was essential for his research efficiency, especially in summer, where he felt it could enhance his productivity by at least 50%. He contemplated the electric heater, a simple device, yet somewhat costly, making it impractical for the average person. Thus, he pondered the feasibility of a portable heater. A little son. With this thought, Naruto dashed back into the laboratory, rallying his shadow clones to begin constructing this little sun. For Naruto and his companions, this task posed little challenge. They even thoughtfully produced a batch of small, low-power heaters, improving the design to ensure they were both energy-efficient and warm. Once completed, Naruto carried several of these little suns toward the Hokage's office. Upon his arrival at the Hokage's office, he overheard a heated debate within. Waiting outside to avoid interruption, he eventually grew restless and took out the second Hokage's notes to read, becoming engrossed in the material. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Just as Danzo stormed out, he spotted Naruto crouched by the door, surrounded by several peculiar items, with what appeared to be a book in his hands. Initially intending to leave, Danzo's gaze fell upon the book, and a sense of familiarity washed over him. Hiruzen, do you know what you are holding? That is the research notes of our teacher. Do you comprehend its significance? Recognizing the importance of the notes, Danzo became increasingly agitated. Aware that their value rivaled that of the sealing scrolls, yet they were now in Naruto's possession. Inside the office, the other personnel were equally startled by Danzo's outburst. Unable to fathom that the Hokage would entrust such a vital item to Naruto, with the exception of Nara Shikaku and his companions, who had already been informed by their children. They even contemplated teasing Danzo. Oh, and by the way, the sealing scroll is also in Naruto's hands. How does that make you feel? And what of it, Danzo? Is there a problem with the teacher's notes being with Naruto? Would you prefer it in someone else's hands? Besides, I presume you have seen it before. What insights did you glean? As Hiruzen spoke, his presence became palpable, conveying to Danzo that he had observed the notes countless times yet derived little from them, merely a novice in comparison. What about this Uzumaki Naruto? Danzo's question elicited peculiar glances from those around him, even from Mito's and Kotetsu's allies. Not to mention, Danzo should have been aware of Naruto's lack of dedication to ninjutsu studies. It was no secret that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had little interest in learning ninjutsu. Perhaps Hiruzen harbored some personal bias, exaggerating the situation. Yet, this was merely one condition, a trivial aspect among many others, such as the advancements in machinery. The bustling night market, the economic boost from cola sales, and the special materials, not to mention the premium cement formula Naruto had provided to Hiruzen not long ago. With all these contributions, the value of a mere second Hokage's notes paled in comparison. Even selecting a few jutsu from the sealing scroll would be inconsequential. If Naruto were not so young and his identity not so sensitive, Hiruzen might have been inclined to award him the title of Outstanding Young Ninja of the New Era. At this juncture, Danzo found himself at a loss for words. Yet he did not depart. Instead, he returned to the Hokage's office. In such moments, how could he leave with Naruto present? This sentiment was not unique to Danzo. Several clan leaders who had initially intended to exit the Hokage's office paused, particularly drawn by the peculiar items beside Naruto. Observing this, Hiruzen chose to remain silent. Turning a blind eye. Little Naruto, what brings you here? Hiruzen inquired. Grandpa Third, this is my invention, an electric heater, which I have dubbed the Little Sun. It provides warmth. After tucking the notes into his cloak, Naruto entered the Hokage's office, enthusiastically explaining the various functions of the Little Sun, even conducting demonstrations within the office. The onlookers felt a surge of joy. This device not only offered warmth, but also held the potential for profit, especially during the winter season, making it a sought-after product. This was merely the situation in the Land of Fire. If sold in colder countries, they could already envision the sales figures. By the way, Grandpa Third, could we consider some policy subsidies? Not for me, but for the purchasers. Many ordinary people may face extreme cold in winter, and I want them to benefit from this device. If not, I have funds. I could cover the costs myself. Naruto produced a bank book, presenting it to the still-dazed Hiruzen. Little Naruto, that's unnecessary. As for the subsidies, I will arrange that. You need not worry. Thank you, Grandpa Third, Naruto replied, his smile radiant, envisioning a warm winter for the ordinary folk thanks to his electric heater. Oh, and Grandpa Third, here are the design blueprints for the heater, along with some modular production plans. The assembly was initially lost in the brilliance of Naruto's spirited smile before they could respond. Naruto had already produced several blueprints and a stack of papers detailing the related content. Modular production? Noticing Hiruzen's puzzled expression, Naruto proceeded to elucidate the concept of modularity. As the crowd was enlightened by the advantages of modular production, their eyes sparkled with newfound hope. If this could be widely implemented, their production efficiency would rise dramatically. Understood. Naruto, rest assured, I will have people commence production of these electric heaters immediately, striving for them to reach the residents at the earliest opportunity. Thank you, Third Hokage. And thank you, everyone. I shall take my leave now. Amidst the crowd's farewells, Naruto hummed a little tune as he leisurely exited the Hokage office building. Once Naruto had departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Danzo, as did others present. Danzo, what do you have to say? Humph. Danzo could hardly endure the indignation and stormed out, feeling as if he had neglected to consult the almanac before venturing out today. I trust you all heard that? Now, concerning the electric heaters, agents are to submit relevant information to me by tomorrow, and I will select a few to serve as representatives. Understood, Hokage-sama. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Naruto plunged into a fervent study session, determined to create the heating panels first, followed by the electric heaters, ensuring he would not suffer from the cold this winter. After a week of diligent effort, Naruto successfully crafted the electric heater and connected it throughout his lab and bedroom. Reclining on the sofa, he indulged in watching television, while a contented Gaara sat nearby. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Naruto was relishing his leisure, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Sasuke, covered in snow and holding a package. Here, I brought you some buns. Huh, golden smiles. Naruto gazed at the buns in the bag, momentarily stunned. It seemed he had taught the breakfast vendors how to make these, primarily as a gimmick, although they were indeed delicious. By the way, Sasuke, what brings you here? Naruto pondered, unable to recall inviting Sasuke over. Nothing much, just thought I'd check on you. You haven't gone and collapsed again, have you? Without me. Are you sure you can make it to the hospital safely? Sasuke turned back, giving Naruto a disdainful look. Always needing to rescue him. Didn't Naruto have any sense? Huh. Naruto appeared perplexed but was deeply impacted. Upon reflection, he realized there was indeed some truth to Sasuke's words, just as he intended to express his gratitude. He noticed Sasuke had already vanished. When he approached the guest room he had prepared for Sasuke, he found him adeptly booting up the computer and launching a game. So, he had come to play games. At that moment, Naruto comprehended Sasuke's purpose and chose not to interrupt, even turning on the heating in the room. Initially, Sasuke did not notice, but after finishing a match against a bot, he finally registered the warmth enveloping the space. Naruto, why is your house so warm? Oh, I developed a heating system. It's exceptionally cozy. Electric heater, right? I have one at home too, but it doesn't achieve this kind of warmth. It's not just an electric heater, it's an electric heating system, a new kind of heating device. However, it might come at a considerably higher price. Hearing this, Sasuke understood that this new heating device was likely just recently developed, and if even Naruto deemed it expensive, it must indeed be a significant sum. Oh, Sasuke acknowledged, saying no more. Based on what he knew of Naruto, he surmised that this electric heating system would soon capture everyone's attention. It was merely a matter of time. Sasuke's intuition proved correct. Naruto had only just handed the design plans for the electric heater to Sarutobi Hiruzen that very morning. As for subsequent matters, those were for Hiruzen to fret over. Naruto was unconcerned with such affairs. By the way, Naruto, want to play? This game is really fun. Sasuke extended an invitation, realizing that playing games was far more enjoyable with good friends. I'll pass. I'm not really interested in those things. However, Naruto's thoughts drifted to the computer-related issues at hand. They had been researching computers of late, but their work was nowhere near comparable to the machine before them. Their current objective was to surpass the limitations of the first-generation computers and their various programs. As for the present computers, their sole advantage was the ability to create programs to expedite their custom builds. So much to do, it's overwhelming. After saying this, Naruto began typing away on his keyboard in his bedroom. Sasuke, seeing this, wanted to invite Naruto to join him in playing League of Legends. However, as he stepped into Naruto's room, all he could hear was the clattering of keys and the incessant updates of code. Witnessing this scene, Sasuke quietly closed the door, muttering, "Sorry to interrupt." Given the situation, he didn't even want to look, nor ask questions, as he wouldn't understand anyway. It was better to contemplate how to build his character or purchase new heroes. Later that night, Naruto finally completed a small program, and, after running a test, found it functional. As long as it works, time for bed. With that, Naruto collapsed onto his bed, swiftly entering the sealed space. Upon entering, he once again encountered the Kyuubi's mournful gaze. Well, a rare guest. Why aren't you keeping your companion outside company? The Kyuubi's tone was laced with sarcasm. It was exasperated that despite having saved Naruto several times, he felt undervalued compared to the Uchiha. My apologies, Great Fox. I shall prepare a meal for you. Naruto recalled that he had somewhat neglected the Kyuubi during this time, so he decided to make amends by preparing a feast, even bringing a variety of dishes. Here, try this. It's my latest creation, spicy crayfish, along with some beer. The formerly named red worm had been officially rebranded as crayfish, as that name was far more appealing. Moreover, due to the crayfish's immense popularity, wild crayfish had gradually vanished from the vicinity of Konoha, supplanted by various farmed crayfish, which helped resolve some employment issues. However, to say that crayfish paired with beer had become the new sensation in night markets, second only to hot pot, especially during summer, would be an understatement. Even in winter, it remained popular. Why would crayfish be available in winter? No explanation needed. It was simply the magic of the ninja world. As for the beer, it had increasingly entered the public's consciousness, primarily because it was affordable and enjoyable to drink. Naruto's beer, after his modifications, was smooth and flavorful, providing a delightful experience without being overly strong, a perfect choice for gatherings. Following this, Naruto introduced two best-selling beverages, Naruto Cola, which received widespread acclaim, and Naruto Milk, which circulated widely among nobles and ninjas due to their need for stamina. Returning to reality, the Kyuubi savored the feast, especially relishing the dish of crayfish and the enormous glass of beer, embodying the essence of a true gourmand. As the Kyuubi finished its meal, Naruto and his shadow clones prepared to rest for a bit when the Kyuubi spoke up. Hey, kid, could you also get me a computer? Chapter 44. Is gaming really that enjoyable? Naruto was momentarily taken aback by the Kyuubi's request. Why would the Great Fox need a computer? Sure. Although puzzled, Naruto did not press further. He summoned a computer, complete with a desk and chair, and handed it through the iron gate to the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi accepted the computer with trembling hands. In this sealed space, it had been dreadfully dull, and now that something like a computer had appeared, it was not about to let the opportunity slip away. As the computer crossed the threshold of the iron gate, the adorable little Ninetales materialized instantaneously. With a deftness that belied its size, the creature proceeded to set up the computer, skillfully powering it on and navigating through the beginner-esque tutorial. Naruto and his numerous shadow clones observed this scene in silence, shifting their attention from the television to the charming little Ninetales. Their hearts, filled with the desire to give the creature a gentle rub, remained unchanged. The Ninetales sensed this playful malice but chose to disregard it, focusing solely on mastering the use of the computer and the games housed within. After all, it was curious to explore the games that could captivate a young Uchiha so thoroughly. As dawn broke, Naruto and his shadow clones gradually dissipated, leaving only the sound of the Ninetales manipulating the keyboard and mouse in the sealed space. Upon awakening, Naruto was about to prepare a bowl of noodles when he suddenly remembered that Sasuke was still at his house. Upon entering, he found Sasuke not asleep, but rather engrossed in the computer, diligently striving to level up, having already reached level 15. To Naruto's surprise, Sasuke had even made friends within the game, exchanging pleasantries and promising to meet again soon. Stretching lazily, Sasuke opened the statistics tab, proudly displaying a page filled with green achievements to Naruto. Although these victories were against AI opponents, Sasuke held them in high regard, considering them accomplishments nonetheless. Naruto, I won all night, 15 consecutive matches. What do you think? That's fantastic, Naruto exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Although he didn't quite grasp the source of Sasuke's joy, he recognized it as a positive development and readily expressed his approval. You're so dismissive, but I'll forgive you, Sasuke retorted, preparing to leave. Just as he was about to exit Naruto's home, he was drawn back by the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen, deciding to eat before departing. Time passed swiftly, with winter giving way to spring, and before long, it was late May. During this period, Naruto's various dividends began to arrive, resulting in an extraordinarily robust financial situation. He was ready to implement his next plan. After considerable effort by Naruto and his shadow clones, they successfully crafted the first computer in the ninja world. Despite its somewhat oversized design, it was a groundbreaking achievement, enhanced by special cutting-edge technology that significantly outperformed conventional computers in processing power. The sole drawback was the complexity of the technology involved, which hindered further improvements. Even when Naruto sought an agent to assist him, he discovered that potential partners had yet to comprehend the previous technological advances, let alone the current computing capabilities. Simultaneously, they upgraded their machinery to a semi-second-generation CNC machine. While this was merely a partial upgrade, its capabilities surpassed those of their previous equipment. They were now able to produce several essential components independently, For tighter tolerances, however, they had to revert to manual crafting. Do not underestimate the art of handcrafting. Naruto and his team had become quite adept at it, even producing parts that were more precise than those generated by the machine. The machines were merely a matter of efficiency, as manual labor was considerably slower. In the laboratory, the team beheld the mechanical arm with excitement. It's simply perfect. The arm gleamed in shades of black and silver, adorned with delicate orchid patterns. Special armor protected its joints, ensuring no adverse effects during operation. The entire apparatus was encased in protective plates, safeguarding the internal components, while the wrist featured a designated space for weaponry. Notably, a special protective device was located in the palm, designed not merely for defense, but to prevent damage to its internal mechanisms. After scrutinizing the arm, Naruto donned it and proceeded to the testing grounds, which had undergone a significant transformation. The previous state of disrepair was fresh in their memories, but after numerous reinforcements and enhancements, the testing area was now well equipped to withstand any mishaps, ensuring that previous incidents would not recur. Naruto approached the testing apparatus and delivered a powerful punch. Boom. 3 tons. All readings normal. Boom. 3 tons. All readings normal. Extreme test. 5 tons. Energy depleted. All readings normal. Upon witnessing the final test results, the shadow clones struggled to contain their excitement, as one crucial test still awaited completion. Without hesitation, Naruto flicked his wrist, activating a special mechanism. The mechanical arm began to contract, transforming into a compact rectangular box within 3 seconds. Just a little more. We are on the brink of success. Our efforts have not been in vain. Seeing the excitement radiating from his clones, Naruto pressed on, lifting the box and securing it to his wrist. The box flickered momentarily, as if verifying its identity, and after approximately 2 seconds, various components of the mechanical arm began to envelop Naruto's right hand. He flexed the mechanical arm, finding it indistinguishable from his original hand. Everyone, we have succeeded. Oh, we did it. Ha ha, we finally succeeded. The entire laboratory erupted in cheers. After so much hard work, they were finally reaping the rewards, and the joy was palpable. Once the celebration subsided, Naruto addressed the team. Our first step has borne fruit. Next, we must focus on the rest of the body. This mechanical arm is just the beginning. Onward. With the success of the mechanical arm, Naruto and his shadow clones felt invigorated, realizing that the time had come for them to truly showcase their capabilities. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a troubled expression. The Uchiha clan had grown increasingly restless. It seemed prudent to prepare for potential unrest. Additionally, he pondered why there had been no news from young Naruto lately. Inquiring with the Umbu, he learned that Naruto had once again immersed himself in research, having not appeared in public for quite some time. The only puzzling aspect was that Sasuke and Hinata frequently visited Naruto's home. Hiruzen understood Hinata's visits, as he had tasked her with ensuring Naruto took breaks, essentially walking both Naruto and her giant robot. This was the last significant thing Hiruzen could do for Naruto. As for other matters, well, they were up to Naruto. He vividly remembered how Naruto would return home after only a few steps outside. As for Sasuke, according to the Umbu report, he seemed to be engrossed in video games. Regarding computers, Hiruzen glanced at the desktop model before him. It had indeed facilitated various tasks since its adoption in several domains. However, when it came to games, he quietly opened a game of solitaire, wondering, is it really that enjoyable? I hope it's not another Tsunade situation. Hiruzen found Sasuke's obsession with gaming perplexing yet astonishing. Chapter 45, Sasuke's Online Romance. As midsummer approached, Konoha became bustling with activity, not for any other reason than the mushroom foraging. Many villagers began venturing into the surrounding mountains and forests in search of wild fungi. As people experiment with various types of mushrooms, the Konoha Hospital is also celebrating its annual grand opening extravaganza, where patients enjoy a buy-one-get-one-free offer, leading to a high likelihood of return visits. Concurrently, Naruto's beverages, crayfish, and beer are selling exceptionally well. Even the higher-ups of Konoha and influential families have conducted investigations into Naruto's deepening impact on the village, with his influence manifesting in both overt and covert ways. However, in the eyes of other shinobi villages, the recent developments in Konoha are akin to a thorn in their side. They are eager to uncover the underlying reasons for this phenomenon. Those privy to the situation are primarily the heads of prominent clans, while the average citizens possess only a superficial understanding. Yet beneath the tranquil facade of Konoha, turbulent undercurrents are at play, with power and wealth captivating hearts. In the Uchiha clan's territory, Itachi Uchiha is seated at a table, facing his father, Fugaku Uchiha. Itachi, what are your plans? Fugaku inquires. Aware of the tumultuous events that have unfolded within the Uchiha clan, including a surge of anti-Konoha sentiments that are approaching a level he can scarcely control. I don't know, Itachi replies, lowering his head. His mind has been in disarray. He can perceive the clan's escalating unrest, and if not restrained, it could lead to significant issues. However, relying solely on his father and a handful of allies to intervene seems unrealistic. Resorting to violent measures appears to be the only option. But what do the higher-ups in Konoha say? Fugaku presses, hoping to glean insights from Itachi. The current state of the Uchiha clan resembles a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Itachi remains silent, unable to provide answers. For certain matters, he feels compelled to act according to his own convictions, unmarred by any external influences. Seeing Itachi's demeanor, Fugaku can surmise some of the underlying issues, yet he presses on with the most crucial question. If the Uchiha were to engage in battle with Konoha, what do you believe our chances of victory would be? Approximately 10%. What if we factor in the Mangekyo Sharingan? At this, Itachi pauses. Startled, could his father be aware of his secret? Observing Itachi's expression, Fugaku suddenly smiles. Itachi, you still haven't answered my question. It remains at 10%. Itachi's response resonates like a heavy hammer, striking deep into Fugaku's heart, casting a shadow over him. The atmosphere grows tense, and both Itachi and Fugaku fall silent, with only the savory aroma of the mushroom hot pot wafting from the center of the table. Suddenly, the door creaks open, revealing Mikoto Uchiha and Sasuke. In this moment, Sasuke is enthusiastically boasting about Naruto's remarkable mechanical arm. Father, brother, you won't believe it, but Naruto has created something incredibly impressive. That mechanical arm is just so cool. Coupled with sealing techniques, once you wear it, it covers the entire arm, and there's even a button. At this, Itachi and Fugaku exchange smiles. Listening to Sasuke's excited recounting of Naruto's inventions and other intriguing novelties, the scene resembles a painting, capturing the family's joyful expressions within its frame. After a delightful mushroom hot pot meal, Sasuke assists his mother in clearing the dishes, while Itachi finishes his tea, rises, and retrieves his mask. Shursui is dead, he declares before donning the mask and vanishing in an instant, leaving Fugaku in a solemn state. Is brother leaving again? I wanted to share some game tips with him. Sasuke exclaims. Father, mother, I'm off to find Naruto. I won't be back tonight. With that, Sasuke leaps away, disappearing within moments. Fugaku and Mikoto, accustomed to such occurrences, are unfazed, save for the sensitivity surrounding their Uchiha identity. Fugaku, what is going on? Mikoto inquires. It's nothing, just. Fugaku begins. But his words are interrupted as several elder Uchiha members arrive, their expressions suggesting they carry unwelcome news. Meanwhile, at Naruto's home, Sasuke logs into League of Legends right on schedule. As he logs in, he begins searching through his friends' list, quickly locking onto a target. Are you there? Yes. Big brother. I'll be right there. Moments later, a girl's voice echoes through the voice channel, igniting excitement within Sasuke. Big brother, why are you only at level 29? I've been waiting for you for so long. Once you hit level 30, we can play ranked matches together. Hearing this, Sasuke's eyes shine with determination. Having previously triumphed against countless opponents, he is confident in his abilities. Ranked matches, even at platinum or diamond level, pose no challenge for him. Xion, wait half an hour. I just need to win one match to reach level 30, and then we can play ranked together tonight. Alright, I'll be waiting for you, big brother. Hurry. Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately queues for a match, entering the game. After the match concludes, he rejoices at reaching level 30, eager to invite Xion for ranked play. Xion, let's start our ranked matches. Okay, big brother. Oh no, I can't. I only have 13 champions, and I need 3 more. Just buy a few with your coins, that should suffice. Alright, big brother. Sasuke understands that at least 16 champions are necessary for ranked play. Acquiring a few inexpensive ones shouldn't be a problem. Big brother, I still don't have enough. I need one more champion. Look, Xion sends a screenshot in the chat, confirming she is indeed one champion short. What do we do now? Big brother, can you give me 50 points? I'm not sure how to recharge. What? You don't know how to recharge? I really don't. Well then, it seems I'll have to figure it out on my own. I'll just play a few matches to earn some money. Sasuke, unwilling to let Xion feel neglected, quickly responds. Xion, wait. I'll ask someone if I can recharge some points for the game. Okay, I'll be waiting for you, big brother. Chapter 46. Minors are prohibited from recharging. Naruto. Quickly, can you help me recharge some points? I'll pay you in cash. Sasuke approaches Naruto, handing him money. eager for Naruto to assist him in buying game points while excitedly sharing about the girl he met in the game, Xion. Sasuke has even planned to purchase some skins for her. Huh, recharge points? Sasuke, hold on a moment, let me check. Naruto scratches his head, genuinely unsure about the recharge process, as he has little interest in gaming beyond a basic understanding. Asking for help is straightforward. Naruto kneels in earnest prayer. After a few minutes, he stands and says, Sasuke, it's not possible to recharge. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression falls. Is that so? Then I'll have to come up with another plan. Just as he prepares to leave, Naruto calls out, Sasuke, they also wanted me to tell you that minors are prohibited from recharging. And don't trust online romances. Xion is wonderful. You just don't understand, Naruto. Sasuke retorts, suddenly reminded of Hinata. Naruto, you don't get it. Clearly, this is a reflection of his own ignorance. The scent of budding romance lingers in the air. And soon, he too shall partake. As Sasuke gazed at Naruto's departing silhouette, he was momentarily taken aback, turning to face his myriad of shadow clones. What is this nauseating scent of romance? Do you comprehend it? All the shadow clones leaned forward, pondering for a few seconds, and replied in unison, not at all. Shrugging off the thought, they resolved to continue their exploration of the exoskeleton. All right, charge forth. For the sake of the mecha, currently equipped with experience in mechanical arms. Naruto and his companions had commenced their studies on other body parts, even advancing plans for various weaponry. With ample financial resources, technical prowess, and the assistance of shadow clones, Naruto found himself in an enviable position. Particularly in the realm of sealing techniques, their research had reached an impasse, necessitating a breakthrough. Achieving this would significantly enhance their convenience. Meanwhile, Sasuke had re-entered the game. Shin, I apologize for not being able to make a purchase, but I will find a way. It's alright, brother. I'll play a few more games to earn enough to buy heroes so we can play together. But you mustn't say Shin isn't skilled. No problem. Just wait for me while I try a few ranked matches. Okay, brother Mua. Upon witnessing this, Sasuke couldn't help but smile foolishly, his heart swelling with happiness at how considerate Shin was. With renewed determination, he resolved to elevate Shin to the ranks of the champions. Having made up his mind, Sasuke plunged into the game. However, in his first placement match, he encountered a disastrous defeat, not due to lack of skill, but because his teammates began hurling insults at one another. Despite Sasuke's efforts to leverage his advantages and force plays, a 1 versus 5 scenario proved insurmountable, especially with teammates recklessly charging in to their demise. Can we not play properly? We still have a chance. Sasuke took a deep breath and typed, attempting to persuade them that if they could win this team fight, they still had hope. The moment he spoke, he became the new target of their ire. And in an instant, his teammates displayed a complete lack of discernment. The most infuriating part was when the opposing team began typing in the public chat, Hanbing. I know you're skilled, but playing well is not as important as positioning well. Observing the opposing AD's arrogance, Sasuke felt a surge of anger. He often outmaneuvered 2 opponents alone in the bottom lane, yet this was the outcome. Ultimately, the dreaded red defeat icon appeared, igniting a sense of frustration within him. Even after the match concluded, his teammates continued to bicker, particularly the player who had been his support, unleashing a torrent of complaints. This scene reminded Sasuke of his own support, who occasionally stood beneath the tower, venting their frustrations. This game was truly surreal. Brother, you did your best. I've seen your stats, you truly tried hard. If only I could rank with you, perhaps I could help alleviate some of your stress. Brother, you are amazing. I'm going to work hard to match up and hopefully double queue with you soon. Reading the messages in the chat, Sasuke felt a surge of joy and quickly typed back, don't worry, I will strive to improve. At that moment, Sasuke was once again filled with motivation. He was aware that within the game existed a unique profession known as a booster, but it required a rank threshold. Once he reached platinum, he could boost accounts for profit, allowing him to recharge and even purchase skins for Shin. Thus, he embarked on a new game. The following day, at noon, Sasuke completed his 10th placement match. On the results screen, he saw he had landed in Bronze Eye. Gazing at the 9 SVPs on his record, he fell into a deep contemplation. Out of 10 ranked matches, 9 had been plagued by his teammates arguing, while the sole victory came when the opposing team began to quarrel amongst themselves, even resorting to public chat for discussions. Staring at the rank icon, Sasuke felt a pang of heartache. What is this nonsense? Who is truly winning this game? He felt the urge to smash something on his desk, but quickly suppressed it, realizing that damaging it would mean losing the ability to play. Ugh. Just as Sasuke prepared to unleash a string of curses, a notification chimed in the chat. Upon opening the chat box, he found Shin's encouraging words. Brother, I'm one step closer to unlocking 16 heroes, You You did your best. Don't be discouraged. I believe in you. You're the best, brother. Keep it up, Mua. Seeing this message, Sasuke couldn't help but smile. He felt that life still held promise, especially with Shinshin by his side. With that thought, Sasuke returned home, his spirits lifted. Although he had lost the game, he felt he had triumphed in life. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over a week had passed. Naruto's experiments had entered a concluding phase. On this day, Naruto and his shadow clones gathered in the conference room, confronting a new challenge, the sealing techniques. They were dissatisfied with their current sealing techniques. Even the ones they had developed exhibited flaws and failed to achieve perfection, particularly in the initial release and subsequent phases. In the ninja world, time was of the essence. Delays could lead to dire consequences. Is there any effective sealing technique we can reference? As soon as Naruto voiced this inquiry, the shadow clones exchanged glances. There were only a few sealing techniques to consider, predominantly involving concealed weapons, scrolls, and various explosive tags. However, these techniques were not what they truly needed in terms of reference. What we require are techniques with substantial capacity, robust sealing ports that won't easily fail, and are simple to carry, perhaps as tattoos or summoning devices. I agree. However, I advocate for summoning devices. I support tattoos as well. Carrying a summoning device is cumbersome. It may be cumbersome, but it's undeniably stylish. Observing the fervent discussion among the group, Naruto pondered. They were in dire need of a more advanced sealing technique for reference. But where would they find such a thing? Should he seek out the third Hokage? Contemplating this, he shook his head. He needed to devise a solution independently and could not continually rely on the third Hokage. At that moment, Naruto lifted his shirt and glanced at his abdomen. He sensed a sealing technique inscribed upon it, and in that instant, he began to connect the dots from previous experiences. The shadow clones observed Naruto's actions, and they too lifted their shirts. Though they failed to sense anything, their expressions filled with curiosity. The Great Fox. As Naruto uttered these words, the others quickly comprehended, and a lively discussion ensued, with some even suggesting that Naruto's body could serve as a scientific offering. Ultimately, everyone unanimously agreed to the idea. Leaving Naruto momentarily stunned by their rebelliousness, the shadow clones had begun to assert their own will. Nevertheless, Naruto's body was compliant, reclining upon a nearby apparatus. Subsequently, the shadow clones donned gloves and gathered tools, encircling Naruto. Let's begin, Naruto declared, closing his eyes. The forthcoming scene was one he could scarcely fathom. Hey, don't touch there, it tickles. Who's touching that? You all have your own bodies to touch. I told you not to poke my belly button. Why are you still doing it? Are you insane? Everyone, focus on the sealing technique. As their research progressed, the group deepened their understanding of sealing techniques. The shadow clones commenced their meticulous documentation and embarked on the development of a groundbreaking sealing technique. A week later, this innovative sealing method was unveiled, revealing a disc adorned with the numbers 0 through 9, exuding an aura of advanced technology. Pleased with this creation, the next step was to conduct a field investigation. Naruto exchanged a glance with his shadow clones, both reflecting a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. As dusk descended, Naruto retired early, swiftly entering the sealing space. Upon his arrival in the sealing realm, Naruto was immediately greeted by the irate exclamations of the Nine Tails. Are you a pig? Enlarge it. Save the big moves for your purchase. The Nine Tails tirade was as colorful as it was profane, and in that moment, a surge of chakra erupted from its form, conjuring several chakra arms that materialized behind it. Engaging in a blend of gaming and insults, the Nine Tails effortlessly switched between triumphantly playing and vociferously berating, maintaining a relentless stream of expletives without hindering its gameplay. As the victory banner flashed on the screen, the Nine Tails took a swig from a nearby beer before turning its gaze to Naruto. What brings you here, brat? Upon seeing Naruto, the Nine Tails was momentarily taken aback. This child was attempting to undo the sealing gate's restrictions. Was he out of his mind? In an instant, the Nine Tails reverted to its original form and rushed to the sealing gate, confronting Naruto, who was actively dismantling the seal. What do you think you're doing, you little imp? Do you have any idea what consequences this unsealing could bring? This affects not just you, but me and potentially your future as well. You cannot release this seal. Do you understand? The Nine Tails reached out in an attempt to halt Naruto, but as it began to dismantle the iron gate, it realized that the sealing technique had not been undone. At that moment, Naruto glanced at the Nine Tails. Great Fox, I'm not unsealing it. I'm merely making a change. With that, Naruto and his shadow clones positioned a ladder and began to hammer away at the sealing technique on the iron gate, ultimately disassembling the original seal. A brand new disc was then affixed by Naruto, fitting perfectly and epitomizing flawlessness. At that moment, The Ninetales was left in a state of disbelief. What was happening? It observed Naruto and the shadow clones engrossed in their study of the new sealing technique, then glanced back at the newly established seal. This was inconceivable under normal circumstances. Such an alteration should have led to the collapse of the sealing space or a significant transformation. Yet here, there were no apparent adverse effects. Was it a painless seal replacement? Scratching its head in confusion, the Ninetales was both perplexed and astonished. Did this new sealing method even feature a password? The Ninetales stared at the new sealing technique, particularly at the circular arrangement of numbers, reminiscent of a password input mechanism from a film. A password, you say? 9527. Upon hearing Naruto's declaration, the Ninetales was momentarily stunned. This little brat had just divulged the password to him. Could it be a ruse? Doubt crept into the Ninetales' mind as it began to manipulate the password dial of the sealing technique, resulting in the grand opening of the sealing gate. At that moment, in the real world, a wave of the Ninetales chakra began to permeate outward from Naruto, triggering alarms throughout Konohagakure. Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensing the disturbance, jolted awake, swiftly donned his battle attire, and made his way to Naruto's residence. Simultaneously, other factions within the village mobilized in response. Inside the sealing space, the Ninetales stared at the now open gate, momentarily lost in thought. Safe travels. As an electronic announcement echoed, the Ninetales snapped back to reality, acutely aware of the changes rippling through Konohagakure. Safe travels, my foot. The Ninetales erupted in chakra, swiftly closing the sealing gate and scrambling the password. Welcome home. With the sealing technique reactivated, the Ninetales finally exhaled in relief, having sensed the presence of Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and numerous Konohagakure shinobi. It was certain that if it dared to utter even a single word outside, it would be met with a fierce beating from the assembled crowd. However, what intrigued it even more was the prospect that this sealing technique could be perpetually utilized, rather than being a one-time affair, a concept utterly unheard of. Although it was curious, the Ninetales felt that the onlookers outside would be even more inquisitive, perhaps already devising ways to eliminate it. Meanwhile, outside, the elite forces of Konohagakure had gathered. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing that everyone had arrived, promptly entered Naruto's home. Upon crossing the threshold, he immediately detected the faint remnants of the Ninetales chakra, which seemed to be rapidly waning, almost on the verge of disappearance. Had the Ninetales failed? Furrowing his brow, Hiruzen gestured for the sealing team to appear and commence their examination. Lord Hokage, the chakra concentration of the Ninetales here is significant, but the duration is extremely brief, approximately 5 seconds. We suspect it was the Ninetales attempting to breach the seal. The sealing team's leader's words left Hiruzen momentarily stunned. 5 seconds. If the Ninetales was indeed attempting to breach the seal, it couldn't have lasted merely 5 seconds. Especially considering this was the only breach in such a long time. As this thought crossed his mind, Hiruzen pondered another possibility. Could that little rascal Naruto have stirred up trouble again? Hiruzen's remark left not just the sealing team, but even those nearby, momentarily taken aback. However, upon reflection, they realized that it was indeed a distinct possibility. Hiruzen dashed into Naruto's bedroom, where he beheld Naruto sprawled comfortably on the bed, sleeping soundly. His earlier suspicion had grown almost certain. One must understand that a breach of the seal by the Ninetales would have detrimental effects on the Jinchuriki. There was no way Naruto could appear so tranquil unless he was the cause of the disturbance. Hiruzen pulled back the covers and lifted Naruto's shirt, revealing the intricate sealing technique, one that left him wide-eyed in disbelief. Please enter the password. Chapter 48, Miscalculations. A password? Hiruzen's expression darkened as he observed the markings on Naruto's abdomen. Where was the grand 8-trigram seal? Exhaling a heavy sigh, Hiruzen surveyed the scene with a sense of melancholy, gesturing for everyone to leave. As the onlookers departed, confusion lingered in the air. What exactly had transpired? Yet one thing was clear. Uzumaki Naruto was once again embroiled in chaos. The following day, Naruto awoke with excitement, ready to head to the laboratory when he spotted Sarutobi Hiruzen seated in a chair in his bedroom, gazing out the window, as if contemplating the meaning of life. Little Naruto, haven't I told you? Hiruzen began to scold, reflecting on how many times he had had to clean up Naruto's messes recently. This was simply intolerable. Grandpa Third, I promise I won't do it again, Naruto replied, bowing his head sincerely. Seeing Naruto's demeanor, Hiruzen sighed deeply. Little Naruto, in these times, refrain from causing any more trouble. Things have been quite unstable lately. Unstable? Naruto's eyes widened at this revelation. Knowing full well that such words from Hiruzen indicated something significant was amiss in Konohagakure. All right, I won't elaborate further. You won't heed my words anyway. I must take my leave, but please be cautious during this period, understood? Yes, Grandpa Third. After Hiruzen departed, he began to issue orders to bolster Naruto's protection. Simultaneously, he summoned Narashikaku, initiating the distribution of equipment among the Root and Umbu, as well as to several mid-level jonin. Meanwhile, after Sarutobi Hiruzen's departure, Naruto embarked on his new research. You have all heard the words of the third Hokage, haven't you? Understood. At that moment, a palpable tension enveloped the room. They now had to prioritize various experiments, particularly concerning weaponry. Naruto and his shadow clones shifted their focus to the shadow clone that had previously landed them in the hospital. This particular clone was a weapon specialist, truly adept in such matters. Ahem, now do you recognize my significance? I require 20 assistants. The shadow clone directed its gaze towards Naruto, who, upon seeing this, waved his hand, reallocating some personnel who were not immediately needed for development to the weapons research department. Everyone, we have a significant battle ahead of us. Do you have confidence? Yes. Charge. Thus commenced a new phase of Naruto's research, the development of an exoskeletal mechanical suit, aptly named Naruto's armor. This exoskeleton had evolved from a mere mechanical arm into a complete, integrated suit of armor, featuring numerous enhancements. As for weaponry, after more than 10 days of diligent effort, they entered the testing phase. During testing, Naruto refrained from direct involvement, opting to let his shadow clones handle it. Finally, after the loss of over a dozen shadow clones, the weapons were successfully tested, moving on to the next stage of practical loading tests. As Naruto's development of Naruto's armor neared completion, the Uchiha clan was grappling with various upheavals, a storm brewing ominously. One day, in a small hill within the Uchiha clan's territory, Itachi and Sasuke were cooking hot pot in a gazebo. I never expected such a lovely spot in the back mountains. The scenery is exquisite. Sasuke observed his surroundings, noting that aside from the somewhat dilapidated path and gazebo, everything else was quite pleasant. Brother, what do you think about inviting Naruto and the others for a picnic next time? Upon voicing this thought, Sasuke began to envision a future outing with Naruto. However, the mere thought of Naruto and Hinata's relationship left him feeling conflicted. Perhaps he should only invite Naruto and Shikamaru, leaving Hinata out? Yet, he hesitated, knowing it would be inappropriate to invite Naruto without including Hinata, especially given their close bond. Itachi, overhearing Sasuke's musings, paused slightly, his gaze darkening. Very well. You may invite whomever you wish. Really? That would be splendid. Brother, you know father has advised me to limit my interactions with Naruto. I had previously suggested inviting him to our home, but father disapproved. And, brother, please don't deceive me. What if you can't persuade father? Sasuke rambled on, even discussing his recent experiences, including aspects of gaming, yet he refrained from mentioning his online romantic interest, Xion. Time slipped away, and Itachi, lost in the moment, savored this rare time together, even relishing the mushroom hot pot. After a hearty meal, Sasuke glanced at the sky, realizing it was afternoon. Without delay, he dashed down the mountain, eager to find Naruto and seek out Xion. His efforts had finally borne fruit. He had achieved platinum rank and had led Xion to 10 consecutive victories, elevating her to platinum 5. Furthermore, requests for coaching had begun to pour in. Eagerly, Sasuke accepted the task, knowing that completing it would earn him enough to purchase skins as a gift for Xion. It was crucial, as Xion had just begun ranked matches but lacked heroes, let alone any skins, particularly the coveted Future Warrior EZ skin that she had admired for quite some time. He resolved to finish this commission, converting his earnings into vouchers to present to Xion, already imagining that cherished moment. As Sasuke descended the mountain, Itachi's expression turned cold. He addressed the nearby woods. Come out. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Itachi's profound affection for his brother was revealed. A masked figure stepped from the shadows of the trees, carrying a basket filled with various fungi and chicken mushrooms. With a flick of his wrist, the masked man swiftly sliced the fungi, discarding the inedible parts before letting them fall into the pot. Tomorrow, we strike. Are you truly prepared? The masked man scrutinized Itachi, his words laden with inquiry. That is not your concern. You need only focus on your own tasks. Indeed, the masked man ceased speaking, and as the mushroom hot pot reached perfection, he began to eat in silence. I never imagined such delicacies existed in Konoha. I hear they were crafted by the Jinchuriki. I advise you not to entertain thoughts of attacking that Jinchuriki. Currently, countless ninjas surround him. Unless you possess the means to discreetly abduct him without the tailed beast going berserk. I have no interest in the tailed beast, at least not at this moment. With that, the masked man returned to his meal. Itachi, observing, chose not to elaborate further. This was his final meal in Konoha. As night fell, Konoha lay in an eerie silence, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest. Concurrently, Danzo had made preparations within the root base. Everything was set to commence. Watch closely, Hiruzen. My path is the righteous one. A glimmer of ambition flickered in Danzo's eyes as he surveyed the surrounding stillness, feeling akin to a beast lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. Yet, there exists a saying. In the absence of unexpected events, one can always anticipate the unforeseen. Lord Danzo, we have received word that Uchiha Itachi has been hospitalized due to poisoning from toxic mushrooms. Furthermore, this intelligence was provided by Itachi himself. Danzo examined the message, which read, Plan compromised. The masked man consumed the most and cannot come to Konoha Hospital. He will seek treatment independently. Plan altered. What is this nonsense? We're about to act, and you tell me he got poisoned from mushrooms? Danzo tore the note into shreds, his fury palpable. He had never been this incensed. Everything had been meticulously arranged, waiting for the right moment, only to learn that his chance was absent. On the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen received the same news. Momentarily at a loss for words. Had it not been for the Umbu's investigation, he might have suspected a conspiracy. I hope there will be no further mishaps. Chapter 49. Joy turns to sorrow. 7 days had passed since the last Uchiha plan, and on this day, Itachi informed the Root and Umbu that they could proceed, preparing to implement the plan tomorrow evening. Meanwhile, at noon, Naruto bid Sasuke farewell and set off to a testing ground to assess the power of his weapons. As for Sasuke, he was presently engrossed in sweet nothings with Xin. Over this period, through relentless dedication and late-night sessions, Sasuke had purchased over 20 skins for her. Remarkably, Sasuke had not acquired a single skin for himself, while Xin had amassed several expensive ones. Brother, I desire this luxe skin. It looks splendid. Brother, I wish for this one. In that moment, Sasuke found himself lost in her affectionate calls, embarking on a joyful journey of ranked matches. Certainly, Sasuke's journey through ranked matches remains as fraught with difficulties as ever. Observing his teammates bickering and often directing their ire towards Shinshin, Sasuke felt a surge of anger. He longed to retaliate, yet the notion of maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor compelled him to refrain. Consequently, Sasuke could only endure the bittersweet torment of the game. Meanwhile, Naruto arrived at a lakeside not far from Konoha, having meticulously ensured that the area was devoid of onlookers before commencing his tests. He retrieved a belt from a nearby box and fastened it around his waist, which settled securely without any further action required from him. Adopting a stance, he proclaimed, Transform. Naruto armor, merge. In that instant, a suit of armor began to envelop him, radiating brilliance as though the very light of the world coalesced to illuminate the Naruto armor. Gazing at his hands, Naruto felt an exhilarating sense of coolness. I feel as though the mecha is beckoning me. At that moment, his heart was ablaze with fervor. This was but a small step for him, yet a monumental leap towards piloting a mecha. If he could accomplish this minor feat, what larger endeavors could he not achieve? The surrounding shadow clones promptly moved forward to record various data, even prompting Naruto to perform specific actions to ascertain whether the live demonstration affected the armor's performance. Next came the weapon testing, 9mm bullet experiments. Upon hearing this, Naruto activated the mechanisms within the armor, causing a gun barrel-like apparatus to emerge from his right wrist. And he fired a shot. Boom. The bullet detonated upon striking a cluster of distant trees, eliciting exhilaration from Naruto and his companions. Ha ha ha. I told you my weapon would perform flawlessly. The shadow clone responsible for the weapon's development was overjoyed, jubilantly hopping about, celebrating his success. Don't rejoice too soon. We have many more tests ahead. Understood, understood. Though he echoed this sentiment, his proud chest puffed up with satisfaction. Next, they tested the might of the 556mm bullet weapon. Observing the proceedings, Naruto activated the internal switch, and a gun barrel emerged from his right shoulder, firing a bullet forward. Boom. A swath of trees was caught in the explosion, igniting in flames. Witnessing this power, Naruto and his companions were thrilled. The results were indeed promising, aligning with their initial predictions. Haha, did you see that? That was my creation. Observing the smug demeanor of the shadow clone responsible for the weapon, the others felt an urge to reprimand him, yet found no justification to do so. With the weapon testing concluded, it was time to assess the flight capabilities. The weapon tests were swift. They were merely designing weapons that met their requirements. The remainder would be addressed later, as their current weapon research was still in its infancy, necessitating further maturation before integrating new weapon types. However, the forthcoming flight capability test was paramount. being the main function of the Naruto armor. After all, what purpose would a mecha serve if it could not soar through the skies? Energy supply normal. Equipment operational. Pilot status stable. Takeoff is possible. Following the completion of diagnostics, Naruto began to channel chakra, rising slowly into an upright position. Feeling the buoyancy, he adjusted his chakra levels and angle. 1 meter, 5 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Whoa, I'm ascending too high. The shadow clones below grew anxious, knowing all too well that their original self was becoming unmoored, striving to ascend further into the heavens. At that moment, Naruto, high above, gazed down at the diminutive Konoha village, feeling like a deity surveying the expanse of the world. Upon hearing urgent voices crackling through his communicator, he began his descent. As he reached 800 meters, he realized his chakra reserves were nearly depleted, prompting him to deploy his parachute and utilize the remaining chakra for a controlled landing. Before he touched down, the shadow clones below could already hear Naruto's jubilant exclamations. However, as the saying goes, joy often precedes sorrow. Just as Naruto landed, having never experienced such a situation before, he sustained a fracture in his right foot due to the abrupt descent. The shadow clones looked on in disbelief, proceeding to examine the Naruto armor while paying little heed to their original self. Aren't you all concerned about me? Naruto lamented, bewildered by their apparent indifference. How cruel. How heartless. The following day, at 3 p.m., Sasuke and the others beheld Naruto on the hospital bed, his right foot encased in a cast and suspended. Naruto, you've only been gone half a day, and look at you. Sasuke chuckled, having just concluded an all-nighter, prepared to greet Naruto before departing, only to encounter a shadow clone who informed him of Naruto's condition. Alarmed, Sasuke dashed to the Konoha hospital, where he found Naruto in such a state. Suddenly realizing a troubling thought, if Naruto's condition were serious, all those shadow clones would vanish. Soon, Hinata and the others arrived upon hearing news of Naruto's plight. After exchanging a few words with them, Sasuke took his leave, intending to head home. Naruto, how could you be so reckless? Hinata inquired. It's nothing, Hinata. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. Nothing serious? Inuzuka Kiba, not wishing to be as gentle as Hinata, delivered a swift jab to Naruto's right leg, sending him into a fit of shivers. The hospital room soon filled with a cacophony of teasing, banter, and concern. As night fell, Naruto lay in his hospital bed, gazing out the window at the beautiful moonlight. Yet, inexplicably, a wave of loneliness washed over him. But the following day, he was no longer alone. For a familiar face appeared beside him, Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke bore an expression of desolation and numbness. Witnessing Sasuke's demeanor, Naruto was filled with confusion. What had transpired to alter Sasuke so profoundly? Sasuke, what's wrong? Naruto asked, but it seemed Sasuke was oblivious to his words, remaining unchanged from his earlier state in the hospital. However, as Hinata and the others arrived to deliver meals, they too wore heavy expressions upon seeing Sasuke. It was then that Naruto learned the cause of Sasuke's sorrow. The Uchiha clan had been slaughtered, and the perpetrator was none other than Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke's brother. Chapter 50, Solo. Upon hearing Shikamaru and the others explain, Naruto finally grasped the gravity of Sasuke's situation. Sasuke had once confided in him that his greatest admiration was for his brother, boasting of Itachi's unparalleled talents. Now, faced with such a calamity, it was a burden that would weigh heavily on anyone's heart. Naruto limped back to the hospital room, yearning to comfort Sasuke. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. After much contemplation, he concluded that perhaps it was best to allow Sasuke some solitude to gather his thoughts. At that moment, any presence seemed futile. 7 days later, bolstered by the chakra of the Nine Tails, Naruto's injuries had significantly improved, while Sasuke remained uncommunicative. Sasuke, let's go home, Naruto declared as he approached Sasuke's bedside, resolutely attempting to pull him up. Sasuke's demeanor, however, appeared as though he had succumbed to a profound despondency. Home? Huh? Naruto, do I even have a home anymore? Sasuke lifted his gaze to Naruto, a bitter smile gracing his lips, stirring a pang of sorrow within Naruto's heart. Witnessing Sasuke's state, Naruto was reminded of his own past, which bore an unsettling resemblance to Sasuke's current plight. Fear not, from now on, my home shall be your home, he assured, extending his hand towards Sasuke, his face radiating a warm, infectious smile. Come, let us return home. I will prepare a delicious meal for you, and then we can indulge in some gaming together. Sasuke, gazing at Naruto's outstretched hand, felt a flicker of warmth return to his expression and reached out to grasp Naruto's hand. In that instant, the midday sun streamed into the hospital room, and Naruto pulled Sasuke up, lifting him from the cold confines of the hospital bed into the embrace of the bright sunlight. At that moment, it was as if someone had been extracted from the depths of despair, stepping onto a path illuminated by hope. At Naruto's home, he began to explore the world of League of Legends, diligently learning the intricacies of the game. However, due to his low rank, he found himself battling against AI opponents before he could enter matchmaking. The prospect of ranked play seemed a distant reality. As for Sasuke, he could only engage in the game once Naruto was ready to partake in matches. Yet, for the time being, Sasuke had other matters to attend to. He exchanged the money given to him by the boosting service for in-game currency and promptly purchased skins for Shinshin. Upon receiving the gifts, Shinshin was elated, showering Sasuke with endless praises, which momentarily captivated him. As days passed through numerous gaming sessions, Sasuke ascended to diamond rank, with Shinshin effortlessly riding on his coattails to the same rank. For reasons unknown, Sasuke found his ranked games to be unusually smooth, despite encountering the usual barrage of insults. He had grown accustomed to it. One evening, mustering his courage, Sasuke confided in Shinshin about his struggles, seeking solace from his companion. Shinshin, thank you for always being by my side. I truly appreciate it. Shinshin, what's wrong? Sasuke fell into silence upon noticing Shinshin's lack of response, reflecting on the reality that perhaps no one could love a boy in his current state. Ha ha ha. Sasuke burst into laughter, his Sharingan swirling with emotion, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. Brother, allow me to gift you a skin and a champion. I shall bestow upon you Yasuo, hoping you too can embody the spirit of the joyful Wind Master. Sasuke, upon hearing this, immediately declined. Shinshin, how could I accept such a gift? I have my own funds. Brother, I have already gifted it to you. Take a look. Sasuke, upon checking, discovered that the champion and corresponding skin had indeed been credited to his account, Yasuo's project skin. In truth, Sasuke had long coveted Yasuo, but had been unable to purchase him due to a lack of in-game currency, having only experienced a few matches with him previously. Soon, he began to dominate the ranked matches with Yasuo. However, despite his prowess, he only managed to secure 2 victories after an entire evening of play. In the days that followed, Sasuke engaged in matchmaking primarily to accompany Naruto in leveling up. With Sasuke's presence, albeit beneficial, Naruto's gaming experience was less than stellar. The disparity in ranks between Sasuke and Shinshin adversely affected Naruto's enjoyment of the game. Nevertheless, Naruto's exceptional mechanical skills and strategic acumen shone through, playing Ash. His ultimate ability struck opponents from the most unexpected angles, leaving them in a state of disbelief, questioning whether he was employing hacks. Due to the nature of the Zon region, their team received considerable support from their allies, yet their team comprised only 2 members while Sasuke's side boasted 3. Despite Sasuke's attempts at restraint, he could not help but retaliate when insults were directed at Naruto, while Shinshin seemed to intentionally downplay her presence. Days later, Naruto reached over level 20, prompting Sasuke to consider helping him level up further. However, Naruto, being the disciplined individual he was, adamantly refused to stay up late gaming. No, I must sleep, he insisted, aware that he had already dedicated ample time to supporting Sasuke. Now, he needed to utilize his brief 8-hour window of rest for study and research. Moreover, Sasuke, you cannot continue to deprive yourself of sleep. Have you not noticed the toll it has taken on your health? Naruto observed the dark circles under Sasuke's eyes and his unsteady gait, recognizing the repercussions of his late-night gaming sessions. The trash can in Sasuke's room was overflowing with empty energy drink cans, Naruto's own brand, which were far more potent than anything sold in stores. Concerned, Naruto felt compelled to intervene. If left unchecked, disaster was inevitable. How about this? I will take you somewhere, he proposed. Where? Sasuke inquired, intrigued by where Naruto intended to lead him at such an hour. Come, lie down here. Naruto guided Sasuke to his room, gesturing for him to recline beside him. What are you trying to do? I only like girls, Sasuke exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at Naruto's unexpected behavior. What are you thinking? Have you ever heard of sealing techniques? I am going to take you into the sealing space. Oh, why didn't you say so sooner? Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Naruto's intentions were simply to utilize the sealing technique. With that, both Naruto and Sasuke entered the sealing space. The moment they arrived, the small Ninetales began to bicker with Naruto. You finally made it, little brat. I want to recharge. I want to buy skins. Naruto found the proclamation oddly familiar, while Sasuke could only roll his eyes, recognizing it as a phrase he had previously directed at Naruto. However, Sasuke soon noticed the unique aspects of the sealing space, particularly the colossal sealing technique before him, alongside the enormous fox that appeared to be sleeping. That's the Ninetales, Sasuke instantly identified the creature. As the Nine Tails was well known among the clansmen of Konoha, everyone was familiar with it, except for Naruto, of course. What are you staring at, newcomer? Whoa, Uchiha. The small Nine Tails, sensing Sasuke's presence, immediately recognized him as the Uchiha boy who frequently visited Naruto's home. Startled, the Nine Tails leaped back, only to quickly realize that this diminutive Uchiha posed no threat. Recalling the humiliating experiences of the past, particularly being controlled by Uchiha Madara and having his neck gripped by Senju Hashirama, who deemed him too dangerous to roam free. The Nine Tails found itself contemplating the reappearance of Madara's descendant. Though it could not retaliate against Madara, it could certainly exact vengeance upon his offspring. If another descendant of Senju Hashirama were to arise, it would have the opportunity to settle the score. With this thought in mind, the Nine Tails burst into laughter, feeling as though it had discovered a renewed purpose. Its first objective? To triumph in gaming against Sasuke. It had previously learned from Naruto that Sasuke resided in the Zon region, and it had ensured to position itself in the same region, all to one day crush Sasuke into the ground during their encounters. As for the certainty of being matched, it is simply a matter of rank. The higher the rank, the more frequent the encounters. However, what if the disparity in rank is too vast? How could such a lowly player, who wouldn't even be paired with me, dare to consider themselves my rival? Observing the incessantly boasting Nine Tails, Sasuke furrowed his brow, sensing that this creature was concocting something nefarious. Little brat, let us go for a solo match. Sure. Chapter 51, Naruto's Gaming Talent. Upon discovering that the Nine Tails also indulged in League of Legends, Sasuke was taken aback. Yet, when the little Nine Tails suggested a solo match, he readily agreed, curious to ascertain the caliber of this beast that resided within Naruto. Subsequently, a computer setup materialized, and both Sasuke and the Nine Tails took their positions. Naruto, acting as the referee, stood by to keep score and distribute rewards, which were none other than a new dish he had designed, one that neither Sasuke nor the Nine Tails had ever tasted before. The format was best of 3, first blood, first tower, or 100 minion kills. Achieve any one of these, and victory would be theirs. The first round commenced. Both players appeared in the top lane, each selecting a warrior. Master E against Darius. Sasuke, as Master E, became overly aggressive and towered up, only to be outplayed by the Nine Tails, resulting in his defeat. In the second round, they faced off in the mid lane, with Sasuke choosing Yasuo and the Nine Tails opting for Ari. At this moment, they could both be considered the hosts of their respective champions, exchanging blows with fervor. Ultimately, Sasuke cleverly utilized his wind wall to thwart Ari's attempts at minion kills, securing victory through superior farming. The third round took place in the bot lane, with both players selecting Caitlyn. In this final bout, both Sasuke and the Nine Tails unleashed their full potential. The Nine Tails chakra erupted, manifesting several arms behind him to execute intricate maneuvers, while Sasuke, with his Sharingan activated, focused on precision and seizing opportunities. In an instant, the battle erupted. Both sides exchanged blows, yet neither could gain the upper hand, until the minion kill target of 100 was nearly reached. The Nine Tails seized upon a momentary lapse in Sasuke's concentration, claiming first blood and the match victory. Slam. Sasuke struck the table, indignant. I refuse to accept this. Had my chakra not faltered, victory would have been mine. A loss is a loss. There's no need for excuses. As for chakra, I possess an abundance, which allows me to act as I please. Unlike you, a pitiful wretch. The Nine Tails mocked Sasuke, seizing the rare opportunity to taunt him thoroughly. Upon witnessing the Nine Tails' victory, Naruto began to prepare a special culinary creation, a colossal version of galactic xiaomai. The sight left both Sasuke and the Nine Tails in sheer astonishment. It was indeed extraordinarily large. Once Naruto completed the galactic xiaomai and presented it to the Nine Tails, the creature immediately reverted to its original form and began to savor the dish slowly. Meanwhile, Naruto sliced a portion for Sasuke, inviting him to sample its flavor. Delicious, they both exclaimed in unison. However, after exchanging glances, a mutual disdain flickered in their eyes. You two enjoy your meal. I shall investigate. No. You must join us for a game. Though both Sasuke and the Nine Tails held contempt for one another, they were unified in their resolve to make Naruto recognize the importance of leisure amidst his relentless research. Fine. Relenting to Sasuke and the Nine Tails, Naruto acquiesced to play a few matches, considering it a means to unwind. Once the trio finished their meals, they swiftly logged in to commence matchmaking. This time, however, Xion was absent, leaving only Sasuke, Naruto, and the Nine Tails. The game began promptly, and upon noticing each other's ranks, both Sasuke and the Nine Tails pondered. This opponent possesses considerable skill. They both held diamond ranks, though Sasuke was Diamond 3 while the Ninetales was Diamond I. The gap was not insurmountable. Yet their in-game performances were worlds apart. Naruto, as usual, played Ash in the bot lane, while Sasuke took Yasuo in mid and the Ninetales played Darius in top lane. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, even granting them an advantage. However, as time progressed, the mid-lane jungle support faltered significantly, leading to an eruption of complaints from the jungler. Observing this, Sasuke attempted to rationalize the situation, but when the jungler's ire turned towards the Ninetales, the latter retaliated fiercely, summoning several chakra arms to execute rapid keystrokes. In an instant, the chat was flooded with the Ninetales' vitriol, each insult more creative than the last. At this moment of distraction, the Ninetales taunted Sasuke, "You're pathetic. You're a disgrace to the Uchiha clan." Hearing this, Sasuke's lips curled in a grimace, his complexion darkening. "I am a person of refinement. How could I stoop to such vulgarity?" Sasuke regarded the Ninetales with disdain, as though looking down upon a lesser being. The Ninetales, catching that look, nearly succumbed to the urge to unleash the sealing gate and deliver a sound thrashing to Sasuke. However, before Sasuke could revel in his smugness, the jungler redirected their ire towards him. After a few exchanges, the jungler spat, "You can't even insult someone properly, you worthless fool. You don't deserve to play in Zon." Sasuke's mind churned with curses, yet he maintained his composure, refraining from vocalizing his frustrations. Gradually, the verbal onslaught subsided after a flawless team fight. Under normal circumstances, the game would have proceeded without incident, but during a jungle incursion into the enemy's territory, the jungler was caught, and when Naruto failed to provide healing support, the tirade resumed. Naruto, witnessing this, typed furiously, "I calculated that even if I healed you, you would still perish. It's better to save it for later." This statement only fueled the jungler's rage, unleashing an even more fervent barrage of insults, which left Naruto scrambling to respond. However, while Naruto struggled, Sasuke and the Ninetales managed to hold their own, igniting a full-blown verbal war. Within the confines of the sealed space, the only sound was the relentless clatter of keyboards. Remarkably, neither Sasuke nor the Ninetales allowed their insults to compromise their gameplay, prompting the support player to exclaim in admiration. The resolution of this verbal skirmish required the instigator to intervene. Just as Sasuke and the Ninetales were engrossed in their exchange, Naruto unleashed a torrent of data regarding their healing decisions and subsequent probabilities. In that moment, the entire teammate chat fell silent. Even the jungler, along with Sasuke and the Ninetales, found themselves momentarily speechless. The data was astoundingly precise, even accounting for the impact of their quarrels on various probabilities, including the shifting likelihood of victory based on their bickering. At this instant, Naruto silenced all with his analytical prowess. "You are impressive." The jungler uttered those 3 words and ceased speaking, leaving Sasuke and the Ninetales equally mute. Only the support player, positioned beside Naruto, continued to express admiration, showering praises of legendary and incredible upon him. At this moment, upon witnessing Naruto and his companions suddenly returning to normal, the opposing team could not help but type in the public chat, "Have you finished your argument? Whose family tree has been preserved?" The jungler, upon seeing this, promptly responded, "Sincerity will be the ultimate weapon." He then copied and pasted Naruto's previous words. When the opposing team observed Naruto's statistics, all their heroes stood frozen for 3 seconds, followed by an eruption of team combat. The mid laner was struck down by Naruto's magical crystal arrow and was swiftly eliminated by concentrated fire, leading to the enemy's defeat. In the final moments, Naruto continued to type various statistics regarding that recent skirmish in the public chat, particularly highlighting the predictions that followed the jungler's dissemination of his statements. Witnessing this, all 9 players in the match showered Naruto with accolades, expressing their respect with 666 hiss. As the game concluded, Sasuke and the little Ninetales exchanged glances with Naruto, their expressions seemingly transformed in that instant, as if they felt exposed under Naruto's gaze. Thankfully, he was one of their own. Chapter 52, The Sarcastic Sasuke. The next day, prior to departing the sealed space, Sasuke and the little Ninetales wore expressions of darkness and gravity. After 13 consecutive games filled with heated exchanges, they had vocally traced familial grievances back through generations, yet fortunately, they managed to safeguard their own family lineage. The intensity of these games was palpable, especially for Sasuke, who had lost count of how many times he activated his Sharingan. Each time his chakra neared depletion, he would rely on Naruto to prepare meals for chakra restoration. By now, not only was Sasuke's chakra exhausted, but his eyes also felt as if they were on the verge of closure. Phew. Sasuke and the little Ninetales exhaled a sigh of relief, each grasping a bottle of Naruto's energy drink, seeking to clear their minds, for they could hardly endure any longer. After regaining their composure, Sasuke and the little Ninetales turned their attention to Naruto, who appeared utterly at ease. Their expressions soured with indignation. Why the preferential treatment? Why were they the targets of ridicule while Naruto remained unscathed? Was it simply because Naruto possessed mathematical prowess that rendered their adversaries speechless? Yet, upon further reflection, it was evident that Naruto's remarkable analytical skills allowed him to counter any insults with a barrage of data. Whenever opponents attempted to level accusations against Naruto, a flood of statistics would emerge, detailing their chances of success, suggestions for improvement, or optimal strategies to implement at specific moments. It was manageable if the support was involved, as they typically shared the same path as Naruto and seldom berated him. Even when they did, the data would silence them instantly. However, if the jungler dared to challenge Naruto, they would find themselves at the mercy of his data, orchestrating their teammates from the first jungle camp to either victory or defeat. Consequently, throughout the night, the probability of Naruto being criticized was remarkably low. By dawn, even fans had begun to emerge in support of Naruto, particularly from the jungler position, who followed Naruto's every command and would even shield him in moments of peril. One might argue that a single jungler could not salvage an AD carry, but there was also the support. Simultaneously, if Sasuke and the little Ninetales hesitated, it would hinder their trio's performance, leading to a repeat of the ridicule. As they prepared to leave, both the little Ninetales and Sasuke fell into silence, realizing that with Naruto in tow, they felt like mere ornaments. In the morning, Sasuke and Naruto returned to reality, stretching lazily before sharing breakfast. Following that, one headed to his bedroom while the other made his way to the laboratory. Sasuke opened the game, staring at the unlit friend icons, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. However, upon seeing the illuminated icon of the little Ninetales, his expression hardened. Duo Q? Let's go? A new ranked match commenced, but this time, Sasuke was somewhat distracted, resulting in the little Ninetales mocking him throughout the day. Meanwhile, Naruto began further upgrading the armor of Naruto, particularly in terms of energy sources. While they could currently rely on chakra for sustenance, the amount was exceedingly limited, necessitating a solution to their energy dilemma. Nuclear fission, controlled nuclear fusion, proton energy crystals, neutron energy fission. Discussions ensued, all stemming from a book titled Energy Revolution, comprising 49 volumes, each of which left Naruto and his companions with headaches. Controlled nuclear fusion for mechs. But we have better options. Not to mention, whether they could even manage nuclear technology was debatable. The surrounding shadow clones commenced various analyses and discussions, ultimately concluding that proton energy crystals, a unique energy form mentioned in the book, surpassed fission yet fell short of fusion. The key advantages were its abundance, cleanliness, and affordability, requiring minimal technological intervention. They would only need to conquer specific technical processes. Everything else could be replicated. After the meeting, Naruto began assigning tasks. Next, we will split into two groups. The first to research the armor of Naruto, and the second to tackle energy technology issues. We have a long journey ahead, so let us strive together. The future belongs to us. Let us work hard, work hard, work hard, and push forward. Hearing Naruto's words, the shadow clones were invigorated, though they couldn't shake the feeling that Naruto resembled a figure from a pyramid scheme described in the book. As evening approached, Sasuke finally received a response from Xion. Brother, I worked part-time today and earned $100. What hero or skin do you want? I'll get it for you. Upon reading this, Sasuke felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. Xion, you don't need to. I have money. It's just that due to special circumstances, I'm too far away to recharge. Keep the money for yourself. In a back-and-forth exchange, Sasuke ultimately relented and allowed Xion to purchase a Star Wars skin from Master Yi. Subsequently, he bought Xion her favorite skin, Elementalist Lux, which she adored immensely. Brother, I have something to tell you. I'll be working part-time more often and focusing on my studies, so I might not be able to play games with you as frequently. That's fine. I'll also work hard to earn money and buy you delicious food. Okay. Xion will study well, and after graduation, I'll come find you. In that moment, Sasuke smiled, genuinely happy, gazing at the chat box with a silly grin, prompting the little Ninetales to scold him for taking too long to select a hero, resulting in a 5-minute delay. Sasuke ignored this, choosing to block the little Ninetales, adhering to the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. Previously, he had inquired about this with Naruto, who suggested that Xion's world might be an alternate reality, thus necessitating communication through the computer. Sasuke had researched alternate realities and learned from the Uchiha archives that the ninja world contained many such realms. But the only way to access them was to seek them out personally. In that moment, Sasuke felt a newfound purpose, to find xin. Regarding earning money, he had inquired at a boosting service, which revealed that earnings could be deposited into a specific bank card, and all he needed to do was later ask xin for her card number and phone number. Time-space ninjutsu and earning money. Sasuke opened the curtains, gazing at the scenery of Konoha, particularly the fourth Hokage's face carved into the Hokage rock. In that moment, Sasuke seemed to discover his direction for effort. At this point, his mind began to formulate plans. He too would commence his research. As night fell, Sasuke and Naruto once again entered the sealed space. As Sasuke faced the taunts of the young Nine-Tails, he chose to disregard them, instead embarking on his journey through ranked matches. His training level and the speed at which he earned currency were intrinsically linked to his rank. Thus, Sasuke required a higher rank. At this moment, his rationality was striking. What was the matter with this little brat? The young Nine-Tails observed Naruto and began to inquire about Sasuke's situation, noting that he had seemed perfectly fine yesterday. Yet today he appeared transformed. I have no idea, Naruto replied, shaking his head. Upon seeing this, the young Nine-Tails reprimanded himself, knowing full well Naruto's circumstances. If he could comprehend it, that would indeed be a peculiar situation. This time, Naruto did not engage in playful antics with Sasuke and the others. Instead, he delved into various studies and experiments. Neither the young Nine-Tails nor Sasuke commented on this, as they were both engrossed in their ranked matches. Soon, a new challenge commenced. Having only just entered the game, a verbal skirmish erupted. However, this time, Sasuke did not sit idly by. He joined the fray, cleverly weaving insults into his gameplay. Each remark artfully crafted, devoid of any crude language, yet laden with scorn. He had become what one might call a cultured individual. Previously, the training studio had mentioned that whether for rank boosting or other endeavors, one must possess both popularity and a distinct characteristic to elevate their rates. There was even the potential to become a specialized rank booster, which would command a substantial fee. In this context, Sasuke seamlessly integrated into the atmosphere of Zon, even adopting a tone of sarcasm. As the game progressed through several rounds, Sasuke mastered the art of subtle mockery, often rendering his opponents speechless. Before long, a month had passed. While Naruto engaged in a rigorous study routine, Sasuke dedicated his days to learning, even scouring Uchiha literature to develop his own space-time ninjutsu. Alongside an intense regimen of training in ninjutsu, such as fire style and lightning style, entering a fervent state of practice. As for lacking ninjutsu, that was hardly an issue. Within League of Legends, there were countless skills to replicate, which he could then adapt to reality. Most importantly, with Naruto's assistance, success came effortlessly. Simultaneously, the bond between Sasuke and Shinshin had evolved into mutual spiritual support. They would communicate nightly at 8 o'clock via the League of Legends chat box, often engaging in voice calls to discuss various trivialities. In the gaming realm, the trio of Sasuke, Naruto, and the young Nine-Tails had garnered considerable fame. Sasuke was renowned for his sarcastic remarks, not only targeting his teammates, but also the opposing five. The instant an opponent made an error, his witty retorts would materialize in less than half a second. At that moment, Zon experienced an unprecedented phenomenon. After Sasuke gained notoriety, many flocked to witness his unique brand of sarcasm. As for Naruto, his computational prowess attracted even more attention than Sasuke, given his limited appearances. Meanwhile, the young Nine-Tails had become a formidable force in Zon. Renowned for his sharp tongue, no one had ever bested him in a verbal bout. And his ability to juggle insults while excelling in gameplay was nothing short of infuriating. Chapter 53, Graduation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye. For years had passed, Naruto and his companions had reached the age of graduation. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on the stage, gazing at the crowd with a heart full of pride. Relieved that this band of youngsters was finally concluding their training, no more headaches for him. Among them, his gaze settled on Naruto, the most gratifying sight over the years. Naruto had caused little trouble, and even when he did, it was merely for the introduction of new technology, which had little impact on Hiruzen, who was already burdened with debts. For instance, at the age of 8, Naruto unveiled a machine he claimed could liberate labor, introducing the concept of a chakra steam engine. Unsurprisingly, it proved to be highly effective, catapulting Konoha's manufacturing industry to unprecedented heights, particularly in transportation, which experienced a revolutionary transformation. At 9, Naruto introduced a mobile phone along with the necessary signal tower technology, founding Naruto Communications, which had since evolved to the level of a small talk device. By the age of 10, he produced the first automobile, powered solely by chakra for limitless range. At 11, he revealed the first propeller-driven aircraft, though it remained under technical embargo for the time being. The reason for this was that the citizens of Konoha struggled to grasp such advanced technology. Even the chakra steam engine had caused considerable confusion. As Hiruzen reflected on these years in Naruto's myriad innovations, he felt it was finally his turn to take a break. The Ninja Academy, under Hiruzen's passionate speech, came to a close, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Starting tomorrow, they would be proud ninjas. Subsequently, as the class divided, Hinata was reluctantly taken away by Yuhi Kurenai, especially disheartened to learn she would not be on the same team as Naruto. Fortunately, Naruto offered her some comforting words, soothing her spirits. Sasuke, witnessing this, turned his head aside, disdainful of the scent of romance. I'm off to find Shinshin. With that, he pulled out a smartphone, opened his photo gallery, and gazed at Shinshin's picture, a look of bliss adorning his face. Naruto's communications technology and mobile phone innovation were derived from this smartphone. Presently, only a select few possess such devices. In the classroom, the remaining occupants gradually departed, leaving only Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto. Sakura, now under immense pressure, observed Sasuke and Naruto, the former being the object of her past affections, while the latter had become a household name in Konoha. Naruto's fame was unparalleled, especially upon learning of his age. He was perceived as the epitome of the ideal child. As for Sasuke, he had been largely absent from school since the Uchiha incident, appearing sporadically. Whenever he did show up, it was typically only when Naruto was present, making it nearly 4 years since she had last seen him. In fact, Sakura had almost forgotten what Sasuke looked like, and her feelings had gradually waned. Today, had it not been for Sasuke accompanying Naruto, coupled with his distinctive Uchiha attire, she might have mistaken him for just another handsome boy. In the classroom, Naruto sat pondering various technologies, while Sasuke experimented with different ninjutsu theories. Fire in his left hand and lightning in his right, meticulously observing their properties. Meanwhile, Sakura sat in the front row, anxiously awaiting the arrival of their team leader. Feeling overwhelmed by pressure, after an indeterminate wait, Kakashi finally arrived. Ah, so you are my team members? Kakashi remarked, assessing the trio before him, particularly noting their states. He could already envision future headaches. Oh, third Hokage, you've truly set me a challenging task. Kakashi silently lamented, contemplating that without the upcoming test, Sasuke and Naruto, with their strong camaraderie, would undoubtedly make for a seamless collaboration. As for the remaining individual, Kakashi found himself quite troubled. The days ahead would undoubtedly be arduous. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hatake Kakashi, your team leader. I have a disdain for those who are self-righteous. Kakashi-sensei, I am Haruno Sakura, and I aspire to become a remarkable kunoichi. At that moment, Sakura seemed to have found her purpose. She reflected upon her years, particularly recalling the times when Naruto treated everyone to meals. She could discern that her companions hailed from prestigious clans, while she stood alone, which had once filled her with insecurity. However, in the world of ninjas, strength alone reigned supreme. She was determined to become an exceptional ninja, ensuring that her name would resonate throughout the shinobi realm. I am Uchiha Sasuke, seeking vengeance against one individual and searching for another. Sasuke spoke with utmost seriousness, his eyes brimming with conviction. Kakashi-sensei, I am Uzumaki Naruto. I have a passion for scientific research, and my dream is to pilot a mech in the near future, which I am currently pursuing. After hearing this introduction, Kakashi once again rubbed his forehead. Both Sasuke and Naruto seemed to be more troubled youths than the last, especially Naruto. In Konoha, there was a saying, one could never predict what Uzumaki Naruto might pull out from his pocket. For instance, he once produced a chakra steam engine from his clothing. While they understood the existence of sealing techniques, such an application was exceedingly rare. I am aware of your circumstances. Tomorrow morning, await me at training ground number 21, and remember not to have breakfast. Kakashi-sensei, shall we have a picnic by the river later? Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Kakashi's figure had already vanished, only to reappear instantaneously, much to Naruto's surprise. All right, sounds good, Kakashi replied, giving Naruto a thumbs up before disappearing once more. Witnessing this, Sasuke furrowed his brow slightly, feeling that their team leader might not be entirely reliable. By the banks of a small creek on the outskirts of Konoha, Naruto and the others had begun to set up various grilling racks, pots, and stoves. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the other teachers prepared to serve dishes, while Shikamaru and the others busied themselves. Kakashi observed the small communication device in his hand, realizing its usefulness. Chapter 54. Mizuki by the riverside. Naruto and his companions got busy, Naruto began cooking while Sasuke tended to the fire, joined by Shikamaru and others who were washing and chopping vegetables. Observing this scene, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh, as their ninja careers were about to commence. Did they truly have time for such gatherings? Kakashi, what are you pondering? Asuma approached, noticing Kakashi's expression, and playfully draped an arm over his shoulder to discern what thoughts occupied his mind. Nothing much, merely lamenting how favorable the current times are. Upon hearing this, Asuma paused for a few seconds before gazing at Naruto and the others, then withdrew a cigarette and lit it in silence. You should ask your student, Uzumaki Naruto, about that. Once these words were spoken, both he and Kurenai fell silent. They had heard the name Uzumaki Naruto countless times, and much of their current lives were intertwined with Naruto's influence. Perhaps you should first consider how to interact with those three, one Uchiha, one Uzumaki Naruto. Asuma patted Kakashi on the shoulder before heading forward, aiming to lend a hand. Upon seeing Asuma, Naruto wasted no time, directly asking him to assist Sasuke with the fire. Controlling the fire was simple enough. It merely required acting as a human flame regulator, which necessitated the use of fire techniques. At that moment, Sasuke expertly manipulated the flames at the stove, showcasing a skill that clearly stemmed from extensive practice. Asuma, witnessing this, said nothing and immediately joined in. Hopefully, it will be a harmonious collaboration. Soon after, Kakashi also joined the group, offering his assistance. In no time, a variety of exquisite dishes were prepared, and Naruto even concocted a mushroom hot pot. With a pop, Naruto opened a can of soda, and the group began to toast, exclaiming, "Cheers." As they were all familiar with one another, the atmosphere was lively, with the only unfamiliar faces being Kakashi and the other two teachers. Given that it was their first meeting, after a satisfying meal, once they noticed Hinata had eaten her fill, they began to clear the table, each returning to their respective homes. Sasuke, are you heading home? Yeah, I'm going back to take a look. It's been a while. All right, stay safe. Got it. Stop nagging. Today, Sasuke chose not to visit Naruto's home, but rather returned to the Uchiha clan grounds. However, the Uchiha residence now could be deemed nearly defunct, as only the ancestral site and Sasuke's own dwelling remained. Before his parents' graves, Sasuke placed 2 bouquets of flowers. Father, Mother, I graduated today and made many friends. I've also found a potential wife for you, though she is far away at the moment. He paused. As for Itachi, I will avenge you. With that, Sasuke departed. Observing the once thriving Uchiha territory now overrun with weeds, he felt a pang of nostalgia, and his resentment towards Itachi intensified. Suddenly, Sasuke sensed a presence. Who is there? Show yourself. It's me, Mizuki. As Sasuke beheld the Konoha ninja before him, he furrowed his brow. Who are you? Have we met? What do you want? At this, Mizuki was uncertain whether to proceed with his plan. The fact that Uchiha Sasuke could not recall him infuriated him. Although Mizuki cursed Sasuke internally, he maintained a facade of friendliness. Sasuke-kun, I am Mizuki-sensei. Do you remember now? Upon hearing the name, Sasuke thought for a moment. He vaguely recalled this individual, but remembered that Mizuki had been the least knowledgeable among the teachers he had consulted. Most notably, Mizuki had feigned understanding, leading Sasuke to harbor disappointment, resulting in his name being added to Sasuke's blacklist, and he had not approached him since. Oh, I remember now. What can Mizuki-sensei do for me? Seeing that Sasuke had recalled him, Mizuki felt relieved. Sasuke-kun, do you wish to grow stronger? Do you wish to kill your brother? Uchiha Itachi, I can provide you with that opportunity. Mizuki spoke with a tone of seduction, aiming to ignite excitement and hope within Sasuke, even instilling a desire for vengeance against Itachi. However, upon hearing Mizuki's words, Sasuke's expression turned skeptical, laced with disbelief. Sasuke-kun, your experience is quite limited. Are you not aware that Konoha possesses a certain special item? If you obtain it, you could easily eliminate Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, Sasuke's brows knitted together. Could it be that Mizuki was aware of Naruto's invention? No, Naruto had mentioned that even the third Hokage had concealed it with his secretary, including himself. Only 3 individuals in Konoha knew of it. How could this person be privy to such information? Sasuke began to ponder, even casting a glance at Mizuki in the distance. Contemplating, regardless of how he acquired this information, perhaps it would be best to silence him. Sasuke-kun, are you not intrigued? If we cooperate, you can, ZZT. A bolt of lightning flashed, and Mizuki found himself pinned against a tree. At that moment, Mizuki's face was filled with disbelief. How could this be? How did Sasuke dare to act? Moreover, how could Sasuke possess such strength? Curse it, how could he have entertained such thoughts? After all, he was an Uchiha. A withered camel is larger than a horse. How could he have forgotten this principle? Shuemu spat out a mouthful of blood, gazing at Sasuke. who stood before him with a gleaming blade in hand, while a long knife protruded from his own chest. Is this all you have? Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Shuemu coughed up another spurt of blood, but this time, his eyes blazed with fury. Sasuke-kun, you have provoked me. I am boom. In an instant, Sasuke delivered a flying kick, sending Shuemu hurtling through the air. Simultaneously, he leapt forward to seize the long knife that had been ejected from Shuemu's chest, grasping it firmly as he charged towards his adversary. Boom. Before Shuemu could even touch the ground, Sasuke's foot came crashing down upon him. With a swift thrust, Sasuke plunged the knife into Shuemu's chest. At this juncture, Shuemu was on the verge of death, experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity before his demise. Haven't you heard the saying? Villains should refrain from excessive chatter. If you can strike, do not babble. With a violent cough, Shuemu expelled more blood, then looked at Sasuke with a mocking grin. Uchiha Sasuke, you have no idea what you have missed. However, I can tell you this. That treasure is a prized possession of Konoha, chronicling various powerful jutsu, and I will not divulge what it is or where it is located. You shall seek it out yourself and lament your actions today. Ha. Sasuke regarded Shuemu with disdain. Is that really not just a sealing scroll? I expected something of greater significance. After speaking, Sasuke prepared to depart, but turned back to see Shuemu's expression of confusion and unwillingness. Moreover, the true treasure of Konoha is never a sealing scroll, it is Naruto. How long has it been since you ventured outside? No, given the circumstances. I cannot blame you for your ignorance. With a cough, Shuemu tilted his head and succumbed to his injuries. Sasuke, observing the scene with an unchanging expression, was poised to leave when he returned briefly to toss a special explosive tag. In an instant, Shuemu's lifeless form was reduced to ashes. Thus ends the matter. The following day, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura arrived at the training grounds. They adhered to their agreement not to have breakfast, but after waiting for an extended period, Naruto could no longer bear it and began to prepare a meal. Just then, Kakashi finally made his appearance. Apologies, I was delayed by some matters. You haven't been waiting long, have you? Observing Kakashi's demeanor, it was apparent that he had only just awakened. Kakashi-sensei, your punctuality is impeccable, Sakura quipped, unable to contain her sarcasm. She had prepared extensively for the morning's test, but had ended up waiting for several hours without breakfast. Just as Naruto was about to begin cooking, Kakashi arrived at the perfect moment. Fear not. To be my team members, you must pass an assessment. And the success rate is rather low, Kakashi stated with increasing gravity, his gaze shifting towards Naruto and the others, subtly exuding an air of intimidation. Chapter 55, Kakashi's Assessment. Feeling the weight of Kakashi's presence, especially the palpable aura of menace, made Sakura break into a cold sweat. She had anticipated that today's assessment would not be simple, but this was perhaps excessive. However, when she glanced at Sasuke and Naruto, she found them utterly unfazed. Sasuke regarded Kakashi with a calm expression, while Naruto appeared lost in thought, likely pondering what to have for lunch or some scientific conundrum. Kakashi noticed this and furrowed his brow. Indeed, Sasuke and Naruto were not as easily dealt with as the third Hokage had suggested. They could be considered peculiar individuals. The assessment is straightforward. I possess 2 bells, and only those who acquire these bells can become my team members. Otherwise, you will be directly eliminated. But Kakashi-sensei, there are 3 of us, and you only have 2 bells, Sakura protested, bewildered by the apparent contradiction in Kakashi's statement. I never claimed that I must accept all 3 of you. Whether I take 2, 1, or none at all makes no difference to me, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. Sakura was momentarily taken aback. Could he be any more opaque? If he only wanted Sasuke and Naruto, he could have said so directly without this elaborate test. Upon hearing Kakashi's rules, Sasuke turned to Naruto. What do you think, Naruto? It seems to be assessing our teamwork and spirit of sacrifice. After all, the future lies in collaboration, and we must entrust our backs to our comrades. So this spirit of sacrifice is crucial. It also tests whether we can trust one another. Upon hearing Naruto's words, both Sasuke and Sakura understood, and they turned to Kakashi, eager for clarification. Kakashi's expression remained impassive. This was not how he envisioned it. Were the children of today truly this astute? Before Kakashi could respond, Naruto stepped forward to Sakura. Sakura, once the battle commences, certain events are bound to unfold. At that moment, it will be a test of our team. All we need to do is surrender together and utter some inspiring and self-sacrificing words. Sakura was bewildered by Naruto's suggestion. Can it really be played this way? But why is there no mention of Sasuke? As if reading her thoughts, Naruto pointed at Sasuke. Do you expect Sasuke to say something like that? Sakura considered Sasuke and realized that Naruto had a point. Sasuke's expression darkened. Why couldn't he say such things? A man should never admit to weakness. However, recalling Naruto's motivational speeches about his shadow clones, he resigned himself to the notion that if he said he couldn't, then indeed he couldn't. At that moment, Kakashi interjected, "Have you three finished your discussion? While you've deduced some of my intentions, have you forgotten a crucial premise? You must be able to fulfill those self-sacrificing declarations, but what if you are eliminated before that? Bear in mind, all standards are set by me, and I am the ultimate judge. Now, let the assessment begin." As Kakashi's words fell, Sakura immediately leapt backward, attempting to create distance. However, she noticed that Naruto and Sasuke had charged forward. Kakashi paused, taken aback by their audacity. What were these two thinking? Before he could ponder further, Sasuke's assault was upon him. A crackling aura of lightning enveloped Sasuke as his speed surged at least fivefold, propelling him towards Kakashi. The distance between them had already been minimal, and in an instant, Sasuke was at Kakashi's side, swinging his blade. Kakashi, reacting swiftly, produced a kunai to deflect Sasuke's strike. "Sasuke, your strength is lacking," he remarked, feeling the inadequacy in Sasuke's blow. Despite its speed, it lacked the force behind it. Just then, Naruto's attack arrived. Kakashi glanced over to see Naruto's right arm mysteriously encased in a mechanical prosthetic. Boom. Kakashi was sent flying by Naruto's punch, his expression one of utter bewilderment. What kind of power is this? Quickly regaining his composure upon landing, Kakashi turned his gaze to Naruto and Sasuke. "You two are severely lacking in balance. And do you really think such power will earn my approval?" With that, Kakashi vanished, reappearing beside Sasuke and delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. As for Naruto, just as Kakashi prepared to attack him, he realized that Naruto had somehow distanced himself to 10 meters away. In a moment of uncertainty, Naruto gathered his strength and charged towards Kakashi. At that instant, the ground beneath Naruto's feet shattered into fragments, a testament to his immense power. 50% of his capability. Boom. The ground erupted with a thunderous roar, transforming the impact site into a deep crater, devoid of Naruto's presence. Kakashi, perched on a branch, gazed down at the scene with an expression of incredulity. The destructive force unleashed by Naruto would surely be unbearable. Wouldn't you agree, Sasuke? Nearby, Sasuke was already poised to attack, his intent clear. Upon hearing Kakashi's remark, he wasted no time and launched his assault. Kakashi effortlessly parried Sasuke's strike. Yet at that very moment, Naruto's attack was imminent, leaving Kakashi appearing increasingly beleaguered. Whoosh! Kakashi swiftly pivoted, evading a barrage of shuriken aimed at him, and executed a body flicker technique to extricate himself from the fray with Naruto and Sasuke. Quite impressive. He glanced towards a patch of grass. Where he had been anticipating Sakura's attack, his timing had proven fortuitous. Observing Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, Kakashi allowed a smile to grace his lips. A team must embody the essence of teamwork. Even though Sasuke and Naruto were formidable, in Kakashi's eyes, they did not yet embody true collaboration. However, without warning, Kakashi launched an assault towards Sakura. Witnessing this, Sasuke transformed into a bolt of lightning, blocking Kakashi's kunai aimed at Sakura. A commendable reaction, yet often, even when rescuing a teammate, one must assess the situation. Otherwise, one might find oneself ensnared. Kakashi regarded Sasuke with a serious expression, intensifying his offensive, causing Sasuke to struggle further. We shall see about that. At least, now is not the time. Sasuke's blade clashed with Kakashi's kunai, and in that instant, Kakashi noticed the Sharingan manifesting in Sasuke's eyes, the tomo beginning to spin. Kakashi felt a pang of concern upon witnessing Sasuke's Sharingan. Why did he possess one tomo in his left eye and three in his right? What was this bizarre situation? Kakashi-sensei witnessed the power of the Uchiha. In an instant, the tides of battle shifted, and Sasuke began to gain the upper hand. This attack is commendable, if only, but before he could finish his thought, Naruto's assault arrived, and thankfully, Kakashi managed to evade it just in time, or he would surely have been struck. This attack is impressive, you all. Whoosh! Kakashi hastily dodged again. This time, it was a shuriken. Indeed, it was Sakura's strike. Kakashi assessed the positioning of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, realizing he had become somewhat careless by momentarily neglecting Sakura, resulting in a tear in his sleeve. You all performed admirably, but in the world of ninjas, strength reigns supreme. Upon uttering this, Kakashi began forming hand seals. Crack! Suddenly, thunder boomed, and dark clouds gathered in the sky as if heralding the arrival of a storm. Upon witnessing Kakashi's technique, Sasuke's face registered shock. He had not anticipated such a lightning release. What a surprise. Understand this, Sasuke, Naruto exclaimed, pulling a 3-meter-long specialized iron needle from his pocket. What is that? Kakashi questioned, perplexed by the iron needle Naruto produced, unable to fathom its purpose. Nevertheless, this did not deter Kakashi from continuing his ninjutsu. He felt the air around him charged with lightning chakra converging towards the iron needle Naruto had unveiled, realizing its potential to counter lightning techniques. Kakashi's expression shifted to one of alarm. With a flick of his wrist, Kakashi dissipated the thunder and clouds in the sky, as if nothing had occurred. Congratulations on successfully passing my test, and Sakura, could you refrain from hiding in the bushes to launch surprise attacks on me? Kakashi shot a withering glance towards Sakura, who sheepishly emerged from her hiding spot. Upon hearing this, Sakura smiled awkwardly. She lacked the diverse arsenal of technology that Naruto possessed and did not have the bloodline limit of Sasuke. Her only recourse was to exploit every possible advantage to create an optimal attack environment. Thus, ambushing from concealment became her primary tactic. Welcome, everyone, to Team 7, Kakashi declared. Eliciting joy from Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, they had officially become ninjas and were now set to embark on various missions. I invite you all to my home for dinner. Kakashi began, remembering an important detail. The place he mentioned was run by Naruto, who even had the title of top chef. To taste Naruto's cooking, one would need luck, such as encountering him when he was in good spirits. Otherwise, well, who knows? But now, with the main character present, there was no need to go out to eat and waste money. Let us go to my house instead. I will cook. Absolutely. Kakashi readily agreed, pleased to have a chef among them. The group made their way to Naruto's home, where Sakura and Kakashi marveled at the technological wonders surrounding them. For a moment, they questioned whether they truly belonged to this world, as Naruto's home seemed like a realm apart. Notably, a unique air conditioning unit resided in the corner. Upon entering, Naruto activated the air conditioning, instantly filling the space with a refreshing breeze. This device, he noted, would likely be in production by next year. Noticing Sakura and Kakashi's fascination with the air conditioning, Naruto elaborated on its functions, energy consumption, and various details. After listening, both Sakura and Kakashi gasped in awe. This contraption was nothing short of a summer miracle, particularly for Kakashi, who understood that while Konoha enjoyed a temperate climate, many neighboring countries faced extreme conditions, making such a device invaluable. This was merely Naruto's residence. The true pinnacle of technology lay within his laboratory, where the items were authentic high-tech marvels. Even Sasuke remained oblivious to the full extent of the innovations, having only heard Naruto mention them in passing. After preparing a pot of tea for Kakashi and the others, Naruto busied himself in the kitchen, and soon, a simple yet delightful meal of 5 dishes and soup was ready. Delicious, Sakura exclaimed as she took her first bite, unable to suppress her admiration for Naruto's culinary skills. Each meal felt uniquely exquisite. Kakashi, though he consumed slightly less than Sakura, shared her sentiments. After all, she could frequently indulge, while Kakashi had to seek out meals at Naruto's establishment. However, no matter how skilled the chefs at Naruto's place might be, they could not compare to Naruto himself. After a satisfying meal, Kakashi bid farewell to Sakura and Sasuke, and the 4 of them agreed on a time to meet the following day when Kakashi would escort them to the Hokage's office to receive their mission. As night fell, Sasuke and Naruto resumed their usual activities, gaming and strategizing as they always did. Currently, Sasuke and the Nine Tails had reached the pinnacle of the League of Legends, reigning supreme in the Zon district. They felt invincible, leading them to offer coaching services. Sasuke was saving up for his beloved, and now all his earnings were deposited into her bank account, deepening their bond as they often exchanged affectionate words. This, however, irked the Nine Tails, who frequently berated Sasuke. But he was unyielding, responding with equal sarcasm. Ultimately, it was often the little Nine Tails who faced defeat, and in response, this little creature vented all its frustrations upon the accounts of the boosting services, frequently playing jungle roles without regard for its teammates, fixating on capturing an enemy hero, and even utilizing the champion Warwick to ensnare a female streamer into a state of despair. As for why the little Nine Tails resorted to becoming a booster, it was simply a matter of needing to spend money on skins. Uchiha Sasuke, do you desire the skin of the Dragon Lord Yasuo? All you need to do is plead with me, and I shall grant you one. The little Nine Tails gazed at Sasuke with an air of triumph, well aware that Sasuke had been lavishing his earnings upon his online romantic interest, leaving himself with not a single coin. The little Nine Tails knew all too well that Sasuke had long coveted that Dragon Lord skin. Humph, it's just a skin, how significant can it be? Sasuke, however, scoffed at the notion, though inwardly he was quite candid. He indeed longed for that skin. Yet, the thought of begging the little Nine Tails was utterly out of the question. After all, he was an Uchiha. Just as the little Nine Tails was attempting to entice Sasuke with various temptations, Sasuke's chat window pinged. Brother, I know you fancy the newly released Yasuo skin. I've already purchased it for you. Whatever others possess, my boyfriend must also have. Shinshin love you. Brother, I love you too. Observing Sasuke's expression, the little Ninetales could almost deduce the situation with a mere thought, and in that moment, it felt more painful than death itself. Humph, so what if he has a girlfriend? It's merely an online romance. Who knows if they will ever meet? Why should I feel envious? As for Naruto, he remained utterly indifferent to such matters, instead engaging in various discussions with his shadow clones. The night passed without incident. The following day, Kakashi and the three of them went to the Hokage's office to receive their mission. However, the tasks at hand were rather mundane, consisting of simple errands like chasing stray cats, lacking any semblance of challenge. Not only Sakura complained from the sidelines, but even Sasuke and Naruto began to voice their grievances, feeling that with their time, they could better devote themselves to training and research. A few days later, Naruto arrived at the gates of Konoha to bid farewell to Hinata. Yuhi Kurenai, witnessing this scene, said nothing, merely allowing the two to have their moment. Naruto-kun. Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson upon seeing Naruto come to see her off, especially with three onlookers nearby, making her want to bury her head in her chest. Hinata, since this is your first high-risk mission, you must be careful. Therefore, I've prepared some items for you, just in case. With that, Naruto began to rummage through his pockets. Hinata, this is an explosive tag grenade. It packs quite a punch, with a damage radius of 100 meters, so be cautious when throwing it. This is a double-barrel shotgun. Here is the safety, and this is how to load it. Just pull the trigger, and it'll deliver a powerful shot. Handle with care. And this. Not far away, Kurenai, Kiba, and Shino exchanged incredulous glances at the sight of Naruto continuously pulling items from his pockets. They were merely going to eliminate a few bandits. Was such an arsenal truly necessary? What astonished Kurenai the most was that many of the items Naruto provided were strategic equipment from Konoha, which, unless under special circumstances, required extensive bureaucratic processes to acquire. Not to mention, the cost of such equipment was no trivial matter. It seemed Kurenai recalled something. Naruto, that's enough. We're going on a mission, not to war. Kiba could not stand by any longer, thinking that if these two continued to dawdle, they would be delayed indefinitely. The main issue was that he had a good relationship with Naruto. Why wasn't he included? Oh, Kiba, you're here too. Upon hearing Kiba's words, Naruto finally realized that Kiba seemed to be in the same team as Hinata. Naruto, you really are a jerk. Kiba protested, but was stopped by Kurenai, who insisted they must leave, or they would run out of time. Hinata, safe travels. Naruto bid farewell to Hinata, and when she turned back, she saw Kiba casting a disdainful glance in his direction. Naruto, I'm heading out on a mission too. Do you have no words for me? Oh, you should have said so earlier. Here, have this. Kiba, looking at the explosive tag grenade in his hand, glanced back at Naruto. Is that all? That's all. You're ruthless. You prioritize your love life over friendship. Chapter 57. The Price of Acquiring Knowledge. After seeing Hinata off, Naruto returned to his home to begin developing new experimental subjects. Just as he was about to start, Kakashi arrived to inform them that they had a C-rank mission the next day, which involved escorting someone. Upon hearing this, both Naruto and Sasuke felt a surge of excitement. Sasuke needed to hone his skills in real-world scenarios, regardless of his current prowess. As for Naruto, he sought inspiration in experimental records of various instruments, especially special materials from the ninja world, which he yearned for most. It reminded him of 2 years prior when he had obtained a unique iron ore. Its energy was simply exhilarating, yet he had not encountered it since. Naruto had inquired with Hiruzen Sarutobi, but even he was uncertain, as the ninja world was vast, filled with countless wonders. In such circumstances, Naruto finally managed to step out of the confines of the laboratory, no longer restricted to its confines. This is our mission target. Mr. Dazna. Dazna regarded Naruto and his companions, then glanced at Kakashi, taking a swig from his flask. What? You've sent 3 kids to protect me? Burp. Sasuke, upon hearing this, did not hold back. He unsheathed his long sword slightly, and in an instant, a bolt of lightning crackled through the air, cleaving Dazna's flask cleanly in two. Dazna shuddered at the sight, his gaze towards Sasuke now tinged with trepidation. Ahem, let us go? At that moment, Dazna was fully sober. He began walking ahead, with Naruto and the others following closely. As they journeyed on, they prepared to rest by a small river as evening approached. Naruto exchanged glances with Sasuke, who nodded in acknowledgement. Sasuke then drew his long sword and headed toward the river. This action startled Dazna, especially as Sasuke approached him with the drawn blade, causing Dazna's face to pale, fearing he might meet his demise in the wilderness. But when Sasuke merely brushed past him and proceeded to fish in the river, Dasna exhaled in relief. Shortly after, Sasuke returned with 5 fish, just enough for each of them. The subsequent task of preparing the grilled fish was left to Naruto. Come, enjoy the grilled fish. Dasna stared at the grilled fish in his hand, particularly inhaling its appetizing aroma, hesitating about whether to eat it. If you don't want it, you can give it to me. As if any of us would wish you harm. What do you possess that could entice us? Sasuke regarded Dasna with disdain, having found him distasteful from the outset. It's just that it smells too delicious. I want to savor it slowly. Dasna cautiously took a bite of the fish, and an explosion of exquisite flavor erupted in his mind. He had never tasted such delectable fish in his life. In an instant, Dasna began to devour it voraciously, his gluttonous manner eliciting a scoff from Sasuke. Kakashi, observing the scene, couldn't help but reflect that indeed, no one could resist the culinary delights created by Naruto. As night fell, Naruto and his companions prepared to take turns keeping watch, while Dasna casually gathered some twigs and grass to lay on the ground, preparing to sleep. Yet at that moment, under the astonished gazes of his companions, Naruto produced a cylindrical object with a radius of 20 centimeters from his pocket. Under Naruto's manipulation, the object began to slowly transform, inflating and taking shape. A few minutes later, a grass-green striped inflatable hut took shape. Once Naruto secured several tethering ropes and arranged a few items, he turned to the group and asked, "Are you all prepared to sleep outside?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke was the fastest to react, quickly entering the inflatable hut. "Wow, there's even air conditioning. Naruto, you've outdone yourself," Sasuke exclaimed. At his words, Kakashi and Sakura promptly followed him inside. Upon entering the inflatable hut, they were greeted by a refreshing coolness, making the prospect of sleeping there for the night exceedingly comfortable. "Are you coming in, sir?" Naruto asked, prompting Tazuna to abandon his reluctance and step into the inflatable hut. The sensation he experienced upon entering was nothing short of astonishing. Having already been surprised by the hut's existence, he was further amazed by its cool interior. "Where did you acquire this? How much did it cost?" Tazuna inquired, gazing at Naruto, intrigued by the price of such a remarkable invention. "Oh, I made it myself. It's currently not for sale. I can't say when it will be available for purchase," Naruto replied, stroking his chin. He had deduced this conclusion after estimating the situation. The technology behind it had long been handed over to Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet it was backlogged for years. As for when this particular item would be produced, that remained an uncertainty. Previously, when he sought out Sarutobi Hiruzen for some new products he required, the latter had simply presented a list, advising him to queue if it wasn't too urgent. "You made this yourself?" Tazuna exclaimed, astonished at the revelation. "Do you think you could teach me?" he asked, immediately regretting his words, realizing that such a miraculous invention could hardly be imparted to him. What a disaster, Sasuke thought, seeing Tazuna's expression, and he couldn't help but cover his face. "Of course, I can teach you right now. I'll tell you, this thing is actually quite simple. Come over, and I'll show you," Naruto said, simultaneously pulling out a table, 2 chairs, a lamp, and various sheets of paper from within his robes. With utmost sincerity, he seated Tazuna in a chair and even brewed him a pot of tea. "What is going on?" Kakashi looked at Sasuke, puzzled by Naruto's sudden enthusiasm. Sakura, observing the scene, wore a curious expression, wondering how it had turned into a teaching moment. "Just watch. You'll soon understand Naruto's intentions," Sasuke replied. "To simplify it, you can think of him as a teacher eager to impart knowledge, and he is quite earnest about it." Sasuke felt it best for Kakashi and Sakura to witness Naruto's peculiar behavior themselves, as it was indeed a curious affliction. "I'll explain the principle of this inflatable hut. The primary technological concern lies in this special type of plastic, which involves," as Naruto elaborated. He pulled out a small blackboard from his robes and began to teach on the spot. "Wait a moment, I understand every word you're saying. But what does it all mean when put together? What's with the composition of this plastic? What are the formulas? What's the distinction between plasticity and resistance to heat and cold?" Tazuna, possessing a modicum of knowledge, felt like a frog in a well when confronted with Naruto's insights. "I'll make it even simpler. Let us start with what plastic is," Naruto continued, igniting a fervor in his explanation. Observing this spectacle, Kakashi and the others stepped outside the inflatable hut, unable to bear the overwhelming flood of information. The mere thought of it left them feeling bewildered, realizing they were unworthy of such knowledge. In truth, what was more alarming was the shock to their worldviews. They had yet to witness the expressions of Konoha's researchers after a lesson from Naruto, which was nothing short of a paradigm shift. "By the way, he might even lose his mind," Sasuke remarked, causing Kakashi and Sakura to gasp in disbelief. They were aware of some of the technological products Naruto had created, but were astonished to learn there was such a depth to his innovations. Later that night, Sasuke's earlier remark proved prophetic. When Tazuna stepped outside for a moment of relief, he was still mumbling various formulas and pieces of knowledge. As he walked, his hands gestured animatedly, and even after tripping over a stone and falling, he got back up, continuing his soliloquy, and at times, he danced with joy. Is it really that terrifying? Kakashi and Sakura exchanged glances, astonished by Tazuna's transformation. They hadn't expected a matter of knowledge could lead to such a change. In fact, it's even more frightening. Had I not been exposed to more, I'd probably be like that old man too. Sasuke mused as he observed Tazuna's current state, recalling his own experiences when he had once sought Naruto's advice regarding a certain world. At the beginning, Naruto had launched into an explanation involving parallel universes and alternate dimensions, along with time machines and other concepts. Initially, Sasuke could follow along, but soon it became a blur of incomprehensible jargon. I never imagined learning could lead to such a state. Sakura furrowed her brow, contemplating whether she should seek Naruto's teachings. Though she had considered learning some skills to sustain herself, Tazuna's condition made her reconsider. Yet, she reassured herself that as long as she could comprehend the material, everything would be manageable. After all, Naruto had always conveyed his thoughts within a graspable realm. Kakashi and Sakura watched as Sasuke's serious demeanor reshaped their perspectives on Naruto. It seemed that what they had witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg, with far more astonishing revelations likely beyond their imagination. That night, the trio took turns keeping watch outside, for while the inflatable hut was indeed splendid, they preferred to avoid being subjected to one of Naruto's impromptu lectures. The following morning, Tazuna gazed at Naruto with reverence, offering him tea. Naruto-sensei, is there any issue with this bridge design? He asked, presenting a rough sketch of the bridge. From the sketch, it was evident that various modifications were already incorporated, indicating that it had been in progress for some time, and it appeared to be a rather complete draft. Kakashi frowned slightly at the sight, concerned about the land of waves and the bridge. He hoped nothing untoward would arise during their journey. After receiving this mission, he had gathered intelligence on the surrounding areas and discovered that the land of waves had faced significant issues regarding bridges, resulting in numerous fatalities. He merely wished that this task would not intersect with those past troubles. Let me take a look. Uncle, your overall bridge design is quite good, but these sections need modification. Additionally, the type of material should be changed to Mr. Material, and here Naruto began to suggest revisions to Tazuna's design, optimizing its structure, particularly enhancing its future resistance to attacks. What is your budget? He inquired. We only have, based on Tazuna's available funds. Naruto made further adjustments to emphasize affordability and durability. Behind them, Kakashi and the others watched Naruto and Tazuna walking ahead while chatting away. It was already obvious that Tazuna had completely turned into Naruto's little fanboy. Toward all of Naruto's ideas and suggestions, he was practically one step away from carving the word admiration onto his forehead. This situation continued for several days. Around noon, Kakashi and the others were walking along the road, bored out of their minds, when Kakashi suddenly stopped. Watch out! Before Kakashi could finish speaking, he was cut in half at the waist by a wind demon shuriken, blood splattering across Sakura and Sasuke. Seeing this, Sakura froze completely. As for Sasuke, he wore a deadpan expression. At the same time, another wind demon shuriken flew toward Naruto and Tazuna. Tazuna was instantly scared stiff, but when he glanced at Naruto beside him, he still rushed forward, standing in front of Naruto to shield him. However, just as Tazuna closed his eyes, preparing to face death, he only heard a clang. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Naruto already standing in front of him. Naruto's right arm was now covered by a mechanical prosthetic, and within that mechanical arm, he was holding a wind demon shuriken. This is what you call science. As Naruto finished speaking, a blue stream of light flowed over the mechanical arm, displaying its sleek beauty. Then he grabbed the wind demon shuriken by one of its blades and hurled it into the nearby bushes. Boom! Dust erupted as several ninja leapt out, staring solemnly at Naruto and the others. Leaf Village Ninja? Mist Village? Seeing the forehead protectors worn by the three men, Naruto's group immediately recognized their affiliation. As for the Mist Village Ninja, everyone knew that most of them specialized in assassination. Their missions were largely assassination-focused. One could even say the village functioned like a massive assassination organization. They hadn't expected to run into Mist Village Ninja here. At that moment, Kakashi appeared on a tree nearby, gazing at the three Mist Ninja with a thoughtful look. Your target should be him, right? As he spoke, Kakashi shifted his gaze to Tazuna. Among this group, aside from Tazuna and Sakura, the other three could all be considered valuable targets. Wait, no? Tazuna counted too. With that thought, Kakashi looked at Sakura again. Poor kid. Kakashi was already thinking about finding time to teach Sakura a few ninjutsu. Otherwise, within this team, Sakura was clearly the weakest link. Kakashi-sensei. Seeing Kakashi in the tree, Sakura's face lit up with joy. At the same moment, the Kakashi who had been cut in half instantly turned into 2 pieces of wood. At this, the 3 Mist Village ninja were startled. The copy ninja Hatake Kakashi. Before they could react, Sasuke's attack had already arrived. Lightning crackled around Sasuke's body. He drew his blade, and with a flash of steel, Sasuke appeared beside the nearest Mist ninja. A thin line of blood appeared across that ninja's neck. Sasuke sheathed his sword. The cut on the Mist ninja's neck instantly burst open, blood spraying as his body collapsed straight to the ground. Everything happened far too quickly. The remaining 2 Mist ninja hadn't even had time to react before their companion had already fallen. Damn you, leaf brat. I'll kill you. One of the Mist ninja immediately charged towards Sasuke. But before he could get far, Naruto's attack arrived. Seeing Naruto, the Mist ninja raised a kunai to fight back. However, when the kunai collided with Naruto's mechanical arm, an overwhelming force surged forth. The kunai shattered, and the Mist ninja was blasted backward, crashing through several trees. When the dust settled, he was already lifeless. The final Mist ninja, seeing this, didn't dare linger and immediately fled. He hadn't gotten far before Kakashi caught him. Just as Kakashi was about to interrogate him, a sunbond flew straight in, piercing the Mist ninja's forehead. Sakura looked at Kakashi as he turned his head, especially at the expression on his face that clearly said, "What are you doing?" She immediately knew she messed up. Kakashi-sensei, I was just afraid he'd escape. Sakura felt embarrassed. What she said wasn't wrong. When she saw the man trying to run, she immediately threw a sunbon, planning a sneak attack. After all, Sasuke and Naruto had already made their moves. She was the only one who hadn't acted yet. That just wouldn't do. Even throwing a sunbon counted as contributing. Besides, she had been quite confident in her sneak attack skills. Who would thought forget it? Seeing Sakura's flustered look, Kakashi could only sigh. He then turned his gaze to Tazuna. Those 3 clearly hadn't come for them, which meant their target had to be Tazuna. Mr. Tazuna, don't you think you should explain the situation now? Your circumstances clearly don't match a simple C-rank escort mission. At the very least, this should be B rank. Hearing this, Tazuna didn't try to hide anything and explained his situation in full. Especially when he mentioned Gato, his eyes burned with anger. Chapter 59. Momochi Zabuza, so that's how it is that Gato really is despicable. After Tazuna finished explaining, Kakashi began to consider whether to continue the mission. Given that Tazuna had concealed crucial information, they were fully within their rights to terminate the mission unilaterally. However, when Kakashi turned to look at Naruto, especially seeing Naruto still chatting with Tazuna about bridge construction as if nothing had happened, it felt like the earlier incident hadn't affected him at all. Then he looked at Sasuke, who was calmly wiping down his blade as if maintaining it. As for Sakura, she wore a furious expression, clearly still shaken by what had just happened. Alright then, looks like they could only continue. From their reactions alone, Kakashi knew this mission would go on. He then explained certain matters to Tazuna, especially regarding Gato, that had to be made clear. After hearing Kakashi's explanation, Tazuna immediately began thanking everyone. He hadn't expected them to agree to continue, especially since he didn't have any extra money to offer. The group continued onward. There was still some distance to Tazuna's home. Kakashi checked the sky. It was already afternoon. At their current pace, they would reach their destination by noon tomorrow. But at that moment, Kakashi sensed something and shouted, "Down." As he spoke, Kakashi pressed Sakura and Tazuna's heads down, forcing them into a half-crouch position. Sasuke, on the other hand, flashed to the side and entered a guarded stance. As for Naruto, his mechanical right arm appeared. With a loud clang, he caught a massive cleaver in his hand. The executioner's blade Momochi Zabuza of the Mist Village? Seeing the blade, Kakashi was visibly shocked. He hadn't expected to encounter Momochi Zabuza here. Fortunately, he already knew that Zabuza had defected from the Mist Village. If so, it was likely just Zabuza alone. At most with a few companions. Still, there was one very awkward problem. The executioner's blade was now in Naruto's hand. In the distance, Zabuza had originally intended to use the blade for a surprise attack. Even if it failed, it wouldn't have mattered. He could simply used body flicker to retrieve it. But now the script had gone completely off the rails. With no choice, Zabuza flashed to Naruto's side and stood atop the handle of the executioner's blade, his gaze fixed on Kakashi. Copy Ninja Kakashi. I hope next time, you'll still be able to dodge. Zabuza, with a swift leap, grasped the hilt of his executioner's blade, preparing to depart. After all, His technique primarily relied on stealth, and the bright midday sun was decidedly unfavorable for him. However, after exerting considerable effort, he realized he could not extract the blade from Naruto's grasp. Turning to face Naruto, Zabuza let out a cold chuckle. "You have piqued my interest, little brat." With a surge of strength, he attempted to pull the blade free, yet still found himself unsuccessful. His gaze towards Naruto shifted. Could this child possess such formidable strength? This astonishing spectacle did not escape the attention of Kakashi and the others, leaving them utterly astounded. Sakura, witnessing the scene, whispered, "Kakashi-sensei, is this person here to entertain us? Could it be that Naruto is simply too powerful?" She pondered aloud, slapping her hands together in realization. "You've angered me, brat," Zabuza declared, unleashing a burst of chakra as he yanked forcefully. The ground between him and Naruto shattered instantly. This scenario was expected to showcase a contest of equals, or a display of one party's defeat. Yet, Naruto, defying conventions, loosened his grip just as Zabuza began to exert force, sending Zabuza tumbling backward and rolling across the ground. "Humph, little brat, we shall meet again," Zabuza remarked before vanishing in an instant, accompanied by a masked ninja, presumably his comrade. Once the masked ninja departed, Sasuke sheathed his sword and returned to his place, exhaling in relief after confirming Naruto was unharmed. He had been prepared to intervene should the situation escalate. "Your reactions were commendable, particularly you, Naruto. However, next time, it would be prudent to avoid such attacks. If you can evade, do so," Kakashi advised. "Understood, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto replied, prompting a sigh of relief from Kakashi, who was also intrigued by Naruto's mechanical arm, astonished by its immense power. "Moreover, Naruto, are you aware of the value of that executioner's blade? It is a pseudo-artifact, one of the finest creations of the craftsman from the village hidden in the mist." "Is that really a pseudo-artifact? It doesn't appear particularly remarkable," Naruto mused. Upon observation, it seems merely to possess unique materials, while its forging techniques are quite antiquated. If one were to compare, Sasuke's sword surpasses that executioner's blade, lacking only some special materials for enhancement. And the design, whoever conceived it chose a heavy blade approach, merely extending the width of the blade. Such a sword is inadequate. A blade of ice is required. Naruto pondered, analyzing the executioner's blade in his mind, from its materials to its craftsmanship, dissecting every aspect. "Sasuke's sword?" Kakashi remarked, glancing at Sasuke, surprised by the strength of his long blade. As for Naruto's claims, Kakashi had never doubted them. Naruto's analytical skills were quite formidable. With the crisis averted, "Let us proceed further before establishing camp," Kakashi instructed. "Agreed, Kakashi-sensei," they chorused. By a small stream, Kakashi's group began to set up camp while remaining vigilant against potential ninja ambushes. The night passed without incident, and by midday the following day, they arrived at their destination. Upon seeing his grandfather, Dazna's grandson rushed over, and his daughter rejoiced at Dazna's safe return, promptly starting to prepare lunch. During the meal, Dazna introduced Naruto and the others, lavishing praise upon Naruto as if using every compliment he had ever learned. After dining, Dazna approached Naruto and the others, kneeling before them. "I have an urgent request. I wonder if you might grant it." Observing this, Kakashi surmised the nature of the request. "Please rise. We must assess your situation before determining our ability to assist. I seek your protection to ensure the completion of the bridge," Dazna implored. Kakashi fell silent, recalling Dazna's earlier mention of the conflict with Gato regarding the bridge's construction. The completion of the bridge would severely undermine Gato's water transport monopoly, thus fueling their strife. Seeing Kakashi's silence, Dazna elaborated, "We are but ordinary people. Yet Gato has monopolized the water transport, causing freight costs to escalate each year, with many struggling to afford basic sustenance, let alone pursue further development." Kakashi turned his gaze to Naruto and the others. Particularly, he noted that Naruto's agreement would likely sway the others. "Very well, we shall stay, but I must assess the site for the bridge construction. Indeed, if you can oversee the construction personally, it would be our great fortune," Dazna eagerly responded. Recognizing Naruto's exceptional skill, "I have no objections. I will follow Naruto's lead." Likewise, Sasuke and Sakura concurred, raising their hands in wholehearted agreement. With this consensus, Kakashi sighed, conceding, "Then it is settled. I will report to the village, and we shall remain here until the bridge is completed. Thank you, everyone." Chapter 60. Climbing trees and treading water. The next day, in the woods, Kakashi regarded Naruto and the others with utmost seriousness. Today, he intended to impart some training techniques. "I have gathered you here to teach you essential skills for your training, particularly concerning ninjutsu." Upon concluding his explanation, Kakashi demonstrated tree climbing. explaining how this exercise would enhance their mobility while refining their chakra control. After outlining the training regimen, he landed gracefully and instructed Naruto and the others to begin their practice. Concentrate chakra at the soles of your feet, but ISNT their gravity and friction, as well as the force of gravity. Naruto mused aloud while attempting to walk up the tree, experimenting with various approaches, even utilizing the leaves. Below, Sasuke and Sakura observed Naruto effortlessly ascending the tree, only to falter in their own attempts. Nevertheless, they gleaned valuable insights. After a single trial, Sasuke had grasped the fundamentals and merely needed a few more attempts to succeed. Meanwhile, Sakura diligently worked on her chakra control, reflecting on her previous sensations and engaging in self-analysis. As they prepared for another attempt, they noticed Naruto performing various acrobatics on the tree, even balancing on a slender branch. Kakashi-sensei, is that even possible? Sakura inquired, astonished by Naruto's extraordinary feats. Oh well, Kakashi pondered, having never encountered such a situation himself. Nor had he attempted anything of the sort. Perhaps Naruto is simply exceptionally gifted. While acknowledging Kakashi's words, Sakura believed in Naruto's talent, yet wondered if such gifts were perhaps misplaced. Before Kakashi and the others could react, Naruto began his descent in an extraordinarily unique manner. With a firm stamp of his foot, a flurry of leaves began to cascade downwards. Naruto spun around, treading upon those leaves as he gradually made his way towards the ground. The sunlight illuminated him, making Naruto appear as though a deity were descending upon the mortal realm. Drawing ever closer, Kakashi-sensei, what is the matter with you all? Naruto's words jolted Kakashi and his comrades back to reality, prompting them to regard him with expressions of bewilderment. Naruto, what is this? Sasuke was the first to voice his curiosity, having spent much time alongside Naruto. If it were merely technology, he could understand. But this was something else entirely. Had Naruto been clandestinely studying without him? Oh, upon hearing the content of Kakashi-sensei's lesson, I felt inspired, and upon reflecting on certain concepts, it was as if a door to a new understanding of ninjutsu had swung wide open, Naruto explained, suddenly recalling something and pulling out a notebook to begin scribbling notes. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's proclamation. What had he just said? Surely he couldn't have. He was innocent. Don't look at me. I don't even know what I just said. You all should focus on your training. Seeing Sasuke and Sakura staring at him, Kakashi hastily urged them to get back to their practice. Meanwhile, he approached a nearby tree to attempt the peculiar stance Naruto had just demonstrated, particularly the feat of balancing upside down on a branch. While he managed to achieve the inversion, it required considerable chakra to support his weight. However, when he tried to emulate Naruto's descent upon the leaves, he nearly fell to his demise. How is this even possible? Kakashi pondered as he landed. Casting a dubious glance at Naruto, he felt an overwhelming urge to snatch the notebook from Naruto's grasp to uncover the secrets within. Just then, a sound of freefall caught his attention, and he turned to see Sasuke just rising from the ground, with leaves still gently drifting down around him. Upon meeting Kakashi and Naruto's gaze, Sasuke cleared his throat and resumed his efforts to climb the tree. By midday, both Sakura and Sasuke had successfully mastered the art of tree climbing. Observing their progress, Kakashi gathered Naruto and the others to venture to the riverside for advanced training involving water walking. This exercise was a crucial aspect of their training, not only honing their chakra control, but also cultivating a unique skill essential for future missions that would inevitably require combat on water. Thus, mastering water walking was of utmost importance. With that said, Kakashi began to demonstrate the technique while explaining key points. Subsequently, he directed his gaze towards Naruto. Why are you looking at me? Naruto emerged from his thoughts, shifting his attention to Sasuke and Sakura. Be proactive, Naruto. Come, demonstrate your water walking technique. Kakashi urged with a smile, even nudging Naruto forward to showcase his unique method. Naruto stepped up, recalling Kakashi's instructions, and stood upon the water's surface. Initially, his entire foot submerged into the water, while he could walk on it. He hadn't met Kakashi's standards. Upon witnessing this, Kakashi and the others inexplicably sighed in relief. The prodigious talent of their teammate was almost too overwhelming, invoking feelings of envy and admiration. Yet, as fate would have it, their moment of relief was short-lived. Soon, Naruto began to traverse the water's surface with increasing ease, and after a while, he glided along as if performing an intricate dance on ice. Minutes later, he resembled a sprite, executing various maneuvers upon the water, even leaping with such finesse that only the slightest ripple was left in his wake, less pronounced than that of fish surfacing in the river. This spectacle left Kakashi and his companions utterly astounded, their jaws agape in admiration. Even Kakashi, who prided himself on his chakra control, felt dwarfed by Naruto's remarkable prowess. Not envious at all, not in the slightest. Sasuke and Kakashi insisted, though their eyes remained glued to Naruto, fearful of missing a single detail. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, could you please turn off your Sharingan while you claim you're not envious? Sakura quipped, exasperated. As for herself, she had gradually grown accustomed to the notion of being outpaced, yet she was resolute in her determination to keep pace with Sasuke and Naruto, refusing to hold them back. Suddenly, Sakura realized, Kakashi-sensei, how do you possess a Sharingan? Upon her utterance, Sasuke too came to this realization, fixing his gaze on Kakashi. Brow furrowed as he racked his memory. He recalled hearing something from his father regarding a particular individual. A gift from a friend, Kakashi replied, lost in a reverie that brought forth a pained expression to his countenance. Observing the contrasting emotions of anger and sorrow on both Sasuke and Kakashi's faces, Sakura understood that the topic of the Sharingan should be approached with caution in the future. Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, look at Naruto. He is sitting cross-legged on the water. At Sakura's exclamation, Kakashi and Sasuke snapped back to reality, noticing Naruto seated on the surface of a nearby stream, seemingly deep in thought. During this moment, Naruto produced his notebook once more, writing intently while occasionally observing his surroundings and bouncing around before resuming his writing. Witnessing this, Kakashi and Sasuke closed their Sharingan, acting as if nothing had transpired, while Sasuke began practicing water walking and Kakashi positioned himself to offer guidance. Sakura, seeing this, said nothing and joined in the practice. As dusk approached, Sakura had grasped the fundamentals of water walking, while Sasuke, whether due to lingering thoughts from earlier or other factors, still struggled, often failing to meet Kakashi's expectations. As for Naruto, when it was time to return, they called out to him, Naruto, it's time to head back. Huh? Is it over already? Kakashi and the others felt an overwhelming urge to strike him, though they refrained from voicing their frustration. On their way back, Sasuke could no longer contain his curiosity. Naruto, how did you manage that water walking and tree climbing? It's simple. You just gather chakra at the soles of your feet and focus on controlling it to ascend the trees and walk on water. To achieve effortless execution, you'll need to consider Newton's second law and Gauss's principles. Sasuke grasped the first part, and so did Sakura and Kakashi. Yet they were left perplexed by the latter part, particularly the segment concerning how Naruto had walked down using leaves. They found themselves utterly bewildered by his mention of knowledge they had never heard of, along with the specifics of chakra control and the optimal amounts and angles to distribute the force evenly. To Kakashi and the others, it was as if he were speaking in tongues. Stop. I suddenly don't want to know anymore, Sasuke declared, striding ahead of the group. Sakura, do you want to know? Not at all. Kakashi-sensei, not interested. I'm a jonin. As Naruto beheld the appearances of Sasuke and their companions, a faint sigh escaped his lips. Over the years, as he delved deeper into research and development, he increasingly felt overwhelmed, which led him to recognize the necessity of an assistant. However, Chapter 61 unfolds with Sakura stating, I have been learning from Kakashi-sensei. The esteemed ninjas were welcomed with a sumptuous meal, prepared with care, and the hot water for bathing was ready, allowing them to indulge leisurely. Tsunami, the daughter of Tazuna, began preparing dinner and bathwater upon their return. Thank you. Naruto and his companions expressed their gratitude as they commenced their meal. After dining, Tazuna gathered everyone to discuss the plans for the following day. Construction on the bridge was set to begin, and Tazuna sought Naruto's guidance. Naruto welcomed this opportunity with eagerness, as it marked his inaugural involvement in bridge construction, stirring a sense of excitement within him. Moreover, he recognized this experience would prove invaluable for his future endeavors. A tranquil night passed, and the next morning arrived. Naruto and Tazuna ventured early to the construction site, while Kakashi and the others continued their training, preparing to impart ninja techniques to Sakura and Sasuke. At the juncture between the land of waves and the mainland, the nascent form of the bridge awaited completion, promising to transform the surrounding circumstances significantly. Upon arriving at the destination, Naruto clasped his hands together and declared, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Boom. Over 20 shadow clones manifested, each wielding unfamiliar instruments, commencing their assessments at the designated location for the bridge. Naruto, what is this? Tazuna inquired, perplexed by the unexpected scene. I just examined the blueprints and observed the surroundings, uncovering some issues. I must replan, as constructing a bridge is no trivial endeavor. Fear not. It will be swift, just 1 hour, Naruto reassured. Tazuna, though silent, patiently awaited the outcome. Observing this, one of Tazuna's associates approached him with a hushed voice. Tazuna, can we trust him? He seems rather young. Rest assured, he is highly professional, even more so than I, Tazuna replied, causing a stir among the onlookers, who were astonished to hear such praise from the bridge expert himself. Their gazes toward Naruto shifted, some imbued with newfound respect, while others remained skeptical. Construction faced opposition, and with the emergence of such circumstances, doubts lingered. Nevertheless, Naruto's shadow clones soon returned with valuable information and results from their reconnaissance. After compiling the data, Naruto approached Tazuna and the others, producing a table from his belongings and displaying the design blueprints before them. This is your previous design. Upon inspection, we discovered some flaws. We will need to adjust certain aspects accordingly. Do you understand? He inquired. Understood, they replied. However, altering this section is unrealistic. Our analysis indicates that climatic and geographical factors may precipitate complications, necessitating additional measures to ensure stability. Once Naruto elucidated the essential details, everyone sprang into action. He and Tazuna assumed positions of command and oversight, while the others diligently commenced the bridge's construction. Post-lunch, feeling somewhat idle, Naruto surveyed the area and noted the abundance of resources, particularly various mushrooms. Seizing the opportunity, he plunged into the forest, intent on gathering mushrooms to prepare a delightful hot pot for everyone. Not long after entering the woods, he stumbled upon a girl diligently foraging for mushrooms, her bounty evidently plentiful. Meanwhile, Kakashi had Sakura and Sasuke practice their skills in water walking before calling Sakura aside to impart a new jutsu. This is a chakra nature test paper, Sakura. Give it a try. All right, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura exclaimed, elated at the prospect of learning a new technique. Upon assessing Sakura's chakra nature, Kakashi contemplated briefly before selecting 2 jutsu that would suit her abilities. Pay close attention, Sakura. The first technique is Earth Style, Earth Wall. With a resounding boom, a formidable earthen barrier emerged, adorned with canine features. Sakura gazed in astonishment at the impressive display of ninjutsu. This technique is primarily defensive. However, when wielded adeptly, it can serve as an unexpected offensive maneuver, depending on the user's ingenuity. Now, follow my lead, Kakashi instructed. After explaining the fundamental principles, he guided her through the hand seals. Before long, Sakura clumsily attempted the technique. Earth Style, Earth Wall. Boom. An earthen barrier materialized, albeit thin, marking Sakura's commendable first attempt. Just as Kakashi prepared to assess the wall for any anomalies, he turned to find a rather peculiar engraving resembling a family portrait adorning the surface. Stunned, he remarked, Sakura, what are you doing? Pointing at the artwork, he was at a loss for words. If memory served correctly, it was a snapshot taken by Naruto and the others during a prior test. Kakashi-sensei, isn't this what you taught? I noticed the dog heads on your earth wall, so I thought it fitting to carve our team's picture. Is there a problem? Sakura defended, leaving Kakashi momentarily speechless. Please remove that. Who told you to embellish the earth wall with such frivolities? He sighed, exasperated. Sakura pouted, muttering, if you can do it, why can't I? Let's set that aside for now. I'll teach you another technique. Kakashi concealed his face, lamenting the predicament he had unwittingly created. The second technique is designed for surprise attacks and suits you well. Watch closely. Earth Style, Heart Decapitation Technique. Chapter 62 unfolds with the Earth Style, Heart Decapitation Technique. Observing Sakura practice diligently, Kakashi felt a sense of relief. Her progress was markedly improved, provided she refrained from replicating the previous wall's embellishments. Sakura, continue honing your skills. I'll check on Sasuke. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, she responded, her voice echoing from within a small earthen pit. Once Kakashi departed, she emerged, a smile illuminating her face. Now I have my own offensive capabilities, but I need to refine them further, she resolved, embarking on a journey of self-improvement through experimentation and innovation in her jutsu. Meanwhile, Kakashi approached a stream, observing Sasuke, who was diligently perfecting his water-walking technique. Sasuke, take a break. Upon hearing Kakashi's voice, Sasuke paused and approached the shore. Kakashi-sensei. Indeed, came the reply. Take a moment to rest. Even the path of cultivation must be approached gradually. Meanwhile, let's test your chakra affinity. With that, Kakashi handed Sasuke a piece of chakra testing paper, which Sasuke received and began his assessment. Lightning and fire, huh? I'm not particularly adept at fire release. And you Uchiha are not lacking in that area. Therefore, I shall teach you a lightning release technique, one that is rather unique. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sasuke felt a surge of excitement and focused intently on Kakashi as he demonstrated the ninjutsu. ZZZZZ. This technique is called Chidori. It is my own creation and belongs to the category of ninjutsu that does not require hand seals. The moment Sasuke witnessed Chidori, he felt an irresistible attraction, particularly drawn in by the sound of the chirping bird it produced, which reminded him of Kinkaku. She had once mentioned her desire to keep a parrot. Although his money was with her, she insisted on saving it so he could earn his own. Sasuke snapped back to reality. Kakashi waved his hand in front of Sasuke's eyes, observing him with a puzzled expression. What could he be thinking so deeply about? It did not seem to pertain to Itachi, as his expression did not reflect such thoughts. Kakashi was perplexed. Just moments ago, Sasuke had been keenly attentive during the demonstration. Yet now he appeared lost in thought. Sasuke, did you incorporate something else into the Chidori? Kakashi scrutinized Sasuke's hand, particularly the remnants left behind after attempting lightning release. It struck him that Sasuke might have made alterations to the Chidori. Indeed, I couldn't conceal it from you, Kakashi-sensei. I had a thought and attempted to put it into practice, but the results were subpar. Kakashi, taken aback, thought to himself, you just learned Chidori. And you want to make changes already? Why not aim for the sky? He advised, Sasuke, one must be grounded in reality. Ninjutsu requires a gradual understanding and mastery before contemplating modifications. If you haven't even grasped the basics, how can you expect to innovate? Furthermore, Chidori is a technique that does not require hand seals. You just attempted it and found it relatively simple, but there are many intricacies involved. You may want to try again and see if it is as easy as you believe. Sasuke, feeling a bit indignant at this suggestion, was confident in his talent. He would accept being second to none but Naruto, who he believed had no equal. Driven by determination, Sasuke began to practice once more. After a few attempts, he widened his eyes in surprise. Chidori seemed somewhat uncontrollable. The challenges and advantages of non-hand seal ninjutsu coexisted. The difficulty lay in the requirement for precise chakra control, while the advantage was the absence of hand seals. If you cannot control Chidori, it merely becomes a waste of chakra, Kakashi remarked with a bemused expression, filled with amusement. Take your time, Sasuke. With that, Kakashi found a suitable spot, pulled out Ika Ika Paradise, and began reading, leaving the rest for Sasuke to ponder and explore on his own. Observing Kakashi retreat to a corner to rest, Sasuke resolved to showcase his talent to his teacher. Thus, he immersed himself in relentless practice, and soon, the air was filled with various bird-like sounds. Kakashi, watching Sasuke train earnestly, smiled with satisfaction. Sasuke needs a bit of a setback. Otherwise, he might grow overly complacent, which could lead to significant challenges in the future. However, a thought crossed Kakashi's mind. What about Naruto? He pondered. Sakura's fundamentals are straightforward, and Sasuke's are manageable, but Naruto's case is the most perplexing. What should I teach him? Kakashi found himself deep in thought. If he chose not to instruct Naruto, it would seem unfair since he had already guided both Sakura and Sasuke. Yet if he did teach him, it would depend on whether Naruto possessed a lightning chakra affinity. Otherwise, it could be quite challenging. More importantly, he felt that teaching Naruto might yield unexpected results, and he needed to prepare himself for that. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, training came to an end for Sasuke and Sakura. Sakura appeared as though she had just emerged from a muddy pit, her body covered in dirt and grime. In contrast, Sasuke bore a distinctive odor, and his slightly tousled hair suggested he had encountered complications while practicing Chidori. Kakashi observed the duo and smiled, pleased with the results of their training. Feel free to laugh, Kakashi-sensei. They chimed in unison. As your teacher, how could I possibly laugh? Unless, of course, I cannot contain it. Ultimately, Kakashi couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, prompting Sakura and Sasuke to roll their eyes in response. Chapter 63. The astronomical telescope under the setting sun. The silhouettes of Sakura, Kakashi, and Sasuke stretched long, highlighting the significance of camaraderie and warmth within their group. On their way back, Kakashi couldn't resist asking Sasuke, what do you think Naruto hopes for in a ninjutsu? Sasuke glanced sideways, understanding the underlying intent of Kakashi's question. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, perhaps something simple or entertaining, or maybe a technique he has yet to encounter. Is that all? Kakashi furrowed his brows, pondering whether this was too simplistic, given Naruto's unique circumstances, especially after the third Hokage had urged him to mentor Naruto, particularly in ninjutsu, to spark his interest. In truth, aside from the shadow clone technique, Naruto's first other ninjutsu was the multi-shadow clone technique. He can summon the sealing book anytime, anywhere, Sasuke added, slipping his hands into his pockets, proudly asserting Naruto's prowess. The sealing book? Kakashi stood frozen, taken aback by the revelation that Naruto possessed such a resource. If that were the case, he would need to think carefully about which ninjutsu to teach Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, you need not fret so much. Why not let Naruto choose for himself? Sasuke suggested. You're right. Kakashi realized the practicality of this approach. There was no use overthinking it. Once they returned, he would allow Naruto to make his own choice. At the Dasna residence, everyone returned. Dasna was in high spirits today, feeling that the construction progress had accelerated significantly with Naruto's assistance. Are we having mushroom hot pot? The familiar aroma wafted through the air, and the trio recognized it as Naruto's culinary handiwork. Sure enough, Naruto emerged from the kitchen, holding 2 plates of sautéed mushrooms. Try this. I found some excellent mushrooms in the nearby forest today and thought I'd bring some back. In response to this, Dasna refrained from uttering a single word, even foregoing his drink, and instead transformed into a dedicated eater, beckoning his daughter and grandson to join him in the meal. Upon tasting the dishes prepared by Naruto, both Dasna and his family experienced a moment of sheer delight, their eyes sparkling as they enthusiastically joined the ranks of merry diners. During this time, Naruto regaled everyone with tales of an encounter he had in the woods that day, even providing a live demonstration on how to prepare a mushroom hot pot, which could only be described as a serendipitous adventure in the forest. Kakashi and the others listened with rapt attention, particularly amused by Naruto's eccentric anecdotes that elicited laughter from the group. As night fell, Kakashi gazed up at the mysterious starry sky, letting out a soft sigh. Observing Naruto and his companions, who were playfully wrestling not far off, he was reminded of his own youthful days, memories he was reluctant to revisit. How beautiful the night sky is. If only one could gaze upon it eternally. Sakura, lost in the beauty of the stars, couldn't help but feel sentimental. For it is said that women are inherently emotional beings, often reflecting on their surroundings in moments like these. In truth, what they beheld were merely various meteors, asteroids, and celestial bodies, compounded by an array of constellations and star domains. Just as Sakura was contemplating the splendor of the night sky, Naruto, ever the enthusiast, began to enlighten everyone about the celestial phenomena. Ugh, the others looked at him, bemused by his lack of romanticism. You'll get used to it. Sasuke shrugged. Already well acquainted with Naruto's quirks, he even bore the brunt of it himself, just as he had with his own issues with Kinomoto. After confiding in Naruto, he was met with a barrage of statistical analyses and dozens of potential outcomes, all meticulously reasoned. If not for Sasuke's insistence, he might have succumbed to Naruto's relentless logic. Naruto, the night sky is undeniably captivating. Must you disrupt everyone's enjoyment? Sakura finally voiced her exasperation. Would you like to see it more clearly? At this, the group paused, astonished. Could one truly see it more clearly? Indeed, Naruto exclaimed, producing a telescope from his pocket, which was quite impressive. This is an astronomical telescope, designed specifically for stargazing. This is the standard version. Sakura was the first to approach, peering through it and becoming instantly mesmerized by the breathtaking vista. The others soon followed suit, entranced by the view. It's my turn. Let me see. Dasna and the others eagerly took turns, finding this experience to be a delightful novelty. Naruto, come here, let us test your chakra nature. Kakashi approached, handing Naruto a test paper. After having marveled through the telescope, he was filled with curiosity, but now was the time for serious matters. All right. Without hesitation, Naruto began the test, and the results emerged swiftly. However, he was particularly intrigued by the test paper. Wind nature? Quite impressive. Upon learning of Naruto's chakra affinity, Kakashi promptly began to showcase various wind-based jutsu. Naruto, take a look and see which techniques you wish to learn. As Kakashi demonstrated all the wind techniques he knew, Naruto remained calm, yet intrigued. Which one do you like? Kakashi inquired, noticing Naruto attempting to form hand signs. Isn't it possible to learn them all? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, his mind flooded with question marks. Have you mastered them all? Almost, but I'm not completely familiar yet, Naruto replied, proceeding to execute the techniques Kakashi had just shown him. Wind release, gale palm. Wind release, wind fist. Wind release, whirlwind dance. Wind release, beast wave palm. After witnessing Naruto flawlessly perform the jutsu he had just demonstrated, Kakashi could only give a thumbs up. Impressive. What more could Kakashi say? This level of talent left him speechless. Kakashi-sensei, do you think I can learn them all? Seeing Naruto's eager expression, Kakashi nodded and quietly stepped aside to join the stargazing group, realizing that staying with Naruto any longer would surely test his patience. Elated, Naruto was brimming with new ideas, ready to embark on further experiments. With that thought, he began practicing the jutsu Kakashi had just taught him, his movements so subtle that they barely produced a sound. Chapter 64. Cardo and his associates nearly meet their demise. The following day, Kakashi stifled a yawn as he emerged from the house, only to spot Naruto, freshly washed and drying his hair with a gust of wind from his hand. Phew. Naruto was using his wind technique to dry his hair, even styling it in the process. Kakashi, witnessing this spectacle, felt a pang of realization. Naruto was indeed less reliable than both Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto, what are you doing? Kakashi-sensei. I'm drying my hair, Naruto replied, turning around with a puzzled expression. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words, his thoughts tangled. It's nothing, carry on. Okay. Naruto sensed something was off with Kakashi, but he dismissed it as unimportant. After quickly preparing a few bowls of noodles for breakfast, he followed Dasna and the others out. On the bridge, Naruto busily directed the workers while observing their progress. He had resolved to bring some of these individuals back to Konoha to aid him, as his research and responsibilities had multiplied, leaving him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. One of the reasons he had agreed to assist Dasna was the latter's evident expertise in bridge construction. He needed a diverse array of skilled individuals. Thus, this endeavor would serve as both assistance and a means to assess Dasna's true capabilities. Previously, when Naruto sought help from Hiruzen Sarutobi, the candidates he had recommended were few and far between, and those who were suitable were often retained by Hiruzen for his own purposes. If those individuals were to be taken by Naruto, many of the projects he had developed would lack the personnel needed for further research and application in Konoha. Now, with the idea of forming his own team, Naruto recognized that the individuals he required were quite specific. They needed to possess knowledge and the potential to shoulder responsibilities alongside him in the future. Dasna was precisely the type of person he sought. If he could recruit him, future projects would largely rely on individuals like him. As Naruto observed the workers diligently constructing the bridge, he began to evaluate their capabilities. Naruto, check for any issues here. Time flew by, and before long, a week had passed with the bridge construction progressing smoothly. However, this also heightened Dasna's group's vigilance. Historically, Kaido would send henchmen to sabotage their efforts. Yet during this period, no such interference had been witnessed. The reason for this? Bang! Bring that one here, and feed him to the fish. Kaido bellowed, utterly despondent. Please. Lord Kaido, I didn't know the mushrooms were inedible. At that moment, Kaido felt as though he had hit rock bottom. Never imagining that a mere mushroom hot pot could have nearly led to their complete downfall. When he initially sought out Zabuza, he found him and his companions indulging in a delectable mushroom hot pot. Remarkably, the aroma was so enticing that it made him salivate. One of his subordinates, whom he had always held in high regard for his keen observational skills, witnessed the scene and, upon returning, managed to procure a chef who claimed expertise in preparing mushroom hot pot. Impressed by this initiative, he decided to host a feast that evening, inviting Zabuza and his companion as well. However, the night concluded with everyone being hospitalized, narrowly escaping dire consequences due to the local medical facilities' inadequacies. At that moment, Zabuza wore a grim expression. He was prepared to take action, yet this unfortunate incident had derailed his original plans. Had it not been for his desire to settle scores with Kakashi and his team, he would have preferred to distance himself from this incompetent group, especially those who were oblivious to the nuances of mushroom preparation. Zabuza, I implore you to swiftly resolve the matter with Tazuna and his associates. We have already squandered a week, and time is of the essence. You need not elaborate, just ensure that the payment is ready. For your negligence has cost me valuable time. An increase of 30% is warranted. Money is of no concern, provided we see results. You shall witness it. Bye. Let us proceed. Yes, Lord Zabuza. After Zabuza and Bai departed, Kato's eyes glinted with malice. 30% extra? Did they truly believe they would receive compensation? Bring forth the preparations, my men. Once Zabuza and Tazuna have both suffered grievously, we will strike. Meanwhile, Naruto continued to direct his comrades, meticulously inspecting every detail for any signs of negligence. The weather is inclement today. Everyone stay alert. Understood. Just then, Naruto suddenly paused, reaching for his ear, where a singular eye appeared before him. Beep beep beep. A series of data materialized. Gazing ahead, he sensed a fluctuation in chakra, accompanied by the encroaching mist. Gather around me. We are under attack. Naruto bellowed, prompting the surrounding individuals to momentarily hesitate before sprinting towards him. Had it been anyone else, they might have hesitated. But this was Naruto. Over time, they had developed profound admiration for him. His bridge-building prowess had already earned their respect, not to mention his culinary skills that made each lunch a feast, leaving them utterly spoiled. As they huddled around Naruto, the mist thickened ominously. Naruto, what is the situation? Tazuna, sensing the arrival of Kato's men, wore a worried expression, yet fear did not grip him. They stood resolutely around Naruto, ready to assist him. For them, it was a matter of pride to have a child stand before them, as word of it could lead to scorn. We outnumber them. We will confront Kato, if need be. Indeed, what is there to fear? The group began to arm themselves. Had they possessed weapons, their strength could rival that of ordinary samurai. Step back. Only two have come, and they are ninjas. Your presence here will only hinder me. Upon hearing this, Tazuna began to retreat his men. Against ninjas, they could not afford to be reckless, lest they become a burden to Naruto. After ensuring Tazuna's group had retreated, Naruto flicked his right hand, and a mechanical arm enveloped his right limb. Oh, is that not the young one from Konoha? Where are your companions? Kakashi Hatake, perhaps? I could give you time to summon them. Ha ha ha. Whoosh. Boom. A firework ascended, followed by a cheerful Naruto face appearing in the sky. In that moment, Zabuza fell silent. Child, do you think calling for reinforcements will allow you to escape your fate? You should pray instead for survival at my hands. Zabuza seethed at the sight of Naruto's firework display. His earlier jest had seemingly empowered the boy. Bye. I will handle this brat. You deal with the others. Yes. Lord Zabuza. Hearing their exchange, Naruto furrowed his brow. His greatest fears were indeed materializing. This must be resolved swiftly. With that, Naruto shook his right hand, causing the mechanical arm to vanish. Then, revealing a unique tattoo on his left hand, an array of 8 trigrams manifested, from which a belt soared forth. Naruto armor, merge. The armor coalesced. Cue the dramatic music. Mature readers, let your imagination run wild. Instantly, a golden armor enveloped Naruto, marking the official debut of Naruto armor to the world. The scene left not only Tazuna and his companions in awe, but even Zabuza frowned in apprehension. Everything about this situation felt amiss. Having already suffered from Naruto's mechanical arm, he could only dread what this new manifestation could entail. Assist me. We must subdue this boy. I sense something amiss. Yes, Lord Zabuza. Zabuza did not underestimate Naruto. In the world of ninjas, one should never belittle another, for countless prodigies existed, and those who did were often met with dire consequences. Onward. With a commanding shout, Zabuza transformed into a blade, charging at Naruto. Observing this, Naruto wasted no time, extending his right hand, from which a gun-like device emerged, targeting Bai. He was acutely aware of the strategy to eliminate the rear guard first, especially since Bai represented a significant source of firepower. Bai, noticing this, furrowed his brow as he prepared to evade and counterattack. Yet, just as he completed his hand seals, the approaching device halted around him, revealing itself to be a small, cylindrical explosive. Realizing this, Bai quickly altered his seals. Boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted, engulfing Bai's previous position in a massive conflagration, with shockwaves radiating outward. Bai? Zabuza roared, watching the chaos unfold with bloodshot eyes. Brat, I will kill you. Zabuza pivoted to launch an attack at Naruto, only to find Naruto already before him. Boom. A punch landed squarely on Zabuza's sword, sending him and his weapon flying over 20 meters. Before Zabuza could recover, Naruto appeared above him, delivering a spinning elbow strike. This was no ordinary maneuver. As Naruto spun, his right hand surged with chakra, amplifying his strength before the blow landed. Boom. Ga! Zabuza was brutally slammed into the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, utterly taken aback by the swiftness of the assault. Regaining his composure, Zabuza rolled away, leaping backwards several times. After all, he was a jonin, somewhat renowned in the ninja world, possessing considerable strength. Once grounded, Zabuza warily regarded Naruto, then swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, the surrounding mist thickened exponentially, reducing visibility to a mere meter. Upon witnessing the situation, Naruto promptly activated his thermal imaging. Once the thermal imaging was engaged, he discerned that Zabuza was examining the condition of his comrades. Simultaneously, Naruto observed that Haku seemed to have employed some ninjutsu to withstand the recent explosion. While he bore some injuries, they did not appear to be life-threatening. Recognizing this circumstance, Naruto was acutely aware of a fundamental truth. When one is weak, one must strike decisively. Subsequently, 2 offensive devices manifested upon his shoulders, resembling diminutive firearms. Bayu, Bayu, Bayu. A series of muffled gunshots resonated as the projectiles transformed into streaks of yellow light, hurtling towards Zabuza's vicinity. Beware. Evade. Zabuza sensed the incoming assault. After all, the surrounding fog was also a means of his offense, allowing him to perceive changes within it. As Naruto's attack commenced, Zabuza swiftly scooped up Haku and maneuvered to the side. With 2 consecutive leaps and a rapid evasion, Zabuza distanced himself from the epicenter of the attack. Nonetheless, Naruto's onslaught was not so easily avoided. The bullets he discharged detonated upon reaching Zabuza and Haku's vicinity, the first explosion lacking in power, merely releasing some components before the true assault commenced. In an instant, as the second explosion erupted, the surrounding air was momentarily depleted, followed by a violent explosion, resulting in a small mushroom cloud enveloping Zabuza and his companion's position. At that moment, the shockwave generated by the explosion dispersed the surrounding mist, seemingly restoring the area to its prior state, had it not been for the lingering scent of gunpowder and smoke from the battle. Dasna and the others might have believed nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Kakashi and his companions arrived. As they beheld the recently unarmored Naruto and the aftermath of the attack, silence enveloped the trio. "Naruto, what transpired?" Kakashi inquired. "Zabuza attempted to create trouble for us, but I drove him away," Naruto replied, his face alight with a grin. Kakashi, keenly aware that Naruto had glossed over numerous details, could surmise the nature of the recent skirmish from the scene before him and the distant mushroom cloud they had witnessed. Did he flee? Indeed, he escaped, albeit severely injured. Kakashi, upon hearing Naruto's assertion, swiftly moved to the explosion's epicenter to assess the situation. It did not take long for him to uncover clues. It appeared Zabuza had indeed eluded them, but the circumstances indicated he was grievously wounded. Observing the remnants of blood surrounding him, Kakashi deduced that Zabuza had likely utilized his sword to mitigate some of the explosion's damage before employing water release to escape. However, Naruto's assault was formidable. Chapter 66, The Drone. Confirming the enemy's retreat. Kakashi returned to the group and relayed his findings. Upon hearing this, Sakura and Sasuke turned their gazes toward Naruto, recalling Kakashi's earlier description of Zabuza as a genuine jonin, now bested by Naruto. From Kakashi's words, it was evident that had Zabuza lingered a moment longer, he would have met his demise. "Naruto, what kind of attack was that?" Sasuke inquired, eager to understand how his longtime companion had grown so powerful. It was a thermobaric bomb, an enhanced version of the original, possessing significant lethality. I had initially not intended to deploy it, as the bridge was nearing completion, but considering the safety of Dasna and the others, I had no choice but to conclude the battle swiftly. Had Dasna and the others not been present, Zabuza would have had no means of escape. As Naruto sighed, he expressed a silent vow to engage Zabuza in direct combat next time, to test his armor's melee capabilities, as he lacked an opportunity to experiment otherwise. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke and the others exchanged incredulous glances, pondering Naruto's desire for solitude during such encounters. However, Zabuza remained a threat. Allowing him to remain free was untenable, yet locating him posed its own challenges. Kakashi found himself in a predicament, given the current circumstances. Zabuza was likely to traverse the waterways, where their combat prowess would undoubtedly lag behind him. Furthermore, their fighting capabilities, unless united, could not afford to be scattered. While Naruto fared relatively well, he could not be allowed to face Zabuza alone due to his unique status. "We must search for him," Kakashi declared, biting his finger and performing the summoning technique. Boom! A cloud of smoke erupted, revealing several ninja hounds. "What is it, Kakashi?" "Pakin, I require your assistance in tracking someone." Kakashi then recounted the events to Pakin, who, upon hearing them, gestured for the hounds to follow the blood trail left by Zabuza, leading into the surrounding forest. "They are my summoning beasts, adept at tracking." How fascinating. Sakura and Sasuke marveled at Pakin, while Naruto felt a unique excitement at encountering a talking dog. "If only my dog, Gaara, could speak," Naruto mused, circling Pakin, eager to discern the differences between him and Gaara. "What do you intend to do? Don't you have a dog at home?" "There's nothing remarkable about this," Kakashi remarked, growing wary of Naruto's peculiar gaze toward Pakin. "Kakashi, what is wrong with this brat?" Pakin, sensing Naruto's odd interest, felt a twinge of fear, perceiving that Naruto viewed him not merely as a dog, but as a potential experimental subject. "Kakashi-sensei, may I hug him?" "Absolutely not," they all exclaimed. Pakin promptly darted behind Kakashi, convinced that Naruto harbored ulterior motives. "Well, if that's the case, I was merely curious to explore the differences between talking and non-talking creatures," Naruto stated, eliciting bemusement from those present. "Naruto, if I recall correctly, your dog is male, right?" Kakashi queried, his expression one of incredulity as Naruto's thoughts seemed increasingly erratic. "Male?" Pakin's countenance turned pale, realizing the implications. While he could accept a female, the notion of being a male dog was unsettling. I suppose so." Naruto chuckled, finally recalling that his dog was indeed male, prompting a re-evaluation of his plans. Meanwhile, far away in Konoha, Gaara was busily tending to the kitchen, retrieving leftovers from the refrigerator to prepare a meal. Woof, woof, woof. Gaara sneezed thrice, feeling a strange chill, sensing that someone might be plotting against him. However, compared to this, he lamented the dwindling food supply, sighing, "Master, when will you return? I'm running out of food." Returning to the matter at hand, Dasna and the others had begun their journey home, leaving the situation in Naruto and his companions' capable hands. They would only be able to continue bridge construction once Naruto and the others resolved the matter. Approximately half an hour later, Kakashi's ninja hounds returned, bringing back crucial information. The scope has been narrowed down. The next step is to either force them out or locate them. As Kakashi spoke, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes, emphasizing the urgency of resolving this matter swiftly. "Let me handle it," Naruto declared, retrieving a box from his pocket. Kakashi and the others, intrigued by this new contraption, watched eagerly as Naruto opened the box to reveal a rectangular device, various remote controls, and an object resembling an antenna. This is a remote-controlled drone, utilizing limitless electronics. Enough talk, just get on with it. Kakashi and his companions interrupted Naruto, eager to bypass the lengthy explanation. They were only interested in the device's purpose. Although slightly disheartened by their lack of interest, Naruto proceeded to operate the drone. As he skillfully maneuvered it, mechanical arms and propellers emerged from the rectangular body. And with a swift whir, the drone soared forward at an astonishing speed. Is it really that fast? Kakashi and the others gasped in astonishment, their surprise deepening when the display screen before them showcased live footage, seemingly captured by the drone. This revelation left them in awe, despite their inability to comprehend the underlying technology. Chapter 67. Life and Death, There's Something Amiss. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi and the others immediately turned to the screen. As the image enlarged, they discerned signs of activity, particularly amidst the splatters of blood, affirming their suspicions that Zabuza and his companion were indeed involved. As the drone advanced, it revealed a peculiar situation. Not only were Zabuza and his ally present, but they were also besieged by a multitude of warriors. However, the scene was quite extraordinary. Zabuza was being shielded by his companion, who faced the onslaught of attackers alone. Ice release. A rare bloodline limit, Kakashi noted, furrowing his brow, recognizing that internal strife had erupted among Zabuza's ranks. "Wait, is that Haku?" Naruto exclaimed, narrowing in on the figure protecting Zabuza. As the camera zoomed in, he realized it was the same person he had encountered in the forest, to whom he had taught how to prepare mushroom hot pot and identify surrounding fungi. "Naruto, do you know this person?" Kakashi and the others turned to him, surprised that he recognized an adversarial ninja. "Did I not mention meeting someone in the woods? This is him, Haku." Upon hearing Naruto's explanation, Kakashi and the others exchanged glances, astonished at this unexpected connection. "You two have shared a rather close encounter," one remarked. "Well, I was quite pleased chatting with him. I didn't consider any other implications." Kakashi and the others facepalmed, pondering when Naruto's naivete would ever improve. Just as they were lost for words, the situation with Zabuza took a dramatic turn. Boom. They all turned their gaze to the screen, witnessing Haku throw several explosive tags, forcing the surrounding warriors to retreat while simultaneously deterring their advance. Haku, burdened with Zabuza on his back, began a desperate flight. However, given his prior injuries and the relentless assault from the warriors, he was nearing his limits. He set Zabuza down and, wielding 1,000 needles, began to fend off the attackers. Yet, his chakra was severely depleted from his earlier confrontation with Naruto, rendering his struggle little more than a desperate attempt to hold on. Ice release. Haku attempted to perform the jutsu, but exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, tempting him to succumb to slumber. Yet, the thought of Zabuza behind him spurred him to press on, forming the necessary hand seals. Ice release. Secret technique. Crystal mirror. In an instant, an array of ice shards manifested, resembling mirrors, while Haku's silhouette darted within them, launching a relentless assault with his needles. Nonetheless, his attacks now lacked potency. Many were easily countered by the warriors. As several of their own fell, the warriors began to sense that Haku's offensive was waning, becoming less of a threat and more a mere delay tactic. Zabuza, struggling to rise, Zabuza, gravely injured, could barely discern the blurry figure of Haku, yet he recognized it intimately. Haku, dragging his painfully weakened body. Zabuza relied on his battered executioner's sword to press forward in a bid to assist Haku. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he watched in horror as Haku was besieged by warriors, gradually collapsing to the ground. "Haku!" Zabuza roared, unleashing the last vestiges of his chakra. Brandishing his sword as he charged at the warriors, "I will kill you." The warriors scattered in panic, knowing they could not afford to be caught in the path of his blade, for to be struck would spell disaster. They recognized Zabuza's dire state. They merely needed to delay him. He would soon collapse of his own accord. In his final moments, Zabuza's fury flared as he shouted, "Come on, face me. Weren't you all so brave just moments ago? Come on." The surrounding warriors, weapons in hand, remained cautious, refusing to advance unless Zabuza forced their hand. Gradually, Zabuza felt his strength ebbing away, his face growing pale, until he sank to his knees, leaning heavily on his sword, gasping for breath. "Haku, who would have thought the one to accompany me in my final moments would be you?" Zabuza scoffed weakly, his breaths becoming shallow, until he finally lay still beside Haku's lifeless body. "Go check it out." After a moment, Kato, sensing the time was right, ordered his men to investigate. A few warriors cautiously approached, intent on assessing Zabuza's condition. One warrior stepped forward, ready to examine him closely, but just as he neared, Zabuza lifted his head, madness gleaming in his eyes. "Haku, this is the feast I have prepared for you." With a sudden surge, Zabuza erupted, swinging his sword with lethal intent, decimating the nearby warriors in an instant, their blood spilling onto the ground, shocking all who bore witness. In his final act, Zabuza's chakra flared, and he hurled his executioner's sword toward Kato. "Save me, please." Kato, paralyzed with fear, stumbled backward as one of his comrades attempted to intercept the flying blade, redirecting its trajectory but still severing Kato's left hand in the process. Ultimately, Kato, an ordinary thug, was fortunate to have survived Zabuza's ambush. After executing this final act, Zabuza collapsed, his spirit extinguished. As the last remnants of light faded, Zabuza yearned to witness the beauty of this world one final time. At that moment, he noticed a peculiar object soaring through the sky, imbued with a distinct mechanical essence. The instant he set his eyes upon it, a smile broke across his face, followed by a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha. Haku, we have both lost." Just then, a spherical object plummeted from the heavens, a scene that only Zabuza perceived. Yet it mattered little to him as his consciousness began to dissolve. Nearby, Kato erupted in fury, shouting, "Tear Zabuza and his companion to shreds. Quickly, go and strike him down. For every blow you land, I'll reward you with 10,000. Observing his subordinates remain unmoved, Kato hastily offered a reward, prompting the surrounding warriors to charge towards the lifeless bodies of Zabuza and Haku. However, at that very moment, the spherical object descended, and just before it touched the ground, it detonated. In an instant, a vast expanse of white powder enveloped the area, centered around Kato and his men, extending 30 meters in radius. Following the explosion, a resounding boom echoed, accompanied by a mushroom cloud, the shockwave wreaking havoc within a 100-meter radius. Trees toppled, foliage stripped bare. Once the chaos subsided, the epicenter of the explosion lay barren, as if several meters had been forcefully carved away. Witnessing this spectacle, Kakashi suddenly felt an urge to smoke a cigarette to steady his nerves. He was left utterly astounded. The previous attack from Naruto had only been observed from a distance, arriving after it had concluded. Yet this recent display was witnessed in its entirety, particularly the shockwave that they could feel from afar, a searing heat they would likely never forget. Moreover, they had followed the entire event through the monitors, and the degree of astonishment was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. "Kakashi-sensei, you said to grant them a dignified death, and voila," Naruto exclaimed, giving Kakashi a thumbs up, eager for praise. Kakashi, however, remained speechless, gazing at Naruto with disbelief. "There's not even ash left of them. Dignified? What a joke." Chapter 68, I have a friend. This is the most dignified death you could offer them? Kakashi thought, feeling exasperated. Upon witnessing the fate that befell Haku and Zabuza, he anticipated Kato's subsequent actions. As a ninja, he intended to address Kato and ensure that Zabuza and Haku received a respectful end, at the very least allowing them to rest in peace. However, upon hearing Naruto's insistence to handle it himself, the current situation unfolded. Was that dignified? Those individuals had accompanied Zabuza and Haku to the afterlife. As for anything else, it seemed unnecessary since the dead could not be revived, regardless of how splendidly one might conduct things posthumously. "Naruto, is there a possibility?" Sasuke began. "What?" Naruto replied, curious about Sasuke's intentions, wondering if he had misspoken. "Zabuza and Haku were our enemies while alive. Most importantly, you were the one who left them in that state. Tell me, what could we have done while they were still alive?" Ouch. Naruto felt a bit awkward. It seemed to be an undeniable truth. "How about we go look around to see if we can find some ashes?" "Get lost," Sasuke and the others retorted in unison before turning away, leaving Naruto behind. After all, it was Naruto who had incapacitated Zabuza and Haku. And it was also Naruto who had attempted to grant them a final dignified moment. Now he wanted to sift through the ashes? Come on, be a decent person. Wait for me. Naruto called out hurriedly, retracting his drone and hastily following behind. However, on the way back, Kakashi suddenly recalled something significant, the summoning technique. Kakashi, you, Parker ranted, directing his fury at Kakashi. Had it not been for his other companions fleeing quickly, they would have become dog meat. Kid, was it your doing? I'll settle the score with you after I finish eating, Parker said, hastily devouring the delicious meal before him, his fellow ninja hounds joining him. Especially one with singed fur for which Naruto had even added a chicken leg. With the hounds calmed, Kakashi finally sighed in relief, returning to the camp to enjoy the feast. With Zabuza and Haku dealt with, Kato and Dazna confirmed through the photographs Naruto had taken, and the weight on their hearts finally lifted. Tonight was destined to be a night of revelry, with everyone indulging in food and drink. Dazna and the others, having remained tense for so long, finally felt liberated, allowing themselves to relax and celebrate. Naruto's beer. Kakashi pondered, recognizing the familiar taste of the drink in his hand. It was Naruto's beer, surprisingly making its way to this location. Glug, glug, glug. After a few sips, Kakashi's expression brightened. The refreshing beverage was perfect for the weather. It would be even better with some crawfish. Right, I can just ask Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, have you seen Naruto? Sasuke inquired, having overheard Kakashi's mention of the beer. Though he had not tasted beer, he relished Naruto's cola, which, paired with chilled crawfish, was an unbeatable combination. Yet, after scanning for a while, Sasuke realized Naruto was nowhere to be found. At that moment, Kakashi and Sakura also noted the absence of Naruto. Where could he have gone? He seemed to head off to deliver food to Parker, something he prepared himself. Damn it! Kakashi suddenly recalled a troubling thought and dashed towards Parker's location. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances, suspecting Naruto might be up to no good. Oh no! Just as they began to run, they heard Kakashi's horrified scream. They rushed over, and even some villagers joined in. Upon arrival, the scene that met their eyes was something akin to a primal display of canine behavior. Parker was engaged in various antics while Naruto stood beside him, offering guidance and diligently recording the events. Kakashi's eyes turned bloodshot at this sight, unable to process it. Just as he prepared to intervene, he noticed Parker had finished, but what came next left him wide-eyed with shock. All right, switch to the next one. Naruto. Kakashi's voice, tinged with irritation, echoed as he appeared beside Naruto, gripping his collar and lifting him up to meet his gaze. Tell me, what on earth are you doing? Kakashi, don't blame Naruto. It was my idea, Parker interjected before Naruto could respond, leaving Kakashi momentarily speechless. He knew what kind of summoning beast Parker was. There was no way it would agree to such antics without a deeper secret at play. Parker, are you certain? Absolutely. Parker nodded vigorously. Though he didn't want to partake in such antics. Even when Naruto had promised to prepare something delicious, it was irrelevant, for him. Food merely served as a seasoning for life, lacking true importance. However, shortly thereafter, a female dog appeared in the village. The moment Parker laid eyes on her, he was instantly captivated. After all, her coat was stunningly beautiful, akin to a supermodel in the realm of canines. Observing this scene, Naruto's mind began to race with various scenarios, particularly as he noticed the look of dejection on Parker's face after a fleeting glance at the female dog, juxtaposed with the desire glimmering in his eyes. Upon further analysis of Parker's predicament, Naruto speculated whether Parker was experiencing a midlife crisis, feeling helpless in his affections. Consequently, Naruto approached him and quietly inquired, only to elicit an unexpectedly intense reaction from Parker. Don't say such nonsense. I'm not. I'm perfectly fine. Upon hearing Parker's vehement denial, Naruto became convinced that his initial suspicion was indeed correct. He then leaned in to whisper some words into Parker's ear. Really? Don't deceive me. Why would I deceive you? Just wait a moment. I'll prepare something for you right now. In no time, Naruto concocted a medicinal broth on the spot, which he subsequently concentrated into a small blue pill. Given your situation, start with half a pill and remember to drink plenty of water. Parker eyed the pill with a mix of skepticism and hope, but ultimately decided to take it. Seeing this, Naruto hurriedly sought out the villagers and purchased every female dog available, offering them generous compensation. When some villagers inquired about the purpose, he candidly stated it was for breeding and even shared Parker's situation. Upon hearing about Parker's extraordinary circumstances, some villagers were so moved that they declined payment and even offered to deliver dogs to him, suggesting they could borrow more from neighboring villages if needed. Thus, Parker embarked on his breeding journey. After hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi and the others fell silent, while Sakura and the other women left, scolding him as a lecher. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached. Naruto, does that pill work for humans? The crowd turned their attention to him, intrigued. The man continued, I have a friend in need of such a remedy, and as his friend, I'm merely inquiring. Oh, a friend. The crowd exchanged knowing glances before shifting their focus back to Naruto, eager to discover whether it could indeed be used by humans. That pill was originally designed for people. I created it for myself as a stimulant. However, it underwent some molecular changes, resulting in this unique medication. Stop right there, we can't comprehend any of that. The crowd interrupted Naruto, accustomed to his lengthy explanations that often left them bewildered. They were solely interested in whether the pill was applicable to humans. Naruto, since the pill is usable for humans, could we perhaps obtain some? The middle-aged man, having learned it was indeed for human use, became visibly excited, confidently asserting that if he procured it, his friend would strut out the next day with newfound vigor. No problem, I can prepare it for you right here. But be cautious, this medication should not be taken in excess. Typically, half a pill suffices to avoid any life-threatening risks. Additionally, drink plenty of water afterward. The crowd nodded in agreement, all possessing a friend in need, pondering why they referred to them as such rather than themselves. After all, weren't they all friends? The following day, the entire village appeared rejuvenated, brimming with vitality, as if spring had returned. Most villagers emerged, radiating an invigorated spirit that was truly uplifting. Kakashi stretched lazily, observing the scene before him, unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Nearby, Sasuke regarded Naruto with an oddly inquisitive expression, his eyes seemingly brimming with unasked questions. What are you staring at, Sasuke? Naruto inquired, perplexed by Sasuke's gaze, fully aware of the thoughts swirling in his mind. Nothing. Just observing. Sasuke replied before heading toward the creek to continue his training. Meanwhile, Naruto followed Tazuna and the others to discuss the bridge construction, with Sakura also making her way to the previous training grounds, each person engrossed in their own pursuits. Kakashi surveyed his surroundings and suddenly felt a wave of boredom wash over him. He decided to lie on the grass, relishing this rare moment of tranquility and peace. Have I forgotten something? Kakashi pondered, but the thought eluded him. Perhaps he was indeed aging and experiencing a decline in memory? Regardless, he decided to take a nap and let it be. After an indeterminate period of slumber, Kakashi jolted awake. What the Parker? He exclaimed, performing a summoning technique to call forth Parker. Parker, appearing as though he had lost some weight, bore a frail demeanor. However, his eyes sparkled with excitement, still seemingly caught in the afterglow of the previous night's events. You're looking, well, there's nothing seriously amiss, just a little drained, Parker said with a goofy grin. He, Parker, the summoning beast, had experienced such a delightful occurrence. He felt utterly fulfilled. Kakashi facepalmed, imagining Parker's state last night. It was a scenario that, regardless of species, would likely evoke similar reactions even in humans. Of course, the aftermath of such experiences was a burden only one could bear. Yet, why was Naruto delving into such matters? Kakashi found himself puzzled, aware that Naruto was always experimenting with technological advancements. And Parker's condition seemed to fall under the biological category. Had Naruto previously researched this type of subject? With these thoughts in mind, Kakashi resolved to report back to the third Hokage upon returning, for there were matters only the Hokage and Naruto comprehended, leaving the implications of these developments to weigh on the Hokage's conscience. As the days turned into weeks, the bridge's construction was finally completed. Free from the hindrances posed by Kato and his ilk, the project progressed exceptionally smoothly. Additionally, some individuals from the Land of Waves, previously reliant on water transport, came to congratulate them upon witnessing the successful completion of the bridge. This was a reflection of the people's sentiments. They had heard of Kato's attempts to sabotage the construction, but now realized that the impact on their lives was minimal. Ultimately, if they had to shift from water to land transport, it merely meant a reduction in profits, which paled in comparison to the value of their lives. With the bridge completed, Tazuna and the others looked at Naruto, who, in a moment of confusion, watched as they engraved the words Naruto Bridge onto the plaque at the bridge's entrance. Naruto's contributions to the bridge's construction were immeasurable, as he had been involved in nearly every aspect of its development, even implementing various enhancements. Moreover, since Kato and his cohorts had been eliminated by Naruto, the name Naruto Bridge seemed fitting. Thank you all for your assistance during these days. At the village's entrance, Tazuna led the group to bid farewell to Naruto and his companions, expressing that without them, the bridge's completion might have been uncertain. Once we reach Konoha, we can ask around. My location is quite easy to find. Naruto reassured Tazuna as he departed, advising him to seek him out in Konoha for potential job opportunities, especially special positions. All right, once we've sorted things at home, we'll come to Konoha to find you. Tazuna nodded and waved goodbye to Naruto and the others, knowing that this farewell was merely a precursor to their reunion in just a few days. Initially, Tazuna contemplated retirement at his age, feeling that after a lifetime of toil, it was high time to rest. However, a few days prior, Naruto approached him with an enticing proposition to accompany him back to Konoha and join his team. Although Tazuna's heart was reluctant, the allure of Naruto's offer was too compelling to resist. Ultimately, he felt a sense of duty towards his daughter and grandson, and the prospect of earning a bit more at his age was rather appealing. The villagers whom Naruto had sought out were largely in similar predicaments, their finances already stretched thin. Amid the heartfelt farewells from Tazuna and the others, Naruto and his companions set forth on their journey back to Konoha, honking loudly. A peculiar four-wheeled motorcycle sped down the road. Discontent with their slow pace, Naruto pulled out a three-wheeled motorcycle from his pocket, realizing that they were 4 in number. Thus, he ingeniously modified the original design into a four-wheeled version, ensuring a smoother ride. Seated in the sidecar were Kakashi and Sakura, their expressions devoid of emotion as they observed Sasuke and Naruto. The sight of Sasuke's arm wrapped around Naruto's waist rendered them speechless. However, their confusion soon morphed into understanding as they heard Naruto's exuberant exclamations. Naruto, slow down. We're going to fall off. Naruto, can you ease up a bit? I'm about to be sick. The air resonated with their frantic cries, while Naruto, donned in goggles, piloted the four-wheeled motorcycle at breakneck speed. As he approached a sharp turn, he executed a daring maneuver, skirting perilously close to the drainage ditch. Naruto reveled in the thrill. But Kakashi and Sakura were not so fortunate, as the surrounding foliage relentlessly slapped against their faces. As dusk fell, the two disembarked from the motorcycle, sluggishly making their way to a nearby stream, yearning for a moment of tranquility. Their eyes were drawn to Sasuke, who had just exited the vehicle, only to witness him violently retching. In that moment, the trio grasped the extent of Naruto's recklessness, realizing he treated them rather less than human. What is wrong with you guys? Naruto inquired, oblivious to their plight. What's wrong? Can't you count to 13? Kakashi and Sakura glared at him, their irritation palpable as he continued to jest. Why didn't you say something earlier? The following day, Naruto donned his goggles, greeting the sunrise with enthusiasm as he revved the engine and set off. Leading the way was the four-wheeled motorcycle, trailed by three-wheeled counterparts. In light of the previous day's protest from Sasuke and the others, Naruto devised a solution. He would teach them how to ride motorcycles. Kakashi and the others adapted swiftly to the three-wheeled vehicles, mastering the basics in no time. Elated, they felt as though they had uncovered the essence of life, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of speed and adrenaline. They even began to perform stunts, completely forgetting the previous day's chaos, enjoying themselves even more than Naruto had. On a hillside, Sasuke led the charge, executing a daring leap, followed closely by Kakashi, Sakura, and Naruto. The dust swirling around them was a testament to the age-old adage, those who come in first will eat the dust of those who follow. By the afternoon, they arrived at the gates of Konoha, where the members of the Konoha F4 gazed in astonishment at Kakashi and Sasuke, their appearances covered in dust, especially Kakashi's hair, which was styled in an utterly unique fashion, all swept back. Kakashi, that has quite the look you've got. At that moment, Naruto and Sakura arrived, their own appearances hardly better, as if they were from entirely different worlds. Wow, is this a new product? The Konoha F4 encircled Naruto, their curiosity piqued by the four-wheeled motorcycle he had brought, well aware that anything Naruto introduced would soon make its debut. Oh, this is the four-wheeled motorcycle, freshly upgraded. While the three-wheeled ones Kakashi and the others are riding are the models slated for production. Where can we buy one? It should be available soon. Understood. We're all in the loop. Many in Konoha were familiar with Naruto's various inventions, eager to experience the latest innovations, albeit with a modicum of patience. Naruto-kun. Just as the Konoha F4 intended to inquire further, Hinata's voice chimed in. Naruto-kun, you've worked hard. Haha, it's nothing. Come on, let us go to my house. I'll whip up something delicious for you. Without hesitation, Naruto hopped onto the four-wheeler, patting the seat behind him. Hinata, undeterred by the dust clinging to Naruto, climbed aboard, shyly wrapping her arms around his waist. Witnessing this scene, others were not pleased. Naruto-kun, what about us? Kiba mimicked Hinata's tone, addressing Naruto, who seemed to ignore them and began to drive away. Surprisingly, Kiba's imitation was rather spot on. Oh, Kiba, you can join us too. No problem. Without delay, Kiba jumped into the sidecar of the four-wheeler, signaling Naruto to start the engine. Red Sensei, Shino, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get in, or you'll miss out. Reluctantly, Red and Shino complied, with Shino settling in the sidecar beside Sasuke, while Red took her place with Kakashi. Thus, the group set off towards Naruto's home. Upon arriving, Naruto felt an immense sense of relief, as he had returned to a place that felt familiar and welcoming. Red Sensei, please make yourselves comfortable. I'm going to take a shower. You all wait here. Sakura and I will be back shortly after we drop by our homes. After Kakashi spoke, he and Sakura departed, while Sasuke had been residing at Naruto's for some time and had spare clothes, unlike Kakashi and Sakura, who needed to return to their own homes first. Meanwhile, Red explored Naruto's abode, intrigued by the high-tech gadgets she had never encountered before. Just then, Gaara emerged from the kitchen, his expression puzzled as he surveyed Red and the others. They, in turn, were astonished to see him carrying a slightly burnt plate of fried rice. The sight left them utterly bewildered. Why was Naruto's dog walking upright and seemingly cooking? Kiba glanced at Gaara, then at Akamaru in his arms, his eyes betraying his thoughts. Akamaru, sensing Kiba's apprehension, barked vigorously. I'm sorry. Kiba quickly apologized, adopting a demeanor of utter humility. In that instant, Gaara recognized the return of his owner. Taking a deep breath, he beamed with joy, identifying the familiar scent of Naruto. After a moment, Gaara glanced at the fried rice in his paws and executed a swift kick, sending the dish sailing directly into the trash bin. This fried rice isn't even fit for a dog. The group stood there, momentarily stunned, utterly perplexed by Gaara's transformation. They did not harbor doubts for long when Naruto approached. However, upon noticing his damp hair, Kiba directly inquired, Naruto, don't you dry your hair? It's fine. Just watch me. Naruto replied, clapping his hands together. A gentle breeze soon enveloped him as he began to manipulate the wind between his palms, skillfully styling his hair in the process. Wind release can be used in such a manner? Ino, Sakura, and Kiba were all astonished, never expecting Naruto to wield wind release with such finesse. However, they were acutely aware of one thing. Not everyone possesses the prowess of Uzumaki Naruto, so they ought to refrain from attempting it themselves. Naruto-kun, I've placed your clothes in the washing machine. You can hang them out to dry later. Thank you, Hinata. At this point, both Ino and Shino were left bewildered. Had she already begun her transformation into the ideal wife? Kiba, however, merely wished to express, this is just the beginning. At that moment, the adorable dog, Akamaru, made his entrance, nuzzling against Naruto's leg and placing his food bowl at his feet. The intention was unmistakable. All right, I'll prepare something for you shortly. Upon hearing this, Akamaru obediently returned to his bed, his gaze fixed intently on the kitchen. Red Sensei, you all carry on for a bit. I'll head to the kitchen and start cooking. With that, Naruto entered the kitchen to commence his culinary endeavors. Whether it was Naruto's buoyant mood or something else entirely, today he was particularly spirited, fueled by a desire to showcase his culinary skills. He prepared a grand feast fit for royalty. As time passed, Kakashi and Sakura arrived at Naruto's home, while Sasuke, having finished his bath, went to chat with Hinata. Thus, everyone awaited Naruto's meal gradually. As evening fell, Naruto completed his sumptuous banquet and began to serve the dishes one by one. Gathered around an enormous round table, they surveyed the array of delicacies before them, questioning whether their party could possibly consume it all. What is under those covers? Kakashi pondered, momentarily taken aback. Just wait and see. Kiba chuckled, already anticipating the change in Kakashi's expression. Hearing Kiba's words, Kakashi, Ino, and the others who had yet to sample Naruto's extraordinary cuisine wore perplexed expressions. Was there a deeper meaning to this? Once all 108 dishes were prepared, Naruto took his seat, slapped the table, and as if by magic, beams of golden light erupted, lifting the lids off the dishes. Simultaneously, a golden dragon began to spiral around them, its roar echoing throughout Konoha. Many turned to the source of the dragon's cry, their initial curiosity swiftly returning to their usual demeanor. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned to face Naruto's home, retrieving a cigar from a nearby drawer. Naruto, you've just returned, and you're already stirring up trouble? However, the cigar created by Naruto was surprisingly exquisite. Inside Naruto's residence, Kakashi and the others were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. It was nothing short of miraculous. Let us eat, or the food will get cold. Seeing everyone hesitating, Naruto urged them on. At this, Kakashi and the others quickly picked up their chopsticks, eager to discover what set this feast apart from Naruto's usual fare. As the first bite entered their mouths, an explosion of flavors engulfed them, eliciting sensations akin to swimming in water, racing under a setting sun. or achieving tranquility akin to meditating on a mountain. However, Shino experienced something different. His insects seemed to awaken, as if spring had arrived, stirring with excitement. Each person became lost in their rapture, only to realize a more significant revelation. These dishes could enhance their chakra and even alter their meridians. In that moment, they all stared at Naruto, wide-eyed in disbelief. Chapter 71, Jiraiya. Before long, the meal was concluded, and Kakashi and his companions looked at Naruto, eager to speak but unsure how to broach the subject. Based on Kakashi's understanding of Naruto, he knew that any inquiry would lead to an avalanche of complex explanations, scientific in nature, yet utterly incomprehensible to them. At that moment, Sasuke, noticing Kakashi's dilemma, spoke up. Kakashi-sensei, after you leave, you'll likely be summoned to the Hokage's office. You'll know what to do from there. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Kakashi and Ino exchanged glances, grasping the implications. It appeared this was not the first time such a situation had arisen. Anyone who had previously tasted Naruto's cuisine had probably been called to the Hokage's office. Looks like we'll have to pay a visit to the Hokage's office, Kakashi remarked, rising once Hinata had finished her meal. He and the others proceeded toward the Hokage's office, where he also needed to report some matters to the third Hokage. Kakashi-sensei, Red-sensei, take care, Naruto called out as he saw them off. Once they departed, only Sasuke and Naruto remained. Sasuke hurried off to engage in romantic banter with Hinata, while Naruto dove into his laboratory, eager to conduct new experiments based on his recent discoveries. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, after Hiruzen Sarutobi had given some instructions, he allowed Kakashi and the others to leave. He found himself adept at managing such matters now. Are you not coming in? Hiruzen asked, taking a puff from his cigar and gazing out the window, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Oh dear, I merely wanted to surprise you, old man. Jiraiya grinned sheepishly as he climbed through the window. Having just arrived, he had overheard the conversation, and since Hiruzen hadn't objected, he settled in to listen. However, upon hearing the details, he was taken aback. Naruto's son has become this impressive? When did he return? Just came back. It's been a while since he last visited. I thought I'd check in. And what a shocking revelation I stumbled upon. Is this truly shocking? You'll soon discover what the real surprises are. And then you'll have your own headaches. Is this not shocking enough? What do you mean I'll have headaches, old man? Quickly, Jiraiya grasped the crux of the situation, sensing that Hiruzen intended to pass a burdensome responsibility onto him. In a few days, the Chunin exams will commence, and all sorts of creatures will emerge. Here, take a look at this. Hiruzen handed a document to Jiraiya, stepping to the window to survey Konoha, especially the peculiar buildings surrounding Naruto's home. He had a feeling this Chunin exam would not be a peaceful affair. Jiraiya, puzzled, took the document and began to peruse it. As he read, his brow furrowed. Why are there so many spies from other ninja villages? Some ancient spies have even been reactivated. Is it truly that serious? Indeed, Jiraiya, the reality is far graver than you can imagine. Look at these documents, and you'll understand, Hiruzen declared, clapping his hands together. In response, a scroll appeared, revealing information regarding Naruto's technological inventions, including various technologies that had been temporarily sealed. As Jiraiya slowly examined the contents, his eyes widened in disbelief, and by the end, he began to question everything he thought he knew. This, I can't say for certain, but if Orochimaru were here, they would undoubtedly become fast friends. As Jiraiya uttered those words, he instantly realized he had erred. The matter concerning Orochimaru had long been a thorn in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Having just reunited, wasn't he merely stirring up trouble? Alas, it had become inconsequential. For in light of Naruto's escapades, save for the forbidden practices he had refrained from engaging in, his actions surpassed those of Orochimaru in both quantity and audacity. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression revealed his turmoil, as he yearned to convey to Jiraiya, do you comprehend how my years have been spent? It has been nothing but mopping up after Naruto or being en route to do so. For Hiruzen, his feelings towards Naruto were a tumultuous blend of affection and exasperation, particularly around the year's end when Naruto's knack for causing chaos was as punctual as the financial reports of Konoha, invariably culminating in a significant incident. He had even calculated that Naruto would cause minor disturbances every 3 months, reserving something grand for the year's conclusion, akin to a performance review. At that moment, Jiraiya observed the ceaseless changes in Hiruzen's countenance, and coupled with the revelations Hiruzen had just shared, he felt an ominous sense of spiraling into the abyss. Gulp. Jiraiya swallowed nervously, casting a timid glance at Hiruzen. Old man, perhaps I should reconsider. Reconsider? How naive. You are the most suitable for this role in Konoha, both in terms of your identity and your connections. I cannot envision another candidate. Well, you could seek out others. You must have some loyal confidants from these years. Hiruzen turned to Jiraiya. Do you think those individuals can spare any time? In that moment, Jiraiya fell silent. He had just witnessed some of Naruto's techniques. It wasn't that he didn't wish to engage, but rather that he lacked trustworthy individuals. While standard techniques could suffice, any specialized skills would remain under Hiruzen's discretion, reserved for those within his inner circle. Very well, it is settled. You may take your time to understand Naruto's situation. Also, take him out more often. Were it not for the 9 tails, I would have lost track of how many times he nearly met an untimely end. Hearing this, Jiraiya was even more perplexed. What do you mean by nearly meeting an untimely end? The timing is just right. Allow me to treat you to a meal. With that, Hiruzen led a bewildered Jiraiya towards Naruto's residence. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and the door swung open, revealing not Naruto nor Sasuke, but rather Kage. Hiruzen regarded Kage, surveying the surroundings. Has Naruto concocted yet another peculiar scheme? Upon seeing Hiruzen, Kage dashed to his doghouse and tapped a few buttons on the display screen inside. Shortly thereafter, Naruto returned home from the laboratory. Grandpa third. Oh, who is this uncle? After receiving Kage's alert, Naruto had rushed over, but the white-haired elder before him was quite unfamiliar. Initially, he had assumed this man might be a member of the Umbu or some other ninja, as he was accustomed to the presence of individuals around the third Hokage. However, upon witnessing the elder enter his home, he recognized him as a guest brought by Hiruzen. This is Jiraiya, my student and your temporary instructor, tasked with imparting knowledge regarding ninjutsu training. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, he was the student of the third Hokage, which sounded immensely impressive. Jiraiya reveled in Naruto's admiration, feeling quite pleased, and thought to himself that he would make sure to teach the boy more in due course. As he gazed upon Naruto's golden locks, he was involuntarily reminded of Minato Namikaze. With that thought, Jiraiya's expression softened significantly. Little Naruto, we have come over. Want you invite us for a meal? I completely forgot. Grandpa third, you all make yourselves comfortable while I prepare dinner. After brewing tea for Hiruzen and Jiraiya, Naruto hurried to the kitchen. Just then, Sasuke stepped out of his room and, upon spotting Hiruzen, felt a jolt of alarm. Had Naruto once again stirred up trouble, prompting a personal visit from the third Hokage? Hokage-sama, has Naruto caused any disturbances? Haha, Sasuke, rest assured, we are merely here to share a meal, nothing more. That is a relief. Jiraiya regarded Sasuke with a puzzled expression. What was the Uchiha heir doing here? Moreover, why did it seem that everyone assumed Naruto was only capable of causing chaos? Dreadfully, it seemed that Naruto's antics were even more alarming than he had previously surmised. What are you musing about? Dinner is about to be served. After a hearty meal, Jiraiya, feeling a pleasant buzz from the craft beer Naruto had brewed, began to boast, spinning tales from across the realms. Naturally, some of his embellishments were fanciful, while Sarutobi Hiruzen simply listened to Jiraiya's various anecdotes, and Sasuke took them as mere entertainment. However, Naruto was utterly captivated. Wow, how cool. Is that true? Will I get to see it someday? In his tipsy state, Jiraiya, noticing Naruto's starry-eyed admiration, felt a surge of pride, embracing Naruto as he embarked on a boisterous spree of self-aggrandizement, to the point of nearly elevating himself to the status of sage of 6 paths. Observing this spectacle, Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly sipped his tea, a smile gracing his features. In that moment, Hiruzen felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and relief, as if he had shed decades from his age. Sasuke, standing nearby, regarded Jiraiya with a contemplative gaze. Through Jiraiya's grandiose tales, Sasuke discerned that this man was indeed a disciple of the third Hokage, possessing considerable strength. However, he sensed a certain unreliability in Jiraiya's demeanor. Most notably, as he observed Hiruzen's expression, he felt an unsettling notion that Jiraiya was venturing towards an abyss, one that appeared unfathomably deep. Contemplating this, Sasuke could only silently pray for the legendary Sannin, hoping that upon awakening the next day, he would be able to face reality with equanimity. Chapter 72, The Perils of Boasting. The following day, Jiraiya awoke from a restless slumber, rubbing his slightly aching head as he surveyed his surroundings. Still in a state of bewilderment, did I truly drink myself into oblivion last night? Reflecting on the previous evening, he felt a sense of resignation. The company of Naruto and the old man had induced a wave of nostalgia, leading him to indulge a bit too freely. However, the events of the latter part of the evening eluded his memory. Surveying the room, he recognized the distinctly technological decor, affirming that he was indeed in Naruto's home. After all, Such a unique style of decoration was unmatched throughout the entirety of Konoha. Stepping outside his room, Jiraiya discovered a special clay pot on the table, accompanied by a note that read hangover porridge in bold letters. How thoughtful of Naruto. Upon seeing Jiraiya emerge, Kage returned to his doghouse and began to call for Naruto. Naruto had informed him the night before that he should alert him as soon as Jiraiya awoke. Just as Jiraiya took a few sips of the hangover remedy to soothe his stomach, he noticed Naruto sprinting towards him from the direction of the laboratory. Teacher Jiraiya, I'm here. When are we setting off? I've been ready since last night. Upon hearing Naruto's exuberant declaration, Jiraiya nearly choked. All he wished to know was what he had said the previous night. Ahem, Naruto, we can't rush into things. We must take it one step at a time. First, tell me what you most wish to accomplish. Admitting to his own boasting was not an option for Jiraiya. Whatever he had said was of little consequence. He would wait for Naruto to bring it up. If it wasn't too outrageous, perhaps he could maintain the facade. Should it prove too far-fetched, he could easily change the subject or concoct an excuse. I yearn to witness that enchanting world of summoning, Master Jiraiya. You once mentioned that you entered such a realm and even saved it, engaging in heroic acts of valor. I do not seek the grandeur of heroism. I merely wish to behold the wonders of that mystical world. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. Did he truly speak of such things the previous night? The realm of summoning. Was he not referring to Myobo-Kuzan? Nevertheless, there are prerequisites to enter that world. I understand. I will strive to meet the requirements. Naruto replied earnestly, determined to enter that marvelous realm, willing to do whatever it took. Observing Naruto's serious demeanor, Jiraiya felt a sense of being ensnared by the old man's trickery. With no other option, after finishing his hangover porridge, Jiraiya led Naruto to a certain location in the village. At a hot spring in Konoha. Naruto's eyes reflected confusion as he asked, Master Jiraiya, are you certain this is where the wondrous summoning world is? Indeed. Do not underestimate this place. It serves as a trial. Only by passing this trial can one gain the privilege to enter the summoning world. With that, Jiraiya eagerly sought a prime vantage point, one he had previously scouted. Suddenly, he turned back. Oh, and remember, I am not your teacher. You must call me the Toad Sage. Understood, Master Jiraiya. Naruto responded before making his way into the hot spring. Jiraiya settled into his chosen spot, ready to appreciate the artistry, only to discover that Naruto was nowhere to be found. Where's that brat? Jiraiya was startled by the sight of Naruto emerging from the hot spring, prompting him to rush over and pull Naruto away. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you not know that haste makes waste? Keep up with me. I will teach you once, so pay close attention and learn well. Naruto wished to voice his thoughts, but Jiraiya provided no opportunity, compelling him to follow along. After a while, they stealthily climbed atop a wall, where Jiraiya peered through a monocular at the women's hot spring. However, as he gazed, he found himself utterly bewildered. Where have all those lovely legs gone? Where are the beautiful women? How can they simply vanish? Jiraiya began scanning the area with the monocular, only to find many women exiting the hot spring, appearing quite cheerful. What is going on? Jiraiya mused, perplexed. Were they not just bathing? Why are they leaving suddenly? Is there something amiss with this hot spring? Yet, observing their expressions, it hardly seemed like the hot spring was the issue. This feels rather off, he muttered. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto interjected, Master Jiraiya, it was I who made them leave. Did you not say we had to undergo a trial? I simply purchased the hot spring and compensated them, ensuring we would not be disturbed during our trial. By the way, Master Jiraiya, when does our assessment begin? Upon hearing Naruto's explanation, Jiraiya gazed at him in astonishment, thinking to himself, what is so great about having money? The first trial is complete. Let us proceed to the second. Jiraiya, feeling compelled to offer more substantial training, led Naruto to the riverbank to teach him the jutsu known as the Rasengan. This technique, called Rasengan, is an elemental-free jutsu created by the fourth Hokage. Few can master it, but you must, Master Jiraiya. Weren't we supposed to go to the wondrous summoning world? Once again, I am not your teacher. Call me the Toad Sage. Furthermore, to enter that world, you must earn my approval. If you cannot master this Rasengan, you may forget about that realm. With that, Jiraiya leaned against a nearby tree, preparing to take a nap. Before closing his eyes, he added, by the way, you have 3 days. If you do not learn it by then, the opportunity will slip away. Nodding in response, Naruto affirmed, I will do my best. Thus, Naruto began practicing the Rasengan. After several attempts, he mastered it, but his ambitions extended beyond mere mastery. Subsequently, Naruto began to experiment with the Rasengan, integrating it with his wind release techniques, leading to the emergence of new jutsu. As the sun began to set, Jiraiya stretched, bleary-eyed, surveying his surroundings. Where is Naruto? Master Jiraiya, you're awake. Come quickly, I am cooking fish. Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Jiraiya turned to see Naruto grilling fish not far away. The aroma wafting through the air was undeniably enticing. I shall not hold back, Jiraiya exclaimed, grabbing a fish and taking a bite. The flavor was exquisite, surpassing any description. It was simply divine. After savoring one fish, Jiraiya prepared to reach for a second, only to remember Naruto's progress with the Rasengan. As he opened his mouth to speak, he observed Naruto gutting a fish. Once the gills and entrails were removed, Naruto summoned the Rasengan in his left hand and placed the prepared fish within it. To Jiraiya's astonishment, the fish began to scale itself and was sliced into delicate pieces. Once completed, Naruto placed the fish into a pot, and moments later, a hot oil bath transformed it into a delectable dish. Have you truly mastered the Rasengan? Jiraiya inquired, eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, Master Jiraiya. Look at my technique. Furthermore, I've improved the Rasengan by integrating it with wind release, developing numerous practical variations. With that, Naruto proceeded to demonstrate his innovations, showcasing various forms of the Rasengan, including the cutting Rasengan and the meatball Rasengan, revealing an astonishing array of techniques. Master Jiraiya, I never anticipated the Rasengan could be utilized in such ways. Combining it with wind release has made it even more effective. Naruto excitedly shared his insights, even revealing his inspirations to Jiraiya. After listening to Naruto, Jiraiya felt his own comprehension of the Rasengan was rather superficial compared to Naruto's profound understanding. It was humbling to realize that all of Naruto's revelations had come in a single afternoon. Master Jiraiya, when shall we venture to that summoning world? Naruto's eager gaze prompted a sheepish smile from Jiraiya. Given the late hour, it would be impolite to intrude upon them now. We shall discuss it further tomorrow. Realizing the appropriateness of waiting, Naruto agreed. Very well, we shall go tomorrow. With Naruto temporarily relinquishing his quest, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he would not be dragged to Myobokuzen without preparation. It seemed necessary to confer with Fukasaku and Shima about imparting certain teachings to Naruto. After all, early or late, instruction must occur. As Jiraiya observed Naruto's joyful expression, a complex look crossed his face. Night swiftly descended, and Jiraiya departed to return to his abode. The night passed quickly, and the following morning, Jiraiya awoke, refreshed and ready to embark on their journey, only to find Naruto waiting at his doorstep. Master Jiraiya, shall we venture into that world of summoning today? Observing Naruto's eager expression, Jiraiya couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Is there a need for such excitement? Very well, let us proceed to that place we visited yesterday. However, you must brace yourself mentally. Upon hearing this, Naruto's face lit up with exhilaration. No problem, Master Jiraiya. Should I prepare some gifts? After all, it's my first visit, and I wish to leave a good impression. No need for that. Chapter 73, The Great Toad Sage. By the stream, Jiraiya began to form hand seals, summoning technique. Boom. A massive cloud of smoke erupted, and soon, Gamakichi appeared before Naruto. Jiraiya, what do you want with me? After emerging, Gamakichi surveyed the surroundings and, upon noticing the absence of combat, turned his gaze back to Jiraiya, questioning whether the old man had taken some peculiar medicine to summon him so casually. I was merely instructing my junior. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head sheepishly and gestured towards Naruto. Gamakichi squinted at Naruto, feeling an uncanny familiarity reminiscent of Minato, especially when Naruto smiled. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the fourth Hokage. Realizing this, Gamakichi turned to Jiraiya, his eyes communicating a silent understanding, to which Jiraiya nodded in affirmation. Gamakichi then bent down to scrutinize Naruto closely, increasingly astonished by the resemblance. Wow, a giant toad, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Jiraiya's earlier words rang true. Gamakichi's immense stature was beyond what one would expect from the ninja world. Having perused numerous documents, particularly those in the second Hokage's notes, he had learned that the summoning world was a unique realm, teeming with untold riches in some high-tier summoning worlds. Jiraiya, why does this little brat's gaze seem a bit off? Gamakichi questioned, noticing a strange look in Naruto's eyes. Initially, Naruto had exuded eagerness and awe, but now there was an unsettling intensity that made Gamakichi uneasy. It's nothing, just a child. Your impressive stature naturally incites curiosity, Jiraiya replied, somewhat uncertain about Naruto's demeanor since they had not spent much time together, but the old man's notes suggested that Naruto was not one to be underestimated. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, Gamakichi transformed into a puff of smoke and vanished. Master Jiraiya, I wish to learn this. Naruto hurriedly approached Jiraiya, pleading fervently. He understood that summoning involved signing a contract, and without it, unforeseen complications could arise. Calm down, take your time. Now, let us get to the summoning scroll. Jiraiya unfurled the scroll. By the way, Naruto, have you ever practiced summoning before? Sort of, but it was just to summon objects. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya paused, pondering whether Naruto's ability was indeed what he thought. Hadn't the old man indicated that Naruto's talent didn't quite align with traditional summoning techniques? Naruto, could you demonstrate it for me? Sure. Without hesitation, Naruto clapped his hands together, and the Book of Seals appeared before him. Seeing the Book of Seals, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. How could Naruto summon it so effortlessly? He recalled how he had to pester the old man for ages just to glimpse a single technique within it. Yet here was Naruto, casually accessing it. This treatment made him feel that even Orochimaru was a mere novice in comparison. What is it, Master Jiraiya? Call me the Toad Sage. Jiraiya's frustration mounted as he decided to let Naruto practice on his own, preferring to observe rather than interfere. There was no shortcut to mastering the summoning technique. One simply had to summon. After signing the contract, Naruto mimicked Jiraiya's hand seals, then slapped his palm onto the ground. Instantly, an enormous summoning circle materialized. And at that moment, Naruto felt an inexplicable sense of destiny guiding him. Jiraiya, witnessing the expansive summoning circle, felt a jolt of surprise. Surely, it wouldn't summon Gamakichi all at once, would it? Boom. A colossal cloud of smoke erupted, and then, tadpoles. Naruto, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Jiraiya burst into laughter, having expected something grand, only to find that the result was utterly anticlimactic. More akin to a light drizzle than a torrential downpour. Naruto frowned as he beheld the tadpole before him. Strangely, he could sense the creature's excitement upon seeing him. When you grow up, I'll summon you again, Naruto said, patting the tadpole's head before dispelling the summoning. Just then, he felt an inexplicable pull again and, without hesitation, slapped his palm down once more. Summoning technique. Boom. Once more, the same situation unfolded, but... Naruto, do you not feel one summoning was enough? Are you aiming for a second round? My teeth are about to wear out from laughing. Remember to repay me. Jiraiya couldn't contain his amusement, but Naruto was not deterred. Furrowing his brow, he regarded the new tadpole, recognizing it was different from the previous one, with distinct markings and features. After comforting the tadpole once more, he dismissed the summoning. This time felt different. As Naruto prepared for yet another summoning, he sensed a unique guidance urging him forward. Unlike the previous two tadpoles, this sensation felt almost divine. Without hesitation, he slapped his palm down again. Jiraiya was ready to laugh at the unfolding spectacle, but when he beheld what Naruto summoned, his expression morphed into one of astonishment. The Great Toad Sage. Little Jiraiya? The Great Toad Sage surveyed the surroundings, puzzled, following an unseen guiding force. He had expected a revelation, yet found himself here instead. Is this the ninja world? Then, the Great Toad Sage's gaze fell upon Naruto, realizing that the one who summoned him could not be Jiraiya, but rather Naruto himself. In that moment, it felt as though an eternity passed, as the Great Toad Sage beheld an enormous metallic construct engaged in combat with something, and within that iron behemoth sat none other than Naruto. What? Despite the Great Toad Sage's vast experiences, even having witnessed the Susanoo countless times, he found this new phenomenon utterly perplexing. Was it a variant of Susanoo? The Great Toad Sage pondered the implications of such a future. Before he could respond, an ominous prophecy loomed ahead. Chapter 74, Mayaboko Mountain. We must trust in science. Technology is the foremost productive force. To attain wealth, one must first build roads. Planting trees is akin to planting wealth. Afforestation is the path to prosperity. In the vision, Naruto stood atop a high platform, gesturing grandly as throngs of people followed behind him, though their features remained indistinct. At this moment, the Great Toad Sage found himself in a state of bewilderment. The earlier prophecy foretold the emergence of a child of prophecy within the ninja world. Yet with Naruto's current predicament, it seemed that the so-called child of prophecy was not as extraordinary as anticipated. Was this indeed the prophesied individual? Hearing the Great Toad Sage's words, Jiraiya was equally perplexed. What did he mean by also a child of prophecy? After uttering this, the Great Toad Sage turned to Jiraiya and said, "Young Jiraiya, when will you bring him to Mount Mayaboko?" With that, he transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished. Naruto, witnessing this, felt a twinge of disappointment. He had just begun to ascertain that the Great Toad Sage was undoubtedly a figure of significance in the summoning realm. He had been contemplating whether he could request a visit to the summoning world, but instead, The great Toad Sage had only spouted strange phrases upon his arrival. At one point, Naruto even wondered if the sage was suffering from senility. However, upon hearing the sage's final remarks, Naruto's spirits soared. The arrival of this unexpected joy was truly overwhelming. Jiraiya-sensei, let us venture to the summoning world. Observing Naruto's excited demeanor, Jiraiya could only sigh in resignation. However, before embarking on this journey, he needed to inform the old man, for the sudden disappearance of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would surely cause an uproar in Konohagakure. Naruto, go home and prepare. We might be staying at Mount Myaboku for a while. We shall depart tomorrow morning. Understood, exclaimed Naruto, bouncing away with enthusiasm. Watching Naruto's exuberance, Jiraiya couldn't help but shake his head before heading toward the Hokage's office. Upon returning home, Naruto began packing various items and shared his situation with Sasuke. Upon learning that Naruto would accompany Jiraiya to Mount Myaboku, Sasuke felt an inexplicable urge to grow stronger quickly. Just be careful, he advised. Sasuke, what are you worried about? Mount Myaboku is perfectly safe. I've already signed the summoning contract, so they wouldn't harm me. I can't speak for others, but as for you, it's not guaranteed. Be cautious, or if you get into trouble, I won't be able to retrieve your body. Sasuke, you're overthinking this. Sasuke merely responded with a dismissive heh. Given Naruto's reputation for causing chaos, the entire village was well aware of his knack for trouble. Later, Naruto visited Hinata's home. But he only encountered a rather unusual individual, Neji Hyuga. I understand. I will relay your message to her, Neji said curtly before shutting the door, leaving Naruto bewildered at the entrance. But I hadn't finished speaking. Naruto scratched his head, feeling an underlying hostility from Neji that he couldn't quite comprehend. Did Hinata somehow offend him? Yet, Hinata's nature hardly seemed capable of such offense. Puzzled, Naruto resolved to inquire about it later. After leaving Hinata's residence, he returned home to finalize some experiments while also arranging matters for the future. As for Shikamaru and the others, Sasuke would inform them later. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Jiraiya conveyed the situation, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to let out a long sigh. Jiraiya, remember that Naruto is Minato's son, the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, and your student. If he gets into any trouble, you must protect him. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was filled with questions. Old man, your words are rather intimidating. Don't worry. I've managed just fine all these years. What are you afraid of? I trust you, Jiraiya. You are my student. You cannot afford to be timid. Go forth. Sarutobi patted Jiraiya on the shoulder with an encouraging expression. This scene brought forth a wave of nostalgia for Jiraiya, reminiscent of his childhood. After all these years, he never expected such support from his teacher. Yet, this only heightened his apprehension. Soon enough, Jiraiya departed, while Sarutobi gazed out the window, reflecting, at last. Naruto won't be my headache tonight. Perhaps I should celebrate and invite Danzo to lighten the mood. The following day, Naruto met up with Jiraiya, but he was burdened with an enormous backpack. Is that all you're bringing? Jiraiya questioned, bemused. Today, he intended to impart a lesson to Naruto about the importance of proper preparation when venturing into the unknown. Let us get ready. We shall depart. Reverse summoning technique. Boom. Arriving at Mount Myaboku, Naruto and Jiraiya were greeted by an array of toads, many of whom recognized Jiraiya and enthusiastically called out to him. However, they were even more intrigued by Naruto. It had been countless years since any humans had visited Mount Myaboku, and they were thrilled to meet Naruto. Particularly some younger toads eager to become familiar with him in hopes of being summoned to the ninja world to witness its wonders. For many of these toads, being summoned to the ninja realm was akin to traveling abroad, filled with excitement. Naruto, too, was captivated by the scene, greeting each toad that approached him. Jiraiya remained silent, content to observe, knowing that they would be staying here for an extended period. It was beneficial for Naruto to become acquainted with the residents of Mount Myaboku. As they strolled, toads emerged to see the spectacle, unaware that Naruto was also observing them. Eventually, when he encountered some particularly unique toads, a lens appeared in his right eye, allowing him to scrutinize them closely. In that moment, Naruto felt like a celebrity at Mount Myaboku, with the toads pointing and whispering among themselves. Senpai, young Jiraiya, the great toad sage has instructed us to take you both with us. Yes. Chapter 75, Photographs. Inside a small cabin, Naruto gazed around in wonder at the decorations, his curiosity piqued. He eagerly picked up various objects to examine them. This is simply magnificent. Holding a magnifying glass, he inspected a ceramic jar, noticing some peculiar substances within, though he was uncertain of their nature and planned to investigate further. Could you calm down a bit? There will be plenty of time to conduct your research later. For now, focus on organizing your bedroom. Jiraiya suggested nonchalantly as he headed to his own room. He had previously visited and knew where his quarters were. As for Naruto's room, it had once belonged to Minato, now serving as an heirloom of sorts. Naruto remained silent, setting about tidying up. He began to unpack an array of instruments, books, and research materials from his backpack. Jiraiya observed this with astonishment. What on earth is in that backpack of yours? It's capable of holding so much. He had just seen Naruto attempt to extract an enormous research table, but had to abandon the idea due to space constraints. If only it were a little larger. Hearing Naruto's complaint, Jiraiya couldn't help but cover his forehead in exasperation. At dinner, I'll speak with the great sage and arrange for you to have a bigger space for your experiments. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Even as he cleaned. As Naruto was nearing the completion of his cleaning duties, an object fell to the ground. Upon picking it up, he discovered it was a picture frame. To his surprise, it contained a photograph of a golden-haired man and a crimson-haired woman, unmistakably a couple. How did this photograph end up here? Moreover, why did he feel a strange sense of familiarity with the man? Gazing at the two figures captured in the frame, Naruto felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. However, his attention was particularly drawn to the man, as he seemed to recall having seen him before. What photograph? Jiraiya's voice broke Naruto's reverie. Observing the interruption, Naruto turned the frame to show Jiraiya the front. Upon viewing the image, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at Naruto. Falling silent for a few seconds. This is a photo of my student. Isn't he handsome? And the girl beside him is his wife. Isn't she beautiful? Jiraiya proclaimed. Hands on his hips, wearing a rather smug expression. Yes, quite handsome and beautiful indeed. But why do I feel like I've seen this man before? As Naruto pondered, Jiraiya, with a gentle smile, offered a clue. The Hokage Rock, or perhaps the Hokage office. At these words, Naruto was slightly taken aback, and as memories flooded back, he realized the man in the photograph was the fourth Hokage. Correct. Am I not impressive? At that moment, Jiraiya felt a surge of pride. As if he were basking in glory, the sunlight streaming through the window accentuating his radiant demeanor. Jiraiya-sensei is the best. But what should I do with this photograph? Jiraiya mused, stroking his chin and surveying the surroundings before looking back at Naruto. You two seem destined to cross paths. This very room was once inhabited by Minato. Consider this photograph a gift, something for you to cherish. Remember to keep it safe when you return. Think about it. This photograph is a rare treasure of the fourth Hokage. Aside from the one in the Hokage office, there are none others like it. Does that not evoke a sense of special honor? Hearing this, Naruto fell silent for a moment, glancing at the photograph again, and nodded. Indeed, he felt a unique sense of pride. By the way, Jiraiya-sensei, could you tell me more about the fourth Hokage? And what about this woman? I am eager to learn. Absolutely, this is a rare opportunity. I possess knowledge of many secrets that others do not. Jiraiya straightened up slightly and began recounting the tale of Minato and Kushina, embellishing certain aspects with his characteristic flair. It all began in a classroom. Let me tell you about my student, Namikaze Minato, who was exceptional from a young age. Jiraiya spoke at length, and even as he reached a point where he felt unsatisfied with his narrative, he managed to procure a few bottles of Naruto's sake and began to drink. By evening, Jiraiya had indulged to the point of inebriation, necessitating Naruto to escort him back to his quarters. Meanwhile, Naruto found himself gazing absently at the sunset in the distance. At that moment, Sage Jiraiya entered, bearing a platter of peculiar delicacies. Oh, where's little Jiraiya? Jiraiya-sensei is drunk and fast asleep. How did he get drunk so quickly? He just arrived at Myaboka Mountain. Perhaps he was reminded of certain memories. At this point, Sage Jiraiya paid little heed to Jiraiya's condition, fully aware that the latter could only truly relax in a place like Myaboka Mountain. By the way, little one, you must be Uzumaki Naruto. Indeed, Sage Jiraiya. I am Uzumaki Naruto. You may simply call me Naruto. From the Uzumaki clan? I see. Come, Naruto, indulge in the culinary delights of Myaboka Mountain. With that, Sage Jiraiya presented a bowl teeming with wriggling insects, accompanied by several unfamiliar vegetables. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Even as a top-tier chef who had encountered all manner of dark cuisine, this dish challenged his perception of culinary boundaries. What's wrong? Are you repulsed? We have little else here in Myaboka Mountain. These insects are our main fare. Not at all. It's quite tolerable. It shouldn't reach the level of vegetable juice. Sage Jiraiya beamed at Naruto's words, pleased despite recognizing them as mere politeness. However, she was particularly intrigued by the mention of vegetable juice, curious as to why it could compare favorably in a human's palate against her culinary creations. It is worth noting that both Jiraiya and Minato had struggled to accept such dishes upon their arrival at Mayaboka Mountain. Without further ado, Naruto picked up one of the insects and popped it into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. After several bites, his brow furrowed. How is it? If it doesn't suit your taste, feel free to spit it out. Sage Jiraiya observed Naruto's reaction with disappointment. She had vowed to earn the approval of humans for her culinary skills. As the culinary master of Mayaboka Mountain, she sought to surpass mere frogs. Humans were her ultimate goal. However, seeing Naruto's response, she realized she had once again failed. Chapter 76. The correct method for preparing insect cuisine. Sage Jiraiya, this dish isn't bad. After taking a bite, Naruto concluded that the insects were indeed slippery and not entirely unpalatable. However, for a typical human, the flavor was still somewhat challenging to accept. Firstly, there was a lack of flavor, which was one issue. Secondly, and more critically, there was a pronounced earthy taste. Though the insects had been purged of mud, the earthy flavor remained overpowering, making it barely edible. Naruto, don't just try to flatter me. Sage Jiraiya, I am not flattering you. I am a chef and maintain strict standards for dishes. Fearing that Sage Jiraiya might doubt his sincerity, Naruto promptly retrieved various cooking utensils and seasonings from his backpack. Seeing this, Sage Jiraiya's eyes widened with astonishment, quickly followed by excitement. Naruto, I never imagined you could cook. Can you tell me what merits my dish possesses, so I can improve it? In response, Naruto smiled and replied, Sage Jiraiya, given our different races, our acceptance of certain dishes varies. Thus, you must share your experience of tasting this dish, so I can offer a proper evaluation. After all, I am human. If I critique it, it will be from a human standard. However, for you, your experience may differ. Upon hearing this, Sage Jiraiya's eyes lit up, and she eagerly shared her and her partner's thoughts on the dish. After listening, Naruto summarized, stating that even Sage Fukusaku felt the dish was lacking, akin to the average level found in human restaurants. However, it was evident that they had consumed such fare for countless years, and their racial characteristics allowed them to overlook any peculiarities in the dish. With this understanding, Naruto began to articulate a reasonable analysis. Sage Jiraiya, I have gathered my thoughts. First, you mentioned tasting the earthy flavor, which can indeed be eliminated. Second, regarding the taste, based on your description, it seems you typically add seasonings when cooking, but not in sufficient quantities to achieve the desired effect. Third, it appears that your perception of the dish being unappetizing stems from your accustomed palate, leading to a heightened tolerance for it, much like a general being promoted from the ranks of soldiers. Lastly, the most crucial point is that your racial nature often leads to consuming such dishes raw, resulting in minimal cooking experience, which overlaps with the third point. Naruto shared numerous perspectives, presenting his analysis with clarity and conviction. Upon hearing Naruto's analysis, the circumstances in Mayaboka Mountain mirrored his words quite closely. At that moment, Sage Shima regarded Naruto with a gaze that spoke volumes. He was nothing short of a culinary deity. Naruto, if you were to prepare this dish, considering both human and Mayaboka tastes, how would you proceed? Upon hearing Sage Shima's inquiry, Naruto felt as though he had been possessed by a master chef. Sage Shima, where is your kitchen? Are there any ingredients available? I shall demonstrate personally. Yes, follow me. As Naruto followed Sage Shima to the kitchen, the surrounding toads looked on with curiosity. Who was this newcomer, and what was he up to, especially alongside Sage Shima? It appeared to be quite significant. Even Sage Fukusaku, witnessing this, wore a puzzled expression. Wasn't this old lady just going to deliver food? What is going on here? I must investigate. Something monumental seems to be unfolding. Meanwhile, guided by Sage Shima, Naruto arrived at the kitchen, and it was time for his performance. He retrieved several freshly caught insects from a nearby bamboo basket and inquired, what do you typically use to make them expel dirt? This herb, along with some salt. Sage Shima replied, producing a leaf from the side. Naruto accepted it, placing it in a bowl, and added salt and water before mixing. Remarkably, this concoction prompted the insects to expel dirt in mere seconds, far exceeding expectations. Naruto's eyes lit up. This was undoubtedly a chef's secret weapon, potentially applicable in various culinary realms. Once the dirt expulsion was complete, he lifted the insects to his nose, assessing the intensity of the earthy aroma. Typically, one would need potent ingredients or spices to mask or eliminate this earthy flavor. Ingredients such as chili, lemon, Sichuan pepper, and vinegar. Additionally, incorporating high-proof liquor could not only eliminate some odors, but also yield extraordinary effects. Naruto elaborated extensively before commencing his demonstration. The first dish, drunken insects, began to take shape. When Sage Shima beheld the finished product, especially how Naruto had marinated the insects in high-proof liquor and an array of spices, the moment he lifted the lid. He was overwhelmed by a symphony of flavors. It was an utterly novel experience. Unable to contain herself, Sage Shima took an immediate bite. With that first taste, it felt as if the insects were still dancing on her tongue, delightfully springy and delectable. Most importantly, the flavor was exquisite, sour, spicy, and fragrant, flooding her taste buds. Delicious. Naruto, you are truly a culinary god, Sage Shima exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up, her gaze now filled with admiration. Seeing this, Naruto chuckled, continuing his work. The first method is essentially a form of raw marination. It can be applied to other ingredients as well, although that method requires a discerning digestive system. However, for you toads, this concern is largely negligible. The second method, however, is much more favorable. With that, Naruto retrieved one of the previously prepared insects and blanched it, cooking it just enough before plunging it into ice water. Then, showcasing his remarkable knife skills, he began slicing it into fine strands, adding various seasonings, including the essential sole ingredient, Sichuan chili oil. Once the dish was ready, Sage Shima could hardly contain her excitement and dove right in. The moment she tasted it, the flavors exploded in her mouth. It was incredibly fragrant, with just the right amount of heat. Truly a miraculous accompaniment. Of course, in Myaboka Mountain, the concept of rice did not exist, so it was an extraordinary pairing with insects instead. Delightful. Just as Sage Shima was savoring her meal, Sage Fukasaku barged in, shouting, "Old woman, save me some." Chapter 77. Insect-style cosmic dumplings. So delicious. Sage Fukasaku relished a few bites of the cold insect dish, utterly captivated and longing for more. For years, he had only eaten the dishes prepared by his wife. While they were not bad, the flavors had remained unchanged for centuries, leaving him numb and merely eating to stave off hunger. After all, anyone would grow weary of a single taste after several hundred years. But now, everything had changed. With the arrival of Naruto, he had created a few remarkable dishes, truly a savior. "Old man, save me some." Naruto observed the competition between Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima for his cold dish, a smile spreading across his face. For a chef, this was the highest honor. "Take your time, I can prepare more." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sage Fukasaku ceased his struggle and began to wait. Sage Shima, upon finishing her portion, focused intently on Naruto, eager to discern which dish he would create next. However, as Naruto began chopping vegetables and slicing the insects into fine strands, they realized he was preparing an entirely new culinary creation, distinct from the previous two. Witnessing this, both were filled with joy, astonished that Naruto had more tricks up his sleeve. As they watched, saliva pooled in their mouths. This was not the end. Curious onlookers among the toads flocked to the kitchen, drawn by the enticing scents wafting through the air. Initially, the dishes had been simple cold preparations with limited aroma. But now, as Naruto stir-fried the insect strands, a tantalizing fragrance enveloped the kitchen. As the aroma spread, the surrounding toads gathered, their mouths watering like a stream. Were it not for Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima's esteemed status, they might have charged in to snatch some food. Once the insect strands were stir-fried and ready, Naruto prepared to serve. He had initially intended to make noodles, but due to time constraints and pressing tasks, he had to make do. Yet, this was no compromise. It was nothing short of delicious. Sage Fukasaku wasted no time, quickly grabbing his chopsticks and digging in. The moment he did, a unique, slippery texture exploded in his mouth, an aroma that was simply divine. Ugh, disgusting. "Old woman, you shouldn't eat this. It's utterly terrible." Upon hearing Sage Fukasaku's words, Sage Shima was momentarily stunned but quickly realized. "You shameless old man, trying to trick me." Sage Shima was no pushover. She promptly kicked Sage Fukasaku aside and took a few bites herself. In that instant, she felt as if she were transported back to her grandmother's kitchen, relishing the first insect feast prepared for her. The more she ate, the more she became enamored. However, this bliss was short-lived, as the dish soon vanished. Oh, if only. Sage Shima was about to voice her thoughts when she suddenly heard the sizzling of more dishes being prepared, followed by a wave of new aromas. Boiled insect meat, stir-fried vegetables with insect strands, free-flavor insect soup, insect stew. A parade of dishes emerged, and Sage Shima and Sage Fukasaku exchanged astonished glances. They could see the shock reflected in each other's eyes. They had never anticipated such a turn of events. Even the great Toad Sage would not have foreseen this. "Come in and join us." Noticing the throng of eager onlookers outside the kitchen, Naruto realized he would be busy for some time today. Still, given that it was his first day in this spirit world, he considered it a fitting welcome gift. Cooking was his forte, and he was undeniably skilled. Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima, seeing his enthusiasm, waved their hands in agreement. Outside the kitchen, the impatient toads surged in, eager to sample the new dishes. The previous scene had left some of the smaller toads nearly in tears from hunger. However, this kitchen is rather limited in size, making it quite impossible to accommodate so many toads, especially considering the bulkiness of some of them, which renders it difficult for many to enter. Upon noticing the situation, particularly the toads lingering behind, Naruto turned to Sage Jiraiya and inquired, "Sage Jiraiya, could we perhaps relocate this stove outside? I could prepare the dishes for you all out there, and it would be ideal if we could add a few more stoves as well." "Absolutely." Sage Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement at Naruto's suggestion, and with a grand gesture, several toads rushed in and forcibly removed the stove from its place. After a short while, when Naruto stepped out of the kitchen, he was greeted by the sight of over 10 stoves already set up, accompanied by an array of neatly arranged ingredients. And more than 10 toads donned in aprons, eagerly awaiting Naruto's direction. Surrounding them were various toads, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Seeing this scene, Naruto wasted no time and clasped his hands together. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Boom. A cloud of smoke erupted, and dozens of shadow clones manifested. "Alright, everyone, let's get to work." Understood. At that moment, both Sage Fukasaku and Sage Jiraiya were left astonished. There was no need for their assistance, as Naruto and his clones were more than capable of managing everything themselves, leaving the sages to simply await their meal. In particular, the original Naruto, adorned with a chef's hat, took on the role of head chef, moving briskly between the stoves to oversee the progress of various dishes, occasionally lending a hand himself. Before long, an assortment of dishes was prepared and gradually placed into large pots. "Go grab your bowls and get ready to serve." Naruto, wearing his chef's hat and wielding a ladle, began tapping on a metal pot to signal everyone to prepare for their meal. Upon hearing Naruto's call, the toads scattered in an instant, rushing towards him with their eating utensils. "Form a line, everyone. No cutting in line, or you won't get served." When Naruto noticed some toads attempting to jump the queue, he promptly admonished them, emphasizing that such behavior was unacceptable and should not be emulated. As the toads took their turns, Naruto and his shadow clones diligently served rice and dishes. Of course, this was not regular rice, but a special grain unique to Mayaboka Mountain, a staple food for the mountainous toads. As for the dishes, they were various culinary creations made from insects. Upon tasting Naruto's cooking, the toads were brought to tears. The flavors were simply divine. Many felt as though they had wasted their years, never realizing that insects could be so delicious. As word of Naruto's culinary prowess spread, more and more toads began to converge on the scene, creating an overwhelming sight of countless toads that sent shivers down one's spine. Observing this, Naruto furrowed his brow, contemplating how to address the burgeoning crowd, a challenge unprecedented for any chef. However, as a top-tier chef, Naruto welcomed such a challenge. Perhaps only in this moment could he truly relish the joy of cooking. With that thought in mind, Naruto began his preparations, especially when he spotted a few exceptionally large toads nearby, prompting him to reconsider his initial plan. He took out paper and a pen, sketching and jotting down ideas while directing his shadow clones. Subsequently, the clones sought out various toads to assist with gathering ingredients and clarifying requirements, even checking to ensure they had what was needed. Seeing Naruto's determination, Sage Fukasaku and Sage Jiraiya exchanged glances but did not intervene. Having observed the situation at Mayaboka Mountain, they had initially contemplated stepping in, given their limited energy to cater to every toad. However, witnessing Naruto's resolve, they sensed he genuinely aimed to create a feast that would resonate with the essence of Mayaboka Mountain, even if they harbored doubts about its feasibility. Still, what if a miracle were to occur? While waiting for ingredients and special items, Naruto began crafting unique kitchen tools alongside a few shadow clones, a fervor igniting within him. Young toads, inspired by his enthusiasm, joined in to help, and some toad women also participated, asking Naruto questions as they assisted. However, Naruto was pressed for time and merely mentioned that he would host a cooking class the following day, inviting them to join. Upon hearing this, the toad women's eyes sparkled with excitement. They didn't aspire to reach Naruto's level, but would be overjoyed to attain even a fraction of his skill. As time passed and the moon began to rise, the bustling activity at Mayaboka Mountain was no longer merely about satisfying hunger. It was about anticipating a culinary miracle, a gastronomic wonder that belonged to their realm. Meanwhile, Naruto had successfully constructed an expansive stove measuring 800 meters, with charcoal prepared and materials at the ready. Additionally, he fashioned a colossal steamer of the same size, dispatching thousands of shadow clones to assist in gathering materials, while the clones took charge of the assembly. Report. Materials are ready, and we can proceed. Upon hearing this from a shadow clone, Naruto ascended to a platform, ready to direct the operation. Team 1. Prepare the wheat leaves. I need fresh flour and dough. These wheat leaves resemble a leafy plant, but can be ground into something akin to flour. Team 2. Grind the meat. Team 3. Handle the vegetables. Team 4. Manage the charcoal. Team 5. Take charge of the steamer. And thus, the culinary battle commenced. Charge. In the midst of it all, Naruto's shadow clones diligently executed their tasks, embarking on an arduous culinary endeavor. Chapter 78. What's the worry? Haven't you seen the Nine Tails? Rasengan. The dueling Rasengan techniques. Mixing, kneading, and preparing dough. Insect meat, come forth. Secret technique. Rasengan meat grinder. Witnessing Naruto's innovative applications of the Rasengan, Sage Fukasaku and Sage Jiraiya were left utterly astonished. Who would have thought ninjutsu could be utilized in such a manner? Not far off, Wanta observed Naruto's deft use of the Rasengan, speechless. The jutsu, once invented by Minato, was now being employed in this setting. And the most irksome part was that this individual was, indeed, Minato's son. Was this what they meant by the student surpassing the master? Wanta pondered for a moment but decided not to dwell on it, content to await his meal instead. It was far more enjoyable than overthinking. Perhaps a smoke would be more soothing. As time passed and Naruto continued to cook, an enormous cosmic dumpling filled with insect ingredients gradually took shape. Even before it was completed, the toads were already entranced by the wafting aroma, filling them with anticipation for the grand dumpling. Just imagine, if it smelled this good uncooked. How marvelous would it be once fully prepared? Time passed once more, and in the expectant gazes of the many toads, Naruto approached the steaming dumpling. Inhaling its delightful fragrance before turning to address the eager crowd. It's ready. Oh ho! The toads erupted in cheers, their hunger palpable. However, after the initial excitement, they gradually settled down, and as the throngs of toads dispersed, the great toad sage was carried in by several toads. Upon seeing the colossal dumpling before him and glancing at Naruto, the great toad sage couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps his predictions had taken a wrong turn. The emergence of a chef's talent sparked a thought. Had I truly aged? Naruto, swiftly select the finest for the great sage toad. Senjutsu Master Shimizu signaled immediately, pondering why Naruto lacked the awareness to seize such an opportunity. The younger Jiraiya and Minato had been much more perceptive back in their day, yet here was Naruto. Oh, wait a moment. Let me choose, Naruto announced, stepping before the colossal steamed dumpling, directing a larger toad to begin slicing the dumpling from various angles. Each hue of the dumpling promised a distinct flavor, and when the time came for tasting, everyone would be treated to a delightful experience. Upon hearing this, the numerous toads before him were captivated, astonished that such a simple dish could exhibit such diversity in flavor. It was nothing short of miraculous. As Naruto skillfully cut the dumplings, the toads watched in anticipation as they began to take shape under his guidance. They marveled at the translucent dumpling, glistening with juices. Most striking was the aroma. It no longer made them salivate as before, but rather imparted a rich, profound essence, as if the fragrance was ensconced within the dumpling itself. Soon after, Naruto presented a grand platter of dumplings to the great sage toad, meticulously preparing them with care, for he believed in tending to the elders with utmost diligence. Here, let me prepare a dumpling filled with green leafworms for you, he said. The great sage toad, not one to be polite, eagerly picked up a dumpling and savored it in midair. After a few chews, he swallowed, and to his astonishment, the flavor transported him back to a time long past, one he hadn't experienced in years, reminiscent of the taste of an exceedingly rare worm that was now extinct. Unbelievably, today he could relive that exquisite flavor, momentarily lost in its delightful essence. The surrounding toads, witnessing the expression of sheer joy on the great sage toad's face, were equally astonished. This dumpling undoubtedly exceeded all expectations. Just as the great sage toad was about to grab another dumpling of a different flavor, an unforeseen phenomenon occurred. His chopsticks slipped from his grasp, and an unprecedented surge of natural energy began to circulate within him. At that moment, he felt as though he was traversing the cosmos. And then the explosion of flavor from the dumpling ensued. In an instant, a golden dragon burst forth from the starry expanse, colliding with the great sage toad. At that moment, he seemed to enter an indescribable state of ecstasy. The other toads gasped in surprise, questioning what had transpired. Before they could react, the great sage toad exclaimed, "Delicious! Absolutely delightful!" His voice rang with vitality, a stark contrast to his previous weary demeanor. To the other toads, he appeared rejuvenated, as if he had shed decades. "Bring me more. I want 10 servings." he declared, gesturing for additional helpings. Naruto smiled in response, pleased that his culinary creations had garnered such acclaim. Following the great sage toad's reaction, the multitude of toads surged toward the cosmic dumpling as if they were on a battlefield. Yet, once they tasted the dumpling, they became entranced. However, some toads discerned a peculiar phenomenon. Natural energy, exclaimed Senjutsu Master Shimizu, his eyes wide with disbelief as he turned to Naruto, astonished. Why does this dumpling enhance our natural energy? No, it's not merely an enhancement. It permits safe absorption of natural energy. Shimizu, being adept in controlling natural energy, perceived it as an increase, while those less skilled understood it as an enhancement of their absorption capacity. Do you comprehend? At that moment, the great sage toad uttered a cryptic statement, leaving Shimizu bewildered. What did he understand? The great sage toad is indicating. Shimizu's confusion deepened, feeling frustrated at the great sage toad's rare ability. Oh, now I see. Shimizu realized, grasping that this was akin to clinging to Naruto's coattails. With that thought, he looked at Naruto, only to witness him lifting his shirt, gazing at his belly. Shimizu was left perplexed, unsure of Naruto's intentions. Before he could voice his confusion, he observed a wheel appear around Naruto's abdomen, which he began to spin. 9,527. What does that mean? With a resounding crash, an overwhelming chakra erupted, enveloping Naruto in golden chakra bubbles. The Nine Tails chakra. The toads from Mayaboku Mountain immediately recognized the significance. Many had encountered it before. Who could have anticipated the emergence of the Nine Tails chakra at this moment? Some toads exchanged glances, realizing that Naruto was the vessel of the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who had been sleeping, sensed the presence of the Nine Tails chakra. He sprang up and burst through the window, shouting Naruto. However, as he emerged, the surrounding toads stared at him in bewilderment. Jiraiya paid no heed, racing forward, but upon looking up, he was taken aback by the sheer size of the dumpling before him. What on earth is this? Is that really a dumpling? Having tasted dumplings before, he was astonished by the colossal size of this one. After a few moments, he reached the center and found the great sage toad there as well. What is happening? The great sage toad is here too? But when Jiraiya turned again, he spotted the Nine Tails, or rather, the young version of it. What the hell is going on? The young Nine Tails surveyed its surroundings, particularly the familiar faces wielding weapons. What is the matter? Have you never seen a tailed beast eat? Unperturbed, the young Nine Tails grabbed a plate, leaped up, and with a swift motion, wrapped some meat in dough, forming a dumpling and devouring it, displaying an expression of utter ecstasy. This scene left the Mayaboku toads momentarily stunned, especially Jiraiya, who was filled with astonishment. He could sense the golden chakra radiating from the young Nine Tails, devoid of malice or intense hostility, as if, perhaps the Nine Tails and Naruto had reached a peaceful coexistence. The mere thought was almost unbelievable to Jiraiya. At that moment, Naruto, aware of the atmosphere, quickly clarified, "This is my friend, the Great Fox. He may have a bit of a temperament, but I hope you all won't hold it against him. He's actually quite good." After saying this, Naruto lifted the young Nine Tails, playfully ruffling its fur for everyone to see. "Little one, I told you not to touch me randomly, or I might just lose my temper." The young Nine Tails attempted to protest, but Naruto silenced him with a dumpling. Observing this, Senjutsu Master Shimizu waved his hand, allowing the other toads to resume their revelry. However, one individual would find it difficult to sleep that night, Jiraiya. He looked at Naruto and then at the young Nine Tails, starting to grasp the meaning behind the old man's words. Let it be. The younger generations will have their fortune. I shall let Naruto handle this. Upon finishing his words, Jiraiya took a bite of the steamed dumpling, and immediately, his eyes widened in astonishment. His hands trembled as he gazed intently at the dumpling before him, then turned his gaze ahead, where he discovered Naruto conversing with two small toads. Chapter 79. Enraptured by the delicacies of living food in Mayaboku Mountain. "Hey boss, give me some dumplings." Upon hearing the voice, Naruto looked down to find a tiny orange toad, no larger than the sole of his foot. "Are you calling me?" Naruto inquired, his face adorned with confusion as he wondered if he knew this little creature. However, as he scrutinized the toad more closely, a sense of familiarity washed over him, though he struggled to recall where he had seen it before. "I don't believe we've met, have we? Boss, have you forgotten our previous summoning?" The toad, Gamakichi, retorted with an exasperated look. At this revelation, Naruto paused, his eyes growing wide as he began to scrutinize Gamakichi from head to toe. "You're that little tadpole." "What tadpole? I'm no longer small," Gamakichi boasted, raising his head proudly, indicating his potential for growth. "It's astonishing. In just a few days, you've grown to this size. Just imagine how immense you'd become with a little more time." Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Naruto's scrutinizing gaze, Gamakichi noticed the way Naruto was observing him, as if he were some amusing spectacle. "Boss, I want dumplings. You must give me the tastiest parts." "I want some too." "Me too," chimed in Gamaken, the other toad, drooling over the dumplings ahead. "All right, I'll get you some." Recognizing that Gamaken was the other tadpole he had summoned earlier, Naruto's excitement intensified as he approached the steamer, handing over some dumplings to Gamakichi and Gamaken. Once the dumplings were in sight, both toads eagerly began to eat, particularly Gamaken, who devoured them with unrestrained enthusiasm, resembling a voracious eating machine. As Gamakichi and Gamaken indulged in their feast, Naruto seized the opportunity to ask them some basic questions, and to his astonishment, he learned that they were the sons of the legendary giant toad, Fukasaku. Glancing between Gamakichi, Gamaken, and Fukasaku, who was relishing the dumplings not far away, Naruto pondered how such a small creature could grow to such magnificent proportions. This peculiar sense of disparity only heightened his curiosity, making him feel that Mayaboka Mountain was an endless treasure trove. At that moment, the small Ninetales was happily feasting, embodying the true essence of a gluttonous machine. However, the manner in which it devoured its food seemed somewhat unrefined. "Why does the Ninetales always seem a bit off?" Jiraiya mused as he observed the small creature, feeling a strange sensation that he couldn't quite place. Nevertheless, this was not the time for such thoughts. He was keen to understand the situation between Naruto and the Ninetales. With this in mind, Jiraiya approached Naruto, suddenly lifting his shirt to reveal a unique sealing technique. Jiraiya stared at the seal, momentarily bewildered. What in the world is this? Upon closer inspection, he noticed a row of words that read, "Please enter password." "Sensei, what are you doing?" Naruto exclaimed, hastily pulling down his shirt, eyeing Jiraiya with suspicion. Surely, he thought, Jiraiya didn't possess any peculiar inclinations. "Nothing, just curious," Jiraiya replied, leaving Naruto perplexed. However, Jiraiya fell into contemplation, prompting Naruto to refrain from further inquiries. As time passed, the mountain of dumplings was consumed by the multitude of toads. Although it appeared there was an abundance, the numerous inhabitants of Mayaboka Mountain made short work of it, leaving only a taste for sampling. Burp. The small Ninetales patted its belly and approached Naruto, lifting his shirt once again to fiddle with the sealing technique before transforming back into chakra. Within the sealing space, the Ninetales opened the iron door, glancing at the seal, and recalling Jiraiya's earlier expression, promptly changed the password. "Now I feel secure." Satisfied with its decision, the Ninetales nodded in approval. As the chaos subsided, the toads began to tidy up the aftermath, while Naruto returned to rest, a request strongly urged by the sage of Mayaboku and his companions. After a long day, Naruto was undoubtedly weary, and if he didn't recuperate adequately, how could they expect him to impart his culinary wisdom the following day? Not one to refuse, Naruto made his way to his quarters and collapsed onto the bed. Turning his head to gaze at the moonlight streaming through the window, a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes as he glanced at the photograph on the table. Minato and Kushina, huh? Good night. The next day, the sun shone brightly as Naruto arose comfortably from his slumber. Whether it was due to the exhaustion of the previous night or another reason, he had enjoyed one of the most restful sleeps he could recall. A profound sense of peace enveloping him. Stepping outside, just as he was about to unwind, the sage of Mayaboku approached, inquiring about Naruto's rest and if he required anything else. Whatever Naruto needed, they were determined to fulfill. Naruto graciously declined their offers, realizing that they were just shy of catering to his every need. He was not one to be incapable of self-care, especially since he had many tasks ahead of him, the foremost being the establishment of a culinary training program. After all, he had promised the sage of Mayaboku that he would fulfill his word, for Naruto held his promises in high regard. With this in mind, Naruto shared his ideas with the sage of Mayaboku, seeking assistance and suggestions. Excited by the prospect, the sage eagerly collaborated with Naruto to devise a series of plans, swiftly setting them into motion. By noon, after a hearty lunch, Naruto stood at the podium in a specialized classroom, commencing his lecture on various culinary techniques. Following this, he engaged in practical demonstrations, teaching not only how to cook, but also the intricacies of knife skills and frying techniques. Once the explanations concluded, it would require the accumulation of time, as mastering the culinary arts demanded patience. Otherwise, one might struggle to distinguish between raw and cooked. Given that the toads of Mayaboka Mountain had previously devoted little attention to food preparation, they were now fervently enthusiastic about learning from Naruto. However, over the days, the entire Mayaboku Mountain gradually became inundated with dishes that straddled the line between raw and cooked. Previously, The toads would either consume raw or fully cooked foods. But with Naruto's influence, many began to showcase their newly acquired cooking skills to their families. Initially, everyone was thrilled, for learning from Naruto meant that his culinary prowess was evident, and while they may not reach his level, they believed they wouldn't fall far behind. However, a collective bout of food poisoning ensued, although the toads' robust constitutions prevented any significant chaos, and they gained a newfound understanding of their culinary endeavors. In response, Naruto quickly established a specialized classroom aimed at teaching the toads how to discern various situations to prevent a recurrence of their collective ailment. Nonetheless, the good times did not last, as Naruto believed he had witnessed the limits of the toads' culinary capabilities, only to discover that new culinary mishaps could arise. This was entirely due to their obsession with raw marinated dishes. Given the toads' previous lifestyle, they held a particular fondness for raw marination. And since it required no advanced culinary skills, it was simply a matter of having hands to prepare it. However, after their first attempt, they felt exceptionally pleased with their results, thereby igniting the era of dark cuisine. On this day, even Naruto, a chef of exceptional caliber, felt a wave of discomfort as he gazed upon the raw marinated dish brought forth by his apprentices. Before him lay an unidentifiable mass of tiny maggots, which, despite the claim of the frog present that they were raised on vegetable leaves, filled an entire basin and was enough to provoke a sense of claustrophobia. Naruto furrowed his brow, but as a dedicated chef, he steeled himself and took a tentative bite. It bore a resemblance to drunken shrimp. Yet the flavor was distinctly different. Though the appearance was rather off-putting, the taste was surprisingly delightful, even imbued with a unique vegetal essence, crisp and reminiscent of chicken. Moreover, this was not merely a matter of protein content surpassing that of beef. It was the special energy inherent in the produce of Meiboku Mountain, a manifestation of natural energy. Previously, Naruto had sensed this extraordinary energy, and, upon consulting Sage Fukusaku, had learned of its remarkable properties. "Boss, I want to try some too." The voice of Gamakichi, the frog at Naruto's feet, interrupted his reverie. Noticing this, Naruto scooped a spoonful for Gamakichi, who, far from being repulsed, eagerly devoured it and expressed a desire for more. Witnessing this, Gamakuri, another frog, clung affectionately to Naruto's foot, prompting him to oblige with another taste to share the culinary experience. Afterward, Naruto delivered a definitive critique, assessing the dish based on flavor, presentation, and accompaniments. The frog responsible for creating this dish soared with joy upon hearing Naruto's praise. "Naruto-sensei, this is my raw marinated dish. Please give it a try." A frog presented a platter of raw marinated delicacies to Naruto. As he examined it, Naruto frowned. While the appearance was slightly more appealing than the previous dish, he was uncertain of the flavor. Using chopsticks, he selected a peculiar insect, dipped it in sauce, and placed it into his mouth. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Help! Quick, someone fetch a medical frog from the west." The commotion surrounding Naruto's near mishap with the dish spread rapidly, drawing many frogs to his side. Before a quaint wooden cabin, Jiraiya watched Naruto with a stoic expression, particularly taken aback upon learning that had it not been for the protection of the Nine Tails, Naruto would likely have met a dire fate. "Jiraiya-sensei, I'm fine. Please don't hold that frog accountable." Naruto, appearing notably weak, found this to be one of his most embarrassing moments, yet he still advocated for the frog's defense. Chapter 80. Natural Energy. My sincerest apologies. A frog knelt by Naruto's bedside, the very one responsible for bringing him to this medical facility. "It's nothing serious. See, I'm perfectly fine. Please stand up." Observing the kneeling frog, Naruto promptly assisted it to its feet. The frog, realizing Naruto's shaky state, hastened to support him, fearing that should anything happen to Naruto, he would be in for a severe reprimand. "It's truly nothing. I'm lively and well. What could possibly be wrong?" Naruto reassured the frog, keenly aware that if it were to harbor any guilt, it would be a tremendous loss for him. During his time in this medical chamber, he reflected on the previous events, knowing full well he was a top-tier chef with mastery over various techniques. The fact that he had failed to discern any issues with that dish was perplexing. Even after consuming it, he had not detected the specific nature of the poison. While he was not entirely familiar with the ingredients from Meiboku Mountain, he could not fathom being completely oblivious to them. From this, Naruto deduced that the frog before him was an extraordinary talent in martial arts, or perhaps more accurately, a genius in chemistry. No, that isn't quite right. I should say, a prodigy of chemistry. "I'm sorry, I merely wish to create delectable dishes." Yet every time the frog began to speak again, but Naruto, sensing its distress, placed a comforting hand on its shoulder. "I understand your feelings, I truly do. You simply took a wrong turn. Here, Take this book and study it. As the frog gazed at the copy of middle school chemistry that Naruto offered, an inexplicable desire surged within, and in that moment, passion overtook its thoughts. With a slight tremor in its right hand, it accepted the book. Study diligently, and you shall carve your own path. Naruto beamed at the frog, and in that instant, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow upon him. Witnessing this scene, the frog felt as if it had glimpsed divinity. Yes, I will study earnestly, Naruto-sensei. The frog declared, its face alight with determination and excitement as it exited the medical facility. There's nothing to worry about. Once you're healed, I shall take you to meet the great sage of the toads, who has much to impart to you, Jiraiya remarked before departing. Recognizing that Naruto needed rest, and deciding not to intrude further. Once all had left, Naruto surveyed his condition, realizing he was merely fatigued and otherwise unharmed. It appeared he could proceed with his experiments. Boom. That night, a thunderous explosion reverberated throughout Myaboka Mountain. Sage Fukasaku appeared atop a rooftop, gazing towards the source of the commotion, and cried out in alarm. That's Naruto's location. Everyone, hurry to assess the situation. As soon as Sage Fukasaku's words left his lips, Jiraiya dashed towards the medical facility, fervently wishing for speed. Naruto, you mustn't be in harm's way. At that moment, not only Jiraiya but many frogs rushed to the medical center, for Naruto was their esteemed culinary master. Upon arrival, Jiraiya began searching through the fiery chaos for Naruto's figure. Soon spotting him, cough cough. Naruto coughed several times, his body reeking of charred odors, his face smeared with soot. Ah, Jiraiya-sensei, what brings you here? Before Naruto could elaborate further, Sage Fukasaku and others arrived, for they could hardly fathom who among them would dare to cause turmoil in Myaboka Mountain. Naruto, are you alright? What on earth happened here? Sage Fukasaku inquired, relieved to find Naruto unharmed, yet seething with anger at the prospect of confronting the instigator behind this chaos. In that moment, Naruto, observing the frogs around him, felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, his voice dropping to a whisper. I'm sorry, this was all my doing. As he spoke, he began to fidget with his fingers, casting furtive glances at the surrounding frogs, who regarded him with peculiar expressions. Sage Fukasaku, sighing deeply, replied, Naruto, please refrain from such antics in the future. He then began ushering the frogs back to their homes to rest. I promise. Naruto nodded vigorously, assuring them that this was merely an accident and would not be repeated. Jiraiya shook his head in disbelief. Naruto had an uncanny ability to stir up trouble. Honestly, even injured, you can't seem to settle down at night. Understood, Jiraiya-sensei. Seeing Naruto's earnest demeanor, Jiraiya chose not to press further. However, it was clear that the medical facility had sustained damage from the earlier explosion, compelling them to return to their own quarters. Meanwhile, in a corner of the explosion site, the frog stood transfixed, consumed by fervor. This was the allure of chemistry, was it not? You can do it, Gamadu. The following day, Jiraiya ventured to Naruto's dwelling, intending to check on his condition. Yet, upon stepping inside, he was greeted by a multitude of Naruto's shadow clones engrossed in reading, conducting experiments, and several even attempting reckless methods of absorbing natural energy. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiraiya was left in a state of astonishment. Could it be that Naruto had become this formidable? Master Jiraiya, your timing is impeccable. I have some inquiries to make, Naruto exclaimed as he dashed over, clutching a notebook in his hands, clearly prepared and merely awaiting Jiraiya's arrival. Ask away. Anything within my knowledge, I shall divulge, Jiraiya responded, settling into a chair as he awaited Naruto's questions. Naruto wasted no time, launching into a barrage of inquiries regarding natural energy. Hearing this, Jiraiya held nothing back and shared everything he knew, elucidating the various aspects of the subject. As Naruto listened, his eyes sparkled with increasing fervor, particularly when he encountered particularly intriguing details that ignited a fiery enthusiasm within him. Is there anything else you wish to ask? Jiraiya inquired. Naruto shook his head. He had already gleaned the answers he sought. Very well, should you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out. By the way, tomorrow I shall take you to meet the great sage of the toads. Noticing that Naruto was engrossed in sketching various notes in his notebook, Jiraiya sighed, realizing that he would have to personally seek out Naruto the next day, lest he be left waiting indefinitely. With that, Jiraiya departed, leaving Naruto and his shadow clones in the room. Contemplating the nuances of natural energy transformation, extraction, release, and integration, Naruto pondered deeply. No, this method cannot be implanted. It must be introduced through a specialized approach, he concluded. After a brief moment of reflection, he clapped his hands together. Everyone, I require your assistance. If this model proves successful, We shall finally resolve the material issues that have long plagued us. Understood. With that, Naruto and his shadow clones commenced their extensive research and experimentation. The following day, Jiraiya arrived at Naruto's abode, only to discover that not a single shadow clone was present. Upon inquiring with the nearby toads, he learned that Naruto had ventured out the previous night and had yet to return. After further questioning, Jiraiya promptly set off in search of Naruto. By the banks of a small stream, Naruto and his shadow clones were busy working with clay, which was no ordinary earth, but rather ceramic clay, capable of producing a multitude of items. Beside them stood a clay furnace intended for smelting iron. As Naruto planned to extract some metal from it, add the fire, add charcoal, place the ceramic shards, insert the iron ore, increase the heat, increase the heat. The temperature is insufficient. Jiraiya observed the scene before him, perplexed by Naruto's intentions. Yet he had an inkling that Naruto was about to embark on something significant. Just as he was lost in thought, Naruto bounded over to him. Master Jiraiya, do you know fire release? Of course, why do you ask? That's splendid, Naruto exclaimed, dragging Jiraiya to the clay furnace. Please use fire release to intensify the flames. The temperature has yet to meet my requirements. Realizing he was being enlisted for assistance, Jiraiya sighed, yet could hardly refuse. With Jiraiya's help, the process became considerably smoother, and the iron ore began to gradually melt as Naruto efficiently organized various tasks. Time slipped by, and Jiraiya found himself growing weary. Anyone would, considering their chakra was limited. 13 pieces of iron. That should suffice, Naruto declared. Thank you, Master Jiraiya. This is enough, he added, and Jiraiya felt a wave of relief wash over him. Finally, it was over. Had they continued any longer, he felt he might have been utterly drained. Meanwhile, Naruto gazed at the iron block in his hands with unbridled joy. This material was essential for the impending endeavor, and its success hinged upon it. Naruto, let us go meet the great sage of the toads. Master Jiraiya, let us postpone that visit until tomorrow. I have a crucial experiment to conduct. Jiraiya, watching Naruto depart, found himself unable to voice his unfinished thought. Naruto's eagerness was palpable, infused with an excitement that seemed to outweigh his urgency. Tomorrow it is then, Jiraiya resolved. Recognizing Naruto's fervor and acquiescing to his request to delay their meeting with the great sage of the toads. The next day, Naruto insisted on delaying once more. The day after that, he did the same. This continued for a week, until at last, under Jiraiya's persistent urging, Naruto fervently promised that he would indeed go the following day. Naruto, stop stalling and come with me, Jiraiya exclaimed, attempting to tug Naruto along, only to have him resist vigorously. Master Jiraiya, I truly cannot today. I'm preparing to conduct a field test, and I've already secured the site with Sage Fukusaku. Jiraiya frowned, discerning that Naruto had no reason to deceive him. Yet very well, I shall accompany you on your test. Once it's complete, you will accompany me to meet the great sage of the toads. Absolutely, Master Jiraiya. I guarantee you'll be astonished. Chapter 81, The Experiment's Success. Let us hope nothing goes awry. Jiraiya observed Naruto, who was busily arranging various items a short distance away, and an uneasy sensation lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. Meanwhile, Toad Gama and Toad Ryu were visibly excited, cheering Naruto on, as this was a source of childlike delight for them. Additionally, they had received several action figures from Naruto, purportedly from a series called Gundam, while he regaled them with tales about it. Though they couldn't fully comprehend the details, they found the figures to be incredibly cool. Boss, are you ready? Upon Naruto's return, Toad Gama could hardly contain his eagerness. Having heard Naruto mention that this new endeavor represented a technological breakthrough, even a revolution. All right, prepare yourselves. I'm about to commence the experiment. With that, Naruto produced several pairs of sunglasses from his pocket and distributed them to Jiraiya and the others. Do we really need sunglasses? Jiraiya inquired, slightly bemused. Naruto wasted no time addressing their confusion, speaking into a specialized intercom. Is the area clear? The area is completely cleared. You may commence the experiment. All instruments are functioning correctly. Activation can proceed. Data reception is stable. Joystick is operating normally. Upon hearing the reports from his shadow clones, Naruto exhaled a sigh of relief. Their labor over the past few days culminated in this moment. This was not merely a simple experiment. It involved the construction of technological models, and should it fail, it would indicate a misstep in their experimental direction, necessitating a complete overhaul. However, if successful, they would be poised to enter a new realm of technology, enabling them to achieve feats previously deemed impossible. Commencing the experiment. Initiating pressure increase by 10%. Data remains stable. Increasing pressure to 50%. Data remains stable. Raising pressure to 100%. Data remains stable. Increasing pressure to 1000%. Data is generally stable. Internal structure holds. Upon hearing the updates from his shadow clone, Naruto's gaze sharpened. Inject natural energy. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's declaration, while he understood little else. He was acutely aware of what was meant by natural energy, especially given the implications of Naruto's recent statement, which evidently signified an intent to inject this energy into something significant. This could lead to something monumental. Injecting at 1%, all systems normal. Injecting at 77%, signs of internal disruption detected. The natural energy begins to alter the material structure of the experiment. Report: overall stability is compromised. Shall we continue with the injection? Naruto, now tantalizingly close to achieving the results he desired, resolutely commanded, continue. Injecting at 100%, the structure of the experimental subject undergoes a complete transformation, with various internal components fracturing and reorganizing. The experimental subject has reached a critical point. This is dire. Evade. In the very instant the shadow clone uttered these words, a violent shockwave erupted from the direction of the experimental subject. However, before the shockwave could spread too far, it receded, and then, whoosh, boom, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended. The explosion reverberating throughout Miyaboka Mountain, followed swiftly by a shockwave hurtling towards Naruto's location. Earth release, earth flow wall. Jiraiya, witnessing the unfolding calamity, immediately employed a defensive ninjutsu. At that moment, he felt more discomfort than if he had ingested something foul, knowing full well that Naruto was up to no good. Yet, when Jiraiya turned around, he found Naruto holding a peculiar device, his eyes brimming with excitement. I did it. Haha. I succeeded. I finally succeeded. At that moment, Naruto was overcome with joy. His experiment had triumphed, allowing him to commence several of his plans, with one crucial aspect being the advancement of materials. This was paramount. Seeing Naruto's exuberance, even Jiraiya, along with Fukasaku and Shima, wore expressions of bewilderment. Had he lost his mind? As the explosion's shockwave gradually dissipated, Wanta and the others arrived at the scene. Sage Fukasaku surveyed the situation, utterly perplexed. What on earth was this? Before them lay a depression with a radius of 10 kilometers. One might mistake it for the excavation of a lake. Sage Fukasaku glanced at Jiraiya and then at Naruto, clearly deducing that this chaos was not the result of Jiraiya's doing, but rather Naruto's handiwork. Particularly, observing Naruto's frenzied demeanor, Sage Fukasaku could intuitively sense that Naruto was the cause. Before he could ponder further, Naruto dashed towards the center of the explosion. Little Jiraiya, what is happening? I have no idea, Jiraiya replied, equally baffled. He had merely come to observe an experiment, intending to take Naruto to meet the great sage Fukasaku once it concluded. But now, who knew why it had escalated to this point? After a brief wait, they saw Naruto return, holding a piece of metal. Was it just for this? Wanta exhaled a puff of smoke, incredulous that such a small object had caused such a stir. As Naruto approached the group, he eagerly shared his discovery. Let me tell you, this is an entirely new material, transformed by my utilization of natural energy. It's simply perfect. As he introduced it, he caressed the metal piece like a lovesick fool. Sage Fukasaku scrutinized the metal fragment, furrowing his brow. Judging solely by its appearance, it was indeed striking. Adorned with specks of azure resembling the galaxy, interspersed with delicate lavender stripes. Aesthetically, it was undeniably appealing. Naruto, you just said this was modified using natural energy? Naruto handed the metal to Sage Fukasaku. Yes, Sage Fukasaku, feel it. There's something remarkably special about it. Upon receiving it, Sage Fukasaku immediately sensed an influx of natural energy. How is this possible? He was incredulous. How could such a powerful natural energy be contained within this fragment? It was beyond his wildest imagination. Little Jiraiya, you should take a look too. Sage Fukasaku tossed the metal to Jiraiya, who, upon grasping it, was left speechless. How can this be? At that moment, Jiraiya felt his defenses crumble. Chapter 82, The Riddler Returns. Why does this metal contain natural energy? Jiraiya could not accept this outcome. He sensed the storage of natural energy within the fragment, and upon further testing, discovered he could absorb the natural energy rapidly. In that instant, Jiraiya felt utterly overwhelmed. He knew that only by harnessing natural energy could one enter Sage Mode. Moreover, Sage Mode consumed natural energy akin to how ninjutsu expended chakra, and natural energy could be viewed as a superior form of chakra. Now, witnessing this phenomenon, he was left in sheer astonishment. This is something I stumbled upon previously, and by applying the law of conservation of energy, I was able to derive this. Naruto's elaborate explanation left Wanta and the others bewildered. Only Sage Fukasaku and Jiraiya understood parts of it, yet they still encountered numerous incomprehensible terms and formulas. This led to Sage Fukasaku interrupting Naruto after just a few minutes, feeling as though he were listening to an incomprehensible language. Naruto, pause for a moment. Let us gather our thoughts. Also, what do you intend to do with this metal? After a few seconds of contemplation, Naruto replied, I plan to craft it into a special device for absorbing natural energy, simply by adding. Stop! Exclaimed the chorus of frogs. They were weary of Naruto's lengthy discourse, their heads spinning at the thought of it. They were merely frogs, after all. Why should they endure such torment? Realizing this, a few frogs began to leave, unable to bear the prospect of becoming ensnared in a cycle of confusion regarding natural energy. Naruto, please spare us the details, we don't understand. Just take care of it yourself, they implored. Sage Fukasaku initially wished to say more, but sensing that the conversation was becoming convoluted, he decided to let Naruto handle matters independently. Alright, I assure you it will be fine. Observing Naruto's earnest demeanor, Sage Fukasaku contemplated the necessity of ensuring they did not let Naruto slip away. He was undoubtedly a boon from Meiboku Mountain. By the way, Naruto, next time you undertake something like this, please give us a heads up. It is rather alarming. No problem, Naruto responded, his heart soaring with joy. The experimental issues that had long plagued him, especially those he dared not conduct near Konoha due to its limited space and population, had been a significant concern, exacerbated by Sarutobi Hiruzen's prohibitions. Moreover, whenever Naruto ventured outside the village, a contingent of Umbu would follow, maintaining a visible presence. This had hindered him from executing certain experiments. However, now the vast expanse of Meiboku Mountain offered him the freedom to explore as he wished. Jiraiya furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating whether to caution Sage Fukasaku and the others. Yet, observing Naruto and Sage Fukasaku walking side by side, he felt it prudent to wait for a while. After all, it was possible that the old man was merely trying to frighten them. Such incidents were unlikely to be frequent, he reasoned. Consequently, Naruto's status was further elevated. If his previous role as a cook had granted him some favor, now he had earned the respect of Meiboku Mountain purely through his formidable abilities. Within the Grand Hall of Meiboku Mountain, Naruto arrived under Sage Fukasaku's guidance. Great Sage Fukasaku, Naruto Uzumaki has arrived. Upon hearing Sage Fukasaku's words, the great Sage Fukasaku slightly opened his eyes and gazed at Naruto. Then, a new scene unfolded. A high-speed train-like creation soared through the air, and as it extended a hand, an extraordinarily long weapon materialized, followed by the manifestation of natural energy and a brilliant beam of light. The scene concludes here. Yet it has already left the great Toad Sage quite startled. In that moment, he genuinely believed that the creature intended to take his life. Naruto Uzumaki, you shall alter the course of the world. Upon hearing these words, Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Naruto, don't just stand there. Express your gratitude to the great Toad Sage. Fukasaku Sage interjected from the side, urging Naruto to snap out of his stupor. At this, Naruto appeared even more bewildered. Was that truly all there was to it? He was well aware of the great Toad Sage's gift of foresight, yet could it conclude with but a single utterance? Indeed, there were countless inquiries that lingered in his mind. How could this be the end? Do you have any questions? The great Toad Sage gazed at Naruto, perceiving both astonishment and yearning in his eyes. It seemed that Naruto harbored further aspirations. Of course, great Toad Sage. May I inquire if I shall pilot a mecha in my future? The sage was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's question. Is that truly your only inquiry? He mused. If that contraption is indeed a mecha, then it seems you shall. Upon hearing this, Naruto soared with elation, realizing that he was destined to become a man who would pilot a mecha. As the great Toad Sage slowly inclined his head and succumbed to slumber, Fukasaku Sage finally guided Naruto out of the Grand Hall. Naruto, do you realize what opportunity you just let slip away? How could you pose such a trivial question? Fukasaku Sage appeared exasperated, lamenting that even inquiring about his future wife would have been more worthwhile than Naruto's previous question. What's the matter, Fukasaku Sage? Naruto inquired. What is the issue? Naruto, given that you are aware of the great Toad Sage's ability to foresee the future, why not pose more significant questions? Larger matters, such as the fate of the ninja world, or smaller concerns, like whether you may encounter danger in the future, or other queries. Instead, Naruto pondered for a few seconds before responding. The future, you see, is inherently uncertain. It may very well be subject to unforeseen variables. While prophecy is indeed wondrous, humanity, nay, all sentient beings, are remarkable in their capacity to create miracles. Moreover, if we are speaking of my future, it is undoubtedly in my hands. Some events are unavoidable, while others do not merit avoidance. Have you not realized that a future brimming with uncertainty and excitement is the most splendid of all? Naruto turned back towards the grand hall, a smile gracing his face. For me, as long as I know I can pilot a mecha, that suffices. At this, he gazed out at the sunlight beyond the hall, filled with hope and vigor. Outside, Jiraiya beheld Fukasaku Sage and Naruto emerging, his face alight with joy. What did the great Toad Sage say? He proclaimed that Naruto would change the world. Hearing this, Jiraiya gazed thoughtfully at Naruto's retreating figure. The child of prophecy, perhaps? Or maybe another kind of miracle? Fukasaku Sage made a cryptic remark, leaving Jiraiya's head spinning. He had always detested riddlers.